Mother Lu sat on the ground, slapping her thighs and crying, "Captain Ko, please help us. Arrest Gu Wanwan and the Fu family. They not only beat people but also encourage violence. Now my daughter is pregnant with the Fu family's legitimate grandson. They are urging my son-in-law to abandon his wife and child. What kind of world is this? I can't go on living." Zhao Guoming angrily shouted, "Lu family, you caused trouble in Shisong village. Now you're accusing others of crimes that could land them in jail." Relatives of the Lu family were confused. What? She's a martyr's relative? Gu Wanwan handed the problem to Ko Gongda. "I am a martyr's relative. Ask our Captain Ko if you don't believe me." Ko Gongda didn't want to get involved in this mess, but since he was here and couldn't find any evidence against Gu Wanwan, he had to act. Gu Wanwan and the Ji brother and sister are martyrs' relatives. Before they could react, Gu Wanwan continued, "Captain Ko, they broke into a private home, robbed openly, and occupied public property. Please handle this fairly, give me an explanation, and compensate for my emotional distress. Otherwise, I will go to the city." Fu Jingchen remained calm on the surface, but his words were extremely threatening. "Captain Ko, it seems we need to have a talk with your wife about life and ideals." Ko Gongda cursed silently at Secretary Ding for being good at causing trouble and ordered, "Everyone arrest them." Gu Wanwan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Thanks to Secretary Ding for his foresight in helping us report the case." Secretary Ding's face looked as if he had eaten something bitter. Zhang's aunt and others suddenly woke up as if from a dream. They knew they shouldn't provoke the martyrs' children. "This isn't our problem. If you want to arrest someone, arrest the Lu family. It was all their idea. We were deceived. We're leaving now." Ko Gongda remained impartial and said coldly, "Take them away." Gu Wanwan coldly left a parting remark, "It's over. Being imprisoned will leave a record. No future for me." Zhang's aunt immediately exploded with anger. Hearing about her son's future, she vented all her fury on the Lu family, punching and kicking them. "You shameless mother and daughter, you ruined the Zhang family's future. Go to." Zhang's eldest uncle not only didn't stop her, but also helped his sister and brother-in-law, beating Lu Chuanzong to the point of no return. Lu Laishi desperately protected her belly. "Head of the family, save my parents. They only did this for the future of our son. If they go to jail, they'll die. What will happen if my brother can't find a wife later?" Her family had fallen. Who would stand up for her and her husband's family? But isn't Gan Chi still around? Gu Wanwan cheered up, furious and relentless. "Don't ask me. It won't work. My heart is as hard as iron." Fu Yijin saw his wife's pitiful and pleading look and couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. "Mother, you should persuade fourth brother. I will apologize to Laishi on their behalf. Laishi is weak and sitting in jail isn't good for the children. It could also affect their future marriages to spring and summer." Fu Jingchen spoke first. "If you don't accept the apology, then you've brought this on yourself. We are brothers. Why fight each other?" Fu Yijin glared at Gu Wanwan, blaming her as the main cause. "Gu Jiqing, are you happy seeing my wife and children suffer? Do you think you're a good person?" Gu Wanwan shrugged indifferently. "When bad people are punished, I'm not happy? Do I look like I want to cry? Sorry, I don't have a masochistic streak. The Lu family's downfall is due to their greed and your indulgence. Don't keep blaming me." Shin Chun was full of disappointment, shaking her head and sighing. "Big brother, you don't see what's right. You're still stubborn. Laishi stole grain and is thinking about fourth brother's money, trying to take advantage of him. Don't you care about brotherhood? If you keep helping the Lu family, you might as well marry into their family. With a son like you, it's better if you weren't around. Laishi, you can't even take care of yourself. Why worry about your parents? They don't care about you." Sure enough, selfish Lu family parents blamed their daughter. "Captain Ko, everything Laishi did was her idea. She incited us to help her steal money and houses. We were all deceived by her. We're willing to cut ties and abandon her if needed." Laishi was shocked and scared, unable to believe her ears. "Mother, how can you?" Even now, Lu mother continued to brainwash her daughter. "Just admit your guilt. You caused us to be imprisoned. You're unfilial. When your father and I go to jail, who will support you? If you go in, we might be able to use connections to get you out. Just come with Captain Ko. Laishi was moved to tears, feeling her family still cared for her. My fault. Don't blame my father, mother, or uncles. Gu Wanwan activated her wood element supernatural power, creating an illusion in Lu Mother's mind of Laishi being arrested. Are your Lu family really going to rescue her? Lu Mother seemed possessed, trembling all over. What are you joking? Just arrest her and be done with it. Don't expect me to spend money to get her out. She's useless. What's the point of saving her if we don't get dowry? She's a burden. I have other daughters who can help raise my grandchildren. Lu father grew more alarmed and quickly slapped Lu Mother to wake her up. Wife, what are you saying? Mrs. Lu looked confused, as if asking, who am I? Where am I? Did she just do something foolish? Lu Laishi's eyes were empty, like she had been struck by lightning. Was this how her mother saw her? Gongda Ke said coldly, take everyone for investigation. The Lu family and Zhang family felt like the sky was falling. They refused to leave, throwing a tantrum. Mrs. Lu shouted wildly, Old Lady Fu, Shin Chun Man, what are you proud of? Locking us up won't change anything. You can't get the better of Fu Jingchen. My daughter won't be taken advantage of, and Fu Jingchen already knows his background. Gu Wanwan wouldn't bother to marry into the Fu family. I will come back. Ha ha, the Fu family's karma will catch up with you someday. You caused a family rift, and Fu Jingchen wishes you would all disappear. Gu Wanwan was a strong person. They didn't dare to offend her now, but that didn't mean she would let the Fu family go easily. What does the Lu family mean? Isn't Fu Jingchen from the Fu family? Old Lady Fu is so harsh to her grandson. Do you think he's her biological grandson? Could it be that Old Lady Fu swapped babies and brought home a child from a wealthy family to raise? Maybe Lu's family is deliberately stirring trouble between the Fu family and the fourth son. Since he hasn't come out to clarify, who knows if it's true? Perhaps the fourth son is trying to leave the Fu family and is making up stories. Secretary Ding frowned as he listened. He initially thought he could use the Fu family to control Fu Jingchen, but now that idea was blocked. Old Lady Fu's eyes flickered, showing she wasn't just speaking casually. Without the pressure of the Fu elders' filial piety, Ding Yanli, Gu Wanwan's daughter, would never marry Fu Jingchen. Suddenly, Liang Xian stepped forward. Captain Ke, you've forgotten someone. Gan Qi is involved in some messy relationships. Take her for investigation too. Gongda Ke's eyes sharpened like a blade. Are you sure? Liang Xian glanced toward Gu Wanwan and gathered her courage. Absolutely. I hope Captain Ke won't favor anyone or cover for her. Gongda Ke's face darkened. You're quite something. Liang Xian challenged him directly. If one day I am in trouble or something happens to me, it will definitely involve Gan Qi and someone else. Gu Ziqing will help me report it to the city. That crazy woman again. Gan Qi clenched her fists, lowered her head, hiding her twisted, fierce face. It seemed Liang Xian couldn't stay any longer. There are countless ways to harm someone, and one of them is suitable for Liang Xian. Gongda Ke shot Gan Qi a look and then took her and the others from the Lu family away. The farce was over, and the Fu family couldn't stay any longer. Fu Yijin, feeling helpless, grabbed Fu Jingchen and begged, Fourth brother, please help me. Save my wife. My child needs a mother to take care of her. Fu Jingchen pushed him away coldly and turned to go inside. Shun Chunman sighed and told Fu Yin to take the eldest son away. Back at the Fu family, Fu Yuxiao's family did nothing all day but sit at the table waiting to eat and drink. Big sister-in-law, you've been gone so long. Do you want to starve us? Brother, you need to talk to big sister-in-law about how to be a good wife. Go wash your clothes quickly. Do I have to call you? You're so lazy. If you don't get moving, this won't work. Sister-in-law Fu Luo carried a big basin of unwashed clothes and shoved it directly into Shin Chunman's hands. Shin Chunman slammed the basin onto the ground and said sharply, Wash it yourself. I don't have time. Fu Yuxiao looked at him displeased. Brother, look at her. Fu Yuzhong stepped in front of his wife and tried to mediate, Wife, helping to wash a few clothes isn't a big deal. Why do we have to be so strict? Shun Chunman picked up the clothes and threw them at him. It's not you washing. You talk so easily. If you want me to serve you all, forget it. I've had enough. You. Fu Luo saw Shin Chunman fighting back and got so angry she rushed over to hit her. Fights like this happen more than once. Shin Chunman was good at work and easily defended herself against Fu Luo. Eldest sister-in-law, acting like a mother, ordering my sister to wash clothes and cook. Who do you think you are? Do you think the family's split is a joke? I'm not stupid. Relying on the main family to support ungrateful people. Bah. Forget it. From now on, I'll take charge. You can get out of here. Fu Luo was beaten and cried out, Brother, you're hitting your wife. Fu Yuzhong stepped forward to stop the fight, but was slapped twice by his wife and finally gave up. Old Fu couldn't understand why his meek daughter-in-law suddenly became so fierce after just one trip outside. Big daughter-in-law, stop it. Shin Chunman heard him, but kept going, as if she wanted to vent all her long-held frustrations. She beat Fu Luo until her face was swollen, and finally felt relieved. Since we've split the family, do you still want to control me? Take care of your precious younger son and his wife. Old Fu was so angry it hurt his heart. After today, the Fu family was completely changed. Without the main family's support, Fu Yuxiao and Fu Luo had to go work in the fields for labor points. Meanwhile, Fu Mei's status dropped sharply, and she handled all the laundry and cooking herself. Ever since Uncle Zhang's family was arrested, Shisong Village and Xiangyang Village had become enemies. Whether it was autumn harvest or spring planting, they no longer lent oxen to Xiangyang Village. Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen rode their bikes early in the morning to the commune, planning to check on Tang Yuan's recent situation and to buy some goods from the black market. Gu Wanwan took out 2 disguise pills. Fu Jingchen swallowed one, watching as his beloved partner transformed from a beautiful girl into a sturdy, rough man. Let's go, buddy. Gu Wanwan led the way ahead. Fu Jingchen shook his head and chuckled. Wanwan, are you really my wife, Wanwan? Gu Wanwan retrieved some supplies from the space. Now, I call myself super rich.
Fu Jingchen.
The black market was hidden in a dark alley, with a few underlings guarding the entrance, as usual. Gu Wanwan didn't beat around the bush. We want to do some business with your boss. The underlings glanced at the goods in the basket. All right, follow us. 5 minutes later, they entered a courtyard and were led to the main hall by one of the underlings. The black market boss sat inside, surrounded by women on both sides, looking relaxed and happy. Seeing customers, he didn't dismiss the women. What's your name? Everyone calls me Black Boss. Gu Wanwan. My name is Super Rich.
Fu Jingchen, I am super wealth.
As usual, they checked the goods first. The black boss examined the items in the basket carefully, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. You two seem well connected. Where do you get your supplies? Gu Wanwan studied his face and understood. No comment. Fu Jingchen realized that this guy wanted to cheat them. The black boss didn't insist and lowered the price directly. Rice and flour 2 cents, coarse grains 5 cents, a chicken 1 yuan, pork 50 cents, a bag of milk powder 1 yuan 50, a watch 100, a sewing machine 120. Across the entire commune, only I can sell at this price. Boss, you're not sincere. Looks like we can't do business. Better to keep the goods for ourselves. A cent for rice, The grain station sells a jean of rice for 1 or 2 cents, and you need tickets and grain coupons. After speaking, Gu Wanwan slung the basket over his shoulder and stood up. Brother, let's go. The black boss pulled out a wooden pistol from his waist, signaling to his men. Put down the goods and tell us where you get your supplies, or don't think about reporting to the Little Red Team. Honestly, these markets are all under the Pigeon Tail Society. They are their cash cows. Complaining won't help. So, are you afraid now? Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen exchanged a glance and laughed mischievously. Why are you laughing? The black boss angrily fired at Gu Wanwan. Gu Wanwan raised his hand, creating an ice wall in front of him. The bullet shot straight into the ice wall. The scene before me was incredibly surreal, making it hard to believe I couldn't defeat the black market boss.
Who? Who are you?
He stammered. My followers grabbed their weapons and attacked. In the next moment, Fu Jingchen activated his lightning powers, sending countless bolts of lightning to strike the enemies, burning them badly. Gu Wanwan used her wood element abilities to summon a carnivorous plant, which swallowed all her subordinates on the ground. It was quick and thorough, leaving no trace. The black boss was so scared, he wet himself. Taking the chance, he tried to escape, but Gu Wanwan moved instantly and caught him in her vines, hanging in the air. You're a divine being. I didn't recognize my mistake, he begged. Gu Wanwan asked about other hideouts and then fed the black boss to the plant. Together, they worked to gather all the money and antiques in the courtyard, then moved on to 3 other black markets, raiding them all. They collected 40,000 yuan, 5 boxes of small yellow fish, and 10 boxes of old items. Raiding homes is more profitable than selling goods at the black market. Let's go to the Pigeon Tail Society and Kogongda's place next. While sneaking into Kogongda's house, they unexpectedly met someone they didn't expect. It was none other than Fu Xiangling. Captain Ko, I want to report Gu Wanwan for illegal trading. She's having clothes made and sold. When are you going to arrest her in Yangyang village? Hearing this, Kogongda's eyes lit up briefly. Then he calmed down. Based on his experience, whenever Gu Wanwan was in trouble, she always found a way to handle it. Did you report her to the Pigeon Tail Society? Isn't she your future sister-in-law? Does Fu Jingchen know you betrayed him? You and the Pigeon Tail Society are not on the same side. Gu Wanwan is our common enemy. Fu Xiangling clenched her fists. Now that her family was divided, Fu Jingchen had even more reason not to come home. I really want Gu Wanwan to die. She stole my brother Jingchen, and she destroyed my Gu family. Kogongda stroked his chin, his mischievous eyes sizing up Fu Xiangling's slender figure. Unlike Ganqi, who was beautiful and charming, she was young. To use me to ruin Gu Wanwan, you'll have to pay a price. Fu Xiangling understood what he meant and took a step back instinctively. As long as Gu Wanwan falls into your hands, do whatever you want with her. She's 1,000 times more beautiful than Ganqi. I don't believe you wouldn't be tempted. Better yet, ruin her reputation. You can't touch me. My brother is the squad leader. Kogongda wasn't uninterested. He just couldn't stomach it. Thinking of Gu Wanwan's wild and bizarre antics, he lost all interest. Who can endure the torment of the domineering woman? Fu Xiangling's suggestion was clearly a bad idea, using him and then wanting to kill him. Relying on Fu Jingchen as her backing, Fu Xiangling didn't take Kogongda seriously. Little did she know, her ignorance and stubbornness would trap her in an endless abyss. As Kogongda approached step by step, Fu Xiangling had no time to escape, let alone realize they were in Kogongda's territory, where his lover lived. Stop, we are accomplices. How can you? Her words were cut off as Kogongda pulled her into the bedroom, starting an inappropriate live broadcast. Gu Wanwan clicked her tongue, thinking, if I don't act, I'll die. If I do, I might die too. She silently took out a voice recorder. Aren't you going to rescue your sister? Your stepmother will be upset if she finds out. These days, losing innocence can have serious consequences. But even as she said this, she made no move to help. People must pay for their own bad deeds. Fu Jingchen watched coldly, letting Fu Xiangling face the consequences herself. Harming others ultimately harms oneself. Respecting others' fate and being kind to enemies is cruelty to ourselves. His wife was his bottom line. Any violation meant zero mercy. Gu Wanwan smirked mischievously. Would you mind if I gave you some fertility medicine? No matter what his wife did, Fu Jingchen supported her unconditionally. If it happens once, the Fu family will be lively with new additions. They ignored the screams and cries coming from the bedroom and quickly looted 20,000 yuan and a box of small yellow fish from the cellar and dark room. For now, they temporarily confiscated the obvious items and planned to come back in a few days. Perhaps Kogongda was too cautious. There was no radio in the house. No worries, she would modify the radio and set up a special enemy package. Anyway, Kogongda was just a dog of the lower family. After looting the house, Kogongda and Fu Xiangling finished their task. Including Fu Xiangling's struggle, it took exactly 10 minutes. Fu Jingchen leaned close to his partner's ear and whispered, "So fake. Someone like me wouldn't be so fake." Gu Wanwan twitched her mouth. "Fake or not, you'll find out when you try. Some people look good but are useless." Fu Xiangling clenched her clothes tightly, trembling as she supported herself on the wall, her hair messy, tears streaming down her face. Despair and pain overwhelmed her. She regretted being overconfident, coming alone to negotiate with Kogongda, only to end up losing her innocence. She felt unclean now. Would Jingchen still dislike her if he found out? Kogongda lit a cigarette. "You're already mine. Do you still expect Fu Jingchen to marry you? If I told him that you and I have already..." Fu Xiangling shook her head in terror. "Don't say it. Otherwise, I'll report you for harassment." Kogongda confidently said, "Red flag commune. This is my territory. Follow me, and I won't treat you badly. Come back tomorrow, and we'll discuss the details of capturing Gu Wuan. Keep a close watch and report anytime." After speaking, he handed Fu Xiangling 20 yuan as a reward for her transformation from girl to woman. Fu Xiangling was stunned, clutching the money tightly. "Gu Wuan, you're the one who ruined my reputation. Since I suffer, you won't be better off. I swear, I will cut you into pieces." Gu Wuan was speechless. Did Fu Xiaomei cause trouble and then get harmed herself? Is that my fault? Fu Jingchen sneered coldly. People like her blame everything but themselves. They don't deserve sympathy or redemption. The two left Kogongda's house and went to his wife's home, where they emptied all the hidden money and valuables. Then they headed to the Gawei Society, raiding the warehouse. All these items were stolen from capitalists, and they took everything cheaply. They searched through everything, skipping the deputy director of the society, but took all other deputies and minor henchmen. The deputy director's name was Qin, married to Sister Lin. The main director was Jin, who was close friends with Kogongda and Li Wuda from Qingshan. Basically, they were all the same. Since he was the main director, his family had plenty of resources, and the black markets under his protection had been well fed over the years. After the raid, they collected over 50,000 yuan in cash, along with several old items and gold bars hidden at the bottom of a well. While the main director was away, they directly emptied his house completely. They even took the tiles and kitchenware. The large house was now empty and silent, nothing left inside. After finishing everything, the two entered the space and prepared a delicious seafood feast. Thanks to the space upgrade, Fu Jingchen unlocked a small part of the sea, and Gu Wuan threw all the live seafood collected from modern times into it, allowing them to breed and ensuring endless seafood in the future. The freshwater lake was also fully stocked with live freshwater fish and small lobsters. Recently, they placed beehives, and the bees worked hard pollinating and collecting honey. The fruit and nut trees in the forest didn't need Fu Jingchen's attention. They were full of ripe fruit. Of course, the fruits were categorized because the space land was divided into spiritual fields and ordinary black soil. The ordinary fruits were meant for sale, irrigated with spiritual spring water, making them much fresher and juicier than outside, very good for health. Eating them regularly strengthens the body. The rich, flavorful fruits were kept for their own consumption. After dinner, the two left the space, pocketing some money, and planned to buy a house for easier future transactions. I spent some money through a friend to find out about the house seller. I bought a 2-courtyard house and a small Western-style house for about 2,000 yuan. Gu Wanwan took some rice, flour, and meat from her space and carried it to the neighboring courtyard. She just happened to see Tang Yuan's family being kicked out. "Don't, this is my home." The red team rushed in to loot, taking everything they could carry. If they couldn't take it, they smashed it. The room was only 10 square meters. They searched thoroughly, but couldn't find anything valuable. An old, weak woman and a child lay on the ground, pale and covered in scars. The little girl, about 3 or 4 years old, had yellow hair and was malnourished. She was scared and curled up in her mother's arms. Neighbors saw this but didn't help. Instead, They joined the red team in making things worse. That's our house. It's public property.
Get out.
Old Nine isn't fit to live here. What if he ruins my child's future? Catch them and criticize them. Capitalists and bad elements. Actually, the neighbors had their own thoughts. They wanted to chase Tang Yuan's family away so they could use the empty rooms. The rooms were small but complete. My father and grandfather will come back. The house will be ours again.
Tam Juan cried dead per ten.
As long as he had the land deed, the house belonged to the Tang family. Despite years of sneers and insults from neighbors, they still held on to their home. First, they had nowhere else to go. No matter where they went, they couldn't escape the red team searches. Second, if they left and their father and grandfather returned, they wouldn't be able to reunite. The red team raised their hands to slap Tang Yuan, but Gu Wanwan kicked them away. This scene stunned the neighbors watching the show. She was so brave to dare offend the red team. Tang Yuan looked up with tears on his face. When he saw Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen, it was like seeing a divine angel descend from the sky. Big sister Wan, brother Jingchen. Gu Wanwan squatted down, took out 2 pills from her space, and fed them to the mother and daughter. She then took out her water bottle, mixed in some spiritual spring water, and gave it to them. Their pale faces became a little rosier. Cough cough, you are Xiao Yuan's onbao sister Gu Jiqing, thank you. Grandma Tang held Gu Wanwan's hand and said anxiously, Gu Jiqing, you must leave quickly. Don't get involved with us. Fu Jingchen patted her shoulder. It's been a few days. You've become so disheveled again. Tang Yuan sniffed and wiped his nose. Somehow, with Sister Wan and Brother Chen present, his restless heart gradually calmed down.
Who are you?
How dare you block our law enforcement? Are you related to that old scholar? I advise you to go back and investigate or else. The leader of the red team hadn't finished speaking when Fu Jingchen immediately punched him.
Ow.
Attack now. No matter who the target was, if they refused, they fought back. This was the usual way for the couple. In just a few moves, the red team was knocked to the ground. You're finished. I'll report to the authorities to arrest you. Fu Jingchen directly pressed his special badge in front of the red team leader, speaking quietly so only the two of them could hear. Cases handled by the special department. Anyone interfering will face harsher punishment. The red team leader's mouth opened wide, almost big enough to fit an egg. He had been told that certain groups of people should not be provoked, especially key mentions of national special talents and mysterious departments. Particularly the latter, offending them could lead to family-wide investigations for generations. If only he had known that Tang Yuan's family had such powerful backing, he wouldn't dare cause trouble no matter what. Fu Jingchen's gaze was sharp as a blade. Don't spread this around. Don't cause trouble for Tang Yuan's family. You know the consequences. The red team leader looked terrified, nodded quickly, and hurriedly apologized to Tang Yuan. Then he and his subordinates slunk away in defeat. The neighbors were stunned. The red team had been driven off for the first time ever. Tang Yuan understood that Fu Jingchen was the team leader, so he didn't have many doubts. Thank you, Sister Wan and Brother Jingchen. If it weren't for you, my sister, and I wouldn't have a mother or a father. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law helped each other up, their faces full of gratitude. Gu Wanwan took out a few big white rabbit candies for the little girl. Go inside and pack your things.
Come with me. But
Tang Yuan hesitated, glancing back at the messy little house. Stop fussing. This place is no longer livable. Gu Wanwan entered the house. Since they were leaving, she wouldn't let the troublesome neighbors get any benefit. They dismantled the simple stove, took away the pots, tore down the windows and doors, and made a hole in the wall. It looked no better than ruins. The mother and daughter sighed silently, packing their belongings. Each only had one set of clothes to change into. The food in the house couldn't last, either stolen by the red team or the neighbors. They couldn't stay anymore, but where would their family go? The neighbors watched helplessly as the small house turned into a wreck, their eyes filled with tears of pain. Yet they had no reason to stop Gu Wanwan from destroying it. After all, the owner was Tang Yuan's family. Those who wanted to take over had given up. The the house was too small and broken, and repairing it would cost too much, not worth it. Along the way, Tang Yuan introduced his family to the two of them. His family included Grandpa Tang, Grandma Tang, his father Tang Dong, his mother Guan Yulian, and his 4-year-old sister Tang Tang. Gu Wanwan held the little girl's head and arrived at the newly purchased second courtyard. She opened the door and invited their family inside, saying, "You can stay here for now." Fu Jingchen understood her meaning and went to the kitchen with rice, flour, and meat, while also picking up some ingredients and seasonings.
Wow.
Tang Tang's eyes sparkled as she looked at the new house, both surprised and uncertain. She looked up and asked Sister Wanwan, "Can we really live here?" Gu Wanwan patted the girl's head and said, "Yes, Tang Tang. You can choose a room yourself." Tang Tang cheered happily and ran excitedly into the house, selecting a room in the second courtyard. Tang Yuan and his mother-in-law thought that Gu Wanwan might need to work in the front yard, so they also chose a room in the second courtyard. "Sister Wanwan, I can't just live in your house for nothing. Wait for me." Tang Yuan ran out quickly, then returned sweaty and holding a delicate purple sandalwood box. "This is for you. It might not be worth much, but I will repay you someday." The mother and daughter-in-law looked at her hopefully. "Gu Jiqing, please accept it. Otherwise, we won't have the face to stay here." Gu Wanwan opened the box and saw it was filled with expensive antique jewelry from the future, such as jade rings and imperial green jade, each worth a lot. Originally, these treasures were meant for the reborn heroine, but she had taken them first. "All right, I'll accept it. Consider it your rent," she said. Then she took out 200 yuan and handed it to Tang Yuan. "To me, these treasures are very valuable." Tang Yuan refused to take the money. "I have more at home. Sister Wanwan, I like these. When I go digging, I'll find more for you." Gu Wanwan pushed the money into his hand. "Think of it as my investment in you. Work for me in the future. Tomorrow you and Tang Tang should go to school. Knowledge can change your fate. When I have time, I'll take you to the county town. Your father and grandpa might be there." "Oh, Annie, do you and your family know how to make clothes?" "The processing fee is 50 cents to 1 yuan per piece." The mother and daughter-in-law nodded. "Yes, we can do that." Tang Yuan couldn't help but cry happily.
Good.
Gu Wanwan felt very pleased. She thought that once the White Lotus found her broken house again, Tang Yuan's family would have already left, and her future savings would have flown away early. Under the watch of the family of 4, the two left the second courtyard. On the way, they met Sister Chiao, the manager of the supply and marketing cooperative. "Wanwan, what a coincidence. My Yuanbao misses your Anbao and keeps asking me to take him to find you," Sister Chiao said warmly, holding Gu Wanwan's hand. "If you need anything, just tell me. I've kept some defective fabric. Do you want some?" Gu Wanwan suddenly remembered an important matter. "Sister Chiao, I really have something important to ask you."
Please listen to me.
Sister Chiao patted her chest. "We're friends, so just tell me what you need. I'll help you handle it." Gu Wanwan straightforwardly said, "Director Hug isn't the factory director at the machinery plant, right? Can you help us get a tractor?" Sister Chiao didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. "Leave it to me." Because there was someone she disliked at the supply and marketing cooperative, Gu Wanwan didn't go shopping there. Sister Chiao took Gu Wanwan to her brother's textile factory and also helped her place an order. "Sister Lin told me you have connections to bring in supplies. My brother is the factory director, and their cafeteria is worried about not being able to buy enough grain." Gu Wanwan liked dealing with clever people. "No problem, no problem. Whatever business you need, Sister Chiao. Don't hesitate to ask." "That's great." Sister Chiao was very happy. Although she was the director of the supply and marketing cooperative, there were many things she couldn't get like grain, brown sugar, milk powder, and meat. The city's staple food was rationed, bought with ration tickets. You couldn't eat more unless you tried your luck in the black market. Gu Wanwan smiled and suggested, "Or maybe I can supply Sister Chiao with goods, and she can help sell them." Sister Chiao happily agreed and verbally ordered a batch of goods from Gu Wanwan. Since she didn't have much cash on hand, they agreed to pay after selling the goods the first time. Director Chiao learned that the two had connections, and since it was introduced by her sister, she was very friendly and grateful. Just call me Brother Chiao. Thank you for saving my nephew and solving the urgent problem at our textile factory. To be honest, we're almost out of supplies. As they walked and talked, Gu Wanwan's sharp eyes caught a pile of flawed fabric stacked in the corner. Brother Chiao, do you still want these fabrics? Brother Chiao was honest. These fabrics are no longer useful in the factory. They're worse than flawed fabric, heavily stained, faded, and badly dyed. They can't be washed clean. Each piece is 40 feet long, sold in bulk at a very low price to processing plants, 6 yuan per piece. They use them to make mops. Gu Wanwan thought for a moment and asked, "Can you sell them to me?" Brother Chiao was surprised, but then cheerfully nodded. "There are over 100 flawed fabric pieces here. Are you sure you want all of them? If yes, I'll sell them for 5 yuan each. Do you want me to give you a certificate?" Although she didn't know what Gu Wanwan planned to do with the waste fabric, in the end, she would sell it, right? Gu Wanwan smiled faintly. "Thanks, Brother Chiao. Just write it as I said." Normally, a meter of cotton cloth from the supply and marketing cooperative costs about 1 yuan 20, and a 40-foot roll contains about 13 meters. You also need cloth tickets, but not everyone has tickets these days. This is considered a benefit she gives to Xiangyang village. I arranged for Brother Chiao to get 1 pig, weighing 300 jin. At 1.4 yuan per jin, that's 420 yuan. I also got 1,000 jin of coarse grains at 0.3 yuan per jin, plus 500 jin of rice and white flour, each costing 0.7 yuan per jin. All without tickets, at wholesale prices. Sister Chiao can buy at this price too. When factory director Chiao heard this, he was very excited and gave Gu Wanwan a thumbs up. "My goodness, this is much cheaper than the black market. Wanwan, you're amazing." His nephew's luck changed for the better because of Wanwan. He wouldn't have to worry about food and supplies anymore. So, factory director Chiao, along with his sister, joined the resale business. Total is 2,120 yuan. Minus 500 yuan for the cloth, so you pay 1,620 yuan, right? During a break from discussing business with his wife, Fu Jingchen took some supplies from his space and drove them to the textile factory. Director Chiao ordered workers to load 100 rolls of cloth onto the truck. The siblings and Gu Wanwan also made arrangements for their next order. Meanwhile, Gu Wanwan threw a basic purity charm into the cloth, instantly removing most of the dirt and stains. She deliberately made the cloth look like the defective fabric from the supply and marketing cooperative. After finishing, Fu Jingchen and his wife happily returned to the village in a convoy. Since Lu Laishi was pregnant and didn't cause real harm to Gu Wanwan, the police only gave her a warning and released her. Lu's family and Zhang's family remained detained. Lu Laishi, who liked to be mistreated, refused to believe her parents' true nature even though they blamed her for their crimes. As soon as she returned to the village, she begged Fu's family to pay to rescue her mother. She hated Gu Wanwan even more, calling her the main culprit. However, before Lu Laishi could step into the Fu family, Shin Chunman blocked her outside. "You're not my daughter-in-law. Why are you here? My eldest son doesn't want you anymore. We have no money, and even if we did, we wouldn't give it to you." Lu Laishi grabbed her mother-in-law's clothes and begged desperately, "Mother, I have your precious grandson in my belly. Please, for the sake of the grandson. Besides, aren't our parents going to support us in the future?" After venting her frustration, Shin Chunman became even more domineering. She made Fu Luo's family afraid to provoke her. Under her strong control, Fu Yuxiao and his wife had to obediently work hard. "Your mother doesn't care about the grandson. Stop threatening me with your belly. If I rely on you to support me, I'll probably starve to death. When your mother comes back, she'll definitely keep causing trouble and send things to support her family. I'm not that naive." Fu Yijin saw that his mother was not listening to reason, so he knelt down and begged her, "Mother, I beg you. Chunya and Xiaoyao are also begging you." Lu Laishi glared at her sisters, as if warning them. "Grandma, please, we want our mother. We don't want to be like Anbao, children without a mother. Chunya and Xiaoyao are young, but they understand everything. When their mother left, their father would remarry, but the stepmother was not their real mother and would mistreat them. When their father and the stepmother had children, they would no longer care about them. Several children in the village who relied on the stepmother for a living are clear examples. The stepmother is not a good person. Seeing that her mother-in-law was unmoved, Lu Laishi closed her eyes and fainted. Fu Yijin quickly picked up his wife and ran into their house. Shen Chunman could see through her eldest daughter-in-law's little trick, but her foolish eldest son believed her. Oldest son, you better watch your money. If Lu Laishi steals it, I won't help you support the family. Fu Jingchen drove the truck to the village center. When the villagers saw this, they gathered around. Gu Jiqing, something big has happened. Our village's cattle are sick. Shisong village has announced that they won't lend us cattle anymore. Our village doesn't have a tractor, and we've lost our working cattle. What are we going to do? It must be Shisong village's deliberate revenge. Otherwise, how could our cattle get sick? They probably poison them. Gu Wanfan guessed with her toes that Shisong village planned to use the cattle to force her to apologize and pay compensation. Fu Xiongling looked at Gu Wanfan and Fu Jingchen working together and couldn't help but think of how she was bullied by Ko Gongda. She was so angry her eyes turned red. Gu Wanfan, do you still have the nerve to come back? Because of you, Xiangyang village and Shisong village have fallen out, losing the village's property and benefits. How do you plan to compensate for the damages? Ma Lady, and she shared the same hatred. Our Gu Jiqing is very good at talking big. I heard my former mother-in-law boast that she plans to bring benefits to the village. Where are those benefits? We haven't seen any. Instead, she brought disaster to the village. Seeing Gu Wanfan become the target of everyone's blame, Lu Laishi felt very happy inside. Gu Wanfan, be sensible and go to the police station to release my parents and uncles, clear their records, and then go to Shisong village to negotiate compensation. You've detained so many people from my family without paying a few thousand yuan. This isn't over. Otherwise, Gu Jiqing, you pride yourself on being part of Yangyang village. Since you are so wealthy, just compensate Shisong village and be done with it. Anyway, you haven't lost much. Just settle things peacefully with the Lu family. You are the future daughter-in-law of the Fu family, sharing a roof with Lu Laishi. The two sisters-in-law need to get along. If you truly care about our village, you should sacrifice yourself, put aside personal grudges, and release the relatives from Shisong village. Do you really want to watch the two villages fight? Some extreme women from Qingshan village are waiting for a chance to get revenge. They don't care about Lu Laishi's family or their safety. They just want to suppress Gu Wanwan because Gu Wanwan destroyed the iron rice bowl in Qingshan village. This caused the villagers' living standards to drop and lost most of their income, making life hard for them. As a result, these women from Qingshan lost their sense of superiority. In contrast, the poor Yangyang village has been steadily developing step by step. Recently, Widow Jiang was forced to go to the fields. In just a few days, she lost her elegant, privileged appearance. Since we have many people, let's take her to Shisong village. Gu Jiqing, although you are my son's boss's partner, if you do something wrong, you have to accept punishment. In ancient times, it was said that princes and commoners were equally responsible if they broke the law. Sorry, but you offended the whole village. Everyone looked at each other, but didn't dare to make a move. Most villagers stayed calm. Their eyes on Widow Jiang looked just as foolish as anyone else's. The loudest women from Qingshan village also dared not act rashly. They only had words, but no real fighting strength. Gu Wanwan is a fierce person who once knocked out Li Wuda's 3 sons with one punch. Let's fight if we must. Who's afraid? Qingshan village is my defeated territory. Shisong village? Nothing special. Gu Wanwan raised an eyebrow. She had never lost before. It's just a sick cow, not untreatable, she added confidently. Fu Jingchen was extremely confident in his wife's medical skills. My wife considers herself second best in medicine. No one surpasses her for first place. Guess who might have malicious intentions towards my wife? It could be Gan Qi, Ma La Ti, women from Qingshan village, or maybe. His sharp, indifferent gaze swept past Fu Xiongling, not lingering for even a second. Fu Xiongling felt her heart ache and couldn't breathe, as if she had been hit with 1,000 points of damage. Qian Mei and Aunt Lu immediately rushed to the scene and started arguing. It's clearly the Lu family and Zhang family's fault. They shouldn't have meddled in public housing or slandered the military. Everyone knows that the captain of Shisong village is from Zhang's family, so he naturally favors his own village. It's personal revenge. Every year, the village rents cows to him, and he always cheats them. If one day your family is taken over and thieves insult your parents and children, can you tolerate it? Can you allow them to continue doing evil? Bad people don't get punished, but good people are often bullied. Sister Wan, don't listen to their nonsense. You are a good example in Xiangyang village. Everyone sees what you've done for us. Zhao Guoming mustered his strength. Sister Wan, this isn't your fault. Don't listen to their lies. We will find a way. I will apply to the commune. Deputy Secretary Ding said coldly, do you think the commune will approve? They're already unhappy about us building the school secretly. This time, the excellent team probably won't succeed either. In my opinion, Gu Jiqing should just soften a bit, sacrifice a little for the greater good, and the villagers will appreciate your sincere effort. Zhao Guoming rolled his eyes. Make Sister Wan soften? That's just humiliating her. No way. Sister Wan is right. Our Xiangyang village is right. We won't bow to evil forces. If Shisong village wants to punish us, let them. It's just a few cows. Why be so arrogant? The leaders of the commune will see the changes and growth in Xiangyang village sooner or later. Gu Wanwan raised her hand and gave Zhao Guoming a look. Captain, let's focus on the cows first. Zhao Guoming recognized her look and suddenly understood. Sister Wan has found a solution. Gu Wanwan went to the cow shed, used her wood element powers to check the cow's health, and concluded someone maliciously poisoned them. They haven't eaten much, so detoxing will fix it. Then she took a water bottle, poured some spiritual water, and added a medicinal herb for the cows to drink. At first, the cows were very weak and didn't want to move. But once they smelled the spiritual spring water, they eagerly drank it all up. After drinking, they even showed affection to Gu Wanwan, wanting more water. The cows gained energy, and Zhao Guoming felt relieved. He noticed that Sister Wan and the others were driving a large truck back to the village. Sister Wan, this truck. There are benefits I brought for the village inside. We'll sell them tomorrow. Old Zhao, if everything goes well, our village will soon have a tractor. I'm waiting for my friend's reply. Don't tell the villagers about this for now. That's great. Zhao Guoming was so happy, he almost floated. Following Sister Wan, he felt like he was getting something good. Back at the village center, Zhao Guoming cleared his throat. Everyone, be quiet. The cows in our village have been cured by Gu Jiqing. He has good news to share with us. Just to clarify, those who slandered or excluded Gu Jiqing earlier will not get this benefit. Fu Jingchen opened the truck, which was filled with fabrics. Some of these fabrics have flaws, but they're still usable. Tomorrow, I'll sell them at my partner's house. 1 meter costs 80 cents. No receipts needed. When these words were spoken, the whole crowd erupted in surprise. Oh my, is it really so cheap? Flaws aren't a problem. The issue is that even with flaws, we can't buy it. It's all internal staff at the supply and marketing cooperative handling it. I doubt even the sales clerks have ever seen such cheap fabric. The faded and dyed parts of these fabrics are very small, and they look like floral patterns. In the city, people call this fashion. Some dirty spots can be washed clean easily. The main point is, it's only 8 cents per meter. Where else can you find such a deal? The cotton fabric at the supply and marketing cooperative costs $1.20 per meter, and you need cloth coupons. Ordinary folks like us don't have that many coupons. I plan to queue early tomorrow. Exactly. Because I don't have enough cloth coupons, I haven't made new clothes in a long time. Today, I found a big bargain. I need to prepare money to make a few new outfits for my children. Fu Xiangling's fierce face carried a hint of scheming. The effort was effortless, and at last, she seized the opportunity to profit from Gu Wuan. Besides her, Lu Laishi and Ma Late were secretly planning to go report her, and they did so. Every move of theirs was noticed by Gu Wuan, who subtly curled her lips in a mysterious smile. At dawn, villagers started lining up outside the yard. Fu Jingchen moved several tables outside and placed all the fabrics on them. Before sales began, uninvited guests arrived. Gu Jiqing, someone has reported you for profiteering. There is evidence and witnesses. Please cooperate with our investigation. Since villagers all wanted to buy fabric cheaply, almost everyone in the village queued early, including Fu's family members. Yeah, I didn't think this was profiteering. Did we make a mistake? Captain Ko, they won't arrest us too, right? Nonsense. We haven't bought anything, so it doesn't count. Don't arrest us. If anyone should be taken, it's Gu Jiqing and Fu Jingchen. They're the ones selling the fabric. Qian Mei disdainfully snorted. Good. That means fewer troublemakers buying fabric. Now my sisters can buy more. Lu Auntie also came early to queue. Wuan is always careful in her work. Would she be foolish enough to give someone a reason to arrest her? Don't forget, Wuan had a job before going to the countryside. Selling this fabric must be related to her work. Some villagers, hearing this, felt reassured, but others who were more timid and cautious decided to retreat. Gu Wuan swept away the hesitant villagers trying to shift blame, pulling each of them into her blacklist. Those who wanted benefits but were afraid of trouble would have no chance. Seeing how grand the arrival of Kogongda was, Fu Xiangling couldn't help but imagine the tragic scene of Gu Wuan being arrested. Lu Laishi couldn't hide her joy in her heart. She finally had the chance to take revenge on her family. If she had known it would turn out like this, she wouldn't have done it in the first place. Gu Wanwan handed over money and the house to her family, but did it have to cause such trouble? Now it's too late to regret. She just returned to her husband's family yesterday. The first thing she did was 40 yuan from Fu Yijin, the family money, and deliberately took out 10 yuan to deceive her younger sister-in-law, helping her report to the commune. As for Ma Lai, there was no need to mention it. Gu Wanwan hated her so much, she was itching to scratch. She took her new mother-in-law, Widow Jiang, to the commune. On the way, they met Fu Xiangling and Yucue Hua, and the group joined together to report. More people mean more strength, as always. Secretary Ding secretly approved and supported this, but Gu Wanwan was bound to lose this game. What about the future wife of the squad leader? Crime should be punished, and maybe she could use this chance to bring down Fu Jingchen and make room for her own husband. Then she would become the top squad leader's wife. Her dream was beautiful, but reality was cruel. She had completely forgotten that her husband was just a platoon leader, and even if he was promoted, he would only be a deputy battalion commander. You say Gu Jiqing is involved in illegal activities, but why does she have to do it so openly, even more boldly than black market traders? Doesn't she know the authorities are cracking down? Secretary Ding pretended to sigh. Fu's family. Why don't you advise her? Are you breaking the law? Fu Xiangling's original plan was to eliminate Gu Wanwan, but she never thought about ruining Fu Jingchen's future. She desperately signaled to Kogongda. Since she had cleared her name, she should keep her promise and not involve Fu Jingchen. Clearly, Gu Wanwan is causing trouble for brother Jingchen. He doesn't even know. Gu Wanwan, I beg you, let brother Jingchen go. You're going to ruin his future. If you truly love him, you should sacrifice everything for him. Do you have any conscience? Are you happy to see brother Jingchen dismissed and imprisoned? None of your business. Fu Jingchen remained indifferent and sharp-tongued as always. I will face everything with Wanwan. It's not that she won't let me, but I can't live without her. Can a fish survive without water? Tears burst from Fu Xiangling's eyes like broken beads. She turned around and begged her parents, Dad, Mom, please talk to brother Jingchen. Shin Chun was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. She felt her daughter was a stranger. Thinking of how Lu Laishi and her daughter had been whispering in the room yesterday and how her daughter had left suddenly, she wondered if her daughter had personally reported Gu Wanwan. The Fu brothers were quite conflicted. On one hand, they hoped the fourth son would help, but on the other hand, they envied his success. Fourth brother, I advise you to cut ties with Gu Jiqing. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be firewood. If you go in, what will happen to our family? Why not let Gu Jiqing go in first, and then you can find a way to save her? Though she said this, She was secretly opposed to Fu Jingchen's actions that might ruin the Fu family. Lu Laishi looked proudly at the two. Gu Jiqing doesn't deserve to be the daughter-in-law of the Fu family. My sister is the real fourth daughter, kind and hardworking. She would never do anything to hurt her brother. Unfortunately, he is now a prisoner and doesn't match my sister. Of course, if you hand over the money and job, apologize to my family, I might reluctantly consider helping you and my sister. This is your only chance. Do you want to try? Sun Xiahua glared at her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, you're really meddlesome. The fourth brother is about to be taken away, and you still think about matchmaking? Have you forgotten why you were kicked out of your husband's house? Do you have the nerve to care about the fourth brother's money? If it were up to her, everything should be divided fairly. Since the fourth brother is in jail, the savings are useless. Why not take them back to honor the Fu family? Old Madame Fu sharply said, take the unfilial one away. We won't stop you. Old Master Fu pretended to be troubled and said with disappointment, our Fu family has done everything for the fourth brother. Since you choose to collude with Gu Jiqing, don't blame us for breaking family ties. Fu Yuzhong turned his face away, refusing to look at Fu Jingchen, as if to say he was unfilial and deserved his fate. Only Shun Chunman stepped forward to speak for the two. The fourth brother isn't like that. He wouldn't do shady deals with Gu Jiqing. Yu Tsuehua felt she had avenged her great grudge and was very pleased. All the evidence is here, including the contraband. Captain Ku personally caught them. What is there to argue about? Everyone thought Gu Wanwan would be scared to tears, but she remained calm from start to finish. Oh, Captain Ku, we really keep meeting by chance. It seems we're destined. So many people came to see us? How awkward. Fu Jingchen looked at Ko Gongda with disdain. Tiring, isn't it? Captain Ku has tried to pick a fight several times. None of his attempts have succeeded. I feel embarrassed for him. They faced each other fearlessly, confusing the villagers. Normally, when caught doing shady deals, people would cry and make excuses or destroy evidence. With so much fabric here, it's impossible to hide it now. Secretary Ding was truly puzzled. Why, at this point, are the two still so arrogant in front of Captain Ke? Zhao Guoming believes he knows Wan Jie well. When she stays silent, she surprises everyone. Wan Jie's brother, Chen Go, surely has a secret weapon to protect himself. Secretary Ding, wasn't it you who reported us? You're trying to stop the village from getting benefits. Do you just dislike Gu Jiqing's success? Fu Xiangling is very anxious, desperately warning and hinting to Ko Gongda. But Fu Xiangling underestimates how ruthless Ko Gongda can be. He has waited a long time for this chance and won't give up easily. Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen are his biggest enemies in Qingshan village, and he must eliminate them completely. Fu Xiangling is nothing special, but after sleeping with him once, she's confident she can control him. Gu Jiqing is the mastermind. Fu Jingchen is involved too. They're both accomplices. Take them all along with those dirty goods. Fu Jingchen steps in front of Ko Gongda. Move aside. Don't interfere with my wife selling cloth. If you upset her, I'll report you to the authorities for personal revenge. Gu Wanwan scoffs. Captain Ko, you just raided your brother Li Wuda's hideout and caught his two sons. Are you still holding a grudge? This is the strangest couple Ko Gongda has ever encountered, crazy and wild, stubborn and unyielding. If you don't cooperate, don't blame us for taking people away. He pulls out his gun, intending to force them to resist the police, making the situation worse. Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen exchange a knowing smile, equally mysterious, equally angry at his incompetence. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoes across the sky. A lightning bolt strikes from above, directly hitting his gun. Ko Gongda doesn't have time to cry out in pain. A second bolt follows, causing him to smoke and collapse. Everyone looks up in shock. The heavens seem to be targeting Ko Gongda, once by chance but twice or 3 times. It seems he's done too many bad deeds, and heaven can't stand it anymore. Fu Jingchen, holding his partner's hand, quickly steps back and points upward. It's them. We don't accept being framed. At this moment, Ko Gongda's fear reaches its peak. He comes from a noble family, but has done many wicked things over the years. He doesn't believe in ghosts or spirits, thinking the village is haunted by imposters. But everything he's experienced reminds him there are divine beings watching from above. Doing evil will lead to being struck by lightning. Gu Wanwan looks at him calmly. Captain Ko, even if I give you a chance to catch me, can you really do it? I dare to sell things openly. How can you think I haven't prepared? Fu Jingchen calmly said, my partner and I knew someone might report us. If you want to report, go ahead. We're not afraid. We deliberately waited for you. I thought Captain Ko was smart, but I didn't expect him to be so careless. The investigation was sloppy, which makes people doubt your abilities. Are you qualified for this position? Don't worry, I will report this to your superiors. When Captain Ko heard this, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he might have been tricked. Do you dare say this isn't shady dealing? Gu Wanwan ignored him. Who wants to pick fabric first? Qian Mei and Aunt Lu immediately raised their hands, choosing fabric without caring about others. Those who picked first got more, which was very unfair. Sister One left the less flawed fabric for them, but they couldn't resist spending a lot of money. Qian Mei bought over 50 pieces, planning to make more clothes for herself and her son. Aunt Lu bought about half that amount, spending around 20 yuan. Such benefits are rare and hard to find. Surprisingly, the village chief's eldest daughter-in-law, Deng Xiuxiu, also bought more than 10 pieces of fabric. Villagers, worried and eager to buy fabric before it ran out, joined in the buying frenzy. Secretary Ding was stunned. Village chief, your wife is breaking the law. Aren't you going to stop her? Are you in on this too? Yu Tsuehua gritted her teeth. Qian Mei is one thing, but where does Lu Fengying get so much money? Could the village chief be corrupt? Aunt Lu spat. Can I earn my own money? My third son is a worker. Just you? Yu Tsuehua clearly didn't believe her. Captain Ko, the village chief, Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen have all been arrested. The evidence is solid. Why are you just standing there? If you don't act now, the fabric will almost be sold out. Sun Chunlian was a bit resentful about her mother-in-law making clothes for Gu Wanwan. To her, her mother-in-law was doing unpaid work. She didn't even go to the fields to make clothes, losing a worker's contribution, which meant less food for her family. Now her mother-in-law was spending money, and it was public money, including her share. If the money was all spent, would the Zhao family be left with nothing? Honestly, she was thinking about splitting the family. At first, she was happy that the main family had split off, thinking her sister-in-law's family would struggle. But unexpectedly, Deng Xiuxiu was doing well, often enjoying some luxuries, which made her very jealous. It turned out being the head of the family was so good that it made her want to split off her own family. Moreover, her third brother was saving money himself and no longer leaving all work to her mother-in-law. Their second family wouldn't benefit much, so she planned to discuss splitting the family with the head of the household later. Gu Wanwan shot a look of disdain at Fu Xiongling, as if saying, you dislike me, but can't do anything about it. Fu Xiongling clenched her fists, and Ma Late and Lu Laishi were also confused, as the situation was beyond their expectations. Ma Late didn't want to miss this chance. If he didn't succeed at once, he might cause trouble for his husband with Fu Jingchen. Captain Ko, we can testify. Don't ignore him just because he's the team leader. Lu Laishi nodded desperately. The Fu family doesn't care about him. Don't let the bad guys go free. Ke Gongda felt lucky, thinking they were just bluffing to scare him. He decided to go all out. Gu Jiqing, Fu Jingchen. Unless you can produce evidence to prove your innocence, I won't back down. Gu Wanwan took out her work ID and contract from her bag. This is my work ID from the department store in Fushur City. I am a purchasing and sales clerk. These fabrics are part of a partnership between the textile factory and my department store. I handle sales through legitimate means, with proper evidence. Are you sure you want to arrest me? If Captain Ku doesn't believe it, he can call the Fushur City police station or ask the department store. They all know the situation. Fu Jingchen looked serious. My wife is a young educated girl from Xiangyang village. She signed a contract with the textile factory to benefit our village. Is that illegal? The situation suddenly turned around, and Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen made a remarkable comeback. Ko Gongda stared at the ID in shock, never expecting this outcome. He had tried everything but didn't anticipate Gu Wanwan having a work ID. No wonder she was so confident. The villagers were stunned. Oh my, Gu Jiqing from the department store. So impressive. I always knew Gu Jiqing wouldn't break the law. Those who offended her earlier will have no benefits in the future. Captain Ko, you went to so much trouble for nothing. Now it's just a flaw, but next time, Gu Jiqing might produce some defective clothes, shoes, or other daily items. Those who offended her will be in trouble. Ko Gongda was furious, feeling like he had been played. It seems this was all a misunderstanding. Why didn't you show your ID earlier? Gu Wanwan said straightforwardly, Of course, I wanted to see you. Captain Ko, make a fool of yourself. You better tidy up your act. You're the first person to be struck by lightning. Your internal organs might be seriously injured without realizing it. If you didn't come to Xiangyang village, you'd be unlucky. You should also ask those who reported you to pay for your medical expenses. TSK, risking your life over a mistake. What a big loss. The next moment, Ma Lai looked quickly and blamed others. It wasn't me who reported it. I know who did. Fu Xiangling and Yu Tsuehua were nervous and panicked, rushing to cover each other's mouths. Unknowingly, their actions had already revealed everything. It turns out it's Fu Xiangling and the Ding family's house. The Ding family hates Gu Jiqing for taking away Fu Laosi, which I can understand. But what is Fu Xiangling? Isn't Gu Jiqing her future sister-in-law? Even harming her own family, I don't understand this. I heard Ding Yanli complain that Fu Xiangling likes Fu Jingchen, but not in a sibling way. No way. They're siblings. How could she have such thoughts? Why not? I heard Fu Jingchen isn't biologically from the Fu family. Fu Xiangling probably knew that, and since Fu Jingchen is talented and promising, who wouldn't want to marry into the family? Keep the good things for ourselves, right? The Fu family has already clarified that those rumors are false, and Fu Jingchen hasn't spoken. What's really going on? Villagers love gossip. Although the Fu family repeatedly claimed Fu Jingchen was their biological son, all signs suggested he might have been switched at birth. Suddenly, everyone in the village was talking about it. Old Fu and his wife looked very upset. They finally managed to drag Fu Jingchen into the mess, but he surprisingly turned things around. Fu Xiangling felt like her world was collapsing. Her ugly thoughts about Fu Jingchen had been exposed for everyone to see. How would the villagers view her in the future? Would Brother Jingchen think she was disgusting? It wasn't me.
It was my sister-in-law.
She paid me to report it because she hates Gu Jiqing and wants revenge. She threatened me with her unborn nephew, so I had no choice but to do it. Lu Laishi was furious and argued back. It was Fu Xiangling jealous of Gu Jiqing. She wants to be Laoxi's wife and take over the family. Shen Chunman looked displeased at her eldest son. Where did she get the money? Fu Yijin lowered his head, afraid to meet his mother's eyes. From the family savings. I couldn't refuse her, so I gave it. Shen Chunman slapped her son. You spoil her too much. If you're hungry later, don't come to me. I don't have a foolish son like you. Go get the money back. Lu Laishi frowned and refused to give in. Mother, we've divided the family. It's not wrong for me to manage the money. I respect you as my mother-in-law, but I hope you won't interfere with my household. It could ruin our marriage. A husband should pamper his wife and listen to her. If the money stays with her and she doesn't return it, she plans to keep it for her own family. Shin Chunman clearly understood Lu Laishi's character. She would rather go hungry herself than send money back to her family, fearing her eldest granddaughter might suffer later. Never mind, children and grandchildren have their own luck. Since the eldest son and granddaughter insist on keeping the girl, they must be prepared to face the consequences. Over there, Yu Tsuehua and Ma La were also fighting, blaming each other. Ma La just wants revenge. Gu Wanwan harmed her by getting her educated, which affected her husband. She wants to drag Fu Jingchen down to make room for her own husband. Secretary Ding knows about this. They can't stand Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen being close. I even saw Secretary Ding report to the commune, trying to stop Gu Jiqing from opening a school in the village. Think about it. Yu Tsuehua is from Qingshan village, and Secretary Ding is her son-in-law. He's definitely helping Qingshan village. The Ding family is secretly against us. Shuri Welling pulled Ding Qidong to stand up, saying, "My husband and I don't know about what our parents-in-law and sister-in-law did. Their actions have nothing to do with us." Ding Qidong nodded quickly. He was probably hurt deeply by Fu Jingchen. Shuri Welling had already given up and decided to live her own life. He also calmed down and took responsibility for earning money to support his wife. Seeing their son and daughter-in-law deny any connection, Ding's parents felt their hearts turn cold. "No, listen to me." Zhao Guoming argued back, feeling justified. He had been suppressed by Secretary Ding before, but now he could finally stand tall. Secretary Ding just can't stand that Xiangyang village is developing better than Qingshan village? Did Gu Zhijian offend you? Are you determined to eliminate him? Besides Gu Zhijian's wife, villagers' opinions of Secretary Ding plummeted. Secretary Ding uses his power for personal gain. He's not fit to lead Xiangyang village. We should report him to the commune and have him removed. He prefers Qingshan village. Just marry into Qingshan if you like it so much. With this traitor causing trouble, no wonder Xiangyang village can't become an excellent team. Secretary Ding should step down and we need a new leader. Secretary Ding was overwhelmed by the accusations and panicked. "Everyone, you've misunderstood. The team leader, please help me explain." Zhao Guoming rolled his eyes. He wasn't the kind to save enemies with kind words. Brother Chen and Sister Wanwan said they're explaining, but that's just covering up. I'll report this to the commune. Good luck to you. Kogonda shot a sinister glare at Fu Xiangling and hurriedly fled the scene. As soon as he left, villagers scrambled to buy cloth, making those who had offended Gu Wanwan jealous and resentful. "Gu Zhijian, you're generous. Can't you just let this go? We're all from the same village. We really want to buy cloth. Just give us some leeway." Gu Wanwan ignored them completely, as if they didn't exist. Shun Chun Man picked out a few pieces of cloth. Fu Jingchen paid for them himself, saying, "Your clothes are old. Make yourself a few new sets. As for those ungrateful people, just forget about them. Being kind to them is pointless. It's better to focus on living well yourself." Shun Chun Man, with red eyes, nodded. He even stopped making clothes for Fu Yuxiao. Lu Laishi and Sun Xiaohua saw this and happily moved closer. "Fourth brother, we are your sisters-in-law. Can we take a few more pieces?" Fu Jingchen replied coldly, "Get lost. You just insulted me and my wife earlier, told me to abandon her, and now you shamelessly ask for favors."
Scram.
"I am your eldest sister-in-law. How can you talk to me like that? Gu Jiqing is your wife. What's hers is also ours in the Fu family. These cloths are part of our family. I can take some of our own cloth without your permission." Lu Laishi's words were shocking and completely shattered his worldview. But Fu Yijin didn't think his wife was wrong. Instead, he felt it was natural. "Fourth brother, why can mother take some cloth, but we can't? Do you see us as brothers? Gu Jiqing, as your sister-in-law, you and your wife are one. What's wrong with giving some cloth to your sister-in-law or grandparents?" Old Madame Fu grew more confident. "Gu Jiqing, if you want to join our Fu family, you must listen to me. I won't sell these cloths cheaply. I want to take them home. Also, I want a department store job to be given to my son." Gu Wanwan, mentioning old Madame Fu, rudely threw a handful of dirt nearby into the field.
"Get lost."
"You want to take the department store job and cloths too? You're quite capable." Fu Jingchen's words sounded like a warning, but also carried a strong, commanding tone. "Old Fu, control your unreasonable wife, or I won't hesitate to expose your family's scandals." The villagers all spat in unison. The Fu family is shameless. Just now, they disowned their own kin for justice, and now they're desperately clinging on. It's disgusting. Within less than an hour, the 100 rolls of cloth were divided up. The villagers who had no right to buy cloth were furious and embarrassed. "Bah, it's just cloth. All they do is buy people's hearts. Next time, there won't be any.
But then,
Gu Wonwon raised her hand to signal everyone to be quiet. There will be more benefits next time. Now, everyone knows what I do for work. If any of you have mountain goods or similar things to sell, come find me. I buy everything, and my prices are better than the buying stations. For example, the small red lobsters from our village river, or the snails from the fields. Really? The villagers were overjoyed. The things Gu Jiqing mentioned could be easily gathered from the mountains or rivers nearby, with no cost, just some effort. Then after work, we'll go look. I can catch several sacks. The main point is that Gu Jiqing is managing the department store on behalf of Baihua Building, so there is no speculation or illegal trading involved. It is safe to buy and sell. Maybe soon, Xiangyang Village will surpass Qingshan Village and become wealthy. The villagers who couldn't buy fabric earlier are now full of regret. Now, the opportunity to make money has slipped away from them. Grandma Fu couldn't get any advantage and was forcibly taken away by Grandpa Fu. That job should go to the son.
your son isn't capable of that job.
Grandpa Fu knows his son's abilities well. He's not suited for business. Taking someone else's job, the department store won't accept him. Without proper conditions, there's no money. What's the point of working for nothing? Since that day, Shengyang Village has been busy catching small lobsters and snails. Anyone able to run or jump goes into the mountains to catch water creatures. Qingshan's wife initially made some teasing remarks, joking that villagers were working for Gu Wanwan for free. But when villagers caught dozens of pounds of small lobsters and sold them at 5 cents per pound, they earned 3 yuan in an afternoon. If they earned 3 yuan a day, isn't that more than a worker's salary in a month? Xiangyang Village isn't wealthy. Who is? Remember, normally these things are so cheap that people wouldn't even take them for free. Making money from them is truly a miracle. Zhao Guoming's family Deng Ziyunu has been relying on extorting Zhao Sime lately and is living quite comfortably. Thanks to Gu Wanwan's advice, she just found out that villagers are making good money catching small lobsters. She immediately took her husband and son, along with her family, to gather mountain goods and catch lobsters to earn money. Unexpectedly, they really earned 5 yuan. When she held the money in her hand, Deng Ziyunu felt satisfied. Earning her own money made her feel at ease when spending, giving her more motivation. She gradually shed her laziness. Sun Chuanlian stood in the yard with a dark face, feeling uncomfortable as she watched her mother-in-law happily holding cloves to find Gu Wanwan. She complained to Zhao Urge, who also thought his mother was a bit wasteful. The couple decided to bring up splitting the family at dinner. Aunt Lu just handed over goods to Wanwan, who paid 10 yuan for processing. She was about to share the money with her family to celebrate when she heard her second daughter-in-law arguing about splitting the household. To make the split go smoothly, Sun Chunlian had to muster her courage and speak up, "Mother, even if I'm unfilial, I have to say this. Please work the land properly. It's better than working for Gu Jiqing without pay. Why put so much effort? Although fabric is cheap, if you're going to spend money, at least tell us. 20-something yuan. That's public money. We still have to pay for the grandchildren's school fees. If our family keeps losing money, we'll end up with nothing. If you don't listen, we'll have to split the household." Brother Zhao Er remained silent, showing support for his wife. Zhao Guoming slammed his chopsticks on the table. "How much money do you two earn? It's always us supporting you. My wife spends money freely, and I'm happy to let her. Why should your mother have to work in the fields?" Aunt Lu felt cold inside. "Divide the second son's share, and you, third son, go call the relatives." Sun Chunlian secretly felt happy. She finally could take charge at home. Deng Ziyunu was pleased today because she earned some money. She cut a piece of meat to add to the meal and brought it to her parents-in-law, saying, "Dad and Mom, this is our way of showing respect to you." Aunt Lu was surprised, feeling like the sun was rising from the west. "You're thoughtful." Zhao Guoming was quite surprised. "Oldest brother, where did you get the money?" Deng Ziyunu proudly lifted her head, looking for praise. "I earned 5 yuan this afternoon catching crayfish with my family. I don't want to rely on my younger sister-in-law. My husband and I will earn money, and will be more filial to you in the future." Brother Zhao, usually simple-minded, scratched his head. He used to complain about Gu Wanwan, but now he respected her more because she was the boss of their family. Aunt Lu was truly impressed this time. Was this really her rebellious eldest daughter-in-law? You've thought it through. Mom is happy for you. As long as you work steadily, you'll get what you deserve. Deng Ziyuna showed off my life, your dreams. Younger sister-in-law can't envy this. Since she's moved out, she probably won't be jealous of the meat I give to mom and dad. Sun Chuanlian secretly vowed that after moving out, she would live better than the oldest family. To her, the mother-in-law's favoritism and not working in the fields made her the burden of the second household. Her top priority was to get rid of that burden. Brother Zhao Sen acted quickly and found relatives. With their witness, the second household smoothly divided the family. After Sun Chuanlian signed and stamped her fingerprint, she felt at ease. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. Whatever the older sister-in-law gets for retirement, we'll give the same. Winning or losing, anyone can say nice words. Now that the family had the money from the division, there was no need to worry about Mom's spending habits. Mom, even though there's retirement money and Dad's wages, you've been busy making clothes lately. Please spend less. Aunt Lu saw that everything was settled and was ready to start showing her strength. No need. I can spend my earnings however I want. I don't need to support the second household. I'm happy to be free. Sun Chuanlian didn't believe her and held back her laughter. Mom, that's foolish. Without working in the fields, where would the money come from? Remember I made 10 clothes for Wanwan? I just went to deliver them and earned 10 yuan. It was settled on the spot. A key moment for Aunt Lu arrived. She took some money out of her pocket and slapped it on the table. This is why I don't go out to work. I'll do a few more jobs, and my wages will probably match third brother's. I wanted to tell you at dinner that I earned some money, but I didn't expect the second son's family to argue over dividing the property. Looks like you're not lucky. Zhao Guoming heard his wife quietly earning 10 yuan and quickly gave her a thumbs up. More than my salary. You're amazing, wife. Aunt Lu felt very proud. From now on, I'll support you. We'll enjoy good food and a comfortable life. Sun Chuanlian felt a bit overwhelmed and regretted causing trouble. If they hadn't divided the property, her mother-in-law's earnings could have been used for their small family. But no matter how much she regretted it, the family was already split. Second brother Zhao felt very guilty. Mom, I was wrong. I misunderstood you. Aunt Lu sighed. Just focus on living your own good life and take responsibility for supporting the family. The next day, Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchun went to the machinery factory to prepare to bring back a tractor. It was said that Captain Shisong had used connections to get Lu Laishi's family released early. As soon as they were released, Captain Shisong deliberately brought people to Xiangyang village, seemingly pressuring Zhao Guoming. Zhao Guoming, what are your thoughts? Have Gu Jiqing come out and apologize. Lu Laishi was overjoyed when her parents returned home. With her family's support, her confidence grew. Captain Shisong, you and my mother are relatives. Don't let Gu Wanwan get away. If she doesn't apologize and make compensation, you should take action and let the villagers look down on her. Zhao Guoming ignored them completely. Oh, what a special guest. What wind brought Captain Shisong here? Sorry, your village's cattle are too precious. We won't borrow them. What if they get hurt? Captain Shisong's face stiffened. He had hoped to take the opportunity to criticize Zhao Guoming, but he didn't care about the cattle. In previous years, you borrowed from my Shisong village. Why not this year? Is the ox in Xiangyang village sick? Relying on just that one ox to work, carry people, and plow the fields, are you abusing the cattle? Of course, borrowing cattle from Xiangyang village wasn't free. They had to pay rent, which was a significant income for Xiangyang village. We won't borrow anymore. We can save some money. Zhao Guoming knew that Wanwan and Chen had gone to the machinery factory. If nothing unexpected happened, Xiangyang village probably had a tractor now. Not just this year. We won't borrow again in the future. Captain Nishimatsu didn't expect Zhao Guoming to be so firm. You should know that an excellent team doesn't belong to your village, Yuyang village. The villagers don't care anymore? The villagers. Suddenly, He looked over and saw the gossiping women who usually gather under the tree, busy collecting snails. Some of them were quite fierce, but now they seemed like diligent little bees. Zhao Guoming explained, "They are busy earning money." Captain Nishimatsu nodded loudly. "Speculation and trading?" A villager who was collecting snails spat and said, "What speculation? We earn money with our own hands, selling goods to Gu Jiqing. My whole family earned almost as much as workers yesterday. Our village's Gu Jiqing is the buyer and seller for the department store." Captain Ke came to arrest him, but didn't succeed. "Can our Yuyang village buy defective leather without a ticket for just 80 cents a meter? Do you have this benefit in your village? Who cares about your weak, sick cattle? They slow down our work. Our cattle have already been treated by Gu Jiqing. Someone is maliciously poisoning us, trying to stop Yuyang village from developing." Captain Nishimatsu wondered if he had come to the wrong place. Yuyang village was a poor village in the area, yet what he saw was lively and prosperous. Along the way, many villagers had changed into new clothes, each with excited and satisfied smiles, as if something big had happened. And indeed, it was good news. Hardworking families could earn 5 yuan a day. Secretary Ding had been worried sick lately. His reputation in the village was declining day by day. Villagers pointed at him whenever he went out. Seeing Captain Nishimatsu come to find trouble, he tried to turn the situation around. "Captain, they kindly lent us cattle. How can you refuse? Our village's redworms and snails, mountain produce, will be picked clean sooner or later. It's safer to go down the mountain. Grain is the most important. Why refuse the cattle just because of Gu Jiqing's small favors? You're ruining our village." Before he finished, they heard a series of loud engine noises. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchun arriving on a tractor. "Is that a tractor? Did I see it right? Oh my, Gu Jiqing can actually drive a tractor. That's amazing. Captain, what's going on? Is this tractor from our village?" Zhao Guoming raised his hand. "Everyone, be quiet. This tractor is brought here by Gu Jiqing and his wife. From now on, Yuyang village can use a tractor." Hearing the captain's approval, the villagers cheered together. "How is that possible? Without a permit, how could she get it? Could she have stolen it?" Captain Shisong suddenly felt like he had made a big mistake. Yangxiang village now had a tractor, so they definitely wouldn't lend cattle to Shisong village anymore. In other words, Shisong village doesn't have the ability to be stubborn, and they even lost some money borrowing cattle. Because of a few troublemakers, they offended Yangxiang village. One day, if they wanted to borrow a tractor from Yangxiang village again, they would have to ask Zhao Guoming for permission. Speaking of which, since Yangxiang village is managed by the commune, could the commune transfer the tractor to their own team? Everyone, let's applaud Gu Jiqing and Captain Fu for their contributions to Yangxiang village. Zhao Guoming led the applause. He knew the couple was capable and was amazed that they managed to get 2 vehicles so quickly. Secretary Ding's face suddenly fell, and he nodded numbly in agreement, feeling that the tractor's arrival was strange. No, he had to go to the commune to ask clearly, or else Gu Wanwan would be too proud. Gu Wanwan had been watching their expressions and understood what was happening. Trying to pressure through the commune? Unfortunately, her plan was wrong. These 2 tractors were not bought with permits, nor borrowed from the machinery factory. "Team leader, our village's oxen are tired. From now on, we'll use tractors. A few villagers will learn to drive them," said Zhao Guoming. "Don't worry, Sister Wan, leave it to me," Zhao Guoming said excitedly, proudly looking at the tractors. "Oh, Captain Shisong hasn't left yet? Maybe he's impressed by our tractors. We have 2, so your village's cattle can stay for your own use. Hopefully, you'll also get to use tractors soon." Captain Shisong's face turned red with embarrassment. He glared at the Lu family in frustration. This time, Shisong village suffered heavy losses. Deng Ziyunu didn't care whether Zhao Ge could drive a tractor. She was busy making money and living a full life. It was Sun Chunlian who sent Zhao Urge to learn how to drive tractors. No shame in asking relatives for help. After work, she took her children to gather mountain goods, snails, and small lobsters. Since almost the entire village was involved, They couldn't gather enough themselves, and even the mountain's outer areas were robbed by villagers. Sun Chuanlian once again regretted dividing the family. After the split, she realized their food supply was limited and had to be careful with expenses. Without her parents-in-law's support, they couldn't afford to indulge in meat often. The heavy burden of life now fell entirely on her and her husband. They had just started and were already struggling. In the future, she would also have to pay for her children's schooling. She was the one who insisted on dividing the family, but she had no right to ask for a united household. Her parents-in-law certainly wouldn't agree, and her older sister-in-law would mock her behind her back. Actually, she once thought about learning from her mother-in-law and making clothes for Gu Wanwan. She even tried to ask her mother-in-law to help her get closer to Gu Jiqing, but was rejected. First, because it would leave a bad impression on Gu Jiqing. Second, because she currently had no time. And third, because her sewing skills needed improvement. Through the promotion and bragging of villagers from Xiangyang village, the whole commune learned that Xiangyang village now had 2 tractors. Many team leaders from other villages came to see them, envying them greatly. Watching Xiangyang village change from poor to rich, those villages that were slightly better than Xiangyang must have felt unbalanced inside. Wanjie, something bad has happened. Aunt Lu told her about recent rumors she heard. I don't know which jealous person spread that your 2 tractors came from unknown sources, claiming they stole them from the machinery factory. Someone even went to the commune and the factory to ask, but they said they didn't give any tractors to Xiangyang village. Qian Mei added, and also, that turtle grandson from Shisong village applied to the commune to transfer our village's tractor to their village. Isn't that shameless? Gu Wuan smiled faintly, confidently saying, don't worry. If they don't leave, it won't work even if they move out of the commune. With Wang Jie's assurance, Aunt Lu felt more at ease and hurried home to tell her husband the good news. Qian Mei looked around and asked, by the way, where is your partner? School is on holiday. He took in Bao and the others up the mountain. Gu Wuan sensed the changes in Fu Jingchen and Bao's space and knew they hadn't been short of supplies on the mountain. Qian Mei munched on sunflower seeds and chatted. Ganqi was just released this morning. I wonder what tricks that fox spirit will cause this time. Now that I see my son no longer needs a crutch, she keeps approaching him, either falling down or running into him unexpectedly. I'm glad my son isn't interested in her. It's strange. Jing Chen is tall, handsome, and everyone loves him. How come Ganqi isn't interested? Just listening to Qian Mei complain, Gu Wuan guessed the heart of the green tea and white lotus. She probably just wants to follow the army. Xiangyang village can't keep her and Kogongda and Qingshan village won't let her off. It's not that she's not interested. It's mainly because I'm too outstanding and Jing Chen is too sharp-tongued. She knows she has no chance. While they were happily chatting, suddenly a couple with children knocked on Zheng Shirtsan's door. When no one answered, they went around to the backyard, trying to open the gate, but couldn't. Hey, neighbors, come open the door for us, they called. Probably used to being in leadership roles, they couldn't change this habit quickly. Qian Mei heard their tone and realized they weren't friendly. Who are you? I've never seen Sister Shirkan have relatives like you. Gu Wanwan immediately recognized that the visitors outside were Zheng Jiliang's parents and younger sister. No way. Zheng Jinian's younger sister, Zheng Mianmian, was surprised by the girl's beauty and felt she was no match, so she arrogantly said, You seductress, why won't you open the door? This is my sister-in-law's house, the place we will live in the future, right, Dad and Mom? I haven't asked you yet. Why is the yard connected to my sister-in-law's house? If something is lost in my home, can you pay for it? Zheng's father and mother nodded naturally. They came to Xiangyang village not only to rely on their son, but also to help Zheng Shirkan get back on his feet. In fact, they didn't know Zheng's parents had visited Xiangyang village. They thought Zheng Shirkan was still naive and innocent. Good girl. When your sister-in-law and brother come, we'll seal off the yard to prevent our family from being robbed. Zheng Mianmian looked around with disdain. Her pampered upbringing made her see herself as a noble young lady. Your sister-in-law's house is too small. How can it fit our family of 5? It doesn't match my noble status. Is that house next to her also your sister-in-law's? Zheng's mother patted her daughter's hand. Times are different now. Let your sister-in-law stay at the educated youth station. The house is for us to stay temporarily. Anyway, your sister-in-law has money. Later, she can buy us a house in town, so we won't have to live in the countryside and deal with common folks. Zheng's father agreed with his wife. The Zheng family was going through a tough time. Originally, he was to be demoted, but he used up his family's savings to save himself. Besides, he wasn't the main culprit and didn't cause real harm to Zheng's parents. The worst outcome would be losing his official position and his city status. They couldn't return to their own village, which would surely lead to ridicule from the villagers. In their view, Zheng Shirtson's money was their family's money, and they spent it without guilt. Qian Mei was disgusted by the Zheng family's arrogance. Hu Jiqing said he had a falling out with his family. I haven't heard that his parents came to rely on him, and he doesn't look like Hu Jiqing either. Gu Wanwan raised an eyebrow and sneered. That's Zheng Jiliang's sister-in-law's parents. Qian Mei was stunned for a moment, and then exclaimed, "Oh, so it's those unworthy former in-laws." Luckily, Sister Shirkan is smart and escaped the fire pit. Otherwise, she'd be worn down by her in-laws sooner or later. They did so many bad things to Zheng's parents, yet they still have the nerve to come find Shirkan. Shouldn't they have broken off the engagement long ago? Hey, Sister Shirkan only has one room. The one next door belongs to Hu Jiqing. Don't get involved. Zheng Mianmian was unhappy about this. It turns out that the biological mother is useless. The biological father ran off with his mistress, Hu Jiming.
What's so great about that?
His mother is just a rural woman, nothing special. She can't even control her own husband, so she deserves to be pushed aside by the mistress and her child. Gu Wanwan shot back without mercy, talking about being a rural woman. Isn't that you? Your family, Zheng Jiliang, didn't save anyone, relying instead on the Zheng family's support. Now, your Zheng family is still just villagers in the countryside. When you went to the city, you thought you were city folk. It must feel bad to be knocked back to your real status. Now your family is broke, and you can't survive in the city, so you come looking for your future daughter-in-law. What are you really thinking? You probably don't know that the mother of Hu Jiming, whom you look down on, is actually a noble phoenix with a very strong family background. Zheng Mianmian didn't believe it at all and deliberately challenged her. Hu Jiming's biological father's mistress has an even bigger background. He's the adopted daughter of a deputy county head. If it were me, I'd rather marry the county head's daughter than a pale-faced woman. He Yuanwei and Qinjili, hearing the news about the young recruits, came over to see what was happening. When they saw Zheng Jiliang's parents, they immediately felt uninterested. Zheng Mianmian's eyes lit up. She ran over excitedly. Back then, these two often flattered her and her family, and they were all well off. She was the daughter of a pigeon club officer with a noble status, so she naturally looked down on the children of capitalists. Unexpectedly, her family had fallen on hard times, and she no longer qualified to be picky. Instead of marrying a stranger with money, she thought it better to marry someone she knew well and who had money. Which one would be a better husband? Both men looked similar in appearance. It was a sweet dilemma. Should she take both? Brother He, Brother Chen, long time no see. Zheng father and Zheng mother held a proud attitude. In the past, they willingly served as little followers to these two, flattering them and their daughter, secretly sending them many good things. Now, things had changed. They decided to give these two a chance. If they wanted to marry their daughter, they had to show sincerity and attitude. The couple planned to extract a lot of money from them, but He Yuanwei and Qinjili, seeing this, backed away like they saw germs, showing disgust. Don't come near us. We're not familiar with the Zheng family. Meanwhile, Hu Jiming rode his bicycle, carrying Zheng Shirtson back from the commune. So, my parents? You always remember them, right? Zheng's father and mother could no longer maintain their proud attitude and had to soften their tone. Are we really that old? My son is Zheng Jiliang, and you even used to give us money. Chen Jili glanced disdainfully. Uncle, Auntie, don't think you're still the proud members of the Pigeon Tail Society. You work at the street office, but you've all been fired. Everyone knows about your bad deeds. In the past, they flattered you because of your status. Now that you have nothing, what is there to flatter? He Yanwei felt sick just thinking about Zheng Mianmian. He frowned and complained, Zheng Mianmian, you looked down on us before. Now that the Zheng family is struggling, you want our favor. Why do you think we would choose you? Your family isn't a good match. Do you even look in the mirror? You're very ugly, you know? When we tried to flatter you, it was almost disgusting. And you still act so pretentiously, it makes people sick. Hu Jiming is much better than Zheng Jiliang. He is our true leader. Zheng Jiliang is just a useless man who relies on women to get ahead. Without women, he can't survive. Zheng Shirkan no longer wanted Zheng Jiliang. It's a mistake to rely on Zheng Jiliang. He can't even take care of himself. Dream on about me giving you money to support you. Your daughter isn't a beauty, and even common folks wouldn't be interested in her. Zheng's father and mother turned red with anger. The once flattering, lowly people had now climbed to their heads and caused them distress. Shut up. If it weren't for me, your capitalist ancestors would have been wiped out long ago. He Yanwei looked at them with disdain. You accepting bribes is just ridiculous. Besides, you're no longer working at the Pigeon-Tail Society. What ability do you have to cover everything? Without the Zheng family, what can the Zheng family do? Even your own village is too scared to return. Coming to a strange place like Xiangyang village, how can you turn things around? A fallen phoenix is just a chicken. And you're not even a phoenix. Despising me, old Hu, and still dreaming of their house, your face is really thick. Zheng Mianmian's eyes turned red from anger, and she cried.
You.
I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. When my family rises to fame, it will be your downfall. I will be someone you can never reach. She eagerly fantasized about Zheng family regaining their peak, then stepping on He Yanwei and Qinjili to humiliate them and giving them a harsh slap in the face. Zheng Jiliang learned that his parents and sister had caused trouble at the new youth station, feeling exhausted and overwhelmed. Dad, Mom, sister, I came to the countryside, not for vacation. I have nowhere to settle you. Since breaking off his engagement with Zheng Shirkan, his life has become increasingly difficult. Now Gan Qi has betrayed him again, making it hard for him to lift his head in Xiangyang village. He didn't try to reconcile with Zheng Shirkan, but Zheng was determined not to return, and with Hu Jiming blocking him, hope was fading. Now, with his parents and sister arriving, his burden has grown heavier. Son, why do you look like this? Zheng's mother almost said he was a beggar, as he truly looked like one, wearing the same shirt he wore when he first went to the countryside, patched-up pants, and cracked shoes. In their minds, their son is a clean, educated intellectual, not a shabby country bumpkin. Zheng Shirkan? Does she really care about you like this? What kind of wife is she? If she doesn't give me a good explanation, she can forget about entering the Zheng family. Gu Wanwan hesitated and said, Don't worry, she's not stupid. Your family is poor and not attractive. Shut up. My son is outstanding and loved by everyone. Many girls want to be his wife. Zheng's mother looked at Gu Wanwan with a critical eye. What good is being pretty? It doesn't match my son. She must be a poor, uneducated youth with no money. I heard from my son that you are a troublemaker, trying to take money from my daughter-in-law and steal her. Gu Wanwan pointed at herself and sneered. I have a boyfriend now. Do you think I would like your stupid son? That's the funniest joke I've heard. Of course. Wanwan has money. She has even more money than Shirkan. Wanwan is skilled in medicine, works 2 jobs, at the department store and the state-run bookstore, writing articles. She just enjoys life every day. If you have money, say so early. I might consider giving you a chance to pursue my son. Zheng's father implied that if Gu Wanwan wanted to marry into the Zheng family, she would have to offer some benefits. Zheng Jiliang blushed and wanted to stop his parents from talking nonsense, but it was too late. In the next moment, Fu Jingchen carried Anbao into the yard. Wife, who dared to offend you? Zheng's parents' minds exploded in shock. Zheng Mianmian stared at the handsome man with love in her eyes, her heart full of admiration. Wait, you called her wife? Gu Wanwan half smiled and introduced. This is my boyfriend. He's a team leader. They are Zheng Jiliang's parents. If you want to say I love Xing Jiliang and want to be his wife, I'm not stupid. I won't stay with you and pick up a flaky man who changes his mind. Fu Jingchen glanced sideways and said, ugly face, dreaming big. The whole family has the same bad habits. Without comparison, without harm, even if Zheng's parents are blind, they can see their son isn't comparable. But if their daughter hooks up with a team leader, their family could rise quickly. Gu Wanwan seemed to see through their thoughts. Your daughter is out of luck. My boyfriend doesn't like her. Fu Jingchen was very gentle and warm towards Gu Wanwan, but cold and distant to admirers, saying, keep staring at me, and I'll pluck your eyes out. Zheng Mianmian, used to smooth sailing, rarely faced such shame. The first time was when her parents lost their jobs, and now it was happening again. She urgently needed to vent her anger, and Zheng Shirkan was the target. Where did Zheng Shirkan go? Is she just leaving her in-laws hanging? Does she still want to marry my brother? Her loud shouting attracted nearby villagers to come and watch the show. Mom and Dad, come with me first. Don't let others laugh at us. Zheng Jiliang saw things were getting worse and quickly pulled his parents away. At this moment, Hu Jiming arrived with Zheng Shirkan and parked the car at Gu Wanwan's gate. Zheng Shirkan didn't see the Zheng family and took a bag of things from Hu Jiming, saying, Wanwan, no need to cook lunch. I packed food from the state-run restaurant. Qian Mei, intentionally teasing them, said, oh, the engaged couple is back from their date. Spending time alone, feeling more in love. Usually carefree, Zheng Shirkan blushed slightly. Hu Jiming saw the Zheng family, but pretended not to notice. He naturally took Zheng Shirtsan's small hand and said, don't laugh at Canon.
She's shy.
Your hands are holding, and you look nervous.
So sweet.
Although he said that, Qian Mei shot a sarcastic look at the Zheng family. Zheng's father and mother were shocked, eyes wide open. Zheng Mianmian was so surprised her mouth couldn't close. She angrily pointed at Zheng Shirkan. What are you doing? Zheng Shirkan, you're cheating on my brother. How can you do this? You secretly sneaked around with Hu Jiming. Are you two having an affair? I will report you. Zheng Shirkan just noticed the Zheng family members and remembered how kind they once were, but now she feels disgusted.
Who do you think I am?
Turns out I'm just a shameless Zheng family member. What do you want? Tell me. Zheng's mother immediately took on the role of a matriarch, confident in her control over Zheng Shirkan. You must keep your distance from Hu Jiming, clear out the house for us to live in. You go to the workers' commune. As the Zheng family daughter-in-law, you should put the family first. If not, I won't recognize you as our daughter-in-law. Zheng's father was the same. He remembered how Zheng Shirkan had once been devoted to his son, willing to marry only him, and he looked on with approval. Shirkan, I know you've had some issues with Jiliang. Can you please forgive him for the sake of future in-laws? Husbands and wives shouldn't hold grudges. Just clear up the misunderstanding. Your in-laws have nowhere to stay now. Come stay with your husband and wife. As the daughter-in-law, you shouldn't mind. Jiliang, acting provocatively, looked at Hu Jiming. Dad, Mom, Jiliang and Shirkan will take good care of you. Seeing Zheng Shirkan remain silent, Zheng's mother thought she had realized her mistakes and continued to scold her. Look at how you're behaving as a daughter-in-law. You're not as thoughtful as Ganqi. Hand me the money, and I'll manage the household. That way, you won't waste the family's savings. Also, come with me to the city tomorrow to buy a house. We can't live in the village. You didn't just pack food from the state-run restaurant for the in-laws? We're hungry. Not just hungry, they hadn't eaten enough in a whole month. Zheng Mianmian had always been disrespectful to Zheng Shirkan in front of her. She never considered her future sister-in-law. If only my brother only liked you. I really wish Ganqi was my sister-in-law. At least she's childhood friends and knows everything about us. Seeing Zheng Shirkan remain unmoved, Zheng's mother came over to take the food, but Zheng Shirkan dodged her. Are you trying to starve your in-laws? Believe it or not, I won't let you in. Mom, Dad, you know what kind of person Zheng Shirkan is. No need to flatter her. She loves her brother and Yi to death. Mian Mian looked proud. Kneel and apologize to me, or I might consider helping you get into the Zheng family. Otherwise, forget it. Jiliang, pretending to be sincere, stepped forward and tried to pull Zheng Shirkan.
Shirkan, give me a chance.
Let me prove I've changed. Zheng Shirkan slapped him directly, her eyes filled with disgust and contempt, with no trace of her former feelings. Get lost, you. Zheng Jiliang didn't expect Zheng Shirkan to be so heartless and embarrass herself in front of everyone. Shirkan, you. Zheng Shirkan wiped her hands. Years ago, she thought Zheng Jiliang was her savior. Out of gratitude, she lost herself, foolishly believing that was love. For Zheng Jiliang, she even fasted and protested to her parents, hurting their feelings. To marry into the Zheng family, she endured many hardships from Zheng's mother and Zheng Mianmian, living humbly. She didn't blame the Zheng family for looking down on her. She knew Zheng's mother liked Gan Qi and wanted her to be the daughter-in-law. She even compared Gan Qi to herself, criticizing her for not being as good as Gan Qi. But unfortunately, Zheng Shirkan of that time was gone, replaced by only the current Zheng Shirkan. Trash man, Gan Qi can't satisfy you, yet you dare to come looking for trouble. Why do you think I would change my mind? Because you're ugly, because you have no money and rely on women, because you don't brush your teeth or bathe.
Ugh.
Zheng Mianmian was stunned, unable to accept Zheng Shirtsan's rebellion. She rushed forward and started hitting her. You actually hit my brother? I won't let you get away with this. Zheng Shirkan had been practicing her skills lately. She learned from Sister Wan, kicked Zheng Mianmian in the stomach. Mianmian clutched her belly in pain and rolled on the ground. Mom and Dad, it hurts so much. Help me get revenge. Zheng's mother thought Zheng Shirkan was out of line. Still acting like a harsh mother-in-law, she rushed over. She couldn't believe Zheng Shirkan would openly hit her mother-in-law in front of everyone. If she made a move, she might be exposed as a traitor. You hit my fiancé and my sister-in-law? Our Zheng family doesn't want you anymore. Zheng Shirkan rolled up her sleeves and started fighting back wildly. I've tolerated you Zhengs for a long time. I haven't yet taken revenge. Now you've come to me, so I'll settle all accounts. Old and new. Zheng's mother, used to living a pampered life in the city, rarely did household chores. She couldn't compare to the fierce Zheng Shirkan. Soon, mother and daughter were crying out in pain. Finally, Zheng's father realized Zheng Shirkan was no longer controllable. She was no longer the naive daughter-in-law they could manipulate. Stop, Zheng Shirkan. I order you to stop immediately. Do you hear me? Instead of obeying, she was slapped twice by Hu Jiming. Shirkan had endured so much in the Zheng family. She wanted to get it all back. Zheng Shirkan went crazy, losing her mind. She couldn't stop. She decided to follow her heart and fight to the end. Gu Wanwan was very pleased with Zheng Shirtsan's fighting skills. It was worth all her effort to teach her. Zheng's mother couldn't control Zheng Shirkan through her son, so she changed tactics and attacked Zheng Shirkan with public opinion, forcing her to compromise and admit defeat. I don't want to live anymore. The malicious daughter-in-law hit my mother-in-law and sister-in-law. What did our Zheng family do wrong? Marrying a bad daughter-in-law. Tormenting the elders. Villagers, help us decide. Our Zheng family is about to be destroyed. She cried and howled, not noticing the strange looks from the villagers.
Whose parents are you?
Zheng's mother thought her plan was working. She pointed at Zheng Jiliang. My son Zheng Jiliang is a talented young man. I believe I treated Zheng Shirkan well, but she is disrespectful and unfilial. Our family is unlucky. I was willing to accept her into the family, and she should be happy about it. She should think about who else would marry her besides my son. Liang Xin, always enjoying drama, liked to take advantage of Gan Qi and Zheng Jiliang, the troublemakers. Zheng Mianmian saw Liang Xin and felt like she had found a savior. Sister Liang Xin, you're not good friends with Gan Qi. Call her over. I want my brother to marry her, so Zheng Shirkan will regret everything. Zheng Jiliang knew Liang Xin hated Gan Qi deeply and would probably involve him. Parents, sisters stopped talking. The villagers sneered. Did Zheng Shirkan and your son register their marriage? Zheng's mother naturally said, not yet, but it's only a matter of time. Zheng Shirkan crossed her arms and looked down on them with disdain. Only a matter of time? No marriage, no relationship. Why should I indulge you? I have a fiancé, Hu Jiming. I and Zheng Jiliang will never be together. I hope he and Ganqi are together forever, so they won't bother others. Zheng's father was so angry his face turned red and his neck thickened, as if Zheng Shirkan had committed a terrible crime. How can you betray my son and secretly see other men? Gu Wanwan sharply asked. Ask your son honestly. Are you and Shirkan a couple?
Zheng Jiliang was speechless.
Zheng Shirkan was no longer the naive girl who listened to him blindly. Besides, everyone in Yang village knew about his relationship with Ganqi. Public opinion was pressuring Zheng Shirkan to admit it, so that route was blocked. Shirkan, can you give me a chance? Impossible, Zheng Shirkan firmly refused. Our families are not suitable. I, Zheng Shirkan, am not worthy of your Zheng family. Zheng Mianmian didn't realize how serious the situation was and still thought Zheng Shirkan was just a naive girl back then. Why are you so arrogant? You're just the daughter of the Pigeon Tail Association director.
What's so noble about you?
No matter how good your family background is, in the end, you'll still be working for the Zheng family. Now I give you a chance to remarry into the Zheng family. It's up to you to decide whether to take it. If you kneel and apologize to me and my parents, I won't interfere with Ganqi and my brother anymore. You're just jealous because you pushed Ganqi onto my brother. The Zheng family parents also thought so. Zheng Shirtsan's love for her son was so crazy that it couldn't change overnight. Now she was with Hu Jiming just as a cover, deliberately provoking Zheng Jiliang to get back at him. My son may be down on his luck, but he's still better than Hu Jiming. His mother and he were abandoned by his father and now have no home. Gu Wanwan said firmly, he has money and stays low profile. Fu Jingchen nodded in agreement. His mother has strong family support. Zheng Mianmian, aren't you funny? What kind of spell did Ganqi cast on you? Liang Xian looked at the Zheng family members with growing disdain. Your Zheng family must be out of your minds. You think bringing Ganqi here can avenge Zheng Shirkan? Haha, you're dreaming. Zheng Jiliang, that guy who eats leftovers, already broke up with Zheng Shirkan for Ganqi. Now Ganqi is your legitimate daughter-in-law. Fortunately, Zheng Shirkan withdrew early, or your Zheng family would have worn him out. Not to mention Zheng Shirkan herself. Probably even village women wouldn't want your family. You're overconfident. If you wanted someone, it should have been Ganqi. She broke up this marriage, wanted to be your daughter-in-law, a wife of an official. When she found out the Zheng family had fallen, she abandoned your son, leaving him with nothing. When Zheng Shirkan said this, Zheng Mianmian might not believe it, but Liang Xian did. Liang Xian and Ganqi used to be close friends, sharing the same dress. You're not Ganqi's sister. Why are you tarnishing her innocence? Liang Xian was eager for the Zheng family and Ganqi to fight, adding fuel to the fire and trying to ruin Ganqi. That scoundrel Ganqi cheated me out of money and used me to deal with Zheng Shirkan. Now she wants to kill me. Who's her sister? The villagers looked at the Zheng family as if they were fools, pointing and whispering. What is this? Trying to use us to pressure Zheng Jiqing? Ugh, she's my son's teacher. She taught my son very well. Luckily, Zheng Jiqing did not fall into the wolf's den. The Zheng family still dared to call her daughter-in-law, but Hu Jiqing is actually Zheng Jiqing's proper fiancé. After being confirmed by Zheng's parents in person, Zheng's parents came to Xiangyang village last time to cancel the engagement for their daughter and held a few tables of engagement banquets for both couples, inviting the team leader and others to witness. Zheng Jiliang's family is truly untrustworthy. Zheng's parents had already revealed the Zheng family scandals. Zheng's father wanted to replace Zheng's father as the director of the Revolutionary Committee and deliberately framed Zheng's father, but failed. Instead, Zheng's father removed him from his position and sent him back to the countryside. The Zheng family is really ungrateful. If they relied on Zheng's family, they could live a good life. How could they let their son trample on Zheng Jiqing's sincere feelings? The harsh truth is now public. Zheng's parents are completely panicked. The saying goes that good news doesn't leave the house, but bad news spreads far and wide. They originally wanted to pressure Zheng Shirkan into compromise through villagers, but unexpectedly, the Zheng family's reputation in Xiangyang village was already rotten. It's not over yet. Villagers continue to complain. Zheng Jiliang is not only a freeloading man, but also cheats on his partner. For Ganqi, he repeatedly tricked Zheng Jiqing out of money. When he first arrived in Xiangyang village, he encountered mountain bandits. He preferred to abandon his fiancée Zheng Jiqing and run away with Ganqi, even pushing his fiancée out to feed the wolves to save himself. Later, he blamed Zheng Jiqing for being naive. What kind of scoundrel is this? He doesn't care about his fiancée's feelings and even hopes to take her money to support himself and Ganqi. When Ganqi cries, he bullies Zheng Jiqing. How can Zheng Jiqing not feel cold-hearted? Now, Zheng Jiliang has faced retribution. Zheng Jiqing no longer wants him. Zheng Jiliang and Ganqi have become a couple. Do you think they are truly in love? Ganqi, to live a good life, has worn many green hats for your son. If you like Ganqi, go ahead and marry her as your daughter-in-law, but don't come to trouble Zheng Jiqing. Zheng Jiqing has already moved on. Zheng Jiqing and Hu Jiqing are truly a perfect match. Scoundrels and the Zheng family get lost. Later, Zheng Mianmian realized that Zheng Shirkan truly didn't love her brother anymore. She no longer sought favors from the Zheng family. To her surprise, her ideal sister-in-law candidate, Ganqi, was actually a promiscuous woman. If you don't want my brother, what will happen to my family and my brother? Zheng Shirkan looked down at her from above. Your Zheng family is my family's enemy. You are ungrateful, falsely accusing us of hiding illegal books and plotting against my parents. This hatred is unforgivable. Why would I trust you and accept my enemies? Would I be foolish enough to marry into the enemy's family? Your Zheng family is truly disgusting. Auntie, you've always looked down on me. Ganqi is the daughter-in-law you truly favor. Now that your wish has come true, you should be happy. You won't give you all a chance to start over. Trying to rely on me? Forget it. I suggest you leave Xiangyang village. Relying only on Zheng Jiliang won't support the whole family. Don't expect me to help. If I don't retaliate against you, consider it my secret joy. Zheng family's parents were deeply shocked, as if struck by lightning. All their hopes were dashed. Gu Wanwan caught a glimpse of Ganqi hiding in the crowd. Ganqi, why are you in such a hurry to leave? You should go see your in-laws. They've been so good to you. Ganqi suddenly felt something was wrong. She tried to push through the crowd, but was quickly pulled back by Liang Xian. Zheng family, your daughter-in-law who likes to flirt is back. A few days ago, she was caught messing around with men and women, and I reported her to the police for education. In just 2 days, she's back? Is it really such a light crime to be a troublemaker? Could it be she slept with Kagongda and was released early? If she slept with him, she should pay you. Return my money, or I'll go to your in-laws for it. Liang Xian's foul mouth made Ganqi furious. She wanted to tear her apart and quietly asked, Gu Wanwan is deliberately stirring trouble, trying to turn us sisters against each other. Even if you help her bring me down, she won't thank you. The next one might even target you. Liang Xian saw Ganqi's true nature clearly and no longer believed her lies. I don't like Gu Wanwan, but she's never played dirty tricks. She openly challenges me. She knew my situation but didn't take advantage of me. On the other hand, you, my former good sister, used me as a money bag, trying to send me to Kagongda's bed to ruin my reputation. Don't think I don't know. It was your jealousy of my family background that made you secretly report my family's wealthy ways, leading to my parents being exiled and my family falling apart. Ganqi's eyes widened. Liang Xian, who wasn't very smart, finally figured out her involvement. Her reputation in Xiangyang village was completely ruined. The only way to escape the entanglement with Kagongda and Qingshan village was to marry and leave. But the only eligible men left in the village were Fu Jingchen, Xingqing, Jiang Jingyi, and Jiang Qingshi. She wants to move somewhere new to start fresh, still dreaming of being a government official's wife. Fu Jingchen and Xingqing are hard to win over and difficult to control. Jiang Jingyi, who doesn't understand romance, seems to be the only one left, as Jiang Qingshi, a company commander, married Ma Lai. Although she married Ma Lai, she is confident she can take the man away from Ma Lai. This is her way of getting revenge on Ma Lai and her son for bothering her on the train. I am not dating Zheng Jiliang. He loves Zheng Shirkan. He is just trying to upset Zheng Shirkan on purpose. Zheng Jiliang quickly nodded. My heart belongs to Shirkan. Heaven and earth can witness that. Even he felt this statement lacked convincing power. Liang Xian rolled her eyes and said, Save it. I saw you two flirting. Your mouths are close, and your hand was inside Gan Chi's clothes. You've been sneaking into the woods more than once. You're not as good-looking as Hu Jiming, and you treat Zheng Shirkan so badly. Plus, you're her enemy. Only a fool would change their mind. Zheng Shirkan was straightforward and blunt, kicking away his hopes of reconciliation. Liang Xian is right. Even if you begged me on your knees, I wouldn't forgive you. Trash should accept their fate. Zheng's parents' hopes were dashed. They once loved Gan Chi deeply, but now they hated her just as much. Zheng's mother, furious, stormed over and grabbed Gan Chi's hair. You shameless woman. It's all your fault for being reckless, for seducing my son and ruining his good marriage. Zheng Mianmian slapped Gan Chi several times. All the kindness I showed you is wasted. You've destroyed my family's hope and made it impossible for us to be part of the city. Apologize to my sister-in-law until she forgives us. Hu Jiming corrected her. She's not your sister-in-law. Can has nothing to do with your family. Don't try to use family ties. Zheng Jiliang watched coldly from the side. His past love had turned into resentment. If Gan Chi hadn't interfered in his relationship with Can, Zheng family wouldn't be in such a bad state. Gu Wanwan gave Zheng Shirkan a lesson. This kind of scumbag blames everything but himself. He can't control his own actions and still thinks he's right. Stay away from him in the future. Don't let imposters take advantage of your kindness. Zheng's father looked defeated, rubbing his hands. Shirkan, can you forgive us? Uncle will kneel down for you. Gu Wanwan smiled sweetly. You should kneel.
Talk is cheap.
Once proud and confident, Zheng's father had never faced such humiliation. Under pressure, he had no choice but to kneel. Please save the Zheng family. Give us another chance. Grandmother Zheng was stunned. How could the father-in-law kneel to his daughter-in-law? At that time, you shouldn't. Shut up, kneel and admit your mistake, Zheng's father angrily ordered. Forget about kneeling. If they did, the Zheng family would have to eat dirt too. Reluctantly, Grandmother Zheng knelt down, thinking she would first bow to Zheng Shirkan. Later, once Zheng Shirkan entered the family, she planned to use her mother-in-law status to manipulate her. Zheng Shirkan stroked her chin, pretending to think, then said, I've made my decision. I choose not to forgive you. I won't give my enemies another chance to harm my family. Zheng's parents felt they had lost face. You're truly cold and heartless. Under Guo Wan's protection, Zheng Shirkan felt confident and said, if you disagree, come and try. I am known for fighting in Yangxiang village. Having seen Zheng Shirtsan's strength, the Zheng family no longer dared to act rashly. Gan Chi, feeling defeated, started fighting with Zheng Mianmian, no longer hiding her true self. She was determined to leave Yangxiang village. Serves the Zheng family right for losing everything. Coming to rely on Zheng Jiliang was a mistake. He's useless, can't even support himself. If I hadn't helped him, he would have starved to death. I say, you might as well sell him, let him marry into another family. Maybe you'll get some bride price. Zheng Mianmian is already 20, still picky. If she doesn't marry soon, no one will want her. Better to marry a local from Yangxiang village, matching backgrounds. Zheng Mianmian was furious. You shameless woman. Dare to incite my parents to sell me? My parents would never do that. I'm the most spoiled princess of the Zheng family. A commoner isn't good enough for me. Gan Chi laughed, mocking her innocence and foolishness. When people are desperate, they can do anything, especially greedy Zheng family members. You're just a village girl yourself. Do you think you're some highborn lady? Zheng's parents remained silent, but Zheng Jiliang had a new idea. Selling his sister for bride price might mean he wouldn't have to suffer anymore. Parents, my sister is getting older. It's time she found a husband. If she wants to stay in Yangxiang village, marrying someone local is best. Our family conditions are what they are, and she's not a stunning beauty anyway. Zheng Mianmian nearly fainted in anger. She fought for her family and brother, only to be betrayed by her brother? Zheng's father suddenly changed tactics. Zheng Shirkan, since you don't want to marry my son, I won't force you. But my son saved your life once. You must repay this kindness. It's hard to repay a favor. I don't want much, just 5,000 yuan from you, a job for my family, and from now on, we won't bother you anymore. Zheng Jiliang's eyes brightened. He still had a trump card for survival, gratitude for saving his life. Zheng's mother immediately jumped in, acting very arrogantly. Pay back the favor, no debts owed. The villagers secretly muttered, thinking that the village gossip was already bad enough, but the Zheng family was even worse. Zheng Jiqing already repaid her kindness long ago. She got you into the city, arranged jobs for you as a community worker and street office staff, helping the Zheng family rise. It's your greed and lack of appreciation that caused this, not her. Zheng Jiqing, don't agree to their demands. They'll ask again and again, and threaten you with kindness. Everyone, drive the shameless Singh family out of the village. Gu Wanwan raised her hand. Everyone, be quiet. Zheng Shirkan caught Wan's gaze and cleared her throat. I don't owe you anything. It's your son who falsely claimed to have been saved by my benefactor. Zheng Jiliang is so weak. Does he have the ability to save me? How could he save me?
I was still conscious at the time.
I remember the dangerous situation clearly. Zheng Jiliang was stunned. He couldn't say, he was just lucky to be there. Zheng's mother didn't know how her son saved her, only hearing a brief mention from him, so she didn't dwell on it. I don't care. My son is Zheng Shirtsan's benefactor. She must take responsibility. Not only does she want money, but she also wants to drain Zheng Shirtsan's blood. As long as there's a debt of saving her life, the Zheng family will never let go. This is what Zheng Shirkan owes the Zheng family. Gratitude for saving a life isn't something you can just say with words. I can also say I am Zheng Shirtsan's benefactor. When she was young and inexperienced, she was deceived and exploited by the Zheng family. After saying this, Gu Wanwan changed the subject. Jiliang, I ask you, when you saved Zheng Shirkan, were you injured? The novel only briefly mentions the rescue, without details or the benefactor's identity. Based on her calculations, it was undoubtedly Hu Jiming. Hu Jiming retorted sharply, when it comes to saving lives, I also helped Canon 3 years ago, but I never mentioned it to her. Nor would I expect anything in return like you. True love for Canon means respecting her choices. Hu Jiming, you helped me? Zheng Shirkan was confused.
She didn't know about this.
Hu Jiming looked deeply at her. It's nothing major.
Liang Xin Pautet?
The Zheng family's character is obvious. They wouldn't have Zheng Jiliang claim to have saved Hu Jiming's life. Hu Jiming would sacrifice himself for Zheng Shirkan, but Zheng Jiliang would only push Zheng Shirkan into danger. The villagers increasingly believed they were right. Zheng Jiliang, since you say you are a lifesaver, you must have been injured, right? Zheng Jiliang rolled up his sleeve, revealing a scar. Of course I was injured, hurt my arm. Chun Jili mocked him. Clearly, you were attacked by a robber and got cut. We were both there, and all our money was stolen. Zheng Jiliang's face turned pale, feeling guilty for being exposed. It's been so long, I don't remember. Oh, I hurt my foot, almost disabled myself. Yanwei continued to expose him. Are you sure you didn't fall from a tree while picking peaches for Ganqi? The more he spoke, the more absurd it became, revealing more flaws. Enough, Hu Jiming punched him. Zheng Jiliang refused to back down and fought back. Suddenly, his clothes were pulled from behind. Gu Wanwan suddenly slapped Zheng Shirtsan's head, using her special power to help him recall the past. In the next second, she stared hard at Zheng Jiliang's back and suddenly remembered, Zheng Jiliang, you are not my lifesaver. I remember everything now. The person who saved me was stabbed by human traffickers on my back. The wound was deep and bled a lot. If Zheng Jiliang was the lifesaver, he should have a long scar on his back, about 30 centimeters. The villagers immediately focused on the key point. Zeng Jiliang doesn't have a scar on his back. He's definitely a liar. Fu Jingchen understood instantly and quickly lifted Hu Jiming's shirt, revealing a fierce scar. Shirkin, look, isn't this the scar? Zheng Shirkin only took one look and burst into tears. The lifesaver was right there, but she had mistaken him. She had missed 3 years of time because of her mistake. Hu Jiming's eyes reddened, and he stopped. Canon, your so-called gratitude is because you were kidnapped? Oh my God, how could this happen? You didn't want to mention it at the time. I was afraid it would hurt you, so I didn't tell you. I didn't know Zeng Jiliang was claiming credit for me. If I had known he was using this favor to manipulate you, I would have told you the truth. God knows how jealous I was of Zeng Jiliang. We both were saved, but why couldn't I get your love? I truly regret not speaking up. Zheng Shirtsan's tears flowed like rain. Her face flickered with excitement, surprise, and shock. She didn't care about others' gazes and hurriedly ran to hug Hu Jiming. Fool. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you're upset, tell me. I won't be fooled for 3 years anymore. You're my savior.
Ha ha ha.
Hu Jiming held her tightly. At this moment, he finally felt his love blossom. It's my fault. It won't happen again. They cried and laughed together, spinning in place while hugging. True lovers overcome all difficulties and finally become a couple. Everyone's happy. Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchun led the applause. Let's get married right here. In the next moment, applause erupted loudly. Zhao Guoming sincerely wished the couple well. When you get married, come to me for a recommendation letter. And Bao, the little one, was clever. He rolled into his yard's flower bed, bringing a bouquet of flowers and a basket of petals. Under everyone's watch, Hu Jiming took the flowers handed to him by An Bao and knelt on one knee. Can you marry me? Zheng Shirkin sniffed and took the flowers, loudly saying, I do. Hu Jiming, I like you. I like you very much. The truth came unexpectedly. Zeng Jiliang drooped his head, his mental defenses crumbling.
How could this happen?
Until today, he finally realized Zheng Shirkin had completely let go. The last trump card was gone. Zeng Mianmian felt the tide had turned. Why isn't my savior my brother? This isn't the ending for the Zeng family. Zeng family's parents finally learned Zheng Shirkin wasn't playing hard to get or deliberately using Hu Jiming to upset their son. Without her saving grace, their son and Zheng Shirkin could never be together again. Their dreams of rising again were shattered. From now on, they were just ordinary people with no background. Now we need to discuss how to compensate for the emotional damage caused by the deception. Oh, and your eldest son still owes 1,000 yuan to the collective. How do you plan to pay it back? Zeng Jiliang regretted deeply, regretted giving up Zheng Shirkin, the Golden Phoenix, for a worthless girl like Gan Qi. If Gan Qi hadn't seduced him, he and Zheng Shirkin wouldn't have parted, and Zheng Shirkin wouldn't have found out that the rescue was fake. Zeng family's parents and Mianmian also regretted not treating Zheng Shirkin well. But they blamed Zeng Jiliang more for losing control, offending Zheng's parents, and causing the Zeng family to fall into hardship. Just 1,000 yuan? That much? Not to mention 1,000, they didn't even have 100. Zhang Guoming briefly explained, it was Zeng Jiliang who borrowed from Zheng Jiqing over the past 3 years. Zeng Jiliang even stole Zheng Jiqing's luggage, causing Zheng Jiqing significant loss. Shouldn't he be compensated? Zheng Jiqing donated this money to Xiangyang village, and the villagers testified, so it can't be denied. Since you are his parents, help him pay off the debt. If you don't, the police will be involved. Gu Wanwan took over, considering the Zeng family's deception for profit. A compensation of 1,500 yuan is enough. At the peak of the Zeng family's wealth, 1,000 yuan was nothing. Now that they are bankrupt, 1,000 yuan could crush the family. Selling their daughter might not even cover the damages. Even if you send us to the police station, we still don't have the money. Earlier, the Zeng family was aggressive, but now the situation has turned. Zheng Shirkin refused to back down. I don't care. No matter what, I won't stop demanding compensation. I'll tell my parents and find your relatives. The elders of the Zeng family will want to see you. Seeing the situation turn against her, Zheng Mianyan quickly shifted the blame to her brother. It's my brother who owes you. You should ask him. Mom and Dad, let's go. Unexpectedly, Zheng's mother slapped her. She was somewhat biased towards boys. Though she pampered her daughter normally, in critical moments, she would abandon her daughter and choose her son. Sons are the ones who carry on the family line. Daughters are just expenses to be thrown away. That's your own brother. It's my fault for spoiling you. If you hadn't kept bothering Shirkan, she would have married your brother long ago. Zheng's father was unhappy with his daughter's willfulness. She's grown up. Find her a good husband. Zheng Mianyan felt a cold chill. She realized she was the biggest joke of all. Sister-in-law, Zheng Shirkan, please help me. Come back to the Zheng family. I swear I won't cause trouble anymore. You're 100 times better than Ganqi. Zheng Shirkan remained indifferent, looking coldly at her. Manhwa said to let go of the helping obsession and respect others' fate. I'm not a saint. I won't forgive you. Don't call me sister-in-law to disgust me. Ganqi was completely flustered, a mocking smile on her lips. Without Zheng Shirkan, your Zheng family is nothing. The show ended, people dispersed, and the atmosphere cooled. Because villagers watched closely, the Zheng family couldn't leave the village smoothly, confirming the saying. They came well but couldn't leave. Reluctantly, the Zheng family had to settle in Xiangyang village, renting a dilapidated thatched hut with their money. Zheng Jiliang asked his parents for permission to marry off his sister and earn some bride price. However, Zheng Mianyan was very proud and refused to cooperate. The Zheng family demanded a huge bride price, but no one was interested so far. Since being assigned to the countryside, Liang Xian has stopped spending money extravagantly. She works hard every day to earn work points. In her free time, she goes to catch small lobsters to exchange for money. The money she earns is not kept at the youth station. Instead, she sews a pocket into her clothes to carry it with her, ensuring safety. Gu Wanwan, Ganqi went to find Ma Lai to see him. Now the two sisters are getting along well. Ma Lai even specially invited Ganqi to stay and eat at Zhang's house. I wonder what tricks they are planning. Ma Lai's younger brother, Ma Fu Ma, has recently been approaching Zheng Shirkan. I saw Ma's widow and Ma Lai give their brother some medicine, called pig breeding medicine. They say they will act in 2 days. Ma Lai's husband is lucky. His army brothers called and said he's getting promoted, even to a higher rank. Zhang's family is so happy they plan to hold a banquet in 2 days and invite the whole village. Gu Wanwan smiled slightly. Liang Xian, your news is quite quick. Don't ask why Liang Xian knows so much. Mainly, anything related to Ganqi is within her watchful eye. Ganqi is close to Ma Lai, so Ma Lai is also under close surveillance. Are they targeting me? Zheng Shirkan took a 1 yuan coin from her pocket and handed it to Liang Xian. Keep a close watch on her. Report to me immediately if you see anything suspicious. Liang Xian didn't refuse her, as she needed money. I'll let you know when I have good news. Just as she left, Qianmei came angrily behind her, cursing. Sister Wan, it's really unfair. Old Jiang and Zhang's widow just came to my house to show off. They deliberately invited us to Jiang Qingshi's promotion banquet, and they're so proud of it. No rush. Falling from a high place is easy. Gu Wanwan poured her a cup of tea. If you want Zhang's family to fall hard, let them first rise high and reach the peak. Qian may calm down a bit. Once the news of Jiang Qingshi's promotion spreads, Ganqi won't be wandering around my son anymore. Guess what I just saw? Ganqi and Jiang Qingshi walking together. Ganqi shifted her foot, spun around, and threw herself into Jiang Qingshi's arms. So clingy. Jiang Qingshi isn't a straightforward person. His eyes look like he wants to eat Ganqi. If there was a bed in front of them, they'd probably be sleeping together already. Ma Lai is foolish. He calls Ganqi's sister and younger sister, but he's actually leading wolves into the house. Zhang's widow seems quite satisfied with Ganqi. She favors her more than Ma Lai. Ganqi has a good way with Ma Lai's son. She even managed to make him call her godmother. On the eve of the banquet, Captain Shisong led the commune leaders to Xiangyang village. Zhao Guoming, I'm really sorry. Your village's tractor has been assigned to Shisong village. We're all part of the same commune. I believe you won't question the decisions of our leaders, right? The villagers were upset and said, "You took the tractor away. What will happen to Xiangyang village? We won't be bullied by Shisong village. They didn't lend us cattle, and now they want to take our tractor too. That tractor was obtained for our village by Gu Jiqing. Why should Shisong village take it? We refuse to accept this. Our village finally trained a few drivers and learned how to operate the tractor. It's clear that Shisong village is just trying to get back at Xiangyang village." Captain Shisong was proud and confident, acting as if no one could challenge him. This is the decision made by the commune. The tractor belongs to Shisong village. Take it away. Zhao Guoming looked at the commune leaders. "Leader, I suggest you ask Gu Jiqing first. Taking the tractor without permission is considered stealing." The leader looked annoyed and asked, "Zhao Guoming, this is an order from above. Do you want to disobey?" Zhao ignored him. Aunt Lu shouted loudly, "Wan Jiechenge, come quickly. Someone is trying to take your tractor. It's no use coming now. We, Shisong village, are going to keep the tractor," said Captain Shisong confidently. To him, bringing the tractor back to Shisong village was a done deal. Xiangyang village was just a stepping stone for Shisong village's development. Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen arrived calmly at the scene. Ma La Ti and Gan Qi, holding hands, came to watch the drama.
Malati cheerfully said, "Gu Ziking, Captain Fu, what a pity."
The tractor you worked so hard to get was taken by Shisong village. No choice. The commune's people are behind this. If asked why Ma La Ti was so brave, it was because her husband gave her confidence. Now that her husband and Fu Jingchen were of equal status, she didn't need to worry about Fu Jingchen giving her trouble. The commune leaders, who had some connections with Captain Shisong, naturally favored their own people. The villagers couldn't hold back their anger. "So you're saying Xiangyang village doesn't deserve a tractor? We're doomed to be poor and struggling? Every year, the commune ranks us at the bottom? Oh, this is getting interesting." Gu Wanwan looked very calm, as if discussing the weather. "Even the commune leaders are here." Captain Shisong really pulled out all the stops. Secretary Ding, eager to see Gu Jiqing embarrassed, awkwardly said, "Gu Jiqing, this is the decision of the commune. You probably won't oppose it, right? Looks like the tractor and Xiangyang village are out of luck." Fu Jingchen directly pointed out his thoughts. "Xiangyang village lost its tractor. Why are you so happy? Did you call the commune leaders and Shisong village?" "Oh, I see." With this remark, the villagers' dissatisfaction with Secretary Ding reached its peak. As expected, the traitor from Qingshan village, can he be removed from his position? I'm afraid it's difficult. There are people in Ding's commune. If they wanted to, they could have done it last time. It must be that Ding holds a grudge and is revengeful for Fu Jingchen not marrying his daughter and Gu Jiqing not marrying his son. He missed out on a good opportunity. Now, even the commune leaders are unfair. What should Yangyang village do? Should we just give up the tractor because of a word from the commune? That was something Gu Jiqing and his wife worked hard to get. Captain Shisong, still acting arrogantly, said even more disgustingly, "Gu Jiqing, thank you for helping us get 2 tractors. If Yangyang village wants to use a vehicle in the future, they can rent from Shisong village, but it will cost much more. Zhao Guoming, tell the villagers to move aside. The commune leaders are here. Don't block us from taking the vehicle." Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen exchanged a deadly look, like a fierce stare. The commune leader felt nervous. "Don't question the commune. If there's a problem, go to the commune." Gu Wanwan calmly said, "Captain, call the police. Say that the commune leader and Captain Shisong brought people to steal my tractor." Hearing this, the villagers felt reassured. It seemed Gu Jiqing had a plan. "I'll go. I'll ride my bicycle. Come back." The commune leader called out to the villagers, looking upset at Gu Wanwan. "What do you mean? Yangyang village is under the commune's control. Of course, they have the right to decide about the tractors." Captain Shisong sneered, "Calling the police is calling the police. Who's afraid? I found out that the tractors are from unknown sources, not from the machinery factory. They were clearly stolen from somewhere. Calling the police will just get you caught. Without hesitation, Fu Jingchen directly placed the proof and contract in front of them. Look carefully. Who told you the tractors are public property? The two vehicles weren't bought from the factory. I bought them privately from the machinery factory with my partner. When did the commune start interfering in private matters? Are they trying to seize our private vehicles? Today, if the commune leaders and Captain Shisong don't give us a proper explanation, this isn't over. The villagers raise their hands in protest. This is theft. Call the police and have them arrested. I suggest replacing Captain Shisong from Shisong village. We will go to the commune. The evidence was clear, and everyone had to believe it. The commune leader wiped cold sweat from his forehead. Everyone quiet. The commune has no such intention. It's all a misunderstanding. Captain Shisong couldn't accept the truth, nor could he accept that the upcoming tractor was gone. But he felt helpless. If it had been a public asset, it would be different. But it was private, so Shisong village was doomed to fail. Fortunately, he had confidently assured the villagers that the village had a tractor. Now that it was ruined, would the villagers still support him as the team leader?
Impossible.
Tractors are so expensive. What's the relationship between the machinery factory and them? Usually, when our village applies to the machinery factory, they never approve. Zhao Guoming asked everyone's doubts. Sister Wan, Brother Chen, we've spent so much on you. 2 tractors are very costly, right? Gu Wanwan waved her hand. Not expensive, not expensive. They're free. They were just scrap metal piled up at the machinery factory, abandoned for a long time. We wanted to buy them, but Director Hu refused. Instead, he gave them to us. We reassembled them into 2 tractors. Captain Shisong couldn't believe it. The cars were just given away? Does the director not care? Why can't Shisong village get one? Director, whose voice arrived before he appeared, because Wan and Captain Fu saved my son and caught a human trafficker's hideout. Sister Chiu loudly greeted Wan's sister. Yuanbao happily ran over, grabbing the little team member's hand and spinning around. The commune leader saw the visitor and asked, "Aren't you the director of the machinery factory?" Director Hu nodded. The tractors are indeed private vehicles of Gu Jiqing and Deputy Captain. They are not from unknown origins. Thanks to their resourcefulness, they helped repair and assemble the tractors for our machinery factory, saving us a lot of losses. On behalf of the factory, I thank them for their generous help. If Shisong village had someone like Gu Jiqing, they could also get approval for tractors. Hearing this, Captain Shisong realized he had offended Director Hu. His plan to apply for a tractor was now completely ruined. Director Hu, because of his gratitude for saving his life, would definitely make things difficult for him. Unless he was selected as an outstanding team, but that was an impossible dream. No team would be chosen from Shisong village. This time, Zhao Wuming had a reason to speak up, blaming Shisong village's captain for everything. Captain Shisong, all your pride was wasted. Unfortunately, you can't get anything. But it's not your fault. Our village has Wan and Chern, 2 capable people. You can't envy or resent that. In the future, if you want to use a tractor, you can rent from our village. The cost might be negotiable. Goodbye, no need to see you off. When you have time, come visit Xiangyang village. Our village is getting better and more promising, unlike Shisong village, which doesn't even have a tractor. Captain Nishimatsu was furious. Coming back empty-handed, he faced the villagers' complaints and blame. This captain has truly reached his limit. As expected, without needing Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen to act, on the way home, the factory director Hua and his family reported the incident, and Captain Nishimatsu was immediately dismissed from his position. The local officials accompanying him were also demoted. Gu Wanwan, do you want to hear the latest news about you and your partner? Liang Xian decisively reached out to Gu Wanwan, asking for some information fee. Gu Wanwan glanced at her and said mysteriously, "Are you trying to say Ding Yanli is still up to her old tricks and plans to drug my partner at the Zhang family feast?" "How did you know?" Liang Xian was shocked and disappointed, losing a potential income. "Just as I thought," Gu Wanwan said, counting on her fingers like a fortune teller. "You've been causing trouble recently, damaging your reputation. It's best to be careful of the local bullies. What should I do?" I'm basically your spy now. Liang Xian implied she was now Gu Wanwan's subordinate, and Gu Wanwan needed to keep her safe. Gu Wanwan handed her a small bamboo tube. When you face difficulties, open it. It will send a signal to the sky. I want to ask if you want to make money. Liang Xian took the bamboo tube, engraved with Gu Wanwan's name. These days, with her reputation as a crazy woman, she could walk freely in Xiangyang village. No local bully or dared to mess with Gu Wanwan. What kind of money-making opportunity? I need money now. Gu Wanwan gave her an idea and handed her a voice recorder. This is a recording pen. Use your skills to blackmail Fu Xiangling or Kugongda. If they refuse, go to Kugongda's wife. Liang Xian felt enlightened. Are you saying Fu Xiangling and Kugongda are having an affair? You want me to secretly record evidence? Will I need to testify later? Fu Xiangling likes your partner, she might. Gu Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Once it's done, you can leave Xiangyang village and reunite with your family. As for Liang Xian's parents, she wouldn't interfere. Everything depended on Liang Xian herself. This was a punishment for Liang Xian's past conflicts with herself and Zheng Shirkan. In a way, Liang Xian's family suffered instead of Zheng Shirkan, who had escaped the plot's control and was heading toward a better future. It must be said, after breaking free from Ganqi, Liang Xian seemed to have stepped out of the story, and her intelligence was back online. Liang Xian tightly held the pen, willing to do anything to reunite with her family. No matter what Gu Wanwan asked her to do, she was willing. Gu Wanwan simply taught her how to use a voice recorder, and Liang Xian quickly learned. By the way, recently Yan Duong and Xiong Ziyuan often go together to the mountain to explore abandoned temples. I wonder what they are digging for. Once, I saw Xiong Ziyuan hanging upside down from a tree. He was very agile, climbing up as if he was invisible, blending with the tree. They seemed to be secretly watching your house. What are they doing? Gu Wanwan smirked. What could ninjas do? Liang Xian said a few more words and then left, planning to find some mountain products to sell for money. On her way up the mountain, she unexpectedly ran into some villagers. Wow, this was incredibly accurate. This time, Gu Wanwan's skills were undeniable. According to Ganqi, your house collapsed, and you became a wandering spirit without an owner. Do you want to join us? Liang Jiqing's temper was a bit fiery, but she was quite attractive. The brothers would be lucky. Liang Xian felt a little scared inside, but she still pretended to be calm. What benefits does Ganqi get from you? If you hurt me, be careful, you'll get into trouble. Ganqi is the future wife of the squad leader. She's our honest brother's future wife. She wouldn't cause trouble. If you offend her, sorry about that, said the villager, reaching out to grab her, planning to force her into a trap. Liang Xian took out a bamboo tube from her pocket. I am Gu Wanwan's person. Are you sure you want to mess with me? Hearing Gu Wanwan's name, the villager was momentarily frightened.
Lies.
Everyone knows you don't get along with Gu Jiqing. She won't help you. That's a joke. Liang Xian waved the bamboo tube in front of them. It has Gu Wanwan's name on it. If you don't believe me, this is her lucky charm. When I open it, Gu Wanwan will come to deal with you. The villager spat. Stop scaring us.
Just get on with it.
Liang Xian opened the tube. With a whoosh, a red firework shot into the sky. At the same time, Gu Wanwan instantly teleported over. The villager looked around but didn't look behind him. TCH, you scared me. It's just fireworks, nothing else. Where's the crazy woman? Liang Xian knew Gu Wanwan would come, but she didn't expect her to arrive so quickly and not alone. Even the white tiger came to help. You're doomed. Gu Wanwan's cold voice came from behind them. People and tiger are behind. The villager froze, turning around mechanically. When they saw a person and a tiger behind them, they immediately peed in fear. No, the crazy woman really came? Misunderstanding. They couldn't fight anymore and ran away. But their legs weren't faster than four legs, and soon, Xiao Bai blocked their way. In front, there is a tiger. Behind, a crazy woman. It's easy to imagine how terrible the outcome will be for these village troublemakers. Help! Help!
Save me.
I already told you I work for Guwon. If you didn't listen, whose fault is that? Liang Xian finally experienced the support of a strong backing. Back then, Zheng shirked and relied on Guwon's support to win every battle. Past failures taught her that opposing Guwon was never a good idea. Gan Qi seemed successful, but it was just false prosperity. She would be crushed by Guwon sooner or later. The village troublemakers believed her, but it was too late. Guwon beat them until they were bruised and swollen, hanging them on a tree for Xiao Bai to play with. They were so affected physically and mentally that when Liang Xian took out a bamboo tube, they couldn't help but tremble and walk away. Ma Lai Tue felt the village of Xiangyang becoming more chaotic. When her family heard she was being promoted, they were so happy they almost worshipped her. It seemed like they hated Guwon. The two of them would come around idly, causing trouble. Gu Jiqing, there's a feast at noon. Remember to come to my house and share some happiness. Gan Qi had torn apart her relationship with Guwon and stopped pretending to be polite. Sister Ma, why are you so polite to her? Forget how she used to harm you. Luckily, the military leaders saw through her. They didn't believe Guwon's and the deputy commander's lies. Chungshir Gij's promotions are well-deserved. Sister Ma, soon you'll be the wife of the squad leader, a proper officer's wife. That's truly enviable. I heard the military comrades will come for the feast. It shows how much the leaders value Chungshir Gij. Unlike some people, the squad leader might soon be unable to stay in his position. Ma Lai Tue was so flattered by her praise that she held Gan Qi's hand sincerely. From now on, Gan Qi is like my own sister. Anyone who bullies her is going against me. Guwon, you won't be arrogant for long. Your partner is the squad leader, and my husband is about to be one too. I am already married to Chingshir, but you're not. Who knows if you'll end up together? Who knows if your partner will get demoted? Her husband secretly told her that once he became the squad leader, he would immediately settle scores with Fu Jingchen to avenge past wrongs. If you apologize to us and kowtow, giving me 1,000 yuan as a gift, I might speak well of you in front of my husband. Otherwise, I will have the military leaders dismiss your partner. Gu Wuan burst into laughter. Ma Lai Tue, this fool, was so unaware that Gan Qi was selling her out for money. May I ask, what military achievement did your husband earn to deserve 4 promotions? The squad leader hasn't even taken his seat yet, and he's already so arrogant. What if he doesn't make it? Wouldn't that be a huge embarrassment? Everyone can see that being promoted 4 times in a row is unlikely. This was just Fu Jingchen's casual lie, but surprisingly, Jiang Qingshi believed it. He is truly overly confident in his abilities. Ma Lai, unaware of her own foolishness, proudly said, "The army leader said it. If you have questions, ask the leaders. My husband was promoted 4 times, even more impressive than your boyfriend. From now on, you have to consider my husband's opinion when you do things because the army values him." She has already planned that once her husband officially becomes a regiment commander, she will target Fu Jingchen, preferably demoting him to a platoon leader. Then, her husband will punish him severely out of revenge. She also plans to stop Gu Wanwan from marrying Fu Jingchen and to tear up their marriage certificate. In the end, she wants to cut off Jiang Jingyi's last hope. Even if Jiang Qingshi regains his legs, so what? As long as Jiang Qingshi says one word, Jiang Jingyi will never enter the army. The Jiang family can't wait to see Qian Mei and Jiang Jingyi regret their choices, kneeling and begging to return to the Jiang family. Gu Wanwan only smiled faintly, a deep and mysterious smile on her lips. Ma Lai and her husband will soon have a falling out. They will lose everything, and Gan Qi's dream of becoming a wealthy wife will once again be shattered. "Let's wait until your husband becomes a regiment commander," she said. The fake sisters felt very frustrated.
Why?
Because they didn't see any disappointment or jealousy on Gu Wanwan's face. It seemed she wasn't worried at all about her partner's position being taken away. "Miss Ma, don't bother with her. She'll cry later," Gan Qi said with a smile, a hint of scheming in her eyes. After the banquet, her dream of becoming a wealthy wife will come true. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it's best to get married tomorrow. Meanwhile, Jiang Laotai and Jiang Widow loudly went to find Qianmei. Qianmei, admit it. My son is more capable than your son. Without the Jiang family, you and your son are nothing. If you're willing to return to the Jiang family and continue working for us, my Qingshi can keep your son as a platoon leader. Recently, the Jiang family had caused quite a few jokes. Fortunately, Jiang Qingshi has been doing well, and the Jiang family finally feels proud again. Their status in the village has improved, and old friends and relatives who rarely visited now come to congratulate them. They also hope Jiang Qingshi can introduce someone to join the army. Qianmei spat and said, "You think the army is run by your Jiang family? The last regret of my life was marrying your old man Jiang. Do you want me to serve you like, capitalist style? Be careful, I might report you. Don't even think about targeting my son. I'm glad my son doesn't have a father like you. I will take him to find his biological father." Jiang Laotai, forget it. Widow Jiang proudly said, "Qianmei, remember to bring your son to the celebration. Come witness my son's promotion banquet. You wouldn't dare to miss it, right?" Jiang Jingyi replied on behalf of his mother, "We will come. Actually, we have some good news to announce too." Before the meal started, the front of the Jiang house was already crowded with villagers eager to share in the joy. "Old Jiang, your eldest son, is really impressive. He became a squad leader quietly and has a bright future ahead. I wonder if Qianmei will regret her decision. She just divorced and Jiang's eldest son got promoted. Such good luck for him. Ma Lai Tai is having a falling out with Gu Jiqing. Looks like Gu Jiqing is going to have bad luck, maybe even involve Fu Jingchen." Since Ma Lai Tai publicly claimed Gan Qi as her adopted younger sister, villagers disliked Gan Qi more. Out of respect for the Jiang family, they dared not criticize her openly. Compared to Ma Lai Tai, who only cared about her own family, Gan Qi behaved more like Jiang family's daughter-in-law, greeting guests everywhere and taking care of everything herself. Widow Jiang was very pleased when she saw this. She thought Gan Qi was the kind and diligent daughter-in-law she admired. Seeing Ma Lai Tai, who was always meddling, she felt displeased. Jiang Qingshi held a son, smiling happily as he followed Gan Qi. From afar, it looked like a happy family of three. Since the banquet was free, no one would refuse to eat. Fu Jingchen, Gu Wanwan, Zheng Shirkan, Hu Jiming, Gu Qingtang with her children and Qianmei with her children arrived one after another. Zhao Wuming and Secretary Ding's family also came. Secretary Ding looked around and saw Widow Ma making frantic gestures. He thought to himself, let her do as she wishes. Zheng Shirkan was Gu Wanwan's good friend and often caused trouble for him, so he decided to start with Zheng Shirkan. When he saw the target, Widow Ma and Ma Lai Tai quickly reminded Brother Ma, the matchmaker, to seize the opportunity. Once the deal was done, the Ma family would rise to wealth and status. Ding Yanli saw Fu Jingchen arrive and instinctively touched the medicine pouch in her pocket. Success or failure depended on this moment. She hadn't told anyone about this, afraid her parents might stop her. Gan Qi saw Liang Xian calmly find a seat and sit down, knowing that the villagers' plan had failed. She frowned and asked, "Why are you here? Surprised to see me doing well? The villagers you sent are really useless," Liang Xian retorted unhappily. "They come to watch you flirt with men, abandon your wife and children, and take their place." Ma Lai Tai immediately defended Gan Qi. "You, Liang Xian, should apologize to my sister Gan Qi." Liang Xian ignored her and continued to reveal secrets. "Ma Lai Tai, you're both stupid and clueless. You didn't notice when someone pried into your wall. Be careful. Gan Qi might come into your house and kick you out, making you a divorced wife and a joke in Xiangyang village. Everyone in the village knows that Gan Qi is flirtatious and unfaithful, but only you foolishly took her home. She has been involved with Ko Gongda, Zheng Jiliang, the commune leaders, and many villagers. You and your husband still treat her as a treasure." Gan Qi almost cried, feeling deeply wronged. "Liang Xian, I know you're jealous of me. We are all educated youths and comrades in the revolution. How can you slander my innocence? Are you trying to ruin me? If I were truly guilty, Why hasn't the police detained me? Ma Lai looked unable to comfort Ganqi and instead stepped forward confidently. I believe in Chi-Chi's innocence. If you continue to slander her, be careful, or I might not be polite to you. My family doesn't welcome you here, so please leave. Liang Xin wasn't afraid. If you dare hit me, I won't leave. Fu Jingchen looked on coldly with disdain and contempt. Jiang Qingshi, what you're saying is all true. Why are you overreacting? People might think Ganqi is your wife. Jiang Qingshi was embarrassed to be publicly criticized. Ganqi then stepped in front of him, tearful and delicate. Brother Qingshi, I've been wronged, but it's okay. Your promotion banquet is important. Don't let others laugh at us. Jiang Qingshi felt heartache and secretly vowed, Chi-Chi, once I get promoted, I will seek justice for you. Those who bullied or looked down on you before, I will make them apologize and make amends. Ma Lai looked at her husband and then at Ganqi, feeling something strange between them, but she didn't notice and only focused on whether her brother would succeed. The villagers sat down for the meal. I thought the soldiers would come? Why is no one here? Qian Mei pointed with her chin at Fu Jingchen. Brother Qian is a leader, so we can start eating now. We're all hungry. Ganqi comforted her. Maybe something delayed them. The soldiers called ahead to inform us. Brother Qingshi's promotion is sure. Jiang Qingshi felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. Parents, let's start the meal. This was Jiang Laodi's proud moment. He raised his cup. Thank you all for coming to celebrate my son's promotion. Now, let's eat. The Jiang family spared no expense for the banquet. Jiang Qingshi borrowed money from good friends in the army. There were 10 dishes, 2 meat dishes, and the rest were large bowls of vegetarian food. The meat dishes weren't all meat. They had meat mixed in the vegetables. Everyone eagerly shared, grabbing food from each other. Zheng Shirkan and Hu Ziming deliberately sat at other tables, while Qian Mei and her son sat with Gu Qingtang. Gu Wanwan's table was full of experienced women, known for their skill in eating contests. Someone even secretly brought their own bowl to fill with food. Gu Jiqing, eat up, don't hold back. We won't hold back. As the large dishes were served, Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen quickly picked up their chopsticks. Before the women could react, they had already filled a bowl. The women looked at each other, but couldn't keep up with the quick pace of the couple. They finished each dish quickly, leaving no good food behind. The women, experienced at banquets, had never faced such strong opponents. Not only did they eat fast, but they finished quickly too. Soon, the food was gone. There was no chance to pack leftovers, and they had to admit defeat. Ma Lai watched the whole scene and secretly planned with her family members. Ganqi, however, acted like the hostess, toasting Jiang Qingshi and his son. Jiang Qingshi was so happy that he drank too much and was helped into the house by Ganqi. Gu Wanwan playfully sent a love seed to Jiang Qingshi, and as soon as he entered the house, he collapsed onto Ganqi. Fu Jingchen thought it was about time, picked up On Bao, and stood up. Wanwan, I'll take On Bao to the bathroom. Go ahead. Gu Wanwan nodded calmly. She caught a glimpse of Ding Yanli hurriedly leaving through the corner of her eye, then gave Zheng Shirkan a meaningful look. Zheng Shirkan understood and quietly left the scene. Ma Fuma was worried about how to get Zheng Shirkan to drink the spiked wine. Seeing her leave alone, she saw an opportunity and quietly followed her. Liang Xin, halfway through eating, tiptoed after her. When passing by Zhang's house, she peeked through the half-open window and saw Ganqi and Jiang Qingshi tossing and turning on the bed, unaware of the world. Ding Yanli suddenly appeared, grabbing some medicinal powder to sprinkle. Jie Jingchen, you are my man. No one can take you away. You must marry me, or I'll be a rogue. But Fu Jingchen was faster, and directly knocked her out. Zheng Jiqing, we are really destined. I've liked you for a long time. Do you want to be my girlfriend? Ma Fuma showed what she thought was a handsome smile and approached Zheng Shirkan step by step. It's just the two of us here. If you agree, I'll cherish you. If not, I'll force you. Once we succeed, your fiancé will leave you. Zheng Shirkan was disgusted by his yellow teeth. She took out the stun baton Gan Wanwan gave her and electrocuted him, knocking him to the ground. Then she grabbed his collar and dragged him away to meet Fu Jingchen. The two who were stunned were placed in a shed next to the toilet. Fu Jingchen poured the medicine powder into their mouths. Soon, the effects took hold, and they rolled together happily. After the matter was settled, the three of them passed by a house and saw Yang Xian sneakingly peering through the window. Ma Lai Tai and the widow Ma saw that their younger brother hadn't returned for a long time and thought he had caught Jing Shirkan. "Where is my brother? Has anyone seen him?" Ding's secretary hinted. "Zheng Jiqing is also missing. I think I saw Zheng Jiqing following the Marquis. I don't know what he's planning." Ding Yanli's subordinate suddenly said, "Fu Jingchen and Yanli are also gone."
Could they be?
The servant sitting with Gu Wanwan rolled her eyes. Old Fourth Fu took the child to the bathroom. He's not alone. "Let's go find them," Gu Wanwan said first. Ding's secretary, eager to see the excitement, directed the villagers to look for the missing people. Yu Tsuehua, eager to see Zheng Shirtsan's embarrassment, rushed ahead. The group arrived in front of the firewood shed and heard sounds that were inappropriate for children. Yu Tsuehua, enjoying the chaos, immediately assumed Zheng Shirtsan's misconduct. No need to say more, Zheng Shirkan must be flirting with the Marquis. Congratulations to the Ma family, gaining a wealthy daughter-in-law. Ma Lai Tai pretended to look troubled. "Zheng Shirkan already has a fiancé. Why is she still bothering my brother? This is wrong." The widow, Ma, looked serious. "Since it's happened, Zheng Jiqing can't marry Hu Jiqing anymore. Let my brother handle this." Ma's father and mother took the opportunity to speak. "She caused her own trouble. Our family won't give any bride price, but she must bring 2,000 in dowry and find a job for my son. Otherwise, she's not welcome in our family." Ma Lai Tai shot a provocative look at Gu Wanwan. "Sorry, your good friend is now my sister-in-law. She's not behaving herself, so don't blame us for being strict." Ding's secretary cleared his throat. Since the Ma family is willing to take responsibility, Zheng Jiqing should marry into their family. It's better than being accused of messing around. I believe Gu Jiqing and Hu Jiqing won't mind, right? Gu Wanwan smiled. Of course they don't mind. The problem is, inside, it's really Kanchan. No way, my brother wouldn't. Before the widow Ma finished, they heard Ding Yanli's voice from inside. Ding Yanli happily shouted, "Brother Jingchen, I love you. I like you so much. I finally belong to you." Her subordinate, fearing chaos, added, "Fu Jingchen and Ding Yanli are married, not Jing Shirkan and the Marquis." Yu Tsuehua was stunned. Ding's secretary looked confused. The Ma family members all froze. Ma Lai Tai blurted out without thinking, "That's not right. What's going on? That's clearly my brother's voice, not Fu Jingchen's. Why do you insist that Fu Jingchen touched Ding Yanli? Could it be that Ding Yanli has bad intentions? Trying to drug our captain?" As she spoke, Gu Wanwan squatted down and picked up a yellow paper bag. "This smell, isn't it pig breeding powder?" At this point, the villagers could clearly see something was wrong. Yu Tsuehua shook her head. "No, if Fu Jingchen touched my daughter, he must take responsibility." Secretary Ding hurried forward to stop her. "Tsuehua, calm down, don't." Yu Tsuehua lost her mind. With a loud bang, she kicked open the door of the woodshed. Inside, the scene was fully exposed. Inside, Ding Yanli and Ma the Marquis were in a chaotic scene. "Oh my, it's really them, trying to slander Fu Jingchen and Jing Shirkan. Zheng Jiqing has such a good fiancé. How could he be interested in the sloppy Ma the Marquis? Everyone knows the Ma family is a trap. Ding Yanli is calling Ma the Marquis brother Jingchen, probably trying to drug Fu Jingchen, but accidentally affected Ma the Marquis. Now, they are practically married. If Ding Yanli doesn't marry Ma the Marquis, her life is over. Ding Yanli is the daughter of the secretary, practically a princess in the village. A princess marrying a marquis, it's a mismatch, haha. They perfectly demonstrated how harming others can ultimately harm oneself." Yu Tsuehua's mind was shattered, speechless and incoherent. "No, it must be Gu Wanwan who framed us. My daughter would never drug anyone. I will report this to the police." The scene before them was beyond their control. Yes, it's Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen who are upset about my husband's promotion, so they deliberately caused trouble at the banquet. They absolutely couldn't admit the truth. Once admitted, it was over. Old Jiang and the widow Zhang's faces darkened with anger. They glared fiercely at Ma Laitai. Since it was their own daughter-in-law, they couldn't cause trouble publicly, so they vented their anger on Gu Wanwan. Gu Ziking, do you want to ruin our Jiang family? Even if you spoil the banquet, it won't change my son's promotion. Hearing this, the women sitting with Gu Wanwan immediately retorted angrily. Gu Ziking has always been sitting with us at the table, never leaving half a step. She's right here, and she's supposed to drug Ding Yanli and Ma the Marquis? Is she a fairy? The real problem is the Ma family. They're showing off intentionally or not. Their son wants to marry the director's daughter of the Pigeon Tail Association. I spit on that. A toad wanting to eat swan meat, trying to be a rogue to Zheng Ziking. And that Ding Yanli, after Fu Jingchen left with the baby, she sneaked over secretly. She's useless, got the wrong person, and still dares to tarnish Gu Ziking and Captain Fu's reputation. The Zhang family is really funny. They only gave a verbal notice, and everyone wondered if it was a mistake. They hurriedly arranged a big banquet, promoting from company commander to regiment commander, for ranks in total, which sounded unreliable. They promised that colleagues from the army would come to the feast, but not a single person was seen. Gu Wanwan used her special powers to create illusions for Ding Yanli and Ma the Marquis. In the illusion, Ding Yanli saw her plan succeed. Fu Jingchen, no matter how talented you are, I drugged you. If you touch me, you'll have to marry me. Gu Wanwan, your partner was taken by me. You can only be angry and helpless. I am now the future regiment leader's wife. I've finally stepped on you. My parents hate you so much they wish you dead. Without Fu Jingchen's support, you're just a powerless orphan girl. My father is a party secretary, and he can easily get rid of a young worker. Now Fu Jingchen is my son-in-law. My father still hopes Fu Jingchen will help him become a leader in the commune. Our Ding family is getting better, but you have fallen into disgrace. Hearing this, Ding the party secretary was terrified. Naughty girl, shut up. Just moments ago, Yu Tsuehua accused Gu Wanwan of being very malicious. Now, she felt embarrassed and amused, insisting that Gu Wanwan was to blame. But it turned out her daughter's own actions had caused her trouble. Meanwhile, Ma the Marquis also didn't disappoint. He revealed everything he should have kept secret. Zheng Shirkan, I rejected you, but you just escaped my grasp. My sister's medicine really works. You and who the young worker are engaged, but you're still my woman. Our Ma family will rise to the top. This time my sister, Widow Ma, and Ma Late did a good job. They planned everything for me, found me a wife from a good family. From now on, my father-in-law is the director of the Pigeon Tail Society. Everyone was stunned by the shocking news. Widow Ma turned to look at Ding the party secretary, who was glaring at her with fierce eyes. She silently thought it's over. Gu Wanwan sneered and clapped her hands. What a big show. Should the Ding and Ma families apologize to me? I didn't expect Ding the party secretary to have so much power, to be able to casually take lives. Your own daughter admits it. Can Ding the party secretary still deny it? Ma Late, you hate me so much you come after me. You knew my sister Shirkan had a fiancé, but still encouraged your brother to act indecently, ruining their relationship. I will report everything honestly. Your clumsy actions, Ma Late, are the reason Jiang Cheng is in trouble. At this moment, Secretary Ding truly regrets not having a daughter like Ding Yanli. He fears that his lifetime reputation is almost ruined by his daughter. Gu Jiqing, you misunderstood. It's our fault as a couple for spoiling our daughter. An overwhelming fear spreads through him. Ma Lai shakes her head constantly. It's not me. The medicine was brought by my sister, Widow Ma. Widow Ma glares at her sister-in-law in disbelief. It was your idea. You saw Zheng Jiqing was well off and wanted to give her to your brother. Mrs. Jiang is angry and walks over to slap Ma Lai several times. Shameless woman, you love taking care of your family. That's your business. Why did you drag my son into this? If you like your family so much, just go back to your family. I want a divorce from my son. Ma Lai has endured a lot from her in-laws recently and is full of anger. Go back to your family if you want. I'll go back with my son. Your Jiang family better not ask me to come back. As long as she has her son, the Jiang family will eventually have to admit defeat. Unknowingly, her biological son, Jiang Chunkai, has already betrayed her. Mom, if you want to go back, go. I won't go to Grandma's house. Grandma doesn't treat me well. Old Jiang, who once looked down on Ma Lai, now looks even more disdainful. Grandson is from our Jiang family. You're not allowed to take him. Chunkai, be good. I'll ask your dad to find you a stepmother. Jiang Chunkai, with a naive face, says, I want Ganqi to be my stepmother. She treats me better than Grandma and the others. Ma Lai's heart aches like needles stabbing her. These are days she has loved and cared for during her 10 months of pregnancy. At a critical moment, her own family begins to turn against her. Ganqi's aunt is my mother's close friend. She's not your stepmother. Stepmothers are bad and will mistreat stepchildren. Jiang Chunkai suddenly pushes his mother away. I want Ganqi to be my mother. You're the bad one. You don't treat me like your son. You only care about giving everything to Grandpa, Grandma, and Uncle. I don't want you anymore. Ma Lai grabs her son and hits him a few times on the buttocks. Ganqi and your father are impossible.
Enough.
Today's outcome is your fault. All of you are responsible, including the slander about my partner, Ding Yanli. Gu Wanwan crosses her arms, looking calm and serious. Secretary Ding, how do you want to handle your daughter and the Marquis? Either marry them or deal with them for cheating. No matter which path you choose, you must compensate us for emotional damages. Otherwise, I will report you. The maidservants try to separate them twice, but they are so entangled that no one can break them apart. At this point, Brother Ding had no choice. If he disagreed, he faced the watchful gaze of Gu Wanwan in front and Zhao Guoming trying to cause trouble behind. His days as the village party secretary became more and more uncertain. Let's get married. Yu Tsuehua's face turned pale, nearly fainting. Old Ding, are you crazy? That's a lazy, irresponsible man. If our daughter marries him, her life is over. I won't agree. The Ma family isn't a good match. My daughter won't marry him for her whole life. Our Ding family can't afford to support her. Sherry Welling quietly watched the scene unfold. Hearing her mother-in-law's outrageous decision, she spoke with disgust. Mom, if you want to support little sister-in-law, then we should split the family. Someone like her, who flits from one man to another, staying in the Ding family will only ruin our reputation, affect Dad and Ding Qidong's reputation, and even impact second brother's future marriage. Are you sure you want to do this for Ding Yanli and become enemies of the whole family? Ding Qidong always listened to his wife and was very unhappy with his mother's actions. Since their home was robbed, life had become even harder. They relied on his wife's dowry just to get by. It was okay that Ding Yanli married Fu Jingchen successfully, but now she was involved with a lazy, greedy man, the prince's son. The Ding family's wealth would soon be drained by such a greedy person. Mom, Ding Yanli's behavior is so shameful. You should cut ties with her. Do you want a daughter or a son? Ruining your son's future, and he'll hate you for life. Anyway, if you don't agree, Ding Yanli will be taken out to parade through the streets, even eating peanuts. Faced with her future and her daughter, Brother Ding naturally chose his future. He was not just worried about Ding Yanli. Having a mother like her, Ding Yanli and Yu Tsuehua were both troublemakers. Tears streamed down Yu Tsuehua's face. How can you abandon Yanli? She's my only daughter. Brother Ding, feeling considerate, decided to give up his daughter. Then we'll get a divorce. When divorce was mentioned, Yu Tsuehua suddenly calmed down. I agree to their marriage. For now, they would save their daughter's life. Once the storm passed, they could divorce and send her somewhere else. They would find a good husband for her later. The Ma family's parents secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They thought Ding Yanli was the daughter of the village secretary, so their Ma family was reaching higher. The village official was still an official. Soon, they would arrange for their son to work at the commune. Dear in-laws, this marriage is settled. I will treat Yanli as my own daughter. Gu Wanwan smiled sweetly, crossing her arms. Why wait for a lucky day? Let's get the marriage license now. The widow Ma and Ma Late looked at each other and forced a smile that was worse than crying. Ding Yanli was a troublemaker, and her family was not easy to deal with. The Ma family's days ahead would be tough. Unable to separate the two, in the end, water was splashed over them, waking the person up immediately. Ding Yanli and Ma Fu Ma woke up first, saw each other's figures, and in the next second, they burst into terrified screams.
Is it you, Fu Jinkin? Ah.
Even though Ding Yanli was foolish, she knew her plan had been exposed and that she had mistaken the target. The pain in her body constantly reminded her that she and Ma Fu Ma had become a married couple. You ruined my life. It's over, everything is finished. She is no longer pure, and the villagers caught her in the act.
Ma Fu Ma was also confused.
The woman I want isn't you. It's Zheng Shirkan. You're just a village girl, and I wouldn't even bother with you. Hu Ziming sneered coldly. Getting involved with someone else's wife is like eating sunflower seeds. Ma Fu Ma was a coward and quickly changed his tone, cowardly admitting, I will marry her. I love Ding Yanli the most. Without her, I would die. I'm so lucky to finally marry her. Let me tell you, Yanli and I have been secretly seeing each other for a long time. She's my girlfriend. I'm with my own partner, and it's all consensual, right? The villagers found this hard to believe. Ding Yanli's eyes were hollow, feeling as if the world was collapsing. All her beautiful dreams turned to bubbles. Where is Fu Jingchen? Where is he? He's the one who harmed me, who drugged me. I want to report him. As soon as she spoke, the villagers' disdain grew. Enough. You just admitted that you prepared the drug yourself and wanted to drug Fu Jingchen. He's smart and didn't fall for your tricks. Ask the loyal little sister, who's always with you. Gu Wanwan gave a cold look, and her loyal followers quickly spoke up in fear. Yanli's sister, just give in. Everyone in the village knows about your shameful affair. If you want to marry Fu Jingchen, it's because you told us to smear him and led the villagers here. As long as we succeed in catching him, Fu Jingchen will have to marry you. After everything is settled, you promise to help us find a soldier brother to marry. Ding Yanli was betrayed by her followers and looked to her parents for help. Dad, Mom, I am innocent. Dad Ding turned away without looking at her, and Suehua covered her mouth with tears. Shi Yueling sneered and said, Fu Jingchen is the person you're after? Your parents have already agreed to marry you to the Ma family. Ding Yanli had lost all hope. Her whole body seemed to have lost its soul. She sat on the ground, crying and laughing at the same time. I was clearly following Fu Jingchen. Where is he? The women in waiting were confused. Does it take so long to change a baby's diaper? Zheng Shirkan hasn't come back either. Could something have happened? Quickly find him. We don't want any accidents. The Jiang family's banquet is cursed. So many troubles have come from it. Right now, Zheng Shirkan and Liang Xian are leaning against the window, watching the activity inside. Seeing a pile of men's and women's clothes on the ground, they realize Gan Qi has succeeded. Zheng Shirkan turns to her and asks, Why are you here too? Liang Xian extends her hand and says, I can testify for you. Just pay me. Did you lose some money? Zheng Shirkan takes out a coin and gives it to her. Make the performance look more real later.
Count on me.
Liang Xian pats her chest. I hate Gan Qi and Ma La Tai even more than you do. Fu Jingchen isn't interested in what's happening inside. He covers Enbao's eyes with his big hand. When Enbao gets excited, she tries to pull Zao Zao. Fu Jingchen digs a small hole on the spot, making Enbao squat over it. The villagers are about to go find someone. When they pass by the other side of the Jiang house, they happen to see this scene. Liang Xian and Zheng Shirkan are leaning against the window. Fu Jingchen squats in front of Enbao, holding a piece of paper. Brother-in-law, block it. Enbao tugs at her brother-in-law's sleeve. Fu Jingchen shifts slightly to block the view of the crowd. The women see this and smile, praising him. I told you it took so long to go. Turns out it was just a. From the Fu family, taking good care of the little brother-in-law, almost like raising him as a son. Coming here too? This isn't a toilet. Look, isn't that Zheng Jiqing and Liang Jiqing? Why are they afraid to lean against the wall? I remember that's Jiang Qingshi's room. Are they spying on something? Ma Lai Tai glares at them. Could they be watching my husband get promoted and want to be the next leader's wife? I warn you, I am Jiang Qingshi's officially married wife. Zheng Shirtson's performance begins. Wanwan, come see. Today's Jiang family gathering really opened my eyes. It's so disgusting. Liang Xin looks disgusted. Who would look at your husband? I feel like vomiting. Gu Wanwan walks over to take a look and sighs. Ugh, it's too gross. In broad daylight, they're playing so openly. Is that really okay? Fu Jingchen finishes wiping and bow and says, Wanwan, don't look. It's dirty. The more they talk like this, the more the villagers want to see what's happening inside. Qian Mei raises her voice deliberately and asks loudly, Brother Chen, Sister Shirkan, why are you here? Fu Jingchen briefly explains, the toilet was blocked. We just happened to meet Shirkan on the way, so we took and Bao to find another place. We didn't expect to see someone cheating. Liang Xin picks up the story. I was also going to the toilet. I saw Fu Jingchen and Zheng Shirkan walking together, so I followed to see what was going on. The villagers were confused and asked, did you see Ding Yanli and Ma Fu Ma? Did they have contact with Fu Jingchen and Zheng Shirkan? Liang Xin rolled her eyes several times and said, see what? I was following Zheng Shirkan and the others all the way. You know, I really wanted to catch Zheng Shirkan doing something wrong. After I left, I vaguely saw two people going to the firewood shed. I don't know if they're the ones you mentioned. Not following us, huh? Guess what I saw? Oh my, Jiang Qingshi is cheating. Her words sounded convincing, as everyone knew Liang Xin didn't get along with Gu Wuan and Zheng Shirkan. Liang Xin had no reason to lie for Zheng Shirkan. Ma Late was so angry he was trembling and didn't believe her nonsense. You want to ruin my husband's reputation, making it seem like he can't get a promotion. Why use such a silly excuse to frame him? My husband is honest and faithful. He has a wife and children, and he wouldn't bother with outsiders. Liang Xin mocked her, saying, your husband is so great. He's cheating with your younger sister Ganqi. He doesn't want you anymore. No matter what she said, Ma Late still didn't believe her. She thought Liang Xin was just jealous of Ganqi. You don't need to stir trouble. Ganqi is my younger sister. I treat her well. I promised to find her a military officer husband. Ganqi would never do anything to hurt me. Aunt Lu and Qian Mei walked over and peeked inside through the window. They were shocked when they saw what was happening. Isn't that Jiang Qingshi? I've raised him for over 10 years. I can't mistake him. And the woman with him. Who is she? Ganqi, right? I just saw her help Jiang Qingshi into the house. The women all crowded around the window, eager to see more. Wow, it's really Ganqi. She's cheating with Jiang Qingshi. Ma Late's younger sister is stealing her brother's affection. Oh my, the situation is intense. The bed is shaking so much it might break. Jiang Qingshi looks honest and simple, but he's so flirtatious behind the scenes. Ganqi is making him crazy, and she seems to enjoy it. No wonder she's a woman with many lovers. Jiang Qingshi isn't innocent either. I saw them alone several times. They were hugging. They look more like a couple than Ma Late. If anyone's to blame, it's Ma Late for not seeing people clearly. She deserves to lose her husband. Ganqi is young, beautiful, and from a city. Unlike Ma Late, who's just trying to support her brother. I bet Jiang Qingshi would choose Ganqi. As the villagers kept talking more and more wildly, Ma Late felt dizzy and overwhelmed. You're talking nonsense. It's you, Gu Wuan, and your partner who are deliberately scheming against my husband, trying to turn us against each other. Gu Wuan was truly surprised by Ma Lai's intelligence. The door is locked from inside. I can still walk through walls and escape. I am so powerful, able to instruct Ganqi to flirt with your husband, make your husband obedient, and have Ganqi willingly have an affair. I am amazing. Everyone knew this was impossible. First, Gu Wanwan was Gan Qi's biggest enemy. Second, Jiang Qingshi still held a grudge against Fu Jingchen. How could those two be obedient and not be caught with evidence? The door is locked from inside. If it's not Gan Qi, then it's Jiang Qingshi. No one else could have drugged the drinks, because Jiang Qingshi was drunk. Men are most likely to act out when drunk. Ma Laiti felt scared, as if karma was coming for her. One mistake led to more mistakes. Gan Qi wouldn't do this. Maybe there's a misunderstanding? Zhang Laotai and Zhang Laifu were happy to see this. They had long wanted to kick out the dishonest Ma Laiti, the daughter-in-law stealing family money. The Jiang family didn't care for her. Gu Wanwan grabbed Ma Laiti's clothes and pushed her toward the window. Look carefully inside. Is that your half-sister and your good husband? They are sneaking around behind your back, and your husband has betrayed you. Everyone can see Gan Qi is thinking of your husband, but you're too foolish to notice. You even brought trouble into your home. Are you going to lose?
Who's losing?
You have Gan Qi's youth and beauty. Do you think she's good at pretending and making men happy? Can you make men jealous and crazy for you like Gan Qi? Ma Laiti, this is karma for doing bad things. You schemed against Shirkan, and now it's coming back to you. The truth was right in front of her. Ma Laiti couldn't deny it. When she saw her husband's pride and joy after his promotion vanish, replaced by pain and sadness from betrayal, she felt more anger and resentment. Jiang Qingshi, do you deserve me? I bore you a son. I am a great contributor to the Jiang family. She ran into the house, grabbed a hammer, and smashed the door. At the same time, the man and woman on the bed suddenly woke up. They looked around and screamed instinctively. Jiang Qingshi quickly covered Gan Qi and himself with a quilt, protecting her privacy while angrily shouting at Ma Laiti, "Ma Laiti, are you crazy? You scared Qi." Seeing her husband tenderly protecting Gan Qi made Ma Laiti feel heartbroken and breathless. Gu Wanwan's words were all true. Jiang Qingshi was tired of her. She was too naive and foolish, mistaking Gan Qi for her good sister. Now, her so-called sister had betrayed her and climbed into her husband's bed. Thinking about how she had sworn to believe in Gan Qi's innocence, only to be stabbed in the back by her own sister, she felt betrayed and devastated. Malai Tai has become the biggest joke in Xiangyang village. Gan Qi's original plan was to let Jiang Qingshi meet her at night, secretly arrange for Jiang's parents to see, not to cause a public scandal that couldn't be controlled. How did she and Jiang Qingshi suddenly become so uncontrollable? Since that's the case, she can only replace Malai Tai and become the future wife of the team leader. Happiness depends on one's own effort, and she doesn't think she's doing anything wrong. As for causing trouble, now Jiang Qingshi is rich and powerful, with a bright future. Who dares to report? So, Malai Tai can only be publicly humiliated. Tears in her eyes, Malai Tai could no longer hold back. She rushed over and grabbed Gan Qi, hitting her wildly. Do you really like someone else's husband so much? Haven't I treated you well enough? Why do you want to steal my husband? Gan Qi wouldn't foolishly be hit. She quickly snuggled into Jiang Qingshi's arms. You, sister, are so proud, yet you still encourage your brother to drug Zheng Shirkan. If people don't know, it's because you did it. You ruined Zheng Shirtsan's reputation. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Zheng Shirkan cleared his throat and said, Sorry, I am safe and sound. It was Ding Yanli and Ma Fu Ma who drugged each other. Malai Tai, you lost control. Your younger sister-in-law from the city has run away. Gu Wanwan and Zheng Shirkan won't let you go, Ma family. Gan Qi was stunned and decided to confront her directly. If you dare not take revenge on Gu Wanwan, then target Zheng Shirkan. Your family scandal is known by everyone in the village. It's your fault for harming brother Qingshi, damaging the reputation of the Jiang family and his future. You, a family dog that bites the hand that feeds you, should go back to your family. It's better to wait for your brother than for your own son. Your son likes me, not you. Malai Tai has gone crazy. Brother Qingshi, save me. Jiang Qingshi was overwhelmed with thoughts. He felt his dignity was at stake. If Fu Jingchen found out about this scandal, would he seek revenge? Probably not. He had divorced and now the leadership valued him. Fu Jingchen wouldn't oppose the leadership, right? Furthermore, Ma Lai Tai had a grudge against Gu Wuan. The crazy old woman probably wanted to see Ma Lai Tai's downfall. The most urgent thing was to cut ties with the troublemaker Ma Lai Tai. Since meeting Gan Qi, he had felt her gentle warmth. He realized how important a good wife was: young, beautiful, filial to her in-laws, caring for her stepchild, and managing the home well. Unlike Ma Lai Tai, who only cared about her own family. He slapped Ma Lai Tai away and casually picked up his clothes. Ma Lai Tai, don't bully Chi Chi. Chi Chi? Such a close name. Have you two been together for a long time? Ma Lai Tai saw his eyes flicker and knew he guessed right. Parents, your son made a mistake. I want you to give me an explanation. Old Jiang was firm. Since it has happened, you and my son should get a divorce. Widow Jiang stepped forward and held Gan Qi, then coldly faced Ma Lai Tai. Don't think that just because you gave birth to a son for the Jiang family, you are a great contributor. If you hadn't used tricks back then, would my son have married you? Honestly, you are not the daughter-in-law I had in mind. You are lazy and troublesome, only taking my son's money to support your family, and you're getting worse. If it weren't for the fact that no one is taking care of your grandson, the Jiang family would have divorced you long ago. Now that Gan Qi and my son are together, you should know your place and step down. The best thing you did was bringing Gan Qi to my son's side. Even her in-laws disliked her, so Ma Lai Tai had no choice but to cling to her son as her last hope. I still have a son. Son, you need to persuade your grandparents and your father to kick Gan Qi out of the house. She wants to ruin your parents' relationship and make you an orphan. Jiang Chenkai pouted and angrily pulled away from Ma Lai Tai. You're a bad mother. You just hit me. I want Gan Qi to be my mother. I don't want you anymore. Gan Qi, Auntie, can I call you Mom? Please marry my dad quickly. I like you the most. Gan Qi pretended to blush shyly, but her proud eyes glanced at Ma Lai Tai. Look at your dad. Jiang Chenkai jumped and cheered, almost like setting off fireworks. Tears welled up in Ma Lai Tai's eyes. Her son recognizing Gan Qi as his mother was like a sharp knife stabbing her heart. Was she wrong to care for her family? Only by having her own family could she stand up for herself if she was mistreated in her in-laws' house later. She hadn't done anything wrong. She was right. She still had her family.
Parents, please help me.
The in-laws are forcing me to die. Ma's parents were about to get angry and saw a chance to demand compensation from the Jiang family. Your son is cheating and has let me and my daughters down. I want to report him. If I don't want to be reported, I want a compensation of 1,000 yuan. Ma Lai Tai was moved and wiped her tears. With her family behind her, everything would be fine. If you report my son, I will also report your son for cheating, and I will get back all the money Ma Lai Tai has taken from your family over the years. Perhaps because her son was promoted, the widow Jiang didn't take their threats seriously. My son is a battalion commander. The leaders value him, so they will protect him. At worst, they will demote him by 2 ranks. He's still a company commander. Your Ma family is different. If your son enters, it means the family will end. If the Ma family doesn't cause trouble, maybe my son will be generous and recommend military positions for your son and nephew. I have to say, the shameful heart of Ma's parents is to trade their son's future for a little benefit. Ma Lai Tai, since your in-laws don't want you, you might as well step down and make way. Exactly, your brother's future is important. It's your own fault if you can't handle things. Don't expect your family to help you.
Maanantai Lai Tai vastunned.
She respected her caring and obedient parents, and now they not only refused to support her, but also advised her to leave peacefully. At this moment, she truly felt isolated and helpless. I am your daughter. Over the years, whenever I had good things, I moved to honor my parents. I lived frugally just to make my family's life better. For your brother's happiness, you are willing to sacrifice me. Am I still your real daughter? You clearly said that my family is my backing and will support me. Ma's mother frowned and said harshly, I believe what I say. I told you to die. Are you going or not? You're just a useless person. A useless person should have the awareness of being useless. Your existence is just to support your brother. If you don't serve the Ning family well, why did I give birth to you? You're useless, and it's no wonder your own son doesn't want you anymore. How dare you stay in your in-laws' house? If the Jiang family changes their mind and helps your brother and cousin, be careful. I will skin you alive. After saying this, Ma's mother hit her daughter in front of everyone.
Manantay Laita's heart sunk.
She once again rushed at Ganqi. What kind of love potion did you pour into my family and my own? I will report you. Ganqi lowered her voice and smugly said, Be careful. I might mistreat your son. Ma Laitai, you're a total failure. Don't worry, I will take good care of your husband and son. You can only watch helplessly as I become the wife of the group leader. Thank you for giving me the position. Jiang Cheng was afraid she would hurt Ganqi.
He pushed her to the ground.
Ma Laitai, stop making trouble. We already divorced a long time ago. When you faked your pregnancy to blackmail me last time, I already applied for divorce with the leaders. You signed the papers yourself. Ganqi and I are in love, and today we will register our marriage. Ma Laitai vaguely remembered Jiang Cheng once asked her to sign a document, but she couldn't read and only pressed her fingerprint. Jiang Cheng, you're lying to me. Fu Jingchen casually said, Jiang Cheng did indeed submit a divorce application. Bad men and mean women should be locked away. Looking at the time, Sheng Qing's moment is coming, and Jiang Qingshi's false claim of military achievement will soon be revealed. Jiang Qingshi didn't expect Fu Jingchen to support him. Let's part peacefully, each going our own way in the future. Ma Late finally accepted that he was divorced. Jiang Qingshi, you abandoned her after starting things. Do you really think Ganqi wanted to be with you? She only looked at your promotion and thought you were easy to deceive. Unfortunately, Jiang Qingshi was already blinded by Ganqi. He thought Ma Late was jealous and spreading rumors to tarnish Ganqi's reputation. I won't allow you to insult Chi-Chi. To me, Chi-Chi is a kind and understanding woman. Others misunderstood her and harbored evil thoughts. As long as I am here, no one can bully her. Anyone who dares to bother Chi-Chi, he will find a way to get revenge, as long as he gets a promotion. Now, with Fu Jingchen, the team leader, still above him, he's waiting for the right moment to confront him. Ganqi was moved to tears, looking at Jiang Qingshi as if he were a hero. Brother Qingshi, only you understand me. I'm so happy. I've finally found my home. Marrying an officer meant escaping the threats and entanglements from Kogongda and Qingshan village. They would think twice before trying to hurt her. Her dream of becoming a military wife was about to come true. Now her only task was to stay close to Jiang Qingshi, so no trouble would arise. Zheng Jiliang saw Ganqi rising like a phoenix and living a prosperous life. Meanwhile, he was left with nothing and felt very jealous. He maliciously wanted to ruin this dazzling scene. Jiang Qingshi is really broad-minded. He took my discarded shoes, second-hand goods, not knowing who else slept with her. You're just one of his guests, marrying a wild hen. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Zheng's mother's love for Ganqi in the past had turned into hatred. If Ganqi hadn't caused trouble, ruining her son's chance with the golden phoenix Zheng Shirkan, the Zheng family wouldn't have fallen so low. Do you know what kind of family a wild hen comes from? She's just a single worker. Her brother is a gambler, and her mother is a sexist. Because her son owed debts, they wanted to sell Ganqi to get money. That's why Ganqi ran away to the countryside. Before leaving, she even stole all the family's money. Marrying her means you'll be dragged down by her family. Her family will owe debts that will fall on your Jiang family. Liang Xia nodded in agreement. If it weren't for my support, Ganqi would have been worn out by her gambling family long ago. Ungrateful, treacherous wolf. The wild chicken is just a wild chicken. She insists on pretending to be a noble young lady from a wealthy family. Only once did Zheng Jiliang foolishly fall for her tricks. When he realized he couldn't make her a government wife, he turned around and abandoned him. To achieve her goals, she would do anything, even use underhanded methods. You, Jiang Qingshi, are just that sneaky person. When you're no longer the team leader, see if Ganqi still stays loyal to you. She'll just kick you aside like everyone else. Listening to Zheng's mother's accusations, everyone's impression of Gan Qi worsened. The villagers who already didn't like the couple pointed fingers at them and whispered. Gan Qi covered her face and cried, trying to keep up her gentle and delicate image. What did I do to offend you all? Why do you keep stirring trouble between me and Qingshi? Are you so eager for us to break up? Qingshi, maybe I should leave you. I don't want to drag you down. Jiang Qingshi hesitated at first, but soon he was softened by Gan Qi's tears.
You are my woman now.
I won't let you go. They're just jealous because you're doing well and want to break us apart. Gan Qi threw herself into Jiang Qingshi's arms, her eyes full of affection. You are my sky, my ground, my most beloved man. I am willing to do everything for you, serve your parents, care for our son, and be your strong support. Jiang Qingshi was overwhelmed with emotion. Having such a wife was his greatest wish. As long as you stay true to me, I will never leave you. Jiang Laotai and Jiang Widowed nodded happily, ignoring what Liang Xian and Zheng Jiliang's mother said. Gan Qi was a young city girl, far better than the villagers' expectations. Gu Wanwan twitched her lips. Was this showing off love? No, it was just poisoning everyone. The villagers felt sick and disgusted. Fu Jingchen and Gu Wanwan exchanged glances, as if saying, if it were me, I wouldn't be so greasy. Jiang Qingshi seemed to have made up his mind. He turned to Fu Jingchen. Chief, I want to marry Gan Qi. Please approve the marriage report. Fu Jingchen replied casually, no need to approve.
Just go get the marriage license.
I've already informed the military about your good news. After getting the license, Gan Qi and Jiang Qingshi would be the ones crying. They weren't in the military, so they could get the license whenever they wanted. Gan Qi understood that Jiang Qingshi and Fu Jingchen were on the same level. She didn't need Fu Jingchen's approval for the marriage report. She was worried Fu Jingchen might oppose, but it turned out to go smoothly. Thank you, Chief. I will be a good military wife. Jiang Qingshi felt that something was strange, but couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. He thought that Fu Jingchen was trying to flatter him, hoping that by doing so, he wouldn't pursue the accusations against Fu Jingchen and Gu Wanwen for bullying Gan Qi. Don't even think about it. Since he could bring down Jiang Jingyi, he could also take down the soldier king Fu Jingchen. Liang Xian's sharp tongue was unbearable. She couldn't stand Gan Qi's good fortune. Still a young girl, like a fallen flower, as the ancients said. Where's the fallen red petals I should see? Jiang Qingshi's heart jolted. He looked at the bedsheet and indeed saw no sign of fallen petals. Claiming not to care was a lie. Every man hopes his woman is pure. But under the watchful eyes of others, he had to harden his heart and speak up for Gan Qi. Not every woman has fallen petals. Ma La Ti doesn't have any either. Since Qi married me, I believe in her. Ma La Ti's mind was collapsing. To clear Gan Qi's name, she was willing to sacrifice herself. But she could do nothing. Her family wouldn't help her, her in-laws abandoned her, and even her husband and son had been taken by Gan Qi. They were a happy family of 3, and she was the only outsider. After the banquet, Jiang Qingshi immediately took Gan Qi to the commune to register their marriage. The process was smooth. When they returned, he flaunted their marriage certificate like a trophy, announcing to all of Xiangyang village that they were now legally married. Ma La Ti, with nowhere to go, was left without a family. Parents were back. Here's our marriage certificate. From now on, I can officially honor you. Gan Qi spoke confidently, thinking she had to put on a good front before joining the army, even if she disliked her in-laws. She had to pretend to be filial. Chunkai, I am now your mother. Mother. Jiang Chunkai responded obediently. Now I have a city mother, not like before. I brought shame to the Jiang family. From now on, we won't lose money or grain. In front of Ma La Ti, Gan Qi hugged Jiang Chunkai. Don't worry, mother isn't her. The Jiang family will take care of our money and food, buy clothes for Chunkai, and treat him well. Ma La Ti heard her own broken heart. At that moment, she deeply realized how much she had failed as a person. Gan Qi, with malicious intent, sneered and approached Ma La Ti. whispering a secret only they could hear. Lai Tijia, sorry. Your son only recognizes me. Don't worry, I won't separate you and your son. I can allow you to stay in the Jiang family and continue to serve and atone for them. Gan Chi saw her silent and deliberately used Jiang Qingkai to threaten Ma Laiti, saying, in a few days, I will join the army. If you are sensible, take care of the two old folks for me. Otherwise, you'll never see your son again. Ma Laiti cried and laughed bitterly, sadly leaving the Jiang family and returning to her own home, seeking a little warmth from her family. In her heart, she still held a faint hope that her family might have some unavoidable difficulties. But when she reached her family's door and was about to open it, she overheard her parents and younger brother talking. Ma Laiti, this useless girl, only causes trouble. She's done nothing right. Now that Zhang's family has divorced her, she won't have money to bring home. If we knew she was so useless, we should have strangled her at birth. Now that she's been kicked out, will she come back to rely on her family? That's not good. We don't have extra food to feed her. An in-law daughter bringing shame to the family will ruin our reputation. Ding Yanli will definitely cause trouble. Father and mother, since sister is divorced, we might as well sell her to the butcher in Qingshan village. We could earn 200 yuan in bride price. Son, I heard that the butcher has killed 3 wives before. I want to see him. He probably won't live long. Divorce already damages her reputation. If she dies, so be it. It's not like she can create value. 200 yuan for a life is enough. My son is smart. I'll contact a matchmaker right now. Big sister has been a widow for so long. Should we also sell her? Your big sister can't be sold. She's working as a concubine for Secretary Ding, and that's not allowed. Ma Laiti didn't even have the courage to knock on the door. The family she trusted so much was now cold and heartless, choosing to abandon her. All these years, she had supported her family, sharing her money whenever she had it. But in the end, her family didn't care about her life or death. They wanted to squeeze the last bit of value from her. Knowing her family was a trap, she should have been clear back then when they tried to sell her. She had finally forced Jiang Cheng to marry her by pretending to drown, and she had tried to cut ties with her family. But in the end, her family's words easily convinced her, and her relationship was broken. Every time she brought gifts back home, she lost herself in her parents' praise. She deeply regretted it. She thought her brother was better than her son, always believing her family would support her. Now she was left with her son disowning her. If she could start over, she swore to stay away from her family and never let her in-laws down again. But unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. The bitter fruit she planted herself, she could only taste herself. As she reminisced about the past, she unknowingly arrived at Qian Mei's new home. Sister Wan, Sister Sure can, please stay at my house for dinner later. Justice went out this morning to buy 2 jin of meat. Let's celebrate together. Qian Mei came out of the house and saw the visitors outside. Oh, isn't that Zhang's eldest daughter-in-law? Mother. Ma Late instinctively whispered. Don't call me mother. Jiang Chengshi is not my son. I have nothing to do with the Jiang family anymore. Qian Mei glared at her angrily. I can't stay in your husband's family? Can't go back to your own family? Nowhere to go, so you come looking for me? Sorry, I'm not a shelter for trash. Ma Late knelt suddenly in front of Qian Mei. Mother, I was wrong. My family wanted to sell me for bride price. I really have nowhere to go. Besides relying on you, I don't know who else to turn to. I will work to earn points. I will take care of your younger brother. If you take me in, I will tell you a secret. That secret involves Lao Taijiang and the widow Jiang. Qian Mei ignored her desperate plea and spat water on her. And then I'll let you take care of my son in bed? Trying to get close to my youngest son? You, a broken flower, dream of hitting on my son? Ma Late desperately tried to grasp this lifeline. Mother, if you don't help me, my parents will sell me to the butcher.
Please save me.
I'll even become your adopted daughter. I will respect you and be filial. Gu Wanwan knew very well the nature of a clingy sister-in-law. Respect to the point of relapsing into old habits, stealing money and supplies from Sister Mei to take back to her family, her dry. You get a compliment from your family and you float away again, back to being close as before. How did you guarantee that back then? You were just being fooled by your family. Malate, everything that happened today is your own fault. Don't blame others. Are you afraid of marrying the butcher? You probably forgot that you also planned to drug Shirkan and send her to your brother. Your brother is lazy and good for nothing. Zheng Shirkan crossed her arms. Sister Mei, Sister Shirkan, don't believe her lies. She's probably trying to imitate Ganqi and betray Jiang Jingyi's reputation, forcing you to marry her son. Maybe she'll start extorting money from your family later to support her own family and Zhang's.
Qianmei nodded.
Sister Wan, Sister Shirkan, don't worry. I won't be foolish enough to make the same mistake twice. When Ma Late tried to discuss me before, I wanted to stay far away from her. Even if she gets beaten to death by the butcher, that's her fate. Her biological parents don't care anymore, and I, a stranger with no relation, certainly don't. Ma Late kowtowed several times. Please give me one more chance. I have no way out now. Gu Wanwan coldly glanced over and said, that was your dear family forcing you. Sister Qian doesn't owe you anything. Stop using morality to pressure her. If you do wrong, you must take responsibility. If you don't leave now, do I have to ask you to go? Ma Late looked embarrassed and stood up unsteadily. Gu Wanwan, you win. Instead of begging others, it's better to rely on yourself. You don't understand people well. You let Ganqi steal your son and husband. You're just useless. Gu Wanwan chuckled lightly, full of contempt. The Jiang family's good days are coming to an end. They won't be arrogant for long. Ma Late was stunned for a moment. After a while, she turned around and left feeling defeated. She had nowhere to go, so she had to seek refuge with Widow Jiang. Widow Jiang naturally didn't want to take her in.
Come, Malaite.
It's not that I don't want to, but my sister has some difficulties. We have children to take care of. I think you should accept your parents' decision and marry the butcher. He's older, but has a good family background. You're divorced, and yet you can marry into such a good family. You must cherish this opportunity. We don't have extra. Ma Late spoke frankly, I know your relationship with Secretary Ding. With just this simple sentence, Ma Late successfully moved into Widow Zhang's house. Ganqi boasted about her upcoming military assignment as soon as she got married, making the young people both envious and jealous. She originally planned to make Jiang Qingshi hand over his savings, but unexpectedly, Jiang Qingshi gave her a bunch of IOUs instead. Ganqi's face darkened immediately. It turned out the Jiang family was just a shell. Now she could only comfort herself, waiting to follow the army and hoping her husband's promotion would solve all her problems. The captain's salary was much higher than the platoon leader's, so she believed she could soon pay off her debts. However, instead of good news about promotions, they received shocking bad news. Sheng Qing led his subordinates, driving a large convoy into Xiangyang village. Ma Late's experience made the women of Xiangyang village realize the importance of not casually trusting friends, not inviting wolves into the house, and not overly helping their families. Zhao Guoming's eldest daughter-in-law, Deng Ziyunu, finally woke up to the fact that sending money and supplies to her family from her husband's house was a big mistake. Her husband's family didn't chase her away like the Jiang family did, which was of luck. Fortunately, she realized this early, or she might become the second Ma Late. Thinking about her family's favoritism, bringing money and supplies home meant her parents would spoil her, but without money or supplies, they would ignore her. When she had a fight with her husband's family and ran back home, her family didn't keep her, didn't give her food, didn't support her, and even made her sleep in the firewood room. She had to do chores early in the morning, wash clothes, cook, and farm all by herself. In her hometown, there was a strong preference for boys over girls. Her parents only focused on exploiting her sisters for their own benefit. When she married into the village chief's family, her living conditions improved. She didn't have to eat meat every day, but at least she had enough to eat. Meanwhile, her other sisters, who helped support their family, were beaten almost to death by their in-laws. Aunt Lu used this to warn her two daughters-in-law, saying, It's not that we don't want you to help your family, but you need to know your limits. Ma Lai Tai's family is just asking for trouble. They've ruined a good home. The Ma family thinks she's freeloading and has already found her a new husband, a butcher from Qingshan village, for 200 yuan. The second daughter-in-law, Sun Chunlian, exclaimed, Ma Lai Tai's parents are crazy. Qingshan village isn't a good place. That butcher has already beaten a few wives to death. His family is full of resentment. I heard those wives are buried in his backyard. Do they really think their daughter will come back alive after marrying into that family? Don't worry, mother. I haven't been in touch with my family for a long time. But my eldest sister-in-law should be careful. They might sell her off. Deng Ziyunu felt a chill run down her spine and quickly assured her mother-in-law, Mother, I will keep my distance from my family. I'm earning my own money now. If I keep being stubborn, Ma Lai Tai's fate could be mine someday. Aunt Lu was pleased with her two daughters-in-law's behavior. Harmony between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was important for a happy home. Her biggest worry now was Zhao Xijie, who was too proud and afraid of death, refusing to abort her pregnancy. If things got worse, they might have to. Of course, not all women in Xiangyang village were so wise. For example, Aunt Fu, Lu Laishi, always believed that Ma Lai Tai's downfall was because she wasn't filial enough to her parents. She even thought that her second marriage to a butcher was a good deal, receiving several hundred yuan in bride price, without in-laws watching over her, and no one to stop her from visiting her family. She believed Ma Lai Tai had married up, and such good conditions were hard to find. She couldn't understand why Ma Lai Tai was so picky. If it were her, she would marry whoever her parents chose. Surely they wouldn't harm her. Ma's widow family was having a harder time since Ma Lai Tai married, especially since Secretary Ding was unhappy about her daughter marrying his younger brother. After the Ma family received the bride price from the butcher, they went straight to Ma's widow's house. Ma Lai Tai refused to go with her parents. I won't marry. I cut ties with the Ma family. If you keep forcing me, I might as well throw myself under a train. Gan Qi, holding Jiang Qingkai, came to join the scene mockingly saying, Lai Tai, marriage is a big deal. Matchmakers speak for you. You always say you're the most filial daughter. How can you go against your parents? Although you are not lucky enough to stay with honest brother, I still hope you find happiness. I will take good care of my son for you. Ma Lai Tai immediately got angry, pushed away her parents, and rushed to Gan Qi. Don't be too proud. Gu Wanwan, Zheng Shirkan, and Liang Xian won't let you go. You think marrying Jiang Qingshi makes you a lady of the house. The Jiang family is heavily in debt. You're just pretending to be successful on the surface. Jiang Qingshi is an unfaithful husband. He will face karma sooner or later. Why should he get promoted? I will report him to the army. I want to ruin the Jiang family's reputation. Gan Qi confidently pointed her chin at Jiang Qingkai. Qingkai, your mother wants to harm you and our Jiang family. Don't ever be filial to her. Jiang Qingkai always listens to Gan Qi. Gan Qi, you are my real mother. I will only be filial to you.
Manantai Lai Tai Ilse.
If she dares to bully Gan Qi or our family, I will hate her forever. Ma Lai Tai couldn't hold back her tears, feeling heartbroken and breathless. Jiang Qingkai, if you have a stepmother, you'll have a stepfather too. Gan Qi isn't really good to you. Last time on the train, she was already jealous when she saw you eating. When she is a child, she might kick you out and take your father's and grandparents' love. Jiang Qingkai had already been brainwashed by Gan Qi. He didn't listen to Ma Lai Tai's words. Annie Ma, you're not in Jiang family. All the good food is mine. No uncle to fight with me. No grandparents scolding me for eating for free. Gan Qi is generous. I don't believe she will abandon me. You're just jealous she married my dad. Gan Qi looked up proudly. She had already married Jiang Qingshi successfully. She would pretend for a few days and then come back to deal with Jiang Qingkai. That brat would never follow her to the army. Ma Lai Tai felt sad and hopeless. Her beloved son had completely shattered her last hope. Jiang Qingkai, you don't even recognize your own mother. Since that's the case, I, Ma Lai Tai, don't want you as my son anymore. I don't care if you live or die. Jiang Qingsai's eyes turned red as he looked away. He wasn't regretful about his choice. It was his mother, Ma Lai Tai, who was wrong. If she didn't recognize him, so be it. Gan Qi had promised to always be good to him. The widow Ma gave her parents a look. Her parents from the Ma family immediately grabbed Ma Lai Tai from both sides, trying to pull her away. Villagers watched coldly. No one wanted to get involved in this mess. After all, Ma Lai Tai's character was well known. Secretary Ding, come out here. Ma Lai Tai knew that being taken home by her parents meant her complete downfall. Secretary Ding was already unhappy with Ma Late, one of the troublemakers. It's your parents' decision. I don't want to get involved. Yu Tsuehua, thinking about her daughter's suffering after marrying into the Ma family, wished Ma Late would be punished immediately. You, a second-hand daughter-in-law, still have the nerve to complain. The Ma family should take her away quickly. With such a troublesome sister-in-law, my daughter might be in trouble in the future. Ma Late struggled hard. Secretary Ding, big sister, do you really want to wipe us out? Secretary Ding and the widow Ma suddenly looked very serious. Gu Wanwan, munching sunflower seeds, squeezed out of the crowd. Wow, what a lively scene. Knowing she had nothing, Ma Late decided to go all out. Gu Jiqing, squad leader, I have a big secret from Secretary Ding. Do you want to hear? Yu Tsuehua, you've been clever all your life, but in the end, you'll end up like me. The villagers. Yu Tsuehua was furious. Even when you're about to die, you still want to drag my husband down with you. Is harming my daughter not enough? I'll beat you to death. Get lost. Don't disturb my gossip. Gu Wanwan pulled Yu Tsuehua away. She pretended to ask casually what's going on. Come and listen. Ma Late took a deep breath, ready to reveal everything. Secretary Ding and Ma. In a panic, Secretary Ding interrupted her. Ma family, you've gone too far. We're in a new era. Arranged marriages are illegal. Ma Late, if you have any grievances, just tell me. I will stand up for you. Gu Wanwan coldly commented, just send them to the police. Ma's mother, inexperienced and thinking Gu Wanwan was an easy target, rolled up her sleeves and rushed forward. You, a shameless woman, I'll fight you. Unexpectedly, Gu Wanwan kicked her away. Some people come to seek death. I'm just defending myself. Call the police and arrest them, said Ma's new daughter-in-law, Ding Yanli. Ma's husband looked at his wife in disbelief. He thought Ding Yanli was on his side and could be easily controlled. Summoning courage, he angrily said, You're the daughter-in-law. How can you send your parents-in-law to jail? Do you believe I'll divorce you? Ding Yanli was fiery and slapped Ma's husband twice. Two old fools, causing chaos at home. If you want to go in with them, I'll make it happen. My father is the secretary. Be careful what you say. I have 100 ways to get rid of you. The young husband was loudly scolded by his wife in front of everyone, then glared at by his parents-in-law. His suppressed anger suddenly exploded. Since the village was under the Yu family's control, he was essentially a son-in-law and would rely on his wife to support him in the future. He knew he must never offend the Yu family. Sweetheart, you decide everything. Now that your parents are gone, we can save some food and money. Parents, I am grown up now. I am the head of the family. I don't need you to worry about me anymore. Ma Lai Tai laughed, then suddenly tears welled up. Haha, even parents have their day. Your son doesn't need you anymore. Ma's father and mother suddenly felt like the world was collapsing. They quickly let go of Ma Lai Tai and hurried to his side, anxious. Young husband, my son. Do you really want to abandon us? Without parents, what will you eat? Do you have money? The young husband waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, parents. I have my wife to take care of me. If needed, I can become a son-in-law at the Ding family and sell my sister for money. That was your idea, not mine. Ma's parents staggered and sank to the ground, crying loudly. Parents only want what's best for you. You're willing to abandon us for a new wife and even risk going to jail. Look, it's our fault. Don't blame us. Just pretend we don't have a son like Ma Lai Tai. Despite their desperate pleas, Ma Lai Tai remained unmoved. From now on, I cut all ties with you. If you sell me once, you can sell me again. To you, We sisters are just a burden, blood-sucking and useless. Ma's widow had long wanted to get rid of this hot potato. Years ago, her parents begged her to help support her family. She had no complaints. Parents, stop bothering us. I will take good care of my younger brother. You should just go to jail. Yu Tsuehua always disliked how Ma's parents behaved. She thought that if she could ruin the Ma family, her daughter wouldn't have to suffer from her in-laws anymore. Life would be much happier. Ma Lai Tai wasn't the ideal son-in-law, but he looked decent enough. He was afraid of his wife, so only his daughter could bully him. Take them to the police station. Ma's parents never imagined that their son would abandon them, and even their obedient daughters would turn cold and heartless. They watched helplessly as their parents were taken away. If only they had known earlier, but now it was too late to regret. Secretary Ding ordered the villagers to the Ma couple to the commune, giving Ma Lai Tai a warning look. I've already made my decision for you. I hope you will behave yourself. But in truth, since Ma's parents had accepted bride price, the butcher from Qingshan would eventually come to take Ma Lai Tai away. As soon as someone mentioned Chow Chow, he arrived with his men. The butcher pointed at Ma Lai and tried to pull her away. Wife, your parents promised you to me. Hurry and come back with me. The guests are waiting. Ma Lai looked at him and found it funny. She usually disliked Gu Wanwan the most, always targeting her. But in a crisis, she had to ask her for help. Gu Wanwan, Fu Jingchen, the squad leader from Qingshan village, has come to take people from Xiangyang village. The future husband immediately distanced himself. The money was given by my parents. It has nothing to do with me. When the butcher heard the names of the crazy old man and woman, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He stiffly turned around and saw Gu Wanwan munching on sunflower seeds. Right now, Qingshan village was going through a tough time. Squad leader Li Wu had repeatedly warned not to provoke Xiangyang village. Gu Wanwan's abilities were well known. Last time Qingshan village caused trouble for Xiangyang village, he had seen her in action. The young girl was very beautiful but also very fierce when fighting. That one fight made him bedridden for half a month. Ma Lai's parents were caught because of an arranged marriage, Gu Wanwan said, spitting out a sunflower seed shell. Are you here to show off your achievements? Xiangyang village is not a place you can come and go as you please. Go on, I'll find our squad leader and talk about life and dreams. Seeing Gu Wanwan rubbing her hands and tapping her toes, the butcher knew she was planning trouble in Qingshan village. No, I came to give you money. The 200 yuan bride price from the Ma family, I give it to you. Gu Wanwan stretched out her hand. That's very kind of you. The butcher twitched his mouth and glared fiercely at the future husband. Hurry up and take the money. The future husband, worried about getting beaten, quickly ran home and brought back the 200 yuan, trembling as he handed it to Gu Wanwan. Gu Wanwan took the money. All right, go away. The butcher seemed to have oil on his feet and hurriedly ran off, afraid Gu Wanwan would chase him. I do nothing, yet people are eager to give me money. Unlike some who try to flatter me but get nothing, Gu Wanwan said with a faint smile, glancing at Ganqi. No merit, no reward. I'll donate this money to Xiangyang village. As soon as she finished, applause erupted around the scene. Sister-in-law, why are you here? Sheng Qing's voice came from the crowd. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw Sheng Qing leading a group of soldiers. Hello, sister-in-law, they greeted. Gu Wanwan smiled warmly. Good news, right? I brought you all to find someone. Yes, he got promoted, Sheng Qing said, referring to Jiang Jingyi. The villagers instinctively looked at Ganqi, surprised and envious. Ganqi really did marry the right person. They're here to find Jiang Cheng, right? Hey, the ancestral grave of the Jiang family is smoking. Did you get really lucky? Don't say it. Ganqi is truly a lucky woman. Just after getting the marriage certificate, good news came. Now, the position of leader is secure. Ganqi suppressed her joy and quickly stepped forward. No need to trouble Gu Jiqing. I'll lead the way. Hello, comrades. My husband has been waiting for you for a long time. Who is your husband? Sheng Qing asked knowingly. Ganqi smiled warmly, trying to appear like a caring military wife. His name is Jiang Qingshi. Last time, You couldn't come to my husband's promotion banquet because of a mission. I understand. Thank you for your effort. Our home is just ahead, not far. Jiang Qingshi has been talking about you. He's glad you're coming. Please do us the honor of joining us for a meal. Sheng Qing looked at her suspiciously. How come it's you now? She was shameless and did something wrong. She divorced my husband because of their bad relationship. Gan Qi shot a warning look at Ma La Tai, as if saying, Jiang Qingshi's promotion is already a done deal. You, a powerless and notorious village girl, even if you report it, it won't help. Once Jiang Qingshi officially becomes the squad leader, it also means that Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen's good days are about to end.
I'm sorry.
My husband is now on equal footing with your partner. Gu Wanwan subtly raised an eyebrow, calm and composed. Jiang Qingshi will never surpass my partner. If he becomes squad leader, my partner would already be a division commander. Gan Qi snorted in dissatisfaction. All the comrades are here, so there's no fake. Gu Jiqing, are you worried my husband might threaten your partner's position? A division commander, jumping several ranks, sounds unlikely. Qian Mei spat at her. Jiang Qingshi jumping 4 ranks. That's believable? Brother Chen is still a true soldier king. What achievements does your Jiang Qingshi have? Gan Qi was speechless. She couldn't explain why Jiang Qingshi kept getting promoted. She didn't understand what merits he had. Ma La Tai kept an eye on Gu Wanwan's reaction. Seeing she was confident and not worried about Jiang Qingshi's revenge, she suddenly remembered Jiang Qingshi's ordinary performance in the army. Such an average ex-husband couldn't have been promoted without luck or scheming. Captain Sheng, I want to report Jiang Qingshi for having inappropriate relationships and unfit to be an officer. Gan Qi didn't expect that at a critical moment, Ma Lai Tai would really ignore her son's future and try to drag the Jiang family down. Captain Sheng, please don't listen to her nonsense. Ma Lai Tai is irresponsible, giving people poison, ruining people's reputation, and tarnishing the Jiang family's name. You should ask the villagers. Some villagers, wanting to please the future leader's wife, directly confronted Ma Lai Tai. Ma Lai Tai only cares about her family, not her husband or son. She almost caused her good friend Zheng Jiqing to die. She does all kinds of bad things, jealous and resentful of Gan Qi. Even her own son calls Gan Qi his mother. She even sent her biological parents to jail and secretly took bride price from the Qingshan village butcher, then deliberately backed out of marriage. Gan Jiqing treats the Jiang family well. Jiang Qingshi even praises her as a good wife and mother. Only a fool would choose Ma Lai Tai. Gan Qi looked smug and pleased, enjoying the villagers' flattery and compliments. When old Jiang and the widow heard the news, they immediately arrived with big smiles. Captain Sheng, sorry for the trouble. Please come with us to the Jiang family. Only Jiang Qingshi still held his leader attitude, waiting for Sheng Qing and others to come to his door. Sheng Qing raised his hand, expressionless. Jiang Qingshi, wait a moment. We need to find Jiang Jingyi first. Old Jiang secretly felt happy but said sternly, Did Jiang Jingyi do something wrong? You can go and arrest him. I am not his biological father, so I don't need your permission. We will cooperate with the organization. Fortunately, I divorced Qian Mei early, or they would have dragged me down with their mother and son. The widow turned to look at Qian Mei, sneering sarcastically. Gu Jiqing finally cured Jiang Jingyi, but Jiang Jingyi is useless. He still wants to return to the army? That's like the sun rising from the west. Gu Wanwan pushed Qian Mei forward. Your good news has arrived. Qian Mei tidied her messy thoughts and led Sheng Qing to the new house. Standing outside the yard, she called out, Jingyi, Captain Sheng is here to see you. Jiang Jingyi took a deep breath, straightened his chest, and stepped out. Hello, Captain. Sheng Qing patted his shoulder and took out a document.
Good boy.
From now on, you'll be vice regimental commander. Annie, in a while, you can follow the army. You'll have good fortune. This news was like a bomb, shocking the villagers. Qian Mei covered her mouth, finally crying tears of joy. Really? My son has returned to the army and been promoted? Gu Wanwan smiled. Not a platoon leader, but a vice-regimental commander. Once I get promoted, I will probably become the regimental commander. Sei Qing's attitude was serious and confident. Jiang Jingyi, work hard. The military achievements you earn belong to you, and no one can take them away. Jiang Jingyi was so excited he couldn't speak clearly, and his eyes started to water. Gan Qi was stunned. How is that possible? Are you sure? He retired a long time ago. Where did these military achievements come from? Maybe he's just riding on my husband's coattails? Old Jiang was worried his son might be taken advantage of, so he quickly clarified, Captain Sheng, my Jiang family has nothing to do with Qian Mei and her son. Don't get them mixed up. Jiang's widow was upset because Qian Mei and her son had suddenly turned their situation around. She angrily said, he's just a deputy captain. My son is a proper regiment commander, several ranks higher than Jiang Jingyi. Sei Qing was amused by the ugly faces of the Jiang family. I didn't hear wrong, did I? Your Jiang family is just dreaming. I know Jiang Jingyi has nothing to do with the Jiang family. His promotion to captain depends on his military achievements and strength. Jiang Qingshi is far behind him. Old Jiang didn't like hearing others belittle his son. My son is a regiment commander. You're just a small captain. Daring to disrespect the regiment commander's parents. Be careful, I'll have my son remove you from your position. Gu Wanwan clicked her tongue twice and immediately responded to anyone she didn't like. Is your Jiang family running the army? Are we in ancient times? Should we just drag you out and behead you? Do you know how capable your son is? As parents, don't you have a clear idea? The fact is, Jiang Jingyi is more talented and capable than Jiang Qingshi. If he doesn't get promoted, who will? He was seriously injured and disabled, which proves his military achievements. And you're spreading rumors that he was expelled for doing wrong. During his injury, you cut off his way forward. Not only did you refuse to treat him, but you also forced him to give up his position for your son. You're worried Jiang Jingyi might threaten your son, even taking his retirement money to Qian Mei and her son. No wonder he's not your biological son. No wonder you don't care if Jiang Jingyi lives or dies. The villagers were shocked and opened their mouths in surprise. So that's the truth? Even if Jiang Jingyi isn't his biological son, why doesn't old Jiang divorce Qian Mei? I remember Jiang Jingyi joined the army first. It was old Jiang who forced him to recommend Jiang Qingshi. Otherwise, Jiang Qingshi would still be working in the fields. Jiang Qingshi isn't old Jiang's biological son either. Old Jiang is too kind to Qian Mei and her son. Do they have some hidden relationship? On their wedding night, old Jiang went to the widow Jiang's new house, secretly involved with another woman, and they became a real couple. Qian Mei, you probably don't mind me telling the truth, right? Qian Mei shook her head nonchalantly. Since she was willing to leave her marriage, she no longer cared about her reputation. She wanted the whole village to see the true face of the Jiang family. She knew that Sister Wan and Brother Qin were about to take action. Today, misfortune befell the Jiang family. Old Jiang might be using filial piety to control his son, so some things needed to be clarified. But she didn't expect that old Jiang, secretly, was involved with the widow. Gu Wanwan calmly continued to reveal the truth. Old Jiang and the widow are childhood sweethearts. They've been sneaking around for a long time. Old Jiang married Qian Mei because he cared about her dowry, hoping she would help support the family and raise their son. Old Jiang and the widow are living happily together. Fortunately, the person who shared the bridal chamber with Qian Mei was her childhood sweetheart, who loved her deeply. Old Jiang, jealous and possessive, never touched Qian Mei. Instead, he and the widow would find her childhood sweetheart to replace himself during their encounters, humiliating both lovers. The childhood sweetheart worried Qian Mei might be hurt or harmed, so he endured old Jiang's threats. One day, Qian Mei accidentally got pregnant. Old Jiang refused to accept it and secretly wanted to abort the child. Luckily, Qian Mei was lucky and didn't fall for their schemes. But old Jiang couldn't accept this. He falsely accused Qian Mei's childhood sweetheart of extortion, forcing him to leave, and secretly manipulated Jiang Jingyi, making Qian Mei and her child serve the Jiang family. Old Jiang grew more nervous as he listened, sweating coldly. Everyone, don't listen to her nonsense. None of this is true. Before Fu Jingchen arrived, a sharp voice cut through the air. Do you dare to say that Jiang Qingshi isn't your and the widow's biological son? You secretly had an affair behind your brother and sister-in-law's backs. Do you dare to go to the hospital for a paternity test? Just answer me. Do you dare to swear on the heavens? The widow Jiang braced herself and raised her hand. What's there to be afraid of? Old Jiang and I, suddenly, lightning streaked across the sky, threatening to strike at any moment. Frightened, the widow Jiang and old Jiang trembled and no longer dared to swear. The villagers, seeing this, all understood that Gu Wanwan's words were true. Old Jiang and the widow are truly inhuman. They've ruined Qian Mei and her child's lives. Such villains should be taken away. Even if Jiang Qingshi becomes a leader, it won't change the fact that you two had an affair. As the old saying goes, princes and commoners are equal before the law. The uncle and aunt are truly heartless. They broke up a childhood sweetheart's relationship for their own gain and ruined a good match. Poor Qian Mei only found out she was deceived after the divorce. Maybe it's better if heaven simply strikes the Jiang family down. At this moment, Ma Lighting, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Gu Wanwan is right. I saw with my own eyes that late at night, old Jiang went to the widow Jiang's room to rest. They were very close, like a married couple. He's quite lively for his age. Gan Qi suppressed a strange feeling of foreboding. She thought that if her parents-in-law were taken away, it wouldn't matter much. She could persuade her husband to cut ties with his family. Without her parents-in-law pressuring her, she would be free and happy. Jiang Qingshi waited at home for a long time. When his colleagues from the army didn't arrive, he hurried over anxiously.
Ma Lighting, shut up.
Don't slander my parents. Now both of them are single. Once they marry, they won't be involved in trouble. My parents knew Auntie Qian longer than she knew them. If you really think about it, Auntie Qian is the third party who interfered. Jiang Laotai and Jiang Widow immediately understood. Yes, we're going to get our marriage certificate soon. We'll be a proper married couple. Now, Qian Mei had something to say. If Jiang Laotai doesn't want to marry me, he doesn't have to. I didn't beg him to marry me. All the benefits are taken by you two, and I've taken the blame for all the bad things. Fortunately, heaven is watching over us. My son Jiang Jingyi is doing well. He's now a deputy battalion commander. Jiang Qingshi, you must be surprised, right? No way. Jiang Qingshi's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't accept it. You did nothing. Why did you get promoted? Gu Wanwan sneered and asked, You have no military merits. Why are you promoted to regimental commander? Jiang Qingshi suppressed his unease and pretended to be calm. I have military merits. Commander Fu, are you allowing your partner to slander me? Fu Jingchen shot him down with a harsh reply. You claimed others' military merits, and now you don't want people to talk about it? Jiang Jingyi responded to the commanding officer's look and loudly said, Sir, I want to report that Jiang Qingshi falsely claimed my military merits. I was seriously injured because of his mistake. I almost caused trouble for my entire team. I managed to turn the situation around, but he, to prevent me from exposing him, deliberately injured my leg and teamed up with Jiang Laotai to force me to retire and give up my position. At that time, I considered the brotherly and fatherly feelings, worried about my mother's situation, and chose not to speak out. But in the end, it only led to Jiang family's bullying. Jiang Qingshi's face was pale, without a trace of blood. How dare Jiang Jingyi? How could he ignore all this? No, I didn't. Gan Qi's brows furrowed, her expression shifting from pride to fear. Don't slander us. Commander Xing even brought people to deliver good news. Qing Sheng adopted a formal, official tone.
Wrong.
The good news refers to Jiang Jingyi. Your Jiang Qingshi is not good news. He performed poorly in the army. After an investigation, it was confirmed that Jiang Qingshi falsely claimed military achievements. Your husband has been discharged from the army. Jiang Qingshi, You claimed others' military achievements, and now you have to face the consequences. Remember to return the money you borrowed from your colleagues on time, or they will take legal action against you. When the Jiang family heard this news, it was like a thunderbolt. Jiang Laotai and the widow Jiang, who had been arrogant and domineering before, now looked very disappointed and collapsed. Their son was expelled from the army? No longer a soldier? The army said they would promote my son. How can they go back on their word? Fu Jingchen asked with a hint of suspicion. That was a deliberate trick on my part. Such a ridiculous thing. You guys actually believed it? Promoting 4 ranks? That's impossible. Gu Wanwan's words were sharp and hurtful. The higher you climb, the more you fall. Does the Jiang family feel heartbroken? Gan Qi felt like the sky was falling. All her dreams shattered into bubbles. Not only that, but her family was now tied to the useless Jiang Qingshi. She had thought Jiang Qingshi was excellent, but it turned out he was heavily in debt and had ruined the army's work. Now they had registered their marriage. What should they do? Jiang Qingshi looked blank, as if his soul had been taken away. In the next moment, he suddenly lunged at Qian Mei and her son. Jiang Qingshi, for his future, was willing to do anything. He knelt humbly before Qian Mei and her son. Mother, second brother, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Help me talk to the leaders. Let me stay in the army. Dad, Auntie, you should quickly apologize to mother and second brother, he added. Jiang Laotai never thought he was wrong. It was hard for him to bow his head and apologize publicly to his ex-wife and her son. Qian Mei, I'll give you one more chance to remarry. As long as you help Qingshi, I'll agree to let you return to the Jiang family. Divorce damages a woman's reputation. Besides me, who would want you? Jiang Jingyi has always wanted my love, right? I can give him a complete family. I'll be his father. You should know, these days, not many good fathers are willing to raise as their own son. The widow Jiang was more flexible than Jiang Qingshi. She used to dislike Qian Mei and her son, but now she had to cling to this last lifeline. Sister, I was wrong. I won't argue with you anymore. I'll give La Tai to you. Please, don't ruin Qingshi's future. Even if he only becomes a platoon leader, it's fine. Hello, he has been honest for over 10 years. He already treats you like his mother. I believe you still have maternal feelings for him. You care for him more than justice, don't you? Honest is your son. He will be filial to you in the future. Unknowingly, Qian Mei was overwhelmed with anger and hatred, especially after learning that Jiang Qingshi took credit for their son's achievements and deliberately caused their son to become disabled. Her fury completely exploded. She suddenly kicked Jiang Qingshi away and grabbed Jiang Laotai and the widow Jiang, beating them fiercely. I, Qian Mei, am done with your Jiang family. Do you still have the nerve to ask me to acknowledge Jiang Qingshi? Do you think I am stupid? Jiang Qingshi, you really hurt me deeply. I have treated you well, but you harmed my son. I will beat you to death. Jiang Laotai, you shameless old man. Only Jiang widow cares about you. You and I have been wronged for over 20 years, and I won't forgive you easily. If you want our forgiveness, our suffering as mother and son was not in vain. Jiang Jingyi was full of disgust for Jiang Laotai and ignored the Jiang family's pleas. Jiang Laotai, you're not my father. I am grown up now and don't need a father. If I need a father, I will find my biological father. Jiang Qingshi, unable to persuade the mother and son, turned to Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen. Chief, Gu Jiqing, I am willing to change. Please give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. I swear I will not make mistakes again. I know Ganqi offended Gu Jiqing. I will have Ganqi apologize to you with a kowtow. Ganqi, come here and beg Gu Jiqing. Ganqi was furious at Jiang Qingshi's cowardice. She originally thought she had found a promising officer, someone who could make her a noble regiment commander's wife. But reality was different. Jiang Qingshi, who falsely claimed military achievements, committed a serious crime. The army could not tolerate a morally corrupt person. Fu Jingchen and Gu Wanwan did not take advantage of the situation, but they were worried they would pursue the matter to the end. Jiang Qingshi would have to go to jail. Thinking about her carefully planned marriage turning out to be a failure, she felt very upset and hopeless. She was even more anxious to marry Jiang Qingshi, which caused her and the useless Jiang family to be tied together. It was hard to get out. Liang Xian watched Gan Qi struggle between retreat and advance, and her face lit up with joy. Getting married is easy, but getting divorced is hard. Jiang Qingshi has nothing, and he got a wife for free. Do you think the Jiang family will let you go? He still wanted to act important as the wife of an official, forcing the original wife out, marrying into the Jiang family, thinking it was a lucky place. But instead, he fell into a trap and couldn't get out. Jiang Qingshi is no longer an officer. Do you think he can control Kogongda and Qingshan village? You, a married woman, are not careful. It's no wonder you have to work in the fields now. You won't be able to flirt with anyone in the future. Gan Qi was both surprised and angry, but mostly confused about the future. Does this mean she will spend her life fighting with the Jiang family and staying in the village as a common labor? The villagers watched helplessly as the Jiang family was beaten. No one dared to step in to stop the fight. When trouble happened, they called for Miao Miei. Even Jiang widowed refused to recognize her own daughter. Jiang Qingshi is truly greedy for profit, so disgusting. A few days ago, the Jiang family was so proud, showing off to Miao Miei. Gan Qi found it funny. She married a useless man by every trick. In my opinion, Jiang Laotai got what he deserved. He ignored a good wife and son, and instead, he had an affair with the widow. They used to treat Miao Miei and her son well. How did it come to this? The Jiang family never saw Miao Miei and her son as people. I was wrong before. Now I just want to say that Miao Miei made the right choice to divorce. She is lucky. Her hardships have ended, and she has good fortune now. People with good luck don't marry into unlucky families. Just now, Jiang Laotai was acting superior and ordering Miao Miei around.
Who does he think he is?
A feudal emperor? Miao Miei was too gentle in her actions. If it were me, I would peel the Jiang family's skin, take their military merits, ruin their reputation, harm their son, and drain Miao Miei and her son's blood. The Jiang family has caused 100,000 deaths, and they should be driven out of Xiangyang village. Jiang Laotai tried to act pitiful to gain the villagers' sympathy, but unexpectedly, the villagers were angrier than Miao Miei. They stood up for the mother and son, ready to fight if not for the team leader stopping them. The jealous young women who envied Gan Qi's good marriage no longer admired her. They all looked on with a spectator's attitude. Now, the situation is hopeless. Jiang Laotai, unwilling to accept it, finally had to face the truth. His beloved eldest son lost his job in the army, and the family owed a debt. Without the support of Miao Miei and her son, how will the Jiang family survive? The most urgent thing is to hold on to the ex-wife and her son, stabilize them first, and then ask Jiang Jingyi to give his job to his son later. Mei, my wife, I was wrong. Justice, Dad is sorry. I kneel to you and ask for forgiveness. If you don't forgive me, I will end my life to make amends. Gu Wanwan mercilessly exposes his true intentions. Qian Mei, he wants to threaten you with death, treating you and your son like tools. Let me guess, the old scoundrel is pretending to seek forgiveness, then planning to trick Jiang Jingyi and give a salary to Jiang Qingshi? Fu Jingchen takes over the conversation. Old Jiang, the army isn't a place you can just switch around. Only Jiang Jingyi is recognized. Jiang Qingshi isn't capable enough. He's barely qualified to be a platoon leader. Qian Mei, furious, slaps him several times. You extorted so much money from my child's real father, spent so much on my dowry. I will beat you to death. If you think I will return to the Jiang family, forget it. You're lazy, never shower or work. Anyone who marries you is unlucky. Seeing the Jiang family fall on hard times, my son and I feel so miserable. Old Jiang's face flushes with shame.
He throws a tantrum.
I don't care. Jiang Jingyi is my son. I must support him in old age. Gu Wanwan scans everyone. May I ask, are any of you not biologically related? Have you ever raised Jiang Jingyi? Do you need to support old Jiang? The villagers look at old Jiang with contempt. Enough already. The Jiang family is disgraceful. Everyone in the village knows you and Jiang Jingyi are not father and son. Jiang Qingshi and Jiang Jingyi were raised by Qian Mei. It's reasonable for her to support Jiang Qingshi since she raised him from a young age. Old Jiang only cares about fooling around with the widow. Qian Mei manages everything at home. He's never even held Jiang Jingyi once. His complaints to the police are useless. He's in the wrong. Plus, Jiang Jingyi has a real father. Why would he refuse to support his own father and instead support a non-blood relative? He's not a real father, just a fake one. Blame old Jiang for being too extreme, spreading rumors that Jiang Jingyi isn't his biological son, cutting off his own future. Now that Jiang Jingyi is successful, he can't benefit from it. Old Jiang slumps to the ground, looking like a wilted eggplant, defeated. Ma Laiti has watched Jiang's family go from prosperity to decline. She's seen it all. Haha, Jiang Qingshi, this is your punishment for abandoning me. Your Jiang family has nothing left. Just stay with your Genki. Genki, you underestimated him. Stealing a man I didn't want. How proud can you be? I have finally freed myself from the Jiang family. Being alone doesn't matter. At least I am free. But you will spend your whole life bound to Jiang Qingshi's fate. I wish you both never part ways. It's better not to say anything, but once I do, it hurts Ganqi even more. She's almost going crazy with anger. The Jiang family's reputation in Yangyang village is completely ruined. They are now disliked by everyone. After Sheng Qing announced his decision, Jiang Qingshi was officially expelled from the army. Former friends and comrades started demanding their debts from him. Jiang Qingshi has no money to pay back, so he had to ask relatives and friends. When they hear about money, they refuse to see him, making the Jiang family very sad and worried. Jiang Qingkai, usually a naughty kid, used to be spoiled by his parents and grandparents, so he was used to doing whatever he wanted in the village. Now that his father was expelled for a mistake, the village children stopped playing with him. Even the poor siblings he used to bully now avoid him. He went to Ganqi to cry and seek comfort. Ganqi doesn't like him and treats him very coldly. In the past, because of Jiang Jingyi, she would pretend to care for Jiang Qingkai, but now that the Jiang family is poor, she sees no need to keep pretending. On the night of his expulsion, she quietly told Jiang Qingshi to send the elders to work in the fields. Ganqi has Jiang Qingshi under her control. Knowing he feels guilty and resenting his parents, she agreed. He then went to the commune or county to find a job, because he must support the family. Ganqi pushed Jiang Qingkai away disdainfully. You're grown up now. You need to learn to work for your share of the farm. Tomorrow, go cut pig grass. If you don't finish, no food for you. Jiang Qingkai was stunned. He couldn't accept his bride changing her attitude so quickly. Mom, didn't you promise to take good care of me? Why do I have to work? My mom used to be too kind to make me do pig grass. Earning farm points is only for poor families. Grandpa, Grandma, and Dad said I only need to grow up happily. I won't do it. Ganqi grabbed a feather duster and started hitting Jiang Qingkai. If you don't work, I'll beat you to death. From now on, I'm in charge of the Jiang family. We have no money, so what happiness? I'm just telling the truth. Jiang Qingkai had never seen Ganqi so fierce and scary. He cried loudly in fear. I'll tell Dad, tell Grandpa and Grandma. You hit me, you lied to me. I don't want you. I want my old mom back. Go ahead and tell them. I don't care if I stay in the Jiang family, Ganqi said with a malicious smile. Go find your real mom. I won't stop you. The Jiang family has only a few grains of rice left. It was me who drove away your real mom. Do you think she will still want you? I forgot to tell you, your mother was right. Stepmothers are usually mean. When they have their own children, they often sell you to make money. I only tried to please your father, so I could marry him. Now that your father is gone, I see no reason to humiliate myself by serving the Jiang family. Although Jiang Qingkai is young, he can see that Ganqi dislikes him. Thinking about how he might be mistreated by his stepmother, he feels regretful and longs to see his real mother. I am my mother's precious son. She wouldn't want to give me away. Ganqi didn't hold back and directly hit the child until he was swollen. Later, Jiang Qingshi and his grandparents returned home. Jiang Chengkai immediately went to complain, but Jiang Qingshi scolded him. Ganqi's mother is right. You're 6 years old now and should understand things. Even the younger children in the village work by cutting grass for pigs to earn points. Even his usually caring grandparents remained silent, seeming to agree with Jiang Qingshi. The Jiang family is no longer the same. If they don't go to work in the fields, they will struggle to survive. Jiang Chengkai felt like the sky was falling. What made him even more devastated was that when he went to find Ma La Tai to complain, he was turned away by his own mother. When he returned later, she had remarried to a poor villager and become a stepmother to someone else. The most ironic part was that his mother's new step-siblings were actually the siblings he had bullied before. When Ma La Tai saw Jiang Chengkai again, he had lost his arrogant attitude and became quiet and reserved. Every day, he wore patched clothes and went up the mountain to gather pig grass. In just a few days, he looked much thinner. Every time Ma La Tai saw him, he would look at her from afar with red eyes, afraid to get too close. The mischievous child seemed to grow overnight, which made Ma La Tai feel both sad and distressed. Considering her new family, she could only force herself to ignore her son. Since her son rejoined the army, Qianmei has been in a good mood and often shares the latest news with Gu Wanwan. Gu Wanwan observed her face and noticed that her uncle's clues were becoming clearer, possibly related to a childhood friend of Qianmei Wanwan. Ma La Tai is probably worried she'll be sold again by her parents and married off. This time, she chose well. She married a poor villager, a honest and hardworking man. Her step-siblings are obedient and respectful, but the whole family is too soft and poor, often bullied by elders and brothers. Ma La Tai's fiery and just the right person to set things straight, she said, seeming to remember something with anger. That Ganqi must have slept with someone and found Jiang Qingshi a temporary job as a helper at a pigeon shop. Now, I am patrolling with the Little Red Team and feeling quite proud. Sister, one is translating books for the state-run bookstore. You should hide the books well. I worry that they might be watching you and Brother Chen. My family was previously raided because of foreign books, and now all my relatives have gone abroad.
Sigh.
By the way, I didn't see Sister Qing Tang today. I heard that Grandma Gu has returned from Beijing. At that moment, Shen Yinyu and Shin Zaitan hurriedly ran to Gu Wuan, begging for help. Cousin, sob, please save my mom. Grandma Gu is going to hurt her. When everyone arrived at the scene, Grandma Gu was swinging a stick at Gu Qingtang. Her daughter, Gu Qiuyan, was not far behind, and mother and daughter were harshly mistreating Gu Qingtang. Shameless girl. When I'm not home, you act arrogantly, letting outsiders bully your sister-in-law and niece. I'll beat you to death. Gu Yongsheng sat nearby smoking, looking at Gu Qingtang as if she were an ant. Li Xiuhong and Li Pengni were furious and finally vented their anger. They had been gossiping about Gu Wanwan in front of Grandma Gu. They couldn't do anything to Gu Wanwan, so they targeted Gu Qingtang and her son. Gu Qingtang, if you want to blame someone, blame Gu Wanwan for offending Qingshan village. It's her fault that Qingshan village suffered heavy losses and that my nephew went to jail. This hatred is unforgivable. Grandma, the little aunt and her son, are now so arrogant. They rely on the support of the educated youth, Gu Wanwan, and don't respect my in-laws. They don't do any work at home, and even donate money to build a school in the village, pretending to be noble, but they probably stole your money. Mother, Gu Qingtang offended the entire Qingshan village to support the educated youth, helping them steal children from Qingshan village. Since Gu Qingtang likes to cause trouble, why not send Shin Yinyu and Shin Zaitan, the two wild kids, to Qingshan village to calm their anger? Grandma Gu was furious when she heard this and became even more violent. Your wild man has already died. He doesn't want you and your son anymore. How dare you use money to buy his good reputation? While hitting, Gu Qiuyan searched Gu Qingtang. She didn't find money, but found a pocket watch. TCH, a broken pocket watch isn't worth much. Only fools treat it as a treasure. Gu Qingtang fought back fiercely, trying to break free from Grandma Gu's grasp.
Give it back to me.
That's a keepsake for my husband. I didn't steal the money. It's the living expenses my husband left for us. My family was robbed by you, and even our savings are taken. I don't want these anymore. Return the pocket watch to me. The more she was excited, the more Gu Qiuyan refused to back down. She raised her pocket watch, intending to smash it on the ground. Then, I will destroy your last hope. Anyway, that wild man will never come back. Gu Qingtang shouted angrily, stop it. Madame Gu felt powerless and struggled to hold back Gu Qingtang. Xiu Hong, Pang and I, come quickly and help. Hit her hard. Gu Yongsheng squinted wisely. Qiuyan, bring me that pocket watch. Gu Qiuyan didn't understand, but she obeyed her father's words. She took the pocket watch and turned to go to him. Gu Chongcheng and Shen Qinghao stood among the villagers, watching Gu Qingtang being beaten badly. For some reason, their hearts felt like needles stabbing. They wanted to rush over to save her, but were pulled back by the Pei couple. Don't be impulsive. If you go, your identity will be exposed. The children are already looking for Wanwan. As soon as the words finished, Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen arrived with their people. Gu Wanwan threw a stone, hitting Gu Qiuyan's right hand instantly. She cried out in pain, and the pocket watch fell to the ground. Gu Qingtang rushed over, picked up the watch, and held it tightly in her hand. Madame Gu was so angry her face twisted with rage. She picked up a stone from the ground, ready to throw it. Still dare to resist? You're rebellious. Zhao Guoming and Lu Shunzi arrived to help. Madame Gu, stop it. Madame Gu heard them, but didn't stop. I'm scolding my own daughter. It's none of your business. Why are you so eager to help that worthless girl? Do you have a thing for her? Gu Yongsheng paused to smoking. Captain, this is our Gu family's matter and Qingshan villages. I advise you not to interfere. In their view, Zhao Guoming was still the timid person oppressed by Secretary Ding, not worth fearing. Even a village girl from Qingshan wouldn't take him seriously. Moreover, since the Gu family married into Qingshan village, the village chief behind them wouldn't openly challenge Qingshan village. But they didn't know that Xiangyang village was no longer the same. Relying on the mountains, Zhao Guoming was serious. Stop mentioning Qingshan village. Right now, Wanwan and Jingchen are beating up the village like dogs. Don't believe me? Ask Li Xiuhong and Li Pongni at your home. Li Xiuhong's nephew and niece saw the fierce Gu Wanwan, almost losing their minds. They were so angry they wanted to rush forward and tear her apart. The most frustrating thing was, they couldn't fight back. In that split second of hesitation, Gu Wanwan had already rushed to their front. She punched each of them, hitting the wall. With a loud bang, the repaired wall was destroyed again. You little brat, who gave you the guts to hit my Gu family members? Madame Gu rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight. Qiuyan, let's go. Gu Qiuyan immediately recognized Gu Wanwan and said eagerly, Dad, I'm talking about her. She took Gu Qingtang and her son to the commune to have fun. She's the one who encouraged Gu Qingtang and her son to oppose us. No wonder that woman and her son have been eating well and drinking happily lately. They want to break away from our Gu family. Shen Nianyu and Shen Jitian, with their cousin as a shield, suddenly felt brave and said, Cousin, the Gu family woman is the worst. She tried to secretly sell us several times. Gu Wanwan gently patted her younger siblings' heads to comfort them. With your cousin here, no one can bully you. The Gu woman crossed her arms, not realizing how fierce Gu Wanwan was. She thought Gu Wanwan was just a spoiled girl who let her hit and pinch her. Gu Wanwan, are you trying to oppose our Gu family? You hit my daughter-in-law Sunday. Without 500 yuan, don't think you can leave the Gu family. But instead of answering, Gu Wanwan slapped her 10 times. Old woman, who gave you the nerve to bully my aunt? Gu Qiuyan was stunned for a moment, then rushed forward ferociously. You wicked woman, let go of my mother. Gu Wanwan kicked her, and with a thud, Gu Qiuyan knelt on the ground in pain. Then Gu Wanwan pressed her foot down hard. You hit my aunt. If you don't pay 1,000 yuan, I won't stop. The Gu woman had never been humiliated like this before. She covered her face in anger and said, no payment. Gu Gu Qingtang is from our Gu family. Her money belongs to the Gu family. Gu Wanwan was not in a hurry. She decided to take everything from the Gu family. She wouldn't leave a single cent Nianyu. Zhitian, beat them to death. Take revenge for me. Fight fire with fire. Even if the sky falls, I'll stand firm. The twin brother and sister's eyes blazed with the fire of revenge. They punched and kicked Gu Qiuyan as if they wanted to vent all the suffering they had endured over the past 3 years. Stop. Cousin, you're just a wild girl pretending to be family, Gu Yongsheng, seeing the situation out of control, had to step in and stop her. Kneel and apologize, or I'll make sure this gets known in Qingshan village. Don't forget, my daughter-in-law's son is the sister-in-law of the village's deputy leader. If you do this, you'll start a war between the two villages. Village chief, you tolerate the youths bullying my Gu family? Aren't you afraid my son-in-law Li Wudo will come after you? Stinky kid, what are you waiting for? Everyone's already at our door. Send that wicked girl out. Gu Wanwan laughed wildly and crazily. Qingshan village and Li Wuda and his son are just my defeated enemies. You're behind on the news. Don't say Zhao Guoming is indifferent. The villagers of Xiangyang look at him like he's a fool, watching the clumsy Gu family members. Qingshan village is a thing of the past, already pushed back by sister Wan and brother Chen. Li Xiuhong's husband, Gu Lizhu, and their 2 sons, Gu Yuqian and Gu Yuquan, hurriedly step forward to help. The 3 men each pick up tools and march aggressively toward Gu Wanwan. Their granddaughter-in-law, Miao Xiangxiang, also leads the children to confront the twin babies. However, before they reach Gu Wanwan, they are stopped by Fu Jingchen, who appears suddenly on the way. Want to hit my partner? Did you ask me first? Gu Yuqian recognizes the person in front and says proudly, Aren't you the 4th of the Fu family? Aren't you in the army? Soldiers serve the people. If you try to stop us, I'll report you to the army. Fu Jingchen, annoyed, punches him down. Then he turns to Gu Lizhu and Gu Yuquan. Go ahead and report me if you want. I just felt like hitting someone. What can you do about it? Gu Yong, furious, fumes, You're too arrogant. Aren't you afraid, Li Wuda?
Fu Jingken's nears, Li Wute?
His 2 sons were taken by me and my partner to jail. Now, Fushan village fears me and my partner most. Do you villagers know that your Gu family caused trouble for them? We're just looking for an excuse to attack Fushan village. The villagers can't stand it anymore and start criticizing. Old Gu and Grandma Gu, you're too biased. Both are children, so why treat them differently? Gu Qiuyan eats well and dresses nicely, still works as a shop assistant at the commune supply store. Gu Qingtang and his mother can only work in the fields. You spread rumors that they are bad luck. They work hard and earn all their work points for your family. They're hungry and cold, yet you make them do all the chores. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Gu Qingtang and his mother donated money to build a school. That's a good thing. They used their husband's money. Does your Gu family have the right to interfere? An adopted daughter and spilled water are 2 families now. The Gu family is overreaching. If you dare treat Gu Qiuyan the same way, then apologize to Gu Qingtang and his mother. Exactly. The ungrateful ones are the Gu family. They still live in the house built by Gu Qingtang's husband, paid for with their savings. Why do you think old Gu and Grandma Gu mistreat Gu Qingtang? Could it be? Gu Yong is stunned, Grandma Gu is stunned, and everyone is dumbfounded. Their guesses are different from reality. Normally, when villagers leave Qingshan village, the villagers of Xiangyang should be terrified. During their absence, what earth-shaking events have happened in the village? Why do the villagers always side with the mother and son of the bad luck star? Madame Gu couldn't take it anymore and exploded. I'm going to talk to the Fu family. Fu Jingchen was eager to see her go. Go ahead. Remember to find old Fu and Grandma Fu. Try to get 100 or 1,000 in compensation. I fully support you. The Fu family just shared their money recently, and the new split is still fresh. Madame Gu was confused by Fu Jingchen's tricky behavior. You act like you're not from the Fu family. You. Fu Jingchen confidently said, I am not from the Fu family. I am proud of my own morals. That's my boyfriend for you. I agree with that. Gu Wanwan lazily walked over and held out her hand to Madame Gu. Without at least 100,000 in compensation, we won't leave the Gu family. Madame Gu's mouth twitched several times. This was the most frustrating day of her fighting life. Usually, she was the one demanding money, but now she was being demanded from. I don't want to live anymore. I might as well crash my head. My daughter is unfilial, working with outsiders to take over the Gu family's property. Gu Wanwan quickly ran away and came back carrying a large stone half a person tall. She threw it in front of her. Crash here.
Hit hard.
With a loud bang, Madame Gu almost jumped up. She swallowed hard. You told me to hit, so I hit. Fu Jingchen had, at some point, found a kitchen knife from the Gu family's kitchen. Screaming like a cherry blossom festival, you might as well learn to cut your belly. If you lack experience, ask Li Xiaohong and Li Pengni. They are experts in their family. Li Xiaohong and her nephew clenched their fists. Were the crazy old man and woman mocking them as enemies of the cherry blossoms? They had hidden so well. It didn't make sense for them to be discovered. I'm not enemies of the cherry blossoms. Madame Gu looked around and decided to try a different way to demand money. I might as well hang myself. There was no rope at home, so she wanted to see what tricks the crazy old man and woman could still play. The next second, Gu Wanwan quickly took out a rope from her bag. Go hang yourself.
A watch.
Madame Gu was stunned. What the? Did she bring so many props? Fu Jingchen took the rope, threw a bundle onto the tree, and said, It's all prepared for you. Just waiting for the right moment. Don't let us down. This made Madame Gu doubt her life. She was caught in a dilemma. No matter what she did, the crazy old man and woman always had a way to resolve her. Gu Yongxing's face was extremely grim. His wife had encountered an opponent 1,000 times more difficult than her. Our Gu family doesn't need you two outsiders to decide. Get out now. Qian Mei and Lu Ant couldn't help but burst into laughter, giving a thumbs up to Sister Wan and Brother Chen. Even the worst villains would fall when faced with a crazy old man and woman. Gu Wanwan raised an eyebrow and retorted, If anyone should leave, it's your Gu family. This house was built by my uncle. You Gu family are just leeching off my uncle and aunt, and I, as my husband's niece, can't say anything? Listen up, Gu family. My uncle is not an irresponsible man, and my aunt has her own family. When she married into her husband's family, she belongs to them. Your family is just relatives. The Gu family members suddenly looked very surprised. They thought that since the irresponsible man had gone missing, they could do whatever they wanted to Gu Qingtang and her son. Now a relative from her husband's family appeared and caused trouble. How could they handle this? A woman leaves her family when she marries, so how can her family interfere? What proof do you have? Words are not enough. Gu Wanwan pulled the twins close. Just my face is proof enough. My nephew looks like his uncle. If you don't believe me, you can go to the hospital for DNA testing. Blood relations can be proven. Are you brave enough to do that? It was better not to look, but once they did, they were shocked. The cousins really looked alike, especially resembling the irresponsible man. Gu Yongsheng frowned tightly. Besides the irresponsible man and his son, he felt he had seen this face somewhere before but couldn't remember where. Also, the name Gu Wanwan sounded familiar. Seeing the situation was getting out of control, Grandma Gu planned to cause a scene and act stubborn. I don't care. Gu Qingtang was born from my 10 months of pregnancy. She is my family, and if she dies, she's a ghost of my family. Gu Wanwan smiled, her expression deep and mysterious. Grandma Gu, since you're causing trouble, don't blame me for using my big move. Grandma Gu ignored her words, acting as if she didn't care, and asking, What can you do? But, unexpectedly, under the watchful eyes of the Gu family, Gu Wanwan cleared her throat and shouted. The Gu family swapped the prince and replaced their daughter. My aunt is not a real Gu family member. Grandma Gu's own daughter has taken over my aunt's life and stolen her biological parents. Fu Jingchen pretended to sigh and cooperate. Sigh. We are truly alike. It turns out that the bride from Qingshan is also a thief, always doing bad things. Gu Qingtang's eyes turned red. She had never thought about this before. She always believed she wasn't good enough and that her parents didn't like her. But now, all signs pointed to the possibility that she might not be a biological member of the Gu family. Memories of her childhood hardships flooded back. Each incident was her parents' cruelty. She couldn't understand why her parents wanted to ruin her appearance. Were they worried she would be recognized by her real relatives? Gu Changcheng and Shin Qinghao in the crowd were suddenly stunned, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with Qing Tang. The Gu family members were confused and at a loss. Gu Yongxing's pupils widened, and Gu Pozi was shocked and panicked, caught off guard by the wild accusations. "You're talking nonsense. Qing Tang is my daughter." Gu Wanwan sneered coldly. "I heard you went to Jing City recently. What did you go there for?" Fu Jingchen straightforwardly said, "Of course, to see her biological daughter. Otherwise, what relatives does the Gu family have in Jing City?" Gu Pozi suddenly realized the situation was getting out of control. How could these two crazy people know so much about Qing Tang's background? They even openly spread rumors, causing the entire Xiangyang village to start doubting. It's just to see relatives. You don't even know them. Gu Wanwan was calm and asked another question. "You insist she is your daughter. Why are you biased and treating her differently?" Fearing Gu Pozi would panic, Gu Yongxing took the initiative to answer for her because when she was born, she almost caused my wife to have a postpartum hemorrhage. That's why she's not favored by Qing Tang. It's our fault, and we apologize to Qing Tang. Qing Tang, your father knows you are a filial daughter. You wouldn't let outsiders slander your parents and the Gu family, right? If it had been the old Qing Tang, she would have been easily manipulated by Gu Yongsheng and his wife. Now, she was confused, angry, and complex, unable to listen to anything Gu Yongxing said. But she felt a sense of relief and liberation. It turned out it wasn't that she did poorly. It was the Gu family who ruined her life. Stop using filial piety to pressure her. She might not even be your daughter. Why don't you go to the hospital for a paternity test? One test will tell the truth. Don't worry, current technology is reliable. Gu Wanwan coldly glanced at the Gu family and finally looked at Gu Pozi. You said you almost had a postpartum hemorrhage. Would you mind letting me check? I have some medical knowledge. I can tell if there's a hemorrhage. Gu Pozi firmly refused to let her take her pulse. What are you? An unlicensed doctor. Qianmei was unhappy with this and pointed to her son. My son Jiangjingi, you've probably seen him. He was badly injured and disabled in his leg. Many doctors said there was no cure, but Sister One healed him. He's lively and has even returned to the army. The villagers nodded in agreement. Everyone knew Gu Jiqing was skilled in medicine. It wasn't something the Gu family could smear. As the saying goes, you shouldn't offend doctors. If someone is seriously ill, they might seek help from Gu Jiqing. If he refuses to treat them, what then? Gu Pozi, your story sounds convincing. Hurry up and have Gu Jiqing check. Gu's family is so hesitant and stammering. Could they be hiding something? Our Yangyang village has really seen quite a few wicked schemes like swapping babies. Gu's family feels guilty. Seeing how badly Gu Qingtang and her mother are treated, there's no need to guess. Gu Qingtang's experience is different from those in families that favor boys. Gu Qiuyan is also a daughter, so why wasn't she mistreated? It shows that Gu's family specifically targeted Gu Qingtang. Although she was disfigured, her children weren't. Except for her husband, all look like Gu Qingtang. They don't resemble the Gu family at all, so they must have been swapped. Gu's grandmother and her husband went to Beijing. It was Gu's grandmother who went out to show off. By the way, I saw a woman in her 30s who looked very much like Gu's grandmother. She also seemed to be from Beijing. Maybe she's Gu's grandmother's real daughter? Now that you mention it, I also saw that unfamiliar woman. She visited Gu's family and claimed to be a relative. I think Gu's grandmother's daughter probably knows her own background and is working with Gu's grandmother to try to take all of Gu Qingtang's parents' property. The villagers, used to hearing stories, couldn't help but imagine a play unfolding. Surprisingly, it was quite close to the truth. Even if Gu's grandmother wanted to deny it, she couldn't. The villagers kept talking excitedly. I have proof. She was the midwife back then. Gu Wanwan deliberately asked again. Explain why you disfigured my aunt. Fu Jingchen continued to add, wife. Gu's family was worried that her relatives might recognize her, and they were also afraid she'd find out the truth and come back to expose the impostor, threatening her daughter's future. So they decided to destroy her completely, disfigure her beyond recognition, and make sure no one could reunite the family. Gu Wanwan pretended to understand and patted Fu Jingchen's shoulder. Honey, you need to be careful. If the Fu family gets desperate, your appearance and life could be at risk. Under everyone's gaze, Fu Jingchen proudly showed off his love. My wife is smart, experienced, capable, outstanding, and blessed with both wisdom and kindness. I am already yours, and you have to protect me. Without you, I really can't manage. Gu Wanwan confidently patted her chest. You are destined to need me. The villagers immediately exploded in shock. Swapping babies was bad enough, but who would have thought Gu's family was so ruthless? Gu's grandmother was furious. Shut up. This is not true. Gu Qiuyan glared fiercely at Gu Qingtang and her son. She decided to first suppress the rumors in the village and then settle accounts with them later. Gu Qingtang's disfigurement was caused by her careless cooking burning her face. It's not her fault. Gu Jiqing deliberately tried to sow discord between us, wanting to cause chaos in our family. Everyone, don't be fooled by Gu Jiqing. She and her partner are just troublemakers. If you don't believe our family, you can ask Gu Qingtang herself how her face was injured. At this point, Gu Qiuyan moved closer to Gu Qingtang and whispered a secret only the two of them could hear. If you want to find out where your husband is, I suggest you listen carefully. Otherwise, you might never be reunited with him. Gu Qingtang was filled with shock and anger, but a flicker of hope lit in her eyes. Where is Brother Shen? Gu Qiuyan gave her a look that said, watch your behavior, confident she could control Gu Qingtang. All the attention was on Gu Qingtang, but among the young workers, 2 pairs of eyes kept fixed on the pocket watch she was clutching tightly. Gu Wanwan caught a glimpse of Xiong Ziyuan and Yan Duang out of the corner of her eye and couldn't help but smile.
Fu Jingchen understood immediately.
Perhaps the ninja, hiding among the young workers, had already discovered the secret of the pocket watch. Gu Qiuyan's hopes were overly optimistic. She still thought Gu Qingtang was the innocent girl who had been bullied by the Gu family long ago. Since she had entered the family, she was expected to serve them loyally. There was no way she would see her parents again in this lifetime. But what difference would it make? Gu Qingtang looked so unrecognizable that even her biological parents wouldn't recognize her. Even if they did, it didn't matter. Her real parents' house and property had been taken over by her sister. The foolish parents who raised her for decades didn't even realize she was an imposter. Instead, they were manipulated by the imposter and sent away. Their real daughter was still being bullied and mistreated. The family was even more surprised to find out they had been sent away to Xiangyang village. Though they were nearby, they couldn't recognize each other. In the future, they might have a chance to cause trouble for them. Her parents once mentioned that she was a branch of the Gu family from Beijing. Her great-grandfather was Gu Chongqing's eldest uncle. To be precise, her family was related to the Gu family only by marriage, as her great-grandfather was the son of his wife's previous husband. Both mother and son had entered the Gu family, changing their surname to Gu. Her great-grandfather had long wanted to replace Gu Chongqing's father. The family fought for many years, but unfortunately, her great-grandfather's ambitions were unfulfilled. His plans were thwarted by her father, Gu Yongsheng. Now, the main branch of the Gu family was slowly falling apart, with only the eldest son, Gu Huaiwu, holding things together. In the past, the Gu family's direct descendants were highly regarded and looked down on the side branches. In the end, they were humbled and bullied when they fell from grace. While Gu Qingtang hesitated, Gu Wuan suddenly spoke. Auntie, don't listen to her nonsense. She doesn't know where uncle is. She's lying to you. If you miss this chance, the Gu family will torment you and take away your last hope. Gu Qingtang closed her eyes, gathered her courage, and exposed Gu Posi's true nature. Gu Posi burned me with hot water, and Gu Qiuyan also cut me a few times. Encouraged by her cousin, Shinjiri and Shin Yinyu publicly accused the Gu family of wrongdoing. They are bad people. We overheard Gu Pozi say that my mother isn't her real mother. They want to keep my mother in Xiangyang village and not let her see anyone or find my father. Even the people involved admitted it, and villagers pointed fingers at the Gu family. The Gu family is heartless. Gu Pozi is openly evil. Gu Yongsheng is secretly wicked. None of them are good. Gu Pozi raised her hand to slap her child. Liar, you'll be struck by lightning for lying. And Bao, a chubby little boy riding a white wolf, suddenly appeared out of nowhere, fierce and adorable. With a small fist, he knocked Gu Pozi down. Bad girl, don't bully my cousins. Fu Jingchen clapped generously. Baby, you're great. You're only 2.5 and already protecting your older siblings. Wuan looked at him with pride. No wonder he's my brother. So talented and wonderful. At this moment, Zheng Shirkan and Hu Jiming, who had no classes, hurried over to support Gu Qingtang. The auntie's family has people. We are her backing. Qian Mei and her son, along with Lu Shunzi's family, stepped forward. If anyone wants to bully Qingtang, they'll have to go through us first. In the past, Gu Qingtang fought alone, but now many villagers are helping her, causing the Gu family to retreat step by step. Seeing more and more friends and relatives stand up for her, tears burst from Gu Qingtang's eyes. Uncontrollable, Captain. Whether the Gu family is my real family or not, please make the decision and cut ties. Dealing with the Gu family's mess, Zhao Guoming always advised separation, not reconciliation, no problem. Gu Pozi, overwhelmed with frustration and anger, couldn't hold back. As long as she refused to admit it, Gu Qingtang would never be free from the Gu family. I don't agree. I am her mother. Anyway, she looks so strange that only I, from the Gu family, would take her in, she insisted. Wuan countered with quick thinking. I'm the best at healing disfigurements. I can help Auntie restore her appearance. Fu Jingchen looked proud and said, I'm the best, the coolest, and the most talented. There's nothing I can't do for my partner. She never does things she's unsure about. Even the impossible can become possible with her. Gu Wanwan chuckled happily. Are you lovesick? You're praising me for being so dreamy. Fu Jingchen gazed at her affectionately. Only when it comes to you. When I love you, I also feel like floating. They looked at each other and smiled, openly sharing their happiness. Gu Qingtang touched her cheek, hope shining in her eyes again. Thank you, Wanwan.
How can I allow that?
I won't permit it. Gu's grandmother blurted out without thinking, but Gu Yongshin quickly stopped her. My wife is talking nonsense. She just doesn't fully trust Gu Jiqing's medical skills. As for breaking ties, we don't agree. If Gu Jiqing insists that Qingtang isn't a Gu family daughter, she should show proof. Even though she was nervous inside, she knew she couldn't panic. Losing control might reveal the secret. You don't need your approval, Gu Qingtang declared firmly, breaking the ties herself. From now on, if anyone tries to bother us, they should think carefully. We are no longer helpless or alone. The drama ended, and the villagers went back to work. Zhang Zhiyuan kept staring at his pocket watch until everyone left. Then he had to leave too. What's wrong? Just a broken watch. I watched it for so long and didn't see anything unusual, Yenda Wang said as he turned to follow him back to the youth village. If the crazy old man or woman saw this, trouble might happen again. There might be a secret mechanism inside, or else Gu Qingtang wouldn't treasure it so much. Later, I'll go to Gu's house with you, Zhiyuan said. After that, he said no more, looking gloomy and lost in thought. Gu Wanwan initially planned to help Gu Qingtang and her son stay at her home, but Gu Qingtang insisted on staying because the house was built by her husband, filled with happy memories. She was determined to get the house back and not let the Gu family have it easily. Always protective of her family, Wanwan personally helped move the Gu mother and son. She threw Gu's grandmother and Gu Yongju's belongings out of the main bedroom and moved the mother and son's things in. She also locked the door to keep them safe. To ensure their safety, she gave each of them a bamboo tube, which could serve as her eyes and ears, and might even save their lives in danger. Gu's grandmother caused a fuss outside the door, but was quickly silenced by the new strong woman. Zheng Shirkan. Old wife, I come to see your sister-in-law now and then. If you dare to hurt them, I'll tighten my grip on you. Gu Qingtang pulled Gu Wanwan's hand and said, Wanwan, I know I can't keep it anymore. If it weren't for you and Jing Qin and Bao, my child and I would have been beaten to death by the Gu family long ago. Here, take this pocket watch. I know you did this to comfort me, calling me auntie on purpose, just to support us. I am very grateful to you. Gu Wanwan took the pocket watch and looked at it. Suddenly her eyes widened. Although Gu Qingtang never revealed her husband's real name, Gu Wanwan had already regarded her as family. The pocket watch was engraved with a small character, Shen, and it held a secret through special means, one of the family treasures. It could only be opened with a dragon and phoenix jade pendant. This must be my uncle Shen Yinzhou's pocket watch. Inside, there's a family treasure left by my grandmother. Shun Jitian and Shen Yenyu's eyes widened. Their mother had told them before to thank sister Wanwan properly, because she risked a lot to recognize them as family. They weren't truly related, and they shouldn't repay her kindness with betrayal, which would hurt sister Wanwan. At first, the twin children were upset, but unexpectedly, things turned around. Sister Wanwan was their real cousin. Gu Qingtang's heart pounded loudly, showing her shock, excitement, and happiness. Yes, he only remembers his name is Shun Yinzhou and the treasure secret of the pocket watch. He said the watch contains a world within, and although it isn't the key to open the treasure, it can deactivate the traps at the treasure site. I found him in a mountain temple deep in the mountains. He was covered in blood, badly injured, and had amnesia. Is your uncle okay? Uncle is a soldier. He's on a mission outside and hasn't returned home for many years. Not even our grandparents know where he is. Gu Wanwan introduced her family members again. My grandfather is Shanhua Xia, a comrade-in-arms of my grandfather and my great-uncle. He is also one of the heroes. My grandmother is Su Xiangrong. We come from a noble family of 5 generations. Our grandparents and great-grandparents were exiled after being framed by the 5th-generation family. And uncle's whereabouts are still a mystery. The 5th-generation family not only wants to ruin the noble family, but is also after the legendary treasure. The pocket watch is one of the clues. Enemies and spies are all looking for it. My siblings and I were separated because of the treasure. I suspect that the ninja hiding at the youth training camp has discovered the secret of the pocket watch. They probably plan to conspire with Gu Pozi's family. At this moment, Gu Qingtang finally felt a true sense of belonging. She was not a person without a home. Her husband and her in-laws were waiting for her and her son to return for a family reunion. Wanwan, is there any way to save my parents-in-law? Other teams are not as kind as Xiangyang Village. I worry they might be in danger. Xiangyang Village is protected by Wanwan and Jing Chen, so enemy spies dare not act recklessly. The Gu family elders are treated the same as villagers, but elsewhere, Wanwan and Jing Chen are not present. Thinking about her parents-in-law suffering in danger, she, as a daughter-in-law, felt helpless and was very anxious. Although the twins are young, they understand everything. Cousin, we need to go save Dad and Grandpa and Grandma. We will defeat those bad people. Gu Wanwan gave them a reassuring look, looking deeply into their eyes. Don't worry. Your big cousin is in the countryside, just like your grandparents. She will protect them. Once you're settled, I will leave to find my sister. As for Uncle, I think he might be trapped somewhere, but he's not in immediate danger. The clues are with the relatives of Qian Mei's future husband. Fu Jingchen understood. As long as Jiang Jingyi finds his biological father, it's almost like finding Uncle. Everything will happen naturally. Do you think Uncle might get caught up in romantic trouble and be taken as a hostage? Gu Wanwan stroked her chin, considering the possibility. Gu Qingtang's tense heart finally relaxed a little. As long as there's no danger, everything else doesn't matter. I believe Yunzhou won't forget me and the kids. He will come back. Wanwan, I want to give you that treasure. If it weren't for you, our mother and son would have been gone long ago. I know you have the ability to protect it. It's what you deserve. Gu Wanwan took out the dragon and phoenix jade pendant, leaning it close to her pocket watch. Suddenly, as if sensing something, a bright light flashed on the jade pendant. A faint image of a dragon and phoenix appeared. In the next second, the back of the pocket watch showed an image of the mountain god temple in Xiangyang village. The treasure switch was on the statue. Gu Qingtang was stunned by this magical scene. So the legend of the mountain god temple is true. The dragon and phoenix appear. A dragon pearl descends from the sky and lands in the temple, protecting the peace. It's said the temple is abandoned, but the divine power remains. No wild animals dare to invade. If villagers encounter wild animals in the mountains, they hide in the mountain god temple, and their lives are safe. No wonder Qingshan village and Yan Dawang often dig pits near the temple. They are after the treasure. So, Captain Qingshan is. Wanwan. We must not let them succeed. Gu Wanwan is the most experienced when it comes to moving treasures. Even if it's a mountain, she will carry everything away. Don't worry. I won't leave a single hair behind for them. Let's get started and act tonight. Thinking this, she found a vintage pocket watch from a shop, had Fu Zai do some quick work on it, then took it out and handed it to Gu Qingtang. To fool those greedy scoundrels. Gu Qingtang examined the pocket watch. As expected from her niece, it looked very real and well thought out. She put it in her pocket. Gu Wanwan gave her some more instructions before leaving the Gu family. As soon as she left, Xiong Ziyuan and Yan Duang quickly found Gu Yongsheng and Gu Pozi. Here's 1,000 yuan as a deposit. Help me get that pocket watch. Gu Pozi agreed without hesitation and promised to complete the task. Li Xiaohong's nephew and niece exchanged a secret look with Xiong Ziyuan, then nodded. Late at night, with a gentle breeze, the leaves outside the house made soft rustling sounds. Gu Wanwan used her spiritual awareness to spot Xiong Ziyuan hanging on a tree. He was dressed in clothes matching the tree, blending into the moonlit night. He was watching the new Qingdao site, his gaze sweeping over the roofs Little Bai and Tuan Tuan, unmoving for a long time. Yan Duang squatted under the tree, yawning repeatedly. How long are you going to hang around? They haven't come out since going inside. What's so interesting about watching late at night? The crazy woman's house is guarded by a tiger, so it's impossible to get in. Gu Wanwan quickly entered her space, transformed into a different outfit, and when she reappeared, she was a woman in red. Her partner, Chen Go, had already changed into white clothes, sharing a special connection, and appeared in his own house. Wow, you can teleport too. Brother's hiding pretty deep. Fu Jingchen floated over to his wife. We're in the same space. Your reward, I'll follow your lead. In the next moment, the red and white double killers teleported behind Yan Duang and Xiong Ziyuan. Gu Wanwan activated her ice powers, her hands freezing to the extreme, and slapped Yan Diwang's back. He, are you playing hide and seek? He. At that moment, Yan Duang felt cold from head to toe, as if he was about to freeze completely. He instinctively thought of the haunted events in Qingshan village. Ghosts. He didn't think it was a normal person's temperature. His cold sweat instantly turned to ice shards. He turned to look at the faceless red-clad woman, terrified and losing his soul and spirit. He wanted to call for help but couldn't speak. Xiong Ziyuan noticed Yan Diwang's strange behavior, turned around, and collided with the faceless, white-clothed ghost. He gasped, "This is a fake person trying to scare us. Yan Duang, why are you just standing there? Fight back now." As soon as the words were spoken, Fu Jingchen kicked the other person's groin, knocking him down from the tree.
Ow.
Xiong Ziyuan was caught off guard and cried out in pain. He quickly slipped and slid down. Luckily, he threw a flying dagger chain beforehand, hooking onto a tree. He jumped from this tree to another, holding onto the branches with his hands and feet like a spider, or he would have injured his legs badly. The ghostly rumors in Qingshan village were caused by you. You scared the villagers, but you can't scare me, the Sakura warrior. Come at me with your life. He casually threw dozens of ninja darts toward the direction of the red and white double killers. The couple quickly disappeared into space, performing a disappearing act on the spot. However, the darts all struck Yan Diwang's limbs, causing blood to spurt out instantly. Yen Duong howled in pain. You idiot, you're hitting your own people. I'll tell uncle to take you down. Xiong Ziyuan was starting to doubt life. Even the highest level ninja or sorcerer couldn't possibly disappear and reappear like that.
What?
How is this possible? Aren't they human? They're clearly ghosts. I'm freezing. Yen Duong hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly realized with horror that he was being lifted off the ground by a figure in white.
Ah.
Help! If you're looking for someone, find Xiong Ziyuan. He's a Sakura ninja, and he's killed many villagers from Xiangyang village. If you want revenge, go after him. Just a second ago, Xiong Ziyuan didn't want to believe the visitor was a ghost. But when he saw the red and white double killers floating in midair, he realized that the supernatural was beyond their imagination. The enemy was definitely not human, but Yen Duong was so scared he wet himself, blood and mixing as they fell to the ground. I don't have money to bribe you, but I know his secret. Go find it in the mountains. Please, spare my life. I know Gao Lifeng and her husband secretly hide small yellow fish outside, and Secretary Ding hides private money from Yitsuehua. Take it if you want. If it's not enough, go cause trouble in Qingshan village. There's a laboratory deep in the mountains, with lots of money. Also, the Sakura ninja has weapons and ammunition hidden in a cave near the mountain god temple. Just then, Liang Exine, who had been awakened by the pig's squeal, tiptoed to the scene. She happened to overhear the last part and was shocked, covering her mouth in surprise. She quietly slipped away to find the team leader. Fu Jingchen disdainfully left Yen Duong behind, collapsing with a thud. He was either dead or severely injured. Xiong Ziyuan wished he could so shut Yen Diwang's mouth to stop him from talking more. To prevent him from trembling and revealing more, he threw another dart at Yen Duong. Shut up.
Go die.
Unexpectedly, as the dart was flying, the red and white twin assassins waved their hands and suddenly changed direction, rushing straight at him. It was as if they had eyes, all piercing into Bear Ziyuan's body. The cherry blossom ninja died instantly. Watching Liang Exine run to seek help, Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen immediately teleported back inside the house. Liang Exine ran wildly and suddenly knocked on Zhao Guoming's door, shouting, "Captain, something bad has happened." Zhao Guoming was a bit annoyed, still disturbed by Deng Ziyunu, and angrily got up to open the door. "It's late at night. Why are you bothering me? Come back tomorrow if you have something to say." Liang Exine gasped and pointed toward the educated youth station. There are enemy agents at the youth station. The person in charge, Bear Ziyuan, is a cherry blossom ninja. I saw a ninja fighting when I went to the bathroom, and Yen Duong was there too.
What?
Deng Ziyunu exclaimed, quickly returning inside. Dad, Mom, something's wrong at the youth station. There are enemy agents. Zhao Guoming, hearing Deng Ziyunu shout, hurriedly dressed and took his son, grabbing tools to rush to the youth station. Deng Ziyunu and Sun Chunlian went door to door, waking up villagers. When they heard about enemy agents, everyone rushed to the scene. For a moment, the whole village was awakened. The educated youths came out to see what was happening. Instead of a lively scene, they saw the mentally disturbed Yen Duong and the strangely dead Bear Ziyuan. What's going on? Bear Ziyuan is dead. Gu Wanwan, Fu Jingchen, Sheng Qing, Zheng Shirkan, and Hu Jiming all came out of their houses at the same time. Captain, why are you here? Isn't that Yen Duong? Why is he lying on the ground? Zhao Guoming explained roughly, Lianjia, it's Liang Jiqing who found the enemy agents. Fu Jingchen and Sheng Qing exchanged glances and cautiously approached Bear Ziyuan. Sheng Qing checked and said, Boss, this is a ninja outfit from Sakura country. He was killed by a cherry blossom dart. There might be a second enemy ninja. The villagers were both angry and shocked, finding it hard to believe. Bear Ziyuan looked honest and kind, yet he's actually a Sakura enemy agent. Are there more than one enemy agents lurking in our village? Who else could they be? The educated youths couldn't help but feel scared. They had lived with enemy agents for so long and hadn't noticed anything unusual. Suddenly, everyone was panicked. Li Xiuhong's niece and nephew stood among the crowd, muttering secretly, Could there be a misunderstanding? Unaware, teammate Yenda Wang suddenly shouted loudly, "Ghost, it's a ghost. Don't look for me. It was Xun Zhiyun who killed them. He's a ninja. He's here to destroy Xiangyang village. He's after the treasure hidden in Xiangyang village." Gu Wanwan pretended to be curious. What treasure? Liang Xian's eyes flickered as she suddenly remembered. I just heard Yenda Wang say that Xun Zhiyun hid weapons and bombs in a cave near the mountain god temple. Since Yenda Wang knows this, he must also be an enemy spy. The villagers agreed. Yenda Wang and the villagers from Qingshan often went to the mountain god temple to dig holes. Could they be after some treasure? Could the villagers from Qingshan be spies? Such a big group? That's unlikely. Maybe they are accomplices? According to you, even the women from Qingshan village are suspects. Captain, report this to the police and investigate thoroughly. Are you stupid? Captain Ku and the villagers from Qingshan are close. In the end, nothing will come of it. Fu Jingchen's eyes were sharp. He stood calmly and said, Sheng Qing, Jing Yi, each of you take a team into the mountains. Understood. The two immediately set out on their task. Before dawn, Gu Wanwan teleported to the Gu family and started searching through their belongings. Whether hidden or openly displayed, she cleared everything out, including the 1,000 yuan deposit Zhong Zhuan had given her. She collected nearly 10,000 yuan, along with 2 boxes of small yellow fish. Later, she planned to search the place where Yenda Wang had revealed hidden money. When Li Xiaohong relayed the message to Li Wuda, Yenda Wang and Zhong Zhuyan had already been moved by Fu Jingchen. Ke Gongda quickly arrived at the village, but found no one. Captain Fu, where are the criminals? Why haven't they transferred to our department? We can take over now. You can withdraw. Fu Jingchen glanced coldly and said, the people are in the mysterious department. If you have any objections, go to the special department. Don't interfere with our mission. Since that's the case, we don't mind helping. It's definitely the enemy spies from Sakura. We can't afford any mistakes. Ke Gongda was determined to stay and cause trouble, thinking about how to sabotage from within. Old Lady Gu woke up to find her house emptied and started crying and making a fuss, grabbing Gu Qingtang and his mother, trying to hit them. It must be Gu Wanwan and Gu Qingtang. Meanwhile, Sheng Hantao, Sheng Qing's older brother and the newly appointed director, was leading people towards Xiangyang village. Grandmother Gu looked at the empty house and almost broke down. The 1,000 yuan they had just received yesterday was still warm in their hands when thieves stole it all. Not only was the money taken, but pots, bowls, furniture, bricks, and tiles were quietly stolen away. The house was completely empty, truly a shell. It must be Gu Wanwan and her people. They came into my house yesterday, drove me and my wife out of the main room. I will report to the police to arrest her. Ke Gongda was thinking about how to cause trouble, but unexpectedly, he was stopped by Grandmother Gu. Captain Ke, you're just in time. You need to stand up for our Gu family. Gu Qingtang is ungrateful and disloyal. She not only refuses to support her parents, but also occupies their house. She's also pushing her way out, teaming up with Gu Wanwan and her partner to empty my house. They're clearly trying to ruin our family. The Gu family members slept peacefully through the night. Except for Li Xiaohong and her nephew, who had just received the news, no one else knew about the enemy agent incident in Xiangyang village. Grandmother Gu still foolishly thought it was heaven listening to her prayers. Otherwise, how could Captain Ke happen to arrive and help her seek justice? Captain Ke, a close friend of the village chief of Qingshan village, was aligned with the Gu family. Although the Gu family was a branch of the 5th-generation main family, in reality, Gu Yongxing's father had secretly sided with the lower 5th-generation family. If Yan Duong was an insider planted by Qingshan village, then the Gu family was also secretly working with a lower 5th-generation family, both inside and outside. Now, the main branch was infiltrated and controlled by the branch family. Gu Chongcheng probably never imagined that his youngest daughter and adopted son were both from the lower 5th-generation family. Li Xiaohong's nephew watched anxiously from the side. The house being robbed was bad enough, but the most important thing was the weapons and ammunition in the mountains. Li Xiaohong stepped forward to comfort her mother. Mom, Captain Ko is busy. Once he finishes, we can talk to him. Grandmother Gu, furious, was determined to bring Gu Wanwan and her people to justice. No. What if Gu Wanwan runs off with the money? That's my family's blood and sweat. The villagers couldn't help but comment. Blood and sweat? You've extorted many villagers over the years and even slandered Gu Jiqing. Before dawn, Gu Jiqing and Commander Fu went into the mountains. They have their own money and don't care about your trifles. Gu Jiqing refuses to take dirty money. The village compensated her 200 yuan, which she donated to the village. She bought a tractor and made donations. All together, it's several thousand yuan. How much does your Gu family have? Is it worth risking your life for Gu Jiqing? It must be that the enemies and spies from Qingshan secretly colluded with your daughter-in-law to empty the Gu family's house. The Gu family's blue brick house looks quite wealthy. Who else would they rob if not you? It's just a joke. I suspect that the recent thefts were all carried out by people from Qingshan village. Yenda Wang once said that Qingshan village often visits Xiangyang village to look for some treasure. They wouldn't think the treasure is in the Gu, Fu, Du families or Secretary Ding's place, would they? All these families have been robbed, using the same methods, clearly a gang working together. Madame Gu frowned and shouted angrily, "Why are you defending Gu Wanwan? Did she pay you? Or did you steal from her?" The villagers looked at each other, probably feeling confident because their families had earned money recently. We took some money, but we earned it with our own hands. Gu Jiqing is in charge of the department store's procurement and sales. She buys mountain products, small lobsters, and snails from the village. People who work hard can earn a few yuan a day. Who cares about your dirty money? Madame Gu seemed to have found a weakness and shouted loudly, "Let's fight. Captain Ko, arrest them." Gu Wanwan is the mastermind. Captain Ko is annoyed by Madame Gu and couldn't get to the bottom of it. I can't arrest them. Her purchases are reasonable. Madame Gu, if you don't let go of me, I'll accuse you of obstructing official duties. Gu Yongshun had been paying attention to what the villagers said. Treasure? Could it be that the legendary treasure is actually in Xiangyang village? He couldn't help but think of Gu Qingtang's pocket watch. Even Xiong Ziyuan and Yenda Wang were willing to spend 1,000 yuan to get it. Could there be a secret inside the watch? Fu Jingchen, Gu Wanwan, and their team went to a mountain god temple deep in the mountains. Along the way, they saw many pits, mostly around the temple, some quite deep. The area near the mountain god temple automatically blocked mental powers, so no abilities could be used. If this place is a dangerous zone, even powerful ability users wouldn't be able to do anything. Gu Wanwan released her spiritual sense to investigate. About 50 meters behind the temple, she found a hidden mechanism. Fu Jingchen tried to turn the mechanism. With a click, a stone door opened, and a strong smell of gunpowder hit them. Gu Wanwan clicked on her flashlight. The light revealed neatly arranged wooden boxes filled with ammunition, about 20 boxes in total. In the corner, there were some advanced compasses, gas masks, and large excavation tools. It was obvious they were after treasure. If they had arrived a little later, those people might have blown up the mountain god temple to get the treasure. She once again released her spiritual awareness, this time close up, seeing the treasure buried beneath the temple. The structure below looked like an underground palace, surrounded by dangerous traps and dark passages filled with poisonous mists and hidden mechanisms. Only by using a key could the traps be disarmed. If someone tried to force their way through, they would face many obstacles. Inside the cave, besides weapons, there were 5 boxes of antiques. Gu Wanwan decided not to take these. Fu Jingchen ordered his subordinates to move the boxes, while Gu Wanwan secretly searched for private money collected by the top collectors. For example, in the cave where Secretary Ding and a dishonest widow secretly met, she found 1,000 yuan and 10 small yellow fish. Gao Lefeng and his wife buried 2 boxes of gold bars and a box of jade and emerald jewelry under a hawthorn tree, along with 5,000 yuan. It was truly a day full of gains. She planned to come back later to collect more treasures, avoiding jealousy from others. If nothing unexpected happened, Gu Yongxing should have started to suspect something. As boxes of ammunition were moved away, Kagongda and Li Xiaohong, the nephew and niece, grew anxious. But they could do nothing, only watching helplessly as the weapon stash was taken away. Even the digging tools were confiscated. How could they continue to dig for treasures in the future? With the town filled with guards and the village troubled by enemy spies, villagers were always on alert. How could large tools be brought into the mountains? Whether villagers from Qingshan village could enter the village was also uncertain. Fu Jingchen spoke impatiently. Captain Ko, you're a step too late. We've already taken the items away. Ko Gongda's face turned extremely ugly. He was so angry he didn't know where to vent. He was also foolish, always wanting to cause trouble whenever he saw Gu Wanwan. Gu Jiqing, Captain Fu, Gu family reports that you are stealing from the Gu family out of personal grudges. According to the Gu family, you incited Gu Qingtang to seize control of the family and beat up parents and brothers. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Gu Wanwan crossed her arms, deliberately inviting trouble. People kept coming to her, trying to flatter her, but she refused to be kind. If you want to fight, just fight. Does Captain Ko want to help the traffickers? Captain Ko, you can't let personal revenge cloud your judgment. If you can't get those boxes, it's because you're incapable. Why take your frustration out on me? Qingshan village used to have frequent visits to Yangyang village. Were they all after some treasure? You wouldn't be, would you? Money is tempting, and greed can lead to trouble. I understand that. For a moment, the villagers looked suspiciously at Ko Gongda. Since the military handles enemy spies, they didn't report to the police. How did Ko Gongda find out so quickly? There must be a traitor inside the village leaking information. In a hurry, Ko Gongda changed the subject. Since your team is handling this, I won't interfere. Right now, we're talking about the fight and theft. Who is the human trafficker? Gu Wanwan pointed her chin at Grandma Gu. It's Grandma Gu's house. Who else could it be? She beat and mistreated Gu Qingtang and her mother, took over my uncle's house. Captain Ko, what do you think? The house was stolen. My aunt should be the one crying. Am I crazy or just stupid? Stealing from my aunt's house. Am I that poor? I work several jobs, serve the public, and my 2.5-year-old brother can earn dozens of yuan just by drawing a few pictures. My partner gives all his salary. How could I be so desperate as to steal money? I, Gu Wanwan, am not short of money. I have plenty, more than enough to spend. I'm not bragging. I have so much money I can't spend it all. It's a sweet problem. Sadly, Captain Ko, you'll never understand my worries. If you insist that working for the public is just a way to enjoy life and make money easily, I have nothing to say. By the way, my money is legit. Feel free to check. Go ahead, investigate as you like. She dared to say that, not fearing others' attention. People's envy can be deadly. Gu Wanwan's life is the dream of many villagers. Gan Qi, among the crowd, almost ground her teeth. While she was worried about money and life, Gu Wanwan had already achieved financial freedom. Because she was born into a poor family, all the advantages went to Gu Wanwan. Liang Xin, surprisingly clear-headed, took the opportunity to mock the green tea girl. Envy and jealousy are pointless. She's just lying around, eating and drinking, spending money as she pleases. Even if she didn't work for the public, she still gets martyr subsidies and benefits, and lives happily. Some villagers with bad intentions had considered harming Gu Wanwan, but they couldn't do anything because she had the excellent Fu Jingchen by her side. Old Madame Fu and her family watched from outside, thinking that since they couldn't break up Fu Jingchen and Gu Wanwan, they would reluctantly accept Gu Wanwan, on the condition that she support the Fu family financially. Ko Gongda's face twitched several times. The shameless old woman was utterly unmodest. Did he not want to investigate? It's mainly because I couldn't find any proof. Gu Wanwan is proof of her earnings. She earns honestly. If he tries to accuse her of enjoying herself, he's just opposing the government, since the money comes from public funds. Madame Gu is determined to accuse Gu Wanwan and points at her nose, saying, I don't care. Gu Wanwan must compensate. All of Xiangyang village knows she and our Gu family are enemies. I heard she's strong, so stealing things at night isn't difficult for her. Everyone laughs at her, thinking she's not smart. Liang Xin wants to leave Xiangyang village early to reunite with her parents. She tries hard to show herself in front of Gu Wanwan. Even if Gu Wanwan tells her to go away, she still wants to. She says, "When I went to find the squad leader at midnight, I passed by your Gu house. The door was still intact and nothing was stolen. The whole village can prove that." Villagers agree, saying that's right. When we went to the youth camp, the Gu family had no trouble. We even saw Li Xiaohong and Li Pani come out of the house. Don't slander Gu Jiqing. She was always in our sight. Madame Gu is excited, thinking she has found the truth. She says going to the youth camp in the middle of the night, obviously guilty. Gu Wanwan was probably moving things loudly and was caught. Qianmei spits at her and says, "Sister Wanwan and Brother Chen are busy catching enemies, working from midnight until dawn. Who has time to care about your Gu family? Xiong Ziyuan is a ninja, and Yan Duong is involved too. There are accomplices in the village." Gu Wanwan looks at everyone with a half-smile and says, "Captain Ke, I saw Xiong Ziyuan and Yan Duong visit the Gu house yesterday. Could the Gu family be working with them?" Hearing this, the Gu family members are shocked. Madame Gu never expected that the most suspicious people, the eccentric man and woman, wouldn't have had a chance to commit the crime. Even more surprising, Xiong Ziyuan is an enemy agent. If villagers find out about his dealings with the Gu family, it could ruin them forever. He came to my house asking for supplies. I didn't know he was an enemy agent. We have nothing to do with him. Gu Wanwan smiles calmly and says, "Yan Duong and Li Xiaohong's nephew are involved." Li Xiaohong frantically tries to clear her name, saying, "Yan Duong is a victim. He was crippled by Xiong Ziyuan. He's not an enemy agent, just someone who can't see people's true nature." Fu Jingchen urgently questions, "Then why does he keep digging near the mountain god temple?" "It's not for treasure."
Why?
Li Xiaohong's niece and nephew truly couldn't come up with an explanation anymore. She understood that explanations are often just cover-ups. Don't change the subject. What we should be talking about is Gu Qingtang's matter. If it's not you, then it must be Gu Qingtang who stole something. She resents her parents and the Gu family and is seeking revenge. There is a traitor within the Gu family. Madame Gu looked confident and firm. "Gu Qingtang, you are my biological daughter. You will always be a ghost in the Gu family. I have the villages, Wang Wenpa, to testify. If you don't believe it, ask Captain Ke. Stealing isn't related to Gu Wanwan, but is, right?" Wang Wenpa took the money from Madame Gu. Since she also had evidence in her hands, she had no choice but to testify bravely. "It's true. I personally delivered her when she was born. She has no birthmark, I know that clearly. I hope Gu Jiqing won't stir up their mother-daughter relationship anymore." At this moment, 2 small cars arrived in the village, and several police officers in uniform got out. Seeing this, Madame Gu mistakenly thought Captain Ke's reinforcements had arrived. She immediately adopted a domineering attitude. "Gu Wanwan, you're doomed. With so many of Captain Ke's colleagues here, you'll have no way to escape." Captain Ke saw the group led by Sheng Hantao and thought to himself that he hadn't brought anyone to support him. But he didn't think much about it. Since they were colleagues, they must be on his side. After all, Xiangyang commune was under his control. "May I ask who you are here to see?" "Gu Wanwan," Sheng Hantao replied simply. Seeing the other side's grand display, Captain Ke's heart immediately calmed down. Surely, allies had arrived. Madame Gu proudly laughed out loud. "Gu Wanwan is over there. Is she a fugitive? Comrades, quickly arrest her. This person is pretending to be my daughter's family and is trying to slander that my daughter isn't my biological child. What evidence do you have that she's your daughter?" Just a few words from Wang Wenpa. After speaking, Gu Wanwan turned her tone. "Wang Wenpa, do you dare swear to the heavens? If you tell a lie, may lightning strike, heaven and earth be cursed, and may your family suffer. If you're lying, you won't be able to face your ancestors." Fu Jingchen took over and added, "Dying from choking on water, suffocating while eating, dying in sleep, falling and dying while walking, if they die, no one will blame the fall. Bad luck will follow them all their lives." Wang Wenpa's face turned pale with fear. She knew that the village's gossip was sharp and poisonous, but she didn't expect it to be this severe. The villagers were most afraid of swearing oaths about their descendants. She was left speechless. However, Gan Chi in the crowd called out, "Gu Jiqing, Captain Fu, you're practicing superstitions." Captain Ku and the others are witnesses. Ku Gongda only realized what was happening and naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. "Captain Fu, Gu Jiqing, you are too reckless." Gu Wan was fearless. "Did anyone hear that?" "Step forward." Fu Jingchen stood shoulder to shoulder with his partner, moving together. "Captain Ko, do you really think convicting us will allow you to take control of these weapons?" Sheng Qing glanced at his older brother Sheng Hantao and led the crowd in shouting, "I didn't hear anything. Madam is just exposing Wang Wenpa's lies." Jiang Jingyi nodded in agreement. Captain Ke's ears are not working well. He can't hear clearly. Qian Mei and the family of the team leader all stepped forward. With more people, their strength increases and their fighting ability is strong. Gu Yongsheng was stunned by their rudeness. Our whole family heard it. Zheng Shirken crossed her arms. You dislike Sister Wan and Brother Chen, so you naturally side with Captain Ke. Captain Ke is in the same camp as your Gu family, so your testimony is invalid. Hu Ziming sneered and pointed out a fact. The commune is your territory, but right now, you're standing on Sister Wan and Brother Chen's land. I want to ask, every time Captain Ke fails like a clown, aren't you embarrassed? I feel embarrassed for you. Zheng Jiliang rolled his eyes angrily, but remained contemptuous. Hu Ziming, relying on the backing of the Yu family, you're getting more and more arrogant. If Zheng Shirken hadn't chosen you as her fiancé, would you be where you are today? You're no different from before, just climbing up by flattering others. Zheng Shirken, your judgment is poor. The fiancé you found is still a soft rice man. You'll be fooled sooner or later. First, he wanted to remind Ke Gongda that if they couldn't handle the crazy old man and woman, they should start with their relatives. Hu Ziming, abandoned by his father and from a single worker family, was the easiest to manipulate. Second, he aimed to ruin Zheng Shirken and Hu Ziming's marriage. Why should someone from such a low background like Hu Ziming receive the love of the Zheng family? His parents had at least worked as officers in the Pigeon Tail Society, which was much higher than Hu Ziming's father, a factory director. Hu Ziming scoffed. Admit you're just a soft rice man relying on the Yu family? Ke Gongda was about to say something, as Zheng Shirken was the daughter of the director of the Shanghai Pigeon Tail Society. He couldn't act now, but it was uncertain for Hu Ziming, who had no background. Colleague, you all heard that, right? It's not just my imagination. I didn't hear anything. Sheng Hantao stared at Hu Ziming without blinking, feeling he looked very much like a girl from the Qing family. Is your mother surnamed Qing? Hu Ziming nodded. Yes, my little daughter. Sheng Hantao suddenly understood. No wonder. We are relatives. Sheng Qing thought carefully and recognized someone familiar. So he's her grandson. Brother Ziming, why didn't you tell me earlier? We're all family. Zheng Jiliang was stunned. What do you mean? Zheng Shirken raised her chin proudly. My fiancé is related to Sheng Qing and them. Surprised? The person you look down on most has a status 1,000 times higher than yours. My brother Ziming is just low-key and doesn't like to show off. No way, this can't be. Zheng Jiliang's proud sense of superiority shattered. His father is just a small director at a steel factory, and his mother is a country girl. There's no way they're relatives. Protective Zheng Shirken immediately defended her fiancé and mother-in-law in front of everyone. Who told you my mother-in-law is a country girl? She comes from Beijing and married into the Hu family. Your whole family are the country folks. It's us, the Zheng family, who reached up to connect with Ziming. Do you understand? This statement caused shock all around. Not only was Zheng Jiliang stunned, but the other young workers were also shocked and regretted not building better relations with Hu Ziming. Especially Qin Jili and He Yanwei, who thought about how they had offended the real noble son for Zheng Jiliang's sake and now felt regret. From today on, they decided to cling tightly to Hu Ziming's big support. Gongda of Ke felt his plan was falling apart. These young workers' backgrounds were truly deep. Thinking that the newcomer might be Gu Wanwan's ally, he felt worse and worse. Comrade, who are you in relation to Gu Wanwan? Fu Jingchun immediately exposed his fantasy. Sorry to disappoint you. They are with us. Let Captain Ko have a moment of happiness. Old friends. Gu Wanwan stepped past Gongda and went straight to Sheng Hantao. Brother Hantao, long time no see. Sheng Hantao habitually raised his hand and patted her head. Wanwan, it's been a few months. You've grown so tall and beautiful. You used to be a little dwarf like a monkey. Gu Wanwan waved her hand. No need to mention embarrassing things. You're here to give me money, right? Sheng Hantao couldn't help but laugh. The girl was very straightforward. Don't worry, with all you've done, you'll definitely get your share. Seeing how close they were, everyone knew Gu Wanwan had strong backing. Jingchun, you're quick, already chasing Wanwan away from our big yard, Sheng Hantao said with a critical look, like an older brother-in-law. I heard you're having a tough time at the Fu family. Wanwan is precious to us. We're her family, and you're not allowed to bully her. Fu Jingchun glanced at the Fu family members among the villagers and publicly declared his support for his wife, saying, In my heart, Wanwan is my life, more important than my parents by 100 or 1,000 times. Old Madame Fu and others were so angry they felt their stomachs hurt. Kogongda forcibly suppressed his panic, frowned, and asked, Who exactly are you? Sheng Hantao faced Kogongda and confidently and seriously introduced himself, Sheng Hantao, the biological brother of Xing Qing, the newly appointed police chief. You must be Captain Ke. Please take care of us in the future. Gu Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Brother Hantao is worried I might be bullied, so he's specially arranged for me from above. Captain Ke, you better be careful not to make mistakes, or the consequences will be serious. Suddenly, Fu Jingchun moved closer and lowered his voice, from the fifth-generation clan. Kogongda staggered and almost lost his composure, nearly falling over. Sheng Hantao was sent by the fifth-generation clan specifically to target him and Qingshan village. This signaled that they could no longer dominate the commune alone. It was all over. If they were caught with any evidence, they would lose everything. He was now certain that the crazy old man and woman knew he was from the fifth-generation clan, which was why they brought reinforcements. From now on, not only must he behave himself, but Qingshan village's actions would also be greatly restricted. What should he do now? Zhao Guoming glared confidently at Secretary Ding. Wanwan's backing was like the backing of Xiangyang village, and anyone who dared to provoke Xiangyang village would be courting death. Gone, she couldn't hide her jealousy and envy. Gu Wanwan, an orphan girl with no parents, didn't have to do anything, yet so many excellent men surrounded her. Meanwhile, she married a poor and useless man and couldn't even get a divorce. She even thought she was better than Zheng Shirkan, and Hu Jiming, whom she once looked down on, was probably much higher in status than Zheng Jiliang. If she had known earlier, she should have pursued Hu Jiming. But it's not too late to wake up now. With her skills, she could win Sheng Hantao over. He was young, mature, and importantly, high-ranking. Compared to Kogongda, he was in a different league. As long as she hooked up with him, divorce would be a matter of minutes. She could even become a proper official's wife. In Granny Gu's view, Gu Wanwan's reinforcements were like coming to pick a fight with the Gu family. What are you trying to do? Our Gu family is made of good people. Gu Yongsheng said nothing, his face darkening completely, secretly thinking that Gu Qingtang's in-laws might not be simple. Li Xiuhong's nephew and niece, upon learning Sheng Hantao's identity, felt increasingly uneasy. Qingshan village was in danger. Sheng Hantao gave a subtle signal to his subordinate, who calmly opened his briefcase and took out 2 banners and an envelope. Comrade Gu Wanwan, brave and fearless, both intelligent and courageous, fights to protect the people and dares to oppose evil forces. The organization hereby commends her. Li Xiuhong, unwilling, said, A young girl with yellow hair. Is she really worth such praise? Sheng Hantao glanced at the Gu family members and publicly praised Gu Wanwan's bravery, On her way to the countryside, she arrested enemy spies, helped the troops dismantle bombs, and saved all the passengers. Not only that, she caught human traffickers and thieves, recovering the passengers' property. In Fushur City, she is truly a nemesis of enemies. Wanwan, this is a reward of 2,000 yuan from the organization. The country needs brave, and just people like you. Gu Wanwan took the banner and the reward. Defeating enemies and clearing out bad elements is everyone's responsibility.
This is what I should do.
Thank you for the recognition and reward from the organization. I will continue to work hard. At this moment, the villagers realized that Gu Wanwan had quietly done something great. Gu Jiqing is the light of our Yangyang village. Her honor is our honor. Yangyang village is proud. Gu Jiqing has sharp eyes and specializes in catching enemies. No wonder she didn't get along with Yendo Wang from the start. She probably saw through his bad intentions. She's a true hero, catching many enemies. She said she holds multiple roles, and now I believe it. She works for the country, and the country rewards her. 2,000 yuan. That's a lot of money. Money earned through hard work. Do you have Gu Jiqing's cleverness? Not everyone can do it. Can you catch enemies? Fu Jingchun led the applause, and the scene burst into cheers. When they heard about her being a nemesis of enemies, Li Xiuhong's niece and Kagongda looked visibly panicked. Brother Hantao, can I report and earn money in the future? Gu Wanwan said this to Sheng Hantao, but her eyes flicked to Kagongda and others. No choice, money comes quickly, whoever I report, I earn. Sheng Hantao was very pleased, of course. Gu Wanwan was casual with him. Help me increase my reward. No need to hide the relationship. Kagongda's face looked terrible, like he had eaten something bitter. He finally understood why Gu Wanwan earned money so fast. It was built on their sacrifices. At this moment, he deeply regretted provoking this crazy woman. Old Lady Gu and Granny Fu stared tightly at the thick envelope in Gu Wanwan's hands, both eager to take it for themselves. A family's hard work for over 10 years might not earn 2,000 yuan, but this crazy woman's reckless actions brought wealth effortlessly. Many villagers were jealous and envious, but none had her skills. Gu Wanwan stuffed the banner and envelope into her bag, actually placing them into her space. Brother Hantao, you must teach Captain Ke to be fair. He favors the Gu family because of their good relations and even tries to block my partner from handling enemy weapons. I suggest suspending him. I will investigate personally, Sheng Hantao said sharply. Since he confuses public and private matters, I will take over the case. Kagongda's pupils widened in shock. His power had been stripped away, and since the other person held a higher position, he had no choice but to accept. Madame Gu stubbornly insisted, Gu Qingtang is my daughter. We can do a blood test to confirm. Gu Wanwan raised an eyebrow and sneered, seeing through her trick. A blood test? That's unscientific. Are you trying to cheat like the ancient people and do a blood fusion? Brother Hantao, Madame Gu and her family have mistreated my aunt and her children, and they've taken my uncle's property. As a family member, I need to protect my uncle's assets. Madame Gu, old Gu, you ungrateful dogs, don't think you can manipulate me with filial piety. Get out of here. This is my house. If anyone leaves, it should be Gu Qingtang. As long as we're still related, she's my daughter, even in death. Madame Gu was confident about this, but Gu Wanwan could see it was just bluffing. She had once burned and cut her face to ruin her appearance, making her nearly impossible to heal. To prevent accidents, they even changed her fate. Her daughter was born as a maid's daughter, while Gu Qingtang was born as a maid's daughter, so Gu Qingtang was doomed to a life of hardship and dependence. I won't move out. Since my uncle married my daughter, his property belongs to me. I could give up the house, but I have conditions. You know our family was robbed last night and we have no food. I want 5,000 yuan. If you agree, I will move out immediately. With 5,000 yuan, who would still care about the broken house in the village? Just buy a house in the county town instead. Gu Qiuyan's eyes lit up, and she immediately shouted, if you want to cut ties with the Gu family and Gu Qingtang, you need to add another 5,000 yuan. That's to cover what her parents raised her with, and her pension for her parents. You're so rich. Why not help your aunt and her children? Don't you want to free them from suffering? There's only one chance. Next time, cutting ties will cost at least 10,000. With her stubborn and unreasonable personality, cutting ties was impossible. For now, she just wanted to get the money, then continue to drain Gu Qingtong's resources. Ideally, she'd squeeze all the money from Gu Wanwan. Gu Qingtong's eyes were red with pain and anger. She shook her head and said, Wanwan, don't give. The greed of the Gu family can never be satisfied. Zheng Shirkan, Hu Jiming, and others showed contempt. Sister, one is not someone to be easily controlled. The villagers also felt that the Gu family was being unreasonable. In this era, wealthy people with 10,000 yuan are rare. Gu Jiqing is rich, but that's no reason for the Gu family to extort. Of course, some troublemakers were causing trouble. Gu Jiqing, since you're so rich, help your aunt-in-law. It's a rare chance. In the future, breaking off the relationship will be hard. Since we're family, just give them a little from your fingers. That way, Gu Posey won't have to borrow money or grain from neighbors, or she'll cause trouble every day. Do we still want to live our lives? Zheng Shirkan glared at them, remembering everything. It's easy for you to talk. Why don't you send your kids to school? You like helping Gu Posey trick Sister Wan, but our school doesn't welcome that. The troublemakers weren't happy. We're from Yangyang village too. Why can't our kids go to school? You're just a small teacher. Zheng Shirkan confidently replied, because you have no conscience. The school was built with our donations, and Wanwan contributes the most money. Hu Jiming was annoyed with them. They refuse to attend free school? Then pay for their education in the future. It's sad that these kids have parents who can't tell right from wrong. Gu Posey didn't care about all the scheming. She reached out to Gu Wanwan. I know you have money. Hurry up and give it to me. Gu Wanwan's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Giving was impossible. She would consider it a loss if she gave away even a penny. If we can't agree, then forget it. You're not really trying to break off the relationship. With the Gu family's nature, once you get the money, you won't admit it. You'll keep bothering your aunt-in-law and draining her. I see through your tricks. What's the point of breaking off? Fu Jingchen glanced at the Gu family members and sneered. Wife, our money didn't come from the wind. Don't waste it. The Gu family's words are unreliable. Just call brother Han Tao to send them to jail for a few days. The Gu family has been robbed. Being poor or rich doesn't depend on those troublemakers. I tell you, they're very wealthy. Gu Chuyan works at the supply and marketing cooperative, and Gu Posey's two grandsons work at the meat factory. They're not broke, they have jobs, and those jobs probably come from their daughter's schemes. Gu Wanwan pretended to be surprised, and the two of them openly revealed secrets without caring about others. They said if things are really bad, there's still the daughter in the city to support us. If not, the two nephews of the Gu family are the younger siblings of the village head's sister and niece. Qingshan village is a hideout for bandits and human traffickers, making a lot of money. The Gu family can ask Li Wutai for help. Li Xiaohong's nephew clenched his fists in anger. He spoke recklessly, revealing everything, which could put Qingshan village in danger. Shut up. Don't ruin Qingshan village's reputation. Gu Wanwan ignored the threat in their eyes. Both of your nephews were caught, and it was me and my partner who caught them. The shame of Qingshan village is known to everyone. You still bully the educated youths in the village. I've seen it several times. If Captain Ke hadn't protected you, would Qingshan village be so arrogant? Brother Hantao, later go to Qingshan village and rescue those poor young men. Liang Xian immediately raised her hand and reported, I want to report that Captain Ke is involved in inappropriate relationships and colluding with local officials. The comrades must investigate thoroughly. Captain Ke, why are you glaring at me? If you do wrong, you should take responsibility. Threatening me won't work. Sheng Hantao glanced at Ke Gongda, who is shrinking back. Captain Ke, you're quite capable now. Ke Gongda's situation was worse than just cold. He was completely finished. Gu Yongsheng had never encountered such a stubborn and strong opponent. It seemed no matter what they thought, they couldn't escape their eyes. Gu Qiuyan saw that her intentions were exposed by Gu Wanwan and became anxious. I'm an outsider married in. I have work. What does it matter if I cut off family support? If you don't blame me. Her meaning was clear. Gu Wanwan couldn't always protect Gu Qingtang and her mother. If they kept in contact every day, it would be a nightmare for them. Gu Wanwan ignored her and turned to Sheng Hantao. Hantao, the Gu family is involved in extortion. Gu's grandmother sat on the ground, slapped her thigh, and threw a tantrum. I just asked my daughter for some retirement money. I've raised her for over 30 years without asking for anything. If I don't get support, don't blame me. In the next moment, Gu Qingtang slapped her in the face. I earn my own points to support myself and my children. I haven't even asked you for compensation for emotional distress or for the cost of damaging my aunt's appearance. To deal with difficult people, Gu Wanwan always has good ideas. She casually gives her advice. My aunt-in-law is part of the family now, so there's no need to split from the Gu family. Just keep taking what you want. We often go to the Gu family to get what we need. Whatever they used to take from us, you can take back now. After taking from the Gu family, you can also take from the daughter of the woman who swapped her child. The Gu family has a meat factory job, so they can eat meat often. Your cousin will be lucky. Also, this house belongs to my uncle. If the Gu family wants to stay, they have to pay rent. I'm not your aunt-in-law, so I don't have a good temper. If they don't pay, I'd rather destroy the house than let them take it cheaply. This is a very mean and sneaky trick. Crazy old woman just doesn't play by the rules. Gu Pozi was furious. How dare you? Gu Qingtang doesn't want to give up. The house was left by her husband, and it's her memory. Gu Wanwan nonchalantly said, just destroy it. If they do, we'll go back to my in-laws' house. Reunite with my uncle's family. Who cares about that stinky house you've tarnished? The house only brings painful memories to my aunt-in-law and her son. Anyway, my uncle won't come back to live there. Gu Qingtang suddenly paused and realized many things. She was stubborn, insisting on keeping the house her husband left her, giving the Gu family a chance to control her. She couldn't keep holding Wanwan back anymore. Just destroy it. I don't want the house anymore. Okay then. Gu Wanwan exchanged a look with her partner. Let's get to work. Fu Jingchen was the first to rush over, followed closely by An Bao, who is short and sturdy. We're coming. The three of them were serious about destroying the house, using unstoppable force. With punches and kicks, the wall collapsed. Wherever they went, debris was everywhere. They didn't even need tools. They just did it themselves. It took less than 10 minutes. The Gu family didn't have time to stop them. With a loud crash, the house they had lived in for 3 years was completely destroyed. Sheng Hantao knew Fu Jingchen was tough, but he didn't realize the siblings were so strong. Gu Wanwan was amazing, and even a 2.5-year-old baby was incredibly powerful. No demolition team could do it this fast. No wonder they could catch spies. Gu Pozi didn't expect Gu Wanwan to be so casual. Just destroy the house without hesitation. My house is gone. You have to pay me for it. There are still Gu family belongings inside. I will report this to the police. Sheng Hantao acted professionally and sternly. Reporting to the police is useless. The house isn't part of the Gu family, but you've occupied it for 3 years. You owe us 3 years' rent. Heard that the Gu family also seized Gu Qingtang's husband's property. You either return everything or come with us to the station for a chat. The Gu family members looked extremely upset. They had always considered Gu Qingtang's family wealth as their own, so there was no reason to give it up. Although the wild man had lost his memory, he still had a lot of money, more than 5,000 yuan. Not paying back the money meant going to jail. Going to jail wasn't a big problem. After all, their real daughter could save them. But the problem was, if their daughter got involved, Gu Wanwan would surely find out her true identity. Shen Yinyu was worried that the Gu family would refuse to pay back the debt, so he ignored the fact that the money was not public and said, "Cousin, they took the 5,000 yuan that our father left us." Villagers felt sorry for Gu Qingtang and her family because of how the Gu family treated them. That was 5,000 yuan. If the Gu family hadn't been so strong, the mother and children could have lived comfortably with that money. Things had gotten so bad that Gu Yongxing still refused to admit the truth. Where did your father get so much money? How can you lie at such a young age? Don't listen to him. It's only 500 yuan. We just can't come up with that much money right now. Can you give us a few more days? Gu Wanwan looked firm. No, if you don't have the money, sell your work. My uncle is a soldier, and my aunt is a military wife. Bullying military families is a crime. Your Gu family can't afford to do that. Her words hit like a bomb, leaving everyone stunned. So, Gu Qingtang and her family are military dependents. Now the Gu family is in trouble. 5,000 yuan was earned with a soldier's life. The Gu family dares to insult a wild man. He's a hero. Losing his memory isn't his fault. He was probably attacked by enemies during a mission. Did the enemies attack us here in Yangyang village? Could it be undercover agents? Luckily, Gu Qingtang's husband is lucky. The Gu family should pay back the money quickly so they don't hurt the soldiers and their families' feelings. Everyone was shocked by this outcome. They had no idea that Gu Qingtang was so lucky to have picked up a soldier. Now, the situation was worse. This wasn't just about paying back money. It was about bullying a soldier and seizing his family's property. Fu Jingchen gave them 3 options. We can choose not to pursue this. First, pay 1,000 yuan in compensation. Second, cut ties. Third, the whole family goes to jail. Gu Po was frustrated, like a thief who lost his gains. This fuss had cost them their money and their house. In the end, they could only move back into their old, broken house. Gu Qiuyan, Li Xiuhong, and others looked defeated and didn't know what to do. Ending the family ties was inevitable. Gu Yongxing knew he couldn't change the situation. No matter what the outcome, the Gu family couldn't bear it anymore. Let's cut ties. Gu Pozi knew that once the decision was made, Gu Qingtang would lose control. Under pressure, she had no choice but to swallow her anger and accept it, saying, "Fine, just cut ties. Let's pretend I don't have this daughter." Gu Wanwan personally drafted the separation agreement, made in 3 copies, witnessed by Sheng Hantao, the team leader, and others. From then on, the chains that bound Gu Qingtang were completely broken. After everything was settled, Sheng Hantao escorted Kagongda away first and also went to Qingshan village, taking a group of young men for investigation and leaving the village. Some gossiping women greedily stared at Gu Wanwan's bag. Gu Jiqing, this time the police rewarded you 2,000 yuan. Do you want to donate it all to the village to help those in need? You're so generous and rich, you probably wouldn't mind, right? Or sponsor me, and my grandson will succeed and be grateful to you. Others, eager for a share, rushed to ask, Gu Jiqing, help us out. Let us share some of your luck. Gu Wanwan shot them a cold look. What nonsense. I have money, and it's none of your business. Stop thinking about my reward. I earned it with my life. The Gu family, now reduced to ruins, had nothing left to hold on to. Gu Wanwan took Gu Qingtang and her son back to their residence, arranging them in another room. Gu Qingtang saw Fu Jingchen and Xing Qing inside packing their bags, looking apologetic. Auntie, aren't Jingchen and the others homeless now? No problem, they can stay at my place, Hu Jiming suggested. Auntie, it's safer for you to stay with Wanwan. I'm sure Gu Pozi won't let go easily over her fake daughter. Gu Wanwan glanced at Xiaobai, whose right eyelid suddenly twitched a few times. Sheng Qing, take Xiaobai out to avoid trouble. Sheng Qing patted Xiaobai's big forehead, trusting his sister-in-law's mystical skills. Is Xiaobai cursed? I was just about to ask my sister-in-law to borrow Xiaobai to help transport weapons and ammunition. Qian Mei held Gu Qingtang's arm warmly. Big sister, you can stay here peacefully. If it's not safe, come stay at my place. My son and Shenging are out on a mission. It's just me at home. Stay with me, and I'll have company. In the end, Gu Qingtang chose to stay at Gu Wanwan's house. Fu Jingchen moved into a small wooden room built in the yard. He didn't mind where he stayed. As long as the door was closed, he could rest inside. Lately, he enjoyed dating Wanwan in their space. When feelings ran high, they almost lost control several times. If he weren't so self-controlled, his wife would have taken care of him long ago. Of course, he also longed for that night, the most beautiful night of his life, to stay in the bridal chamber. Late at night, two figures swiftly moved through the dark forest like hunting leopards. We ran quickly and teleported successfully to the mountain god temple. The inside was messy, covered in dust, except for the statue in the center, which still stood solemnly, overlooking everything below. As the two of us entered, the statue's eyes seemed to light up briefly. Lost gods, just wait 2 more years. Your incense will be strong again, Gu Wanwan said, raising her hand to summon 6 sticks of incense from her space. You're a deity, and I'm a cultivator. I offer you this incense to thank you for guarding our ancestors' treasures. The moment we inserted the incense into the burner, a sudden burst of bright flame shot out. Gu Wanwan took out a dragon and phoenix jade pendant, aiming it at the statue. As the pendant and the statue's eyes glowed simultaneously, a click sounded. The mechanism turned, and the statue shifted backward, revealing a long, narrow passageway. The passage had no stairs, just a smooth slide leading straight down. Gu Wanwan pulled Fu Jingchen and jumped into the passage, then the statue moved back to its original position. Everything returned to silence, with only faint traces of incense smell lingering. Not long after, a group of agile masked men in black quickly sneaked into the mountain god temple. The smell of incense, someone has been here. Find the secret passage now. We can't let others beat us to it. The black-clad men searched around but found nothing unusual. No one's here, no secret passage. Now everyone in Yangyang village knows there's treasure in the mountains. Maybe the villagers also want to dig for it. Then let's up the ruined temple, one suggested. No, that will trigger the mechanism. Maybe that pocket watch is the key to opening the treasure. Surround the temple, surely the entrance is here. Even if someone gets inside, they have to come out through this point. I'll get the pocket watch. Anyone approaching, shoot them on sight. I don't believe a few people can move all the treasure, the leader said before rushing off to find Li Xiaohong, the niece of the Gu family elder. Li Xiaohong's eyes flashed with a dark, murderous intent. I knew that pocket watch was suspicious. The task the wild man did might be related to the treasure. We must find Gu Qingtang immediately. If he refuses, we'll kill him. Meanwhile, Li Xiaohong and her men were trying to find a way to break into the house. And Bao, a short and stocky boy, had just sneaked out from the space with snacks and was about to sleep, but he noticed that the white wolf under the quilt was unusually agitated, its fur bristling all over. What's wrong? Tuan, he asked. You mean there's a bad guy outside trying to steal Auntie's pocket watch? I know, Tuan growled. The small, chubby child tiptoed quietly down the bed and sneaked into another room. He jumped onto the bed and woke Gu Qingtang, whispering, "Sure, Annie, give me the pocket watch." While speaking, the little one pointed outside the window. Gu Qingtang knew that Bao was capable and also knew that Wanwan and her husband had gone out to find treasure. She was worried and said, "And Bao, those people are after the treasure. Can you handle it, little baby? Auntie will go out with you." A big and a small child planned their little scene. Under the enemy's watch, Gu Qingtang took Bao out of the house quietly. The man in black sighed secretly, thinking, help has come. Li Xiaohong immediately stopped him, saying, "Don't act rashly. Although he's only 2 years old, he's a strong little kid. We should handle this ourselves, or else we might alarm the tiger and the white wolf, and that would be bad." Then, the uncle and niece appeared. Suddenly, Li Pengni spoke up, "Oh, Auntie, you're still awake so late? What do you want to do?" Gu Qingtang pretended to be cautious. "Don't call me Auntie. We're no longer related." Li Xiaohong smiled and came to the wall, saying, "So, what if we're not related? Your in-laws won't let you go. I advise you to be sensible and hand over the pocket watch, or else they'll come to cause trouble tomorrow." Gu Qingtang tightly clenched the pocket watch hanging on her, her eyes showing reluctance. "This belongs to my husband. Why should I give it to you?" Her reaction was expected. Li Xiaohong didn't doubt her at all, and instead made up a clumsy excuse. "It's what the in-laws want. Maybe they think the pocket watch looks nice." "What? Do you think the pocket watch is a token of love? Our Gu family wouldn't just carry a pocket watch to pretend to be your family." Gu Qingtang refused firmly. Meanwhile, Anbao stretched out his chubby little hand and said, "If you give me 500 yuan, I'll lend it to you. If not, I won't." Li Xiaohong and her nephew were speechless. They had a sister, so they had a brother. Both siblings were the same. They initially wanted to get angry, but thinking about the treasure worth a fortune, they endured. Spending 500 yuan to get the treasure was a good deal. The uncle and niece discussed briefly and went to get money. When they returned, they had a stack of cash. Unbeknownst to them, Tuan Tuan quietly followed behind without being noticed. Gu Qingtang continued acting, saying, "No, if we lend it to them, they might not give it back. My uncle will blame me. The pocket watch is very important to him. Older sister says if the old things are gone, the new ones won't come. Let uncle buy a new one for auntie," and Bao said seriously, pulling the pocket watch from Gu Qingtang's hand. "One hand gives the money, the other hand gets the item. If you try to trick me, I'll go to your house and ask for it." Li Xiaohong's mouth twitched as she handed the money to Anbao and successfully exchanged the pocket watch. Fortunately, the greedy child didn't steal the pocket watch. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to take the watch away. Until the uncle and nephew left, Anbao cheered and pointed at Gu Qingtang, then handed the money to her. She and Tuan Tuan went back inside the house chattering. Not long after, a child riding a white wolf sped under the bright moonlight, digging near the village's public toilet. Soon, he uncovered a box of money and a radio. Anbao didn't open it, but sent it to her space and decisively rode the wolf home. In the mountain god temple grounds, Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen slid down a secret tunnel nearly 100 meters deep. After a minute, they landed steadily. They saw a deep, mysterious passage with a stone door at the end. The sides of the passage were filled with unknown traps. If someone stepped in carelessly, they would be crushed. Next to the stone wall was a tiny keyhole, hard to see without careful observation. It was the place to disable the trap, and the tiny key was hidden inside the pocket watch parts. Gu Wanwan didn't disable the trap, but used teleportation to skip it and appeared inside the underground palace. The underground palace was large. She looked around and saw 20 big doors, all tightly closed. One door had a sign indicating the recent decades, like the 1950s or 60s. In the middle of the palace was a tall platform built layer by layer, with a shining dragon pearl at the top, bringing some light to the dark palace. From above, it looked like an octagonal shape. This was the so-called guardian formation, combined with the dragon pearl, making any compass or special abilities useless. The platform was made entirely of gold. Around it was a 3-meter-wide pool made of jade. The water inside was not ordinary. It was poisoned with deadly toxins. If someone accidentally fell in, they would melt instantly, leaving no bones. Each layer held keys to each palace door. It was very careful. To get the treasure, one had to pass through the poisonous water to get the key. Even if they found the treasure, they might not survive. Gu Wanwan used her spiritual awareness to look inside. She saw a room filled with yuan heads, large black stones, gold bricks, and yellow fish. She estimated there were about 100 boxes, plus some valuable antiques. Other palace doors contained ancient jade jewelry, paintings, luminous pearls, gold and silver ingots, weapons, furniture, and rare herbs like ginseng and tai sui, as well as fragrant wood like golden silk nanmu and wangwali. There were about 10,000 boxes in total. The exquisite and luxurious ancient beds, such as the carved step bed and cold jade bed, occupy a palace, along with the emperor and empress's dragon robes and phoenix robes, dragon chairs and phoenix beds, jade seals, and treasured stamps. All kinds of ancient clothes have remained unspoiled for thousands of years. Among these, 2 piles of gold and silver treasures are stacked so high inside the palace that they almost blind her eyes. "It's all mine now," Gu Wanwan rubbed her hands, her eyes filled with gold and silver. Even the tiles under her feet were made of jade and embedded with various gems. Fu Jingchen saw his wife's greedy look and his deep eyes softened. "Wife, why not move the entire underground palace into the space? Then we can take our time to look." Gu Wanwan liked this idea and happily took a bite out of him. Things that enemies and spies couldn't do, she could accomplish with just a thought. She couldn't help it. She was on cheat mode. So, she decided to act immediately. Fu Jingchen was very cooperative. He opened up a large space in the forest within the space and then held her hand, placing it on the ground drill. In an instant, the entire underground palace was absorbed into the space. At the same time, he moved ordinary soil from the space to fill the secret passages and the underground palace. Looking at the grand underground palace inside the space, the couple quickly teleported back to the surface. With the dragon pearl entering the space, the original small hole connecting the two spaces became larger, about the height of an adult, meaning they could come and go freely without having to drill holes into each other's spaces. Not only that, but Fu Jingchen's mountain and sea area expanded, and Gu Wanwan's side of the business street gained a new dimensional trading shop, which only opened every Sunday. In addition, the basic spiritual spring water in their space was upgraded. The black-clad people from the temple had been noticed by the couple from the moment they appeared. Gu Wanwan was too lazy to act and just waited to watch the show. These fools, guarding the mountain god temple to catch us. So stupid. They won't be able to smile later. Li Xiaohong's niece and the black-clad men quickly headed to the mountain god temple after getting the pocket watch. Fu Jingchen held his partner in his arms, sitting in the living room of the space villa. The scene outside the space was automatically projected onto the TV.
Exactly.
Even digging up the entire mountain couldn't find the treasure. The mountain god has completed its duty of guarding the treasure and fallen asleep. The mountain temple, no longer protected by the dragon pearl, is no longer safe. I've already noticed the wild beast disturbances deep in the forest. Li Xiaohong took out the pocket watch and explained its secret to the black-clad men. Check if there's a switch in the temple? The black-clad men carefully searched around, knocked on the ground to see if it was hollow, even checked the beams of the house, but found nothing unusual. Nothing? Li Xiaohong asked again. What about the statue? Could it be on it? The black-clad men ignored the divine power and reached out to touch the statue. This act was clearly disrespectful to the gods. Unknowingly, misfortune was quietly approaching. There's no keyhole at all. Should we just dig directly beneath the statue? The man in black frowned. Could we be mistaken? Isn't it just an ordinary pocket watch? Li Xiaohong suddenly had a bright idea. Not giving up, she opened the pocket watch and found some tiny, almost invisible words inside. Qingshan Village Bone Pit, Qingshan Village Misty Forest. Aren't those the locations of the laboratory? Li Pengni rolled her eyes.
What?
After all that, we've been wrong from the start. It must be Gu Qingtang's wild man deliberately misleading us, wasting our time and effort. No wonder we couldn't find the treasure, even after digging so deep. Now, what are we waiting for? Let's go back and dig. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, accompanied by terrifying animal screams. Before they could react, a group of tigers had already surrounded them, baring their teeth and glaring at them like they were walking meat. Li Pengni trembled with fear. They said no wild animals would come within a few miles of the mountain god temple. Those legends are all lies. Li Xiaohong was now regretful to the point of feeling sick. She wished she hadn't come at all. The tigers were too powerful. Even if they had some skills, they would either die or be seriously injured. Sure enough, in no time, the tigers easily killed 5 of the black-clad men. The uncle and niece took advantage of the chaos to run desperately downhill. Their legs couldn't compare to the 4-legged tigers. Li Pengni was soon tackled and bitten by a tiger. Li Xiaohong, panicking, picked up a log to hit the tiger's head, but was bitten and injured her right hand. Li Pengni was in even worse shape. Her face was badly bitten, her limbs broken, and she was left disabled. All the black-clad men in front of the temple had been defeated, missing arms and legs. Li Xiaohong was about to give everything to fight the tiger, but unexpectedly, the tiger turned and walked away. She finally had a chance to breathe. Despite the terrible pain tearing her apart, she carried Li Pengni down the mountain. After the black-clad men were all dead, Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen had already descended the mountain a step ahead of the uncle and niece. Back at the house, Gu Qingtang briefly explained what had happened last night, and Bao saw her sister and brother-in-law arrive and ran over with a box of money, clattering loudly. "Sister, I dug this up. There's lots of money inside. All for you to spend. There's also a thing dug near the village's toilet. It's so stinky. Our Bao Bao is so amazing," Gu Wanwan said, taking the box. It was quite heavy. She opened it and saw several stacks of banknotes, totaling about 10,000 yuan. "It's a radio." Fu Jingchen clicked his tongue. Cherry blossom enemies really know how to hide. The most foul and dangerous places are the safest. This place, he and his wife disliked because of the smell, so they didn't notice the hidden money here. The next morning, it's said that a villager found a radio in the public toilet's pit. Zhao Guoming immediately asked Fu Jingchen to handle the matter. Gu's family couldn't afford to pay for the treatment of the two nieces and nephews. Li Xiaohong endured great pain and wanted to find a way to secretly get money, but when she heard the news that the radio had been dug up, she was so upset she fainted. Old Lady Gu was worried to death. It wasn't because she cared so much for her daughter-in-law, but because her daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law were Li Wutua's relatives. Even if she preferred boys over girls, she couldn't ignore saving them. The family didn't have extra money for treatment. "Old man, what should we do? Fat and I is basically useless now. Our Gu family can't keep a useless person. Should we find a new wife for our son and grandson? I believe our in-laws will understand. Anyway, this isn't our fault." Who knew the nieces and nephews would run out in the middle of the night? Gu Yongsheng knocked on his pipe. "We can only go look for Li Wutua. If I were you, I'd go find Gu Wuan. Last night, my sister and I saw the aunt and daughter-in-law go to the youth commune to find Gu Qingdang. I couldn't hear what they were talking about," said Fu Xiaomei, also known as Fu Xiangling. The aunt and daughter-in-law were obviously bitten by a tiger. They probably angered Gu Wuan. She's a tiger's victim now. It's her fault, and the owner should take responsibility. Old Lady Gu's eyes turned, thinking she could finally demand compensation openly. This time, she wouldn't let Gu Wuan bleed heavily. It would be a loss for her family. Whether they could turn things around depended on this fight. With money, she could remarry her son and grandson. To gain the villagers' sympathy, Old Lady Gu even had her son and grandson carry Li Xiaohong and Li Pengni on a stretcher, parade around, and spread the story of Gu Wuan's violence. Unaware of the truth, the gossiping old woman saw the tragic state of the nieces and nephews and was indeed misled. "Oh my, this wound clearly looks like a tiger bite. It's so terrible. Her whole face is ruined. How will she see people in the future? Is this really Xiaobai's fault? No way. Xiaobai is usually gentle and kind. I've never seen it bite a villager. Even the gentlest beast is a predator. It eats meat, not plants. I've been saying that tigers are unreliable and hard to tame. You all didn't believe me. Now a tragedy has happened, and you still dare to defend the tiger? Let Gu Jiqing come out and take responsibility. The nieces and nephews are so badly injured that they'll probably lose everything, and they'll have to live the rest of their lives with this. It's such a pity. The 2,000 yuan we just got will be gone."
Exactly.
"We donated it to the village yesterday. Why should Old Lady Gu keep worrying about it?" Breakfast was brought out by Fu Jingchen from the space, consisting of soy milk, buns, and fried dough sticks. After the family finished eating, Gu Qingtang took the children to school. As they stepped outside, they were immediately surrounded by Grandma Gu and villagers. "Gu Andy, what are you doing? I already gave you the pocket watch you wanted. How much more does your Gu family need to let me go?" Seeing Gu Qingtang suddenly stand up bravely and shout back at her, Grandma Gu became furious and rushed over. "Don't call me mother, I'll beat you, you ungrateful girl. Don't bully my auntie," and Bao shouted, kicking Grandma Gu hard in the leg. Grandma Gu cried out in pain and started yelling loudly, "You little brat, you're finished. Gu Wanwan will pay for her crimes. She's holding a grudge and ordered the tiger to bite my daughter-in-law and daughter-in-law, forcing my family into despair. My daughter-in-law and daughter-in-law are in danger. Gu Wanwan, hand over the tiger." After she spoke, the villagers looked around but didn't see the tiger. Usually, Little White stays on the roof basking in the sun and guarding the house. Every time I pass by, it greets me. Yesterday morning, I saw it too, but then Little White disappeared. Could it have gone crazy and bitten someone, then run into the mountains to escape guilt? Hearing this, Grandma Gu's arrogance grew even more. It must be that Gu Wanwan encouraged the tiger to hurt people and then let it escape into the mountains. That way, we can't catch the tiger or punish it. You've uncovered my trick. You think you're a great doctor, but you should be able to tell that the bite marks are from a tiger, right? Gu Yongxing's face darkened with anger. Gu Wanwan, you're truly heartless. You have no medical ethics and don't deserve to be a doctor. A doctor's job is to save lives and heal, but you've done terrible things. I admit our Gu family owes Gu Qingtang, but that's no reason for you to hurt people. No matter how bad we are, we never intended to kill our unfilial daughter. But you, taking advantage of your in-law's status, you've acted viciously, causing my daughter-in-law and daughter-in-law to become disabled. If you don't give us a satisfactory explanation, our Gu family will fight to the end with you. Villagers who had previously been eager to take advantage of Gu Wanwan's bonus now directed their anger at her, saying, "Kill for killing, pay with your life." Gu Wanwan remained calm throughout. She slowly walked out of the yard. First, I've always been unkind. I'm not a doctor. Second, I will take revenge openly and honestly. I don't bother with schemes or tricks. Don't try to blame me. Third, there's so many tigers on the mountain. Why do you think that Little White from my family is the one who did it? Yesterday, Xiao Bai left town, and there is evidence that he was not present. Fourth, I strongly suspect that the Gu family is maliciously slandering and extorting. Neither Li Xiuhong's niece nor nephew are sober. You all come eagerly to ask for money, clearly thinking about the money I hold. Gu Yongxing knew that Gu Wanwan was clever with her words, but never expected her to go this far. Let me ask you, are the wounds of the niece and nephew bitten by a tiger? Gu Wanwan glanced at him. Of course, but it wasn't Xiao Bai who did it. If you disagree, report to the police. The new director Sheng is working with you. Gu's old woman gritted her teeth in anger. It was your tiger that did it. Fu Xiangling from the Fu family and her sister saw the niece and nephew come to your house last night, and there was a conflict. Do you dare to deny it? Fu Xiangling's face turned pale, silently cursing the Gu family for their lack of morality and dragging her into it. I only saw them come by. I didn't say they fought. The villagers were not fools. They could see how much Fu Xiangling disliked Gu Wanwan. Gu Wanwan openly admitted, yes, I admit it. They came to give money to my aunt. Your daughter-in-law and son-in-law are generous, real big landlords. TSK, now they're both injured, no chance to send money anymore. Such a pity. The crowd was confused, and the Gu family was even more stunned. What money? You're talking nonsense. And Bao, short and stout, crossed her arms and said fiercely, they came last night looking for my aunt to get her pocket watch. She refused, so they borrowed 500 yuan. That's the money they took. Gu Wanwan pretended to be indifferent and shrugged. Borrow 500 yuan for a broken watch? Only fools would refuse. I really don't understand what the niece and nephew want with that broken thing. They can't even tell the time. Hey, weren't you saying your Gu family was robbed? How come you casually produce 500 yuan? The villagers finally understood the situation and looked suspiciously at the Gu family. Could the Gu family have staged the theft themselves? Intentionally trying to frame Gu Jiqing and Gu Qingdang? After all, Grandma Gu has a criminal record. Another possibility is that Li Xiuhong's niece and nephew teamed up with a traitor from Qingshan to do it, then blamed Gu Jiqing. Who would be so generous, giving 500 yuan all at once, just to borrow a broken watch? Li Xiuhong's niece and nephew are just fools. They're so stupid they gave money to Gu Jiqing. Gu Jiqing wouldn't hurt a big landlord. She could just keep asking Li Xiuhong for rent using the pocket watch. Now, with the niece and nephew badly injured, Gu Jiqing's money source is cut off. Only a fool would push money away. Gu Wanwan rubbed her hands together. Considering that the niece and nephew gave money to my aunt, I don't mind putting aside personal grudges to help treat them. But I am very expensive. My consultation fee is high, but I am a good doctor. Fu Jingchen ignored Fu Xiangling's resentful gaze and directly hit the core of the Gu family members. The wound is healed. Wealth will come in abundance. We hope the nephew and niece are alive more than anyone else in the Gu family. The development of the situation was unexpected for the Gu family. Gu Yongsheng frowned, secretly thinking that the pocket watch indeed held a secret, likely related to the legendary treasure. As long as they find it, the extended branch of the Gu family could become extremely rich and rise rapidly. Madame Gu's face twisted with anger, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. The family was struggling, barely able to eat. The daughter-in-law and son-in-law had money but refused to spend it, and instead spent a lot on buying a broken pocket watch. Could it be that the family's finances were secretly moved back home by the nephew and niece? It was said that since the financial situation in Qingshan village worsened, life had become quite hard. It was possible that the daughter-in-law was subsidizing her family. Well, it looks like the Gu family has raised 2 rats to gnaw at the cloth bag. We don't want the pocket watch anymore. Return the money. Anyway, they were injured by a tiger, and your little white might be suspicious. Unless you can provide proof. Gu Wuan extended her hand. Return the pocket watch. No money needed. Let me guess, what scheme is the Gu family planning now? TSK, Li Xiuhong, Li Pongmi, if you don't wake up soon, Madame Gu will drag you to death. You refused to go to the hospital after being seriously injured, and now she's using you to extort money. Madame Gu probably plans to abandon you and use the money to find a healthy wife and grandson for her son. Whether you're the wife of Qingshan or not, the Gu family doesn't support freeloaders. Your existence makes the Gu family ashamed. Maybe your own husbands look down on you. It's so sad. If you don't go to the hospital soon, you might get infected. The Gu family is joking about your lives just to extort money. It must be said that Gu Wuan's words were sharp and deadly, unknowingly increasing the tension between the nephew and niece and the Gu family. Madame Gu's eyes flickered briefly, pretending to be calm. Is it Gu Wuan's tiger that bit you? Quickly tell us. Besides going to the youth commune last night, where else did you go? The nephew and niece forced down their disappointment and anger, speaking ambiguously. It was too dark to see clearly. We only know it was a tiger bite. Madame Gu was about to blame Gu Wuan, but villagers interrupted before dawn. I saw Li Xiuhong carrying Li Pongni down the mountain, bleeding all the way. Follow the blood. Maybe you'll find some clues. I saw it too. It was terrifying. I thought I was seeing things. Gu Wuan pretended to look confused. What were you doing going up the mountain at night? Fu Jingchen pretended to realize suddenly, going up the mountain during the day or late at night. Are you trying to find some treasure? Yesterday, we raided the enemy's weapons stash and found many secret tunnels near the mountain temple. Maybe the villagers of Qingshan village can't enter during the day and sneak in at night? Hearing this possibility, the villagers quickly followed the trail of blood into the mountain. Li Xiuhong, upon hearing this, spat out a mouthful of blood. Sadly, her injuries were too severe to stop the villagers from going up the mountain. Since hearing about the treasure in Xiangyang village, villagers have been secretly eager to find it. Now, a few villagers slipped out early in the morning, around 4 or 5 o'clock, and headed toward the mountain temple. They believed they could venture into this area because the temple offered some protection and wild animals wouldn't dare invade. But when they reached the temple, they saw packs of wild animals attacking people, with limbs and bodies scattered everywhere. Help, Captain! Something terrible is happening. The villagers, terrified, fled down the mountain in a panic, just as the villagers coming up the mountain arrived. Zhao Guoming frowned. What's going on? The villagers pointed toward the mountain temple. We went into the mountain to try our luck with treasure hunting. We saw a bunch of wild animals attacking people in black clothes in front of the temple. Now, about 50 meters in front of the temple, there are dead bodies, tigers have killed them, and it's really gruesome. The people in black are quite skilled, but they couldn't fight the fierce animals. They must have offended the gods, angering the mountain spirit. Now, the area near the mountain temple isn't safe. Don't go there, or you'll get killed. Zhao Guoming immediately understood. People in black? Are they enemy spies? Are they after the treasure hidden in Xiangyang village? The villagers couldn't help but recall their nightmare and confirmed, yes, enemy spies. There are about 10 or 20 of them. Anyone from the village who goes into the mountain in black clothes even covers their face. There are also wooden crates on the ground. The villagers angrily spat. Spies. They deserve to be bitten to death. It's no wonder the mountain spirit is angry. It looks like Li Xiaohong's niece also wanted to go into the mountain to find treasure. She was attacked by wild animals. Granny Gu even blames Gu Jiqing, and her daughter-in-law Sun is almost dead. My little Bai is so wronged. More than Do Yi's injustice, Gu Wuan said thoughtfully, sighing. I have money, so that's not a reason for you to be jealous. Your Gu family's 2 daughters-in-law went into the mountain late at night. Could they be involved with enemy spies? Granny Gu finally realized things had gotten worse. She glared at her niece with disappointment. I said those villagers and enemy spies might be connected. Maybe your little Bai was even involved in biting someone. The village dog, Xiao Bai, decided not to work anymore. Dumb old woman. My family has a proud history, 3 generations of poor farmers. Who's involved with traders? They deserve a bad ending. Do we want to get rich? Is that wrong? Do you dare say you're a noble person who values family and integrity and don't want to monopolize the treasure? Bah, crazy woman. Cough cough. You dare to extort money from Gu Jiqing? You're just asking for trouble. Out of all the yellow tigers I've seen, not a single one is white. As soon as he finished speaking, a whistling sound was heard. Everyone looked in the direction of the noise and saw Xiao Bai jump down from the car, carrying a big bundle, happily trotting over. Qian Mei watched Xiao Bai's cheerful and proud little look and liked him very much. Oh, Xiao Bai is back home and brought a gift. Such a good boy. Xiao Bai carried the gift to his owner, showing off and acting cute by sticking out his tongue. Gu Wanwan ruffled his head, and Fu Jingchen took the big bundle, opened it, and gave him a thumbs up. Our Xiao Bai is so clever, more understanding of manners than some people. And Bao and Shin Yinyu, the brother and sister, rushed over to hug Xiao Bai, kissing and cuddling him. Xiao Bai was so flattered by the praise that his tiger face broke into a silly, adorable big smile. Then, he carried the gift first to his owner, then shared it with his friends. Zhao Guoming's family and Aunt Qian each received 2 pounds of pork. Good boy. Later, I'll cook the meat for Xiao Bai to have a special meal. Xiao Bai shook his head and pawed the ground, indicating he didn't want it. The meat was bought by Sheng Hantao, specially for Xiao Bai, but he was very picky and ended up giving the meat away as favors. Mom, Xiao Bai prefers vegetables, not meat. Especially fresh fruits and vegetables. Those are his favorites. Last night, Director Sheng brought a bowl of braised pork for him, but he was quite dismissive and didn't want to eat meat. How will he get fat? Jiang Jingyi explained. Luckily, his older sister-in-law prepared some food for Xiao Bai. Not only did Xiao Bai like vegetables, but he also sniffed those dishes with a special aroma that made Xing Qing and him both drool. But Xiao Bai is a picky eater. He's more protective of vegetables than meat. Actually, Xiao Bai loves the vegetables because they are grown in a special space, nourished by spiritual springs, containing spiritual energy, more attractive than meat. Qian Mei and Lu Auntie looked at him with concern. He's gotten thinner. The big gas tank-sized Xiao Bai, with his big, charming eyes, was a true copy of Bao's chubby face. Wherever he stood with his owner, it was clear he was well-loved. Sheng Qing twitched his lips. A tiger that can get fat just from eating vegetables. That's the first time I've seen that. Looking at the gentle white tiger, softer than a dog, the villagers couldn't imagine he was once a fierce beast. They felt both surprised and envious. This tiger doesn't like to eat meat. No wonder he always brings meat to Captain and Qian Mei. He even refuses pork, let alone eating people. Wait, wasn't Xiao Bai in the village last night? Sheng Qing gently stroked the tiger's head and seriously replied, Xiao Bai was with us during the mission yesterday. He stayed with our team members. Didn't you all know? With this, the false accusation against Grandma Gu fell apart, and everyone's accusing looks turned towards them. Gu Wanwan coldly glanced sideways. I already said there was proof he wasn't there. Unfortunately, someone didn't believe it and tried to frame Grandma Gu. Xiao Bai was just acting in a play for you.
Sorry about that.
Grandma Gu's mistake caused her to look foolish. Knowing she couldn't save face, Gu Yongsheng hurriedly led his son and grandson, carrying the two young women, away from the scene in embarrassment. Gu Wanwan checked the time and planned to go to the commune to deliver goods to Sister Qiu and her brother. She also wanted to take Gu Qingtang and her children for a walk outside the commune. First, she went to Director Qiu's textile factory to discuss the goods. Meanwhile, Fu Jingchen moved the needed supplies onto a cart and transported them inside the factory. Director Qiu looked happily at the cart of supplies. Wanwan, my wife works at a shoe factory. Do you want a batch of defective shoes? They have serious flaws and can't be sold. It would be a pity to throw them away, but they might end up being used as firewood. Without hesitation, Gu Wanwan agreed. Yes, I'll take them. Director Qiu handed her the money and said, Later, go find my sister. I'll call her to bring you over. She's waiting for you at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. After the deal, everyone headed to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Inside, Gu Qiuyan was listless at the counter, half-heartedly dealing with customers. Her family situation was terrible. Her sister-in-law and niece-in-law had been sent to the county hospital, and she was the one paying the medical bills. Her in-laws and husband were very upset with her because of this. All the blame was on Gu Wanwan and Gu Qingtang. When she saw them entering the supply store, her anger exploded. Gu Wanwan, Gu Qingtang, how dare you come to the supply store? I won't sell you anything. Gu Qiuyan was notorious for her bad attitude at the supply store, known as the boss of the place. She pointed at Gu Wanwan and her group and told the clerks, from now on, keep your eyes open. When you see these troublemakers, chase them out. We won't do business with them. If I find out anyone sells them anything, I'll make sure they go home and eat their own words. She has become used to being bossy and overbearing in the store. Whether it's new employees or veterans, they have all been bullied by Gu Qiuyan. They thought about complaining to Manager Qiu, but Gu Qiuyan would simply say that the manager is her relative, and whoever reports her will be targeted. Over time, everyone chose to stay silent, hoping that one day a hero would come to stop Gu Qiuyan. Gu Qiuyan usually controls the supply and marketing cooperative, pretending to serve the leaders professionally. But when dealing with ordinary customers, she switches to a different attitude, acting as if they owe her a lot of money. Whether they buy or not, she doesn't care. She makes all the decisions. When it comes to defective products inside the store, except for the leftovers picked by the manager, she takes all at the lowest price. Other employees are not allowed to touch them. Now, not only do colleagues fear her, but even customers shopping at the cooperative are afraid. Gu Qiuyan's mother is known as a notorious troublemaker in the entire commune, and anyone who crosses her will have bad luck. They were thinking about whether to ask Gu Wanwan and others to leave. The young girl is about 10 or 12 years old, pretty and delicate. Next to her is Gu Qingtang, Gu Qiuyan's sister, who is disfigured. They have seen and heard about her. She's clearly someone who is not favored at home. Gu Qiuyan, do you understand serving the people? You're pushing customers away. Do you know that Manager Qiu will find out? Gu Wanwan crossed her arms, looking both cheeky and defiant. TSK, so arrogant and bossy. I guess someone's backing you. Are you afraid of being reported? Let me think. Could it be your sister who switched places with someone and arranged this job for you? She's your family supporter, she said. Seeing many onlookers gathering around, Gu Qiuyan gritted her teeth and said, Shut up. Stop looking and mind your own business. Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Be careful, I won't sell you anything in the future. Fu Jingchen, not one to shy away from trouble, sneered. She's furious now. Well, her family's mother is always losing to us. Every time she causes trouble or gets beaten, she still doesn't learn. It's no wonder the Gu family is so foolish. Gu Qiuyan rolled up her sleeves, running angrily to Gu Wanwan. I'll beat you to death. If you've got the guts, try running away. Gu Wanwan pointed at her head crazily. Come on, hit me here. Use force. Don't think just because your brother is a director, I won't dare to touch you.
You.
Gu Chuyen didn't know Sheng Hantao was from a powerful family, so she didn't take him seriously. She secretly thought her own family was from a lower class. No matter how many supporters Gu Wanwan had, she would deal with her the same way. Recently, her parents secretly sent someone to pass a message to her sister in Beijing. She guessed her sister wouldn't let Gu Wanwan go easily. The shop staff were a bit mistaken. People are not judged by appearances. I didn't expect the young girl to be so strong-willed and have such a deep background. Seeing Gu Chuyen's furious expression, it was obvious there was more to the story. After waiting so long, finally someone was standing up to Gu Chuyen. But Gu Wanwan's antics continued. She fell to the ground and said, Gu Chuyen, as a sales clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative, why are you hitting customers? Fu Jingchen, pretending to be on her side, lied. I want to complain about you. You bullied my partner. Gu Chuyen from the supply and marketing cooperative is vain and looks down on rural people. She maliciously assaulted a customer. Gu Chuyen was stunned, her expression as if she had just eaten something unpleasant. You're slandering me. I haven't even touched her. Get up. Gu Wanwan lazily looked up. If you don't pay me 100 yuan, I won't get up. Fu Jingchen chimed in at the right moment. She can't pay, so we'll contact her family. We're blaming her now. Come on, wife. Let's find another place to continue the argument. To seek compensation. Pay up, and Bao said, stretching out her chubby hand. If you don't, I'll go to your in-laws' house to complain. Shun Yinyu and Shun Jitan didn't miss the chance to get revenge. You push my cousin. Everyone saw it. Gu Chuyen was close to breaking down.
You're extorting me.
Do you think the crowd is blind? What if I don't pay? The shop staff couldn't help but giggle. Maybe the crowd couldn't see clearly, but from their angle, it was obvious Gu Chuyen didn't hit the girl. Still, they pretended not to notice. Sister Chuyen, the supply and marketing cooperative, is here to serve the people. She's not wrong. You can't just chase away customers for personal reasons or bully them. Some bystanders had also experienced Gu Chuyen's behavior. It's this clerk who treats people differently. It's like the supply and marketing cooperative is her family's business. Last time I looked at fabric, she kept touching it and said I dirted it, then insisted I pay for damages. Her attitude is terrible. She looks down on people. I was just patching my clothes, and she scolded me for being poor and unable to buy. If you dare to argue back, she said she wouldn't sell to you anymore. The entire cooperative is the only one in the commune. If she refuses to sell to you, you can only travel to the county town to buy things. She didn't hit anyone, so why did she raise her hand earlier? She's arrogant. No wonder she's known for extorting people in the Yangyang Brigade. Other brigades in the commune have heard about her disgraceful behavior. What's it to you? Gu Chuyen, used to being domineering in front of customers, said. I remember everyone who speaks badly of me. From now on, the supply and marketing cooperative won't sell you anything. And you, Gu Wanwan and Gu Chiotong, I want you to know what happens when you try to extort me. Gu Wanwan said indifferently, if it's a problem, I can just go to the county town to buy it. It's not like I don't have a car. As for cheating, I learned it from your mother, Gu Posey. Unfortunately, your mother is useless. She's never succeeded in cheating me. When mentioning this, Gu Chuyen became furious. Her usually victorious mother had lost to the crazy old man and crazy old woman. It was common for her to fail at cheating and get cheated instead. This caused chaos in the Gu family.
Get out.
The supply and marketing cooperative doesn't welcome you. Gu Wanwan looked at the crowd watching and shamelessly spread gossip about the Gu family. Everyone knows your family's shame. Your mother maliciously switched my aunt-in-law, and your younger sister took over my aunt-in-law's life and ruined her appearance. How can you still be angry? You got your job on my aunt-in-law's blood and sweat. Give the job back to her. Gu Chuyen didn't expect Gu Wanwan to be so crazy and to say anything. You're talking nonsense. My sister arranged this job for me. What does it have to do with Gu Qingtang? Gu Wanwan let out a big, oh, your sister gave you that? Looks like she slipped up. She's taking my aunt-in-law's identity. That's my aunt-in-law's. The onlookers were shocked beyond words. Seeing Gu Qingtang's expressionless face, they automatically imagined a story of a switch of royal heirs. It was clear that Gu Qiuyan's reputation was completely ruined in the area. Gu Wanwan looked at the other staff members. I want to find Sister Qiu.
Who can call her for me?
Don't go. If anyone goes, I'll fire them. Gu Qiuyan shouted angrily, casting a contemptuous look at Gu Wanwan. Trying to complain? No way. I've been working at the supply and marketing cooperative for years. I may not have many achievements, but I've worked hard. You can't fire me just because you say so. Gu Wanwan, what do you think you are? My brother, the director, can't control me here. Manager Qiu doesn't know you and definitely won't believe your nonsense. Gu Wanwan raised an eyebrow. I still want to see Sister Qiu. The staff saw the situation was getting tense and secretly went to inform Sister Qiu in the office. Gu Qiuyan refused to give crazy old woman a chance to complain.
No.
You have no right. Stop scaring me. And Sister Qiu? Acting like you're very familiar. Unbeknownst to her, Sister Qiu was standing behind her. Gu Qiuyan, you really are unreasonable, Sister Qiu said with displeasure towards Gu Qiuyan, but she was very kind to Gu Wanwan. Wanwan, my dear, I've been waiting for you. What happened? Gu Wanwan publicly accused Gu Qiuyan, exposing her bad deeds. Gu Qiuyan claims the supply and marketing cooperative is hers. She fires anyone who's unhappy. She looks down on the workers and often exploits them. The young girl spoke up, and the staff naturally began to complain and hold grudges. Compared to Gu Qiuyan, the girl and the manager seemed closer. Manager, Gu Qiuyan always relies on being your relative to act arrogantly. She often gives us a hard time, and anyone who angers her gets their wages docked. She bullies us, and she even dares to scold customers. We often receive complaints from customers. But everything is covered up. Gu Qiuyan warns us not to cause trouble, or we'll be fired. From what this young girl says, her job actually belongs to her aunt, but Gu Qiuyan took it over. Gu Qiuyan was accused by the staff, and she suddenly panicked. Manager, we've worked together for so many years. You know me best. How could I possibly turn customers away? Do I look that foolish? As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately faced disapproval from the customers. Manager, Gu Qiuyan is the biggest pretender. She just hit the young girl in front of everyone. I saw it myself. Every time I come here to buy something, she scolds and looks down on me. How can someone with such low awareness be a sales clerk? Xiao Jia knew Gu Qiuyan had caused a lot of anger, so she took on a formal attitude. Let me clarify, I am not related to Gu Qiuyan. I don't know she's threatening staff in my name, nor do I know she's brazenly bullying customers. That was my mistake. Gu Qiuyan, you're fired. Don't come to work tomorrow. Since this job belongs to Wanwan's aunt, I'll transfer it to her. Gu Qiuyan didn't expect Xiao Jia to be so ruthless, nor did she think Gu Wanwan and Xiao Jia were sisters. If her in-laws found out she lost her job, they might mock her for just taking a free ride. Having a job gave her confidence. Because she had work, her mother-in-law looked up to her. But if her mother-in-law turned against her, she would be in trouble at home. Suddenly, she felt like the sky was falling. It's over. I don't accept this. Why should Gu Qingtang get my job? She's just a dog in the Gu family. All because your Gu family took everything from my aunt. If you're so capable, go ask your own sister for help and see if she can find you a job. Gu Wanwan made up her mind. In a few days, she planned to leave, visit Beijing, and clear out the fake goods and her ungrateful second uncle's house. She also planned to visit the fifth-generation family. Xiao Jia looked serious. Listen carefully, this is what you owe them. If the customer pursues this matter, you won't get any benefits. It's better to leave now with dignity. Gu Qiuyan sharply glared at them, as if saying, just wait and see. My Gu family will rise again someday, return to Beijing, and become something you look up to. When that happens, I have 100 ways to deal with the troublemakers. Don't be so proud. No one cares about staying in the commune supply store. Losing your mother is your loss. You, Gu Qingtang, are only fit to be a small sales clerk. As long as your parents are alive, you can never escape the Gu family. Sister Qiu, always straightforward, ignored Gu Qiuyan directly. Qingtang, you start work tomorrow. Qingtang hesitated a bit. She needed to take care of her child and help Wanwan make clothes.
She was short on time.
The main reason was that there was no house for her in the commune. Traveling daily from the village to work was tiring and time-consuming. Wanwan noticed her struggle and thought for a moment before saying, "Auntie, you can work for a month first. We can decide later if you want to continue. I'll be back then. I have a house in the commune. You can bring your younger siblings to stay there. During this time, Anbao and I will go far away. Shirkan and Jiming might also need to go back for a while. To avoid trouble from the Gu family, we'll stay in the commune for now. The house isn't far from the supply store, and there's another family living inside. You can keep each other company." Qingtang was silent for a moment and finally nodded. Before leaving, Wanwan first traded some goods with Sister Qiu. "Sister Qiu, I'll settle my aunt first, then go to the shoe factory to pick up supplies." Sister Qiu happily accepted the goods. "No problem. You go ahead and do your work. If you need help, just tell me. I'll often take Yuan Bao to visit Qingtang. If Gu Qiuyan causes trouble, I'm not afraid either." Then Wanwan took her aunt to the new house. Tang Yuan and his sister Tang Tang were playing at the door. Seeing Wanwan and Fu Jingchen, they happily ran over. "Wanwan's sister, Jingchen brother, you're here." "Who's this?" Wanwan briefly introduced them. "This is my aunt and younger cousins. They're staying with us for now." The children's presence made Tang Tang very happy. The children held hands and went to the new house. When Tang Yuan's grandmother and mother learned that Gu Qingtang and her children would be staying, they warmly took her to the new room. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law worked together to prepare a table of good food to welcome her. After hearing about Gu Qingtang's situation, they felt a sense of shared hardship. "We believe our husbands are doing well. One day, we will be reunited." I see 3 women meeting and feeling that they arrived too late. They get along very well. Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen go to the kitchen to buy some rice, flour, grains, oil, and some preserved foods like cured chicken, duck, and sausage. Then they leave the courtyard with Anbao and go to Qiu Jie's shoe factory. They buy about 1,000 pairs of shoes, including defective cloth shoes and liberation shoes, at 50 cents each. The defective leather shoes cost a bit more, about 2 yuan. After paying, Fu Jingchen loads all the shoes onto a truck. When they reach a quiet place, he stores them in his space. During this time, Gu Wanwan loses a clean charm, which removes most of the dye flaws from the shoes. After finishing this batch, they plan to find Zhao Guoming for an introduction letter, so they can go look for his sister. "Gu Jiqing, Fu family's 4th son, you two should go home quickly. Grandma Fu has already gone to the Jiqing station to cause trouble." Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen exchange a look and walk back home slowly. The crowd is quite big. Grandma Fu, her loyal and foolish brothers, Fu Xiangling, Fu Yijin, and her nephew Chui's wife and husband from her maternal family. Fu Xiangling watches the couple holding hands walking over and feels a surge of resentment and jealousy, wishing she could burn her rival Gu Wanwan completely.
Grandma fugive sfuizonga sharp look.
He dares not disobey and angrily scolds, "Fu Si, what's your attitude? Do you think it's okay to make elders wait?" Uncle Chui is unhappy. "Auntie, cousin, you need to control Lao Si better. He's not married yet and already pushing his wife aside. After they marry, you should set some rules for him. You're Gu Jiqing, right? With support from our family, don't think you can bully my aunt."
Grandma Fu looks pleased.
Her efforts to support her family paid off. Her family and nephew are her strong backing. She's already furious with Fu Jingchen's useless son, Fu Yizhong. Aunt Chui stands there looking tough. Living together before marriage, being unfaithful and unselfish. Women like you are common. I've seen many. Maybe you're cheating behind the scenes, sleeping around and having and relying on Fu Si. If you want a child, you can adopt my grandson. Fu Si, I advise you, before marriage, go to the hospital for a checkup. Don't let some lowly woman infect you with a disease. You little brat, causing trouble at the Fu family's home. How did your parents teach you? Like father, like daughter. Your whole family is bad. Call them over. so I can talk to them. I'm not as easy to deal with as Annie. Believe it or not, I might spread rumors everywhere. When your reputation is ruined, who will still want to marry you? Fu Jingchen raised an eyebrow. What's your name? Aunt Chui looked down on her. My husband is your father's cousin. I am your Aunt Chui. Gu Wanwan simply said, my parents are martyrs. Aunt Chui was stunned and a little confused.
What?
Gu Wanwan directly accused her. You're insulting and bullying a martyr and their children. Aunt Chui's body trembled slightly. She tried to calm her nerves. What martyr? Don't scare me. Gu Wanwan took out her martyr certificate from her bag and held it in front of her. She also pointed at her nose. Still insulting? The police will come for you. Fu Jingchen agreed. Idiot. Grandma Fu is using you as a... My wife likes to report things and earn money. Look, opportunities keep coming. I can't stop them. It's in her nature to be wealthy and lucky. Fu Xiangling was furious and retorted. Do you think the police are free and can come at your call? Who do you think you are? Ko Gongda hates you. Gu Wanwan shrugged. The director is my cousin brother. As for Ko Gongda, my brother has suspended him for investigation. Aunt Chui, being a rural woman, had never seen much of the world. She was terrified of the police. Even if she was ignorant, she knew who was most dangerous to offend in society today. Insulting martyrs and their families could land you in jail. Moreover, the director was related to Gu Wanwan. Her background was very strong. If Gu Wanwan refused to back down and insisted on leaving a stain on her record, it would affect her children's future. Right now, she deeply regretted not being told the full truth by her aunt. It had put her at a disadvantage and given her a reason to be arrested. I really didn't know. My aunt didn't tell us. It was her who encouraged me to act high and mighty. If you want to blame someone, blame her. She said you were unfaithful and flirted with Lao Si. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known about your affair with Lao Si. Aunt Chui was also unhappy with her own aunt. Auntie, that's your fault. If you've caused us trouble, our family won't support you anymore. No, you need to compensate us. Fu Yuzhong, who always hated others criticizing his parents, said, Cousin, you're just a young person. How can you scold elders? You've gone too far. Apologize to my mother. If it weren't for your relationship with Lao Si, would my mother have come to find him? He thought that by scolding the Chui family on behalf of his mother, he would earn her respect. Instead, he received a cold look from Grandma Fu. Shut up. You can't even control your own son, yet you dare to scold your cousin. Your cousin did nothing wrong. You need to pay him back. I regret giving birth to you, a useless waste. You even dare to let your wife boss you around and cause trouble. Fu Yuzhong's face turned pale with embarrassment and sadness. Mother, I am your biological son. The money is with Chun Man. I can't give it to my cousin. Grandma Fu frowned angrily, knowing how to handle a filial son. If you don't give it, I will cut ties with you. I don't want you anymore. Fu Yuzhong didn't want to believe his parents didn't care about him. He struggled a bit. Mother, if I give it to you, our family can't survive. Chun Man will divorce me. Grandma Fu grew more annoyed with her eldest daughter-in-law, Shin Chun Man. She used to be too weak. Now she was too bossy, completely ignoring her in-laws. She openly tore into her. That unfaithful, unfilial daughter-in-law. I will divorce her. I will find a new wife for you. You take the money back and give it to me for safekeeping so she won't spend it recklessly. Fu Jingchen almost laughed at how cowardly Fu Yuzhong looked. Yuzhong, so filial and obedient, but in the end, you have nothing. You're a fool. Once the money reaches Grandma Fu, she will immediately give it to the Chui family. No matter what you do, Grandma Fu only uses you. It's a pity you lost your son, but if you don't, you'll just waste resources. His words were harsh and unkind, but they were the truth. Fu Yuxiao secretly mocked him, glaring at his older brother with disdain. Suddenly, Gu Wanwan asked coldly, who is more important to you, your maternal nephew or your second son? Grandma Fu answered without hesitation, of course it's the nephew. He can support me. My son is useless. I only suffer in silence. Fu Jingchen pretended to look sympathetic. It seems Fu Yuxiao isn't Grandma Fu's favorite either. Sons can never compare to nephews. Your second family will eventually be drained by Grandma Fu for her own family. With such a biased mother, your brothers are truly unfortunate. Fu Yuxiao's face darkened like a pot, and he stared at Grandma Fu in disbelief, as if deeply hurt. Mother, if you like the nephew so much, just stay with him. Don't expect me to support you in old age. How dare you think about my money? Humph, I'm not doing this anymore. The deep mother-son bond was clearly breaking, gradually heading toward destruction. Second son, don't listen to Fu Si's nonsense. Mother cares about you. Grandma Fu watched her precious son leave, feeling anxious and worried. Fu Si, you're stirring trouble. Fu Jingchen spoke seriously. I told him the truth to help him escape suffering. It's a good deed. For my nephew, not my own son. Who else would do that? Only foolish Fu Yuzhong still believes you. Fu Yuzhong, how old are you? You're already a grandfather, yet you still hope for your parents' love. Haven't you finished nursing? Look at how you ended up betrayed by everyone. Who's to blame? Gu Wanwan sarcastically added, I've never seen someone as foolish as him. He treats Grandma Fu as his mother, and Grandma Fu treats him like a dog. His so-called loyalty and filial piety are just jokes, nothing compared to a finger from her family's nephew. Now, Fu Yuzhong was still defending Grandma Fu. My mother isn't like that. She has her reasons. Gu Wanwan smirked, raising a mischievous smile. Then quickly take the money from your wife and give it to Grandma Fu. Finish your loyalty and filial piety. Don't tell me you're afraid of your wife. Fu Yuzhong didn't want to lose face in front of his mother. He forced himself to act tough. You don't need to tell me. As a daughter-in-law of the Fu family, it's right to be filial to the elders. If you want to join the Fu family, you must be obedient. Otherwise, our family can't tolerate a troublemaker as a daughter-in-law. Grandma Fu was very pleased with her eldest son's awareness. After decades of brainwashing, she proudly said, Your scheming won't work. My eldest son listens to me best. Later, I'll get Shin Chunman's money and buy you some meat. As the Chui family couple panicked, suddenly they heard Fu Xiangling say, Uncle, Auntie, it's just us here. Did anyone hear you insulting a hero? There's no need to be afraid of Gu Wanwan. Hearing this, the Chui family felt guilty, but was replaced by arrogance. Especially Aunt Chui, who looked around cautiously, seeing no one. She crossed her arms and scolded, Gu Jiqing, what's wrong with calling you out? Come on, try to catch me. Who will testify for you? Do you think we're uneducated? Fu Laosi is with you. His testimony is useless. You little brat, once you enter the Fu family, you have to obey us. I heard you're quite rich and get hero subsidies. Be smart and hand everything over, or else don't blame me for being harsh. Yuzhong, as a father, it's natural to discipline your son. Give him a few slaps for me.
Fu Yuzhong felt nervous.
He didn't know how to handle Fu Jingchen. Laosi, you're right to listen to your grandma. She wouldn't harm you, right? Your grandparents are trying to stop your marriage. They've already agreed. If Gu Jiqing hands over her assets, the Fu family will approve the marriage.
Fu Jingchen ignored Fu Yuzhong.
Yes, since I was born, I've been harmed. My fiancé married me. What does that have to do with your Fu family? Uncle Chui simply ignored the feud between Fu Jingchen and the Fu family and clearly stated his demands. Our son, your eldest cousin, is not young anymore. He finished middle school, is smart and good at studying, but he's been working in the fields earning labor points, wasting his talent. He should shine in a high position. Find him a good job, like a battalion commander or a regiment leader, with a high salary so he can marry a daughter of an official family in the future. My daughter, working in a factory, is too low-level for her noble status. Arrange for her to join the cultural troupe as a star performer. She loves singing and acting, and no one has been better than her so far. Uncle Chui's wife seemed to already see wealth and honor calling her, and she continued, I know you have many connections. My youngest son just graduated. Just arrange for him to be a county secretary. We don't have high demands. As for me and your uncle, just give us any decent job like a street office director or something similar. We can't let the official family look down on us. They weren't really concerned about Gu Wanwan's background, but they were confident that once money reached Grandma Fu's hands, she would easily be convinced to give it to them. Then the Chui family would be the biggest winner. Of course, they weren't afraid that Fu Jingchen wouldn't agree, unless he didn't want to stay in the army. Gu Wanwan smiled, amused by their wild dreams. You're just dreaming. If you want to find the Fu family, just go ahead. Why should we help enemies? Uncle Chui's wife was confused. Enemies? There's no grudge between father and son that lasts overnight. It's the grudge of swapping lives with the Fu family. Fu Jingchen's sharp eyes looked at everyone in the Fu family. Grandma Fu, everyone knows the truth now. Is there any need to pretend? I'm not from the Fu family, and you know that best. We're not cut off from kinship. Fu Xiangling said angrily, unable to hold her words. Brother Jingchen, go home. We miss you so much. We miss the days when our family was together. Fu Jingchen looked at her coldly, as if she was air. Be nicer to my wife. Otherwise, I don't mind hitting a woman. I'm not really related to the Fu family, so what's the point of cutting ties? You want to learn from the Gu family and cut ties to make money, then cling to me afterward and my blood. I didn't even think about it. I'm stingy and only generous to my wife. Even if your Fu family falls into poverty and dies out, I won't support or give to you. People from the Chui family, stop dreaming. Your family of mismatched, ugly children will only have a life working in the fields. Do you think you can be a regiment leader or a cultural troop secretary just because of your faces? Grandma Fu was so angry her heart ached. You unfilial descendants. The couple from the Chui family was so furious they were about to retaliate. The next moment, Gu Wanwan shut her mouth after a word. The person who switched the children is probably related to your Chui family. Old Madame Fu's expression changed dramatically. How did she know? The Chui couple's eyes flickered with guilt, feeling like their secrets had been exposed. They indeed knew about the switch, and were among the masterminds. We don't know what you're talking about. Don't think that just because you're the team leader or a hero, you can slander us poor farmers. We ask you, are you going to arrange jobs for us? If not, we'll cause trouble every day. Fortunately, everyone around was on their side, so Gu Wanwan couldn't accuse them. Gu Wanwan smiled sweetly, took out a pen and clicked it. The sound recorded everything the Chui family had just said, without missing a word. The best part was that she even revealed her identity. People can lie, but recordings can't. If I hand the recording device over to the police, who will be the one to suffer the consequences?
Fu Jingchen sneered coldly. Foolish.
We didn't answer back because we had no words. It's because you fell into our trap. If anyone is to blame, it's old Madame Fu. She's the one who caused you and your wife to be imprisoned. Let's go, wife. We should hand over the evidence to the police. The Chui couple suddenly realized the situation was serious. They almost kneeled before the couple. Good nephew, good niece-in-law, don't take it to heart. It's just our careless words. We were used by Auntie. Auntie Chui, seeing that they wouldn't back down, angrily pushed old Madame Fu. Auntie, you troublemaker, you've caused our downfall. I won't forgive you. Amid the chaos, old Madame Fu's family and Chui's parents fought and scuffled. Before leaving, Gao Kelian and her siblings, along with Zhou Tianfu, rode a bullock cart toward Xiangyang village. As they got closer, their faces showed unmistakable excitement and joy. Gu Wanwan, you didn't expect this, did you? The vast Northwest can't hold me back. I'm back with my space powers. Xiangyang village belonged to Auntie, practically her territory. Gu Wanwan must have been driven crazy by her aunt. Now was the time for her to appear. She wanted Gu Wanwan to taste her strength. As the girl destined with space powers, she wouldn't lose this time. After Gao Kelian, the reborn heroine Gu Yeruo, along with He Wenyan and other new young intellectuals, also approached Xiangyang village. As Gao Kelian and her siblings entered the village, they still hoped to be warmly welcomed by the villagers. After all, her aunt was Gao Lifeng, a well-known wealthy family in the village. Even if they didn't welcome her, they would at least treat her kindly. But after she introduced herself, the villagers' eyes changed completely. Hello everyone, my name is Gao Kelian. This is my older brother, Gao Zhiqi. We are new rural youth who have just arrived. This is my younger brother, Gao Jixiang. We just got here. Please take care of us. Zhou Tianfu glanced around and pretended to be gentle and polite, trying to impress the village women. My name is Zhou Tianfu. I am also a rural youth. If I make any mistakes, please kindly guide me. The village women didn't pay much attention to him. Instead, a group of crows flew overhead, dropping a few droppings. The gossiping woman under the tree pointed and whispered about them, but they weren't interested in paying attention. So Gao Lifeng is the niece of Gao Guizi. Everyone in Xiangyang village knows their bad deeds. That man looks like a lazy man who only depends on others, dating Gao Kelian and tricking the young people for military subsidies. Young people have suffered a lot because of him. And they are rural youth, who brought Guizi's children to Xiangyang village just to annoy the young people. That's so mean. From now on, watch your children. Even though their parents were executed, it's not hard to believe their children might follow in their footsteps. The northwest is supposed to be dusty and bleak, but Gao Kelian and his sister seem to be doing well. They're wearing new clothes without patches, clearly doing their parents' old work. Thinking about these troublemakers coming to Xiangyang village worries me. It might affect our chance to be recognized as a good team. Everything in Xiangyang village was built by Gu Jiqing. We must not let one bad apple spoil the whole bunch. I tell you, Gao Lifeng and Du Yongtai were supposed to be released, but then Gu Jiqing's brother detained them. Gao Kelian didn't catch everything the villagers said, but she knew it wasn't good news. She had seen such gossipers before in the northwest and didn't care much. Does anyone know where my aunt lives? Please show me the way for 5 mao. Money isn't to be wasted, and the women eagerly volunteered to lead the way. The siblings arrived in front of a blue brick house. They carried their luggage and tried to go inside, but Li Qiangying stopped them. Who are you? Gao Kelian had prepared for this. The conditions at the youth settlement were simple, and she could stay with her aunt. There was no need to squeeze into someone else's place. We are the niece and nephews of Aunt Gao Lifeng. You must be the wife of Du Daju's older cousin, right? Where is my aunt? I didn't see her. Li Qiangying didn't let them in. Since her family was robbed, life had become harder. Her younger sister recently became a temporary postal worker and moved out of the communal house. She's gone far away. I'm in charge now. If you want to go to the youth settlement, go that way. Gao Kelian understood her meaning. The Du family did not support idle people, so she took out a large sum of money from her pocket and handed it to her. Li Qiangying stared at the money, eyes shining. She had just carefully looked at the 3 siblings. They dressed well and probably had many good things. She then pretended to be friendly, put the money in her pocket, and took Gao Kelian by the arm, leading her into the house. Cousin, just come in. There's no need to be so formal. Feel free to stay at my sister-in-law's house. The 3 siblings successfully entered, but Zhou Tianfu was kept outside. Kelian, what should I do? Go live at the youth station. Aunt's family doesn't support freeloaders. Gao Kelian thought she was destined to change her fate. She believed her good conditions meant she deserved a good man. She wouldn't look down on someone like Zhou Tianfu, who had nothing and was fickle. After finally getting rid of her scumbag ex, those people even brought him to Yangyang village just to annoy Gu Wanwan. I gave up even Gu Wanwan for you. How can you abandon me? Zhou Tianfu pretended to be angry and turned to leave, hoping Gao Kelian would chase after him to forgive him. But the more he hoped, the more disappointed he was. Gao Kelian didn't care whether she lived or died, or if she would be bullied or excluded by the youth. It seemed she could only go back to find Gu Wanwan. With his charm, he would surely make Gu Wanwan fall for him completely. His good looks and smooth talk were the reasons he was doing well in the northwest. Seeing Zhou Tianfu leave, Gao Kelian looked away with disgust. Cousin-in-law, have you heard of Gu Wanwan? Has she found her twin children? Li Qiangying knew about the feud between Gu Wanwan and the Gao family, but she didn't want to talk about it. Yes, but she's not in Yangyang village now. I don't know where she went. Gao Kelian automatically imagined a scene where Gu Wanwan was mistreated. She thought maybe Gu Wanwan had a bad temper and offended the villagers, who then sent her away to do hard labor. When Gu Wanwan returned, she planned to mock her. Oh, by the way, I haven't seen cousin Du Xiaoju. Li Qiuming honestly replied, she works at the post office. Is something the matter? Gao Klian's eyes lit up. She leaned in mysteriously and whispered in Li Qiuming's ear, my aunt told me about something involving Gu Wanwan. She needs her help. Gu Wanwan owes us, as compensation for what our siblings have suffered. Li Qiuming became more excited. Really? Can she help us get some benefits? I've never liked Gu Wanwan. You don't say, I don't say. Who would know? Could Gu Wanwan even cause trouble at the post office? Gao Kalian didn't mention that she had her own space, so she wasn't afraid of any investigation. Accompanying Gu Wanwan are Zheng Shirkan and Hu Jiming. While they go to meet their families, they also plan to cut ties with Hu Jiming's untrustworthy father. Before leaving, Hu Jiming specifically called the Chung family to bring his mother back and arrange a divorce. Since Hangzhou and Shanghai are close, the group traveled together. Zhao Guoming knew they were looking for his sister and wanted to cut ties, so he gave them several recommendation letters with dates they filled in themselves. Last time on the train or when we went to the countryside, I didn't expect us to settle so well in Xiangyang village. We can go home whenever we want, Zheng Shirkan said with emotion, emphasizing how important a team leader is to his younger brothers. Hu Jiming looked gentle and gratefully said, luckily, we went to the countryside. If we hadn't, I wouldn't have met Wanwan. Canon and I wouldn't have come together. Going to the countryside made us realize that Canon's mom and Wanwan's mom know each other. It was fate. In the sleeper car, Bao sat in his brother-in-law's arms, waving his little hands excitedly about riding the train with his sister and brother-in-law. Gu Wanwan held his chubby hand and asked, are you so happy, baby? Bao giggled and said, because I want to see my sister. Suddenly, Zheng Shirtsan's nerves tensed up as he thought of something. The worst thing on a train is meeting human traffickers. We must watch over Bao carefully. Bao patted his chest and said confidently, I'm not afraid. I hide in my space if there's danger. I'm a little hero. At that moment, a shy but happy voice said, oh, it's Captain Fu. We meet again. Gu Wanwan immediately recognized the person. It was Lin Miji, a young woman from Qingshan village she had rescued from a trouble spot. Ugh, such a bad love life. Fu Jingchen looked expressionless and asked, who are you? Lin Miji looked a bit awkward. She had been praised for her beauty before, and many men wanted to pursue her, more than she could count. More importantly, she had a significant background. Don't you recognize me? Fu Jingchen truly couldn't remember and asked, should I know you? Lin Miji's face paled as she tried to jog his memory. My name is Lin Miji. I was sent to the countryside in Qingshan village. I'm the granddaughter of the mayor of Shanghai. Last time, I fell into a human trafficker's trap and you rescued me. Don't you remember? Fu Jingchen, who couldn't stand seeing someone he cared about upset, looked serious and corrected her mistake. The one who truly saved you was my partner, Gu Wanwan. It was her and the young people who discussed helping you escape Qingshan village. I was just responsible for capturing the traffickers. Don't take credit for my partner's achievements and put it on me. You're just the granddaughter of the county chief, so what? Does that have anything to do with me? You didn't mention my partner at all and ignored the real savior. That really hurt my partner's feelings. Zheng Shirkan curled his lips, clearly seeing through Lin Miji's intentions. Someone already has a partner. I advise you not to get your hopes up. Honestly, Wanwan shouldn't have saved you. If you don't repay kindness, that's fine, but don't turn gratitude into revenge. When Hu Jiming heard that the other person was the granddaughter of the city's county chief, his eyes sharpened like a blade. Are the county chief's granddaughter afraid she can't find a marriage? Trying to flirt with a married man looks like it's a family trait. Lin Miji felt guilty and defeated, as if her secret was exposed. From your look, you must be a young, educated person. May I ask, did I ever offend you? Hu Jiming glared at her, but ignored her. Not just an offense, but a real grudge. Lin Miji didn't want to make things worse, so she turned to apologize to Gu Wuan. Sorry, Gu Ziking. I was too excited seeing Captain Fu and didn't notice you. You're generous and won't mind, right? Thank you for saving me before. If you need anything, just tell me. I heard your parents are no longer around. If you're okay with it, we could consider each other sisters. In Jung Shirtsan's view, Lin Miki was a scheming girl. Wuan has me, and that's enough. She doesn't need more sisters. If she wants to get close to Chin-go, forget it. Gu Wuan's smile was half-hearted, as if she was watching a clown perform. I already have good sisters. I don't need more. Feeling embarrassed by Gu Wuan's words, Lin Miki was very unhappy. She was willing to humble herself to be Gu Wuan's sister. As a girl from a family with no parents and a younger brother she had to take care of, she should be grateful. It wasn't her fault that she asked for help, it was Gu Wuan who meddled. If Gu Wuan and Qingshan village hadn't fallen out, the village wouldn't have taken their anger out on the young, educated girls. Such a clumsy person as Gu Wuan was not worthy of Fu Jingchen, who was in a high position. She couldn't help him. She would only bring trouble. She was different. She was the granddaughter of a noble family with a distinguished background. Marrying Fu Jingchen was an upward move for him. She couldn't help but indulge in her beautiful fantasies. If Fu Jingchen were smarter, he would know how to choose. From the moment she saw him, she was completely captivated. She believed Fu Jingchen was her prince sent by heaven to save her, and she was a princess in danger. Princess and prince are a perfect match, forever. I just heard you're also heading to the city of Shanghai. Please let me host you all as a way to thank you for saving my life. I would feel guilty if I didn't do so. All right, we will meet again. Gu Wanwan noticed the fleeting look of jealousy in the other's eyes. Love truly can make people look terrible. Lin Miki pointed to the next carriage. I'm right next door. See you later. Zheng Shirkin saw her leave and asked her fiancé with doubt, Jiming, do you know her? Hu Jiming shook his head. No, I don't. But my stepfather's mistress is the niece of the county chief. Zheng Shirkin frowned and said with dislike, that's basically family. They're all the same. They're eyeing Brother Chen openly, even in front of the main wife, acting like they're the best match for him. It's disgusting. And she's the granddaughter of the county chief. She could end up in a wolf's den or be sold by traffickers. Gu Wanwan closed her eyes to rest, her consciousness sinking into the space. Fuzai, Master, Gao Kilian has arrived at Xiangyang village and is staying at Gala Feng's house. Through the spiritual space, Gu Wanwan could track all of Gao Kilian's movements. She took the space inside Gao Kilian's space and 1,000 yuan, upgrading her space by 1 centimeter. She's here, so the reborn girl should be arriving soon. Fu Jingchen's consciousness also sank into the space. He Wenyan really is persistent. Wife, I keep myself pure. I'll cut off romantic ties. If others like me, it's because I'm excellent, not my fault. Fu Jingchen, will love only you forever. Unlike He Wenyan, who doesn't know how to refuse a reborn girl's advances. Gu Wanwan chuckled softly, suddenly looking forward to He Wenyan running into Fu Jingchen. She guessed that he's family, and the reborn girl still thought she wouldn't marry anyone but He Wenyan. By noon, Lin Miki bought 2 box meals and happily brought them to the next carriage, acting like a young wife. She handed one to Fu Jingchen. Brother Fu, I came late and only got 2 braised pork meals. I'll give this one to you. Try it and see if it's good. She kept saying she wanted to thank Gu Wanwan, but it all ended up on Fu Jingchen. Sorry, Gu Jiqing. I know you haven't eaten meat in a long time. Unfortunately, I have limited meal tickets and only 1 meal. Brother Fu is a soldier, so he gets priority. When we get to Shanghai, I'll take you out to eat well and broaden your horizons. Fu Jingchen took the meal. Just call me Captain Fu. I don't know you well. Lin Miki couldn't help but stare at the handsome face of the man. Seeing him accept the meal, she felt secretly happy. Her feelings grew wildly in her eyes. But her happiness lasted only a second before Fu Jingchen turned around and handed the meal to his wife. Wife, try this train meal. That's all. Fu Jingchen opened the lid, used chopsticks to pick a piece of braised pork, blew on it, and then fed it to his wife. Gu Wanwan took a bite and said, It's too greasy. You eat some too. Fu Jingchen happily ate half a piece of braised pork himself, saying, The taste is okay. but eating lunch with my wife makes even bad food taste good. And Bao, with big round eyes, said, I want to eat too. It's not suitable for little kids, said the couple as they affectionately showed their love without caring about others. They finished their lunchbox together. Hu Ziming quickly took out 5 lunchboxes from his bag. These were specially prepared for the trip. When he opened one, it was much more filling than Lin Miki's lunchboxes, mostly meat dishes, with only a few vegetables. Lin Miki felt embarrassed and thought Gu Wanwan was a simple person who didn't see much of the world, but now she realized she was mistaken. I won't disturb your meal anymore. After eating, Fu Jingchen took and bowed to the bathroom. On the way, he coincidentally met Lin Miki. Brother Fu, please help me. Lin Miki was trying to get away from a mother and child who kept bothering her. The mother tightly grabbed her, saying, Daughter-in-law, it's my fault and Gung's fault. Please come home with us. I am begging you, I've knelt down. The man named Gung immediately knelt before Lin Miki, saying, Daughter-in-law, a son can't be without his mother. Please don't abandon us. I promise to work hard to earn money for you. Fu Jingchen looked around calmly, thinking that the scheming woman was risking everything for a show. TSK, ugly and bad at acting. The surrounding extras stepped in to join the scene. Miss, this is your fault. You married your husband and you should stay with him. You've already had children, so go back and live happily with your husband. Children need their parents. Can you bear to separate your family? Brother Fu, I don't know them at all. Lin Miki suddenly started acting dramatically when she saw Fu Jingchen. Please let me go. My brother Fu is a martial arts master. He wouldn't want me to get hurt. The mother-in-law took the money and continued acting passionately. Who is he to you? He is my real husband, Fu Jingchen. We are happily married, but we had a small misunderstanding and were apart for a little while. Lin Miki publicly claimed to be his wife, looking at Fu Jingchen with pleading and hopeful eyes, as if saying, Please, brother Fu, help me act this out and get me out of trouble. At this moment, the extras pretended to be helpless and ashamed, explaining, Sorry, miss. We misunderstood you. It turns out you already have a loving husband. Your husband is truly a talented man and a good match for you. You two are a perfect couple, like a match made in heaven. It's really enviable. What about that mother and son? Did you mistake them for someone else? Lin Miki saw Fu Jingchen not speaking and thought he agreed. She felt like she was falling into a sweet trap. My husband and I don't mind. If it weren't for you, my husband and I wouldn't have reconciled. After saying that, she broke free from the woman and her son and ran happily toward Fu Jingchen with love and joy. Jingchen, Fu Jingchen quickly moved aside to avoid her embrace.
Lycklig, idiot fast.
Otherwise, my reputation would be ruined. I don't know you. If you need a man, find someone else. Don't try to frame me. Lin Miki lost her balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Nestled in Fu Jingchen's arms, Bao said in a sweet voice, Brother-in-law, isn't that woman and her son involved in human trafficking? The woman overheard and quickly changed her story. We're not mistaken. She owes money to my family. We had to act this way to make her husband help pay it back. You look well off, so you probably have money. If she doesn't pay, I'll report her to the authorities. Lin Miki was shocked. The old woman had just taken 10 yuan from her, but now was threatening her. I don't owe you money. Your family is so poor. Do you have money to lend me? Do you know who I am? I'm the granddaughter of the mayor of Shanghai. Do I look like someone with a hole in my head? The woman's eyes shifted, and she started acting stubborn and unreasonable. I don't care. Debt is debt. If you don't pay, I'll report you to the mayor of Shanghai. If her husband doesn't want a scandal, he should help his wife clean up the mess. Lin Miki looked like she had been bitten by a dog. She was schemed against and now threatened. Why was she so unlucky? Why did you take so long to go to the bathroom? Gu Wanwan's voice came from behind. Wife, I was falsely accused, Fu Jingchen said with a sad face. They're trying to set us up in front of our son, forcing me to cheat, trying to make me and that woman, Chi, pretend to be a couple. I feel so wronged. She's so ugly. Where does she get the nerve? I know I look good. Many women are jealous of my beauty and want to flirt with me. but I only love my wife. I love you more than anyone in the world. Please don't believe the flattering words of those shameless women and abandon me. Anbao learned from her sister-in-law and suddenly acted like a drama queen, saying, Mom, I can help testify for Dad. Dad dislikes her very much. Ugly and strange. She can't compare to Mom with just one finger. She's being overly sentimental and trying to get close to Dad. Only those with clear eyes can see who the real family of three is. After all, the child in Fu Jingchen's arms looks too much like Gu Wuan. You guys are quite capable, acting in front of my boyfriend, Gu Wuan said, then called the police officer behind her. If you want to extort money from my family, go tell the police. Officer, I suspect this mother and son are human traffickers, and the others are accomplices. The supporting actors who took money to cause trouble looked both embarrassed and scared. Officer, we were tricked. A woman named Lin Miki told us she was arguing with her husband and wanted us to help act out a scene to save her marriage. She paid us 50 cents each. We helped her out of kindness, trying to help the couple reconcile. We didn't know the man was already married. If we had known, we definitely wouldn't have done such a dishonest thing. Lin Miki, you've ruined us. We'll return your 50 cents. We won't help the other woman, who's after her husband. The mother and son didn't get the money they wanted, but ended up causing trouble. We're not human traffickers. We were just pretending. Lin Miki is the mastermind. She said her grandfather is the mayor of Shanghai, so we had to obey her. Gu Wuan's words were sharp and decisive. Even if you're not human traffickers, you're involved in extorting a military officer. I'll remind you, defaming and slandering the military leader will land you in jail. The police officer didn't give them a chance to explain and said straightforwardly, you're disturbing the safety of travel. Come with us. Those who tried to take small bribes felt deep regret. Lin Miki couldn't accept the fact that Fu Jingchen disliked her. I want to make a call. My grandfather is the mayor. You can't arrest me. She remembered today's grudge well. Once Gu Wuan and Fu Jingchen arrived in Shanghai, she would never be able to leave again. The police didn't care about her being the granddaughter of a county chief. Once they made a mistake, they had to face the investigation. What Lin Miki didn't expect was that the mother and son really were human traffickers. They planned to first trick money from Lin Miki and then sell her when they got off the bus. Lin Miki broke out in a cold sweat. Having been beaten in Qingshan village, she now faced the harsh reality of society once again. Zheng Shirkan was munching sunflower seeds and said, Lin Miki got caught. That's great. Let's see if she dares to think about Brother Chen. Gu Wuan looked mysterious and calm. She'll be released soon. Hu Ziming's face looked very unhappy. A disaster that's been lingering for 1,000 years. Fu Jingchen raised an eyebrow. No need to rush. There will be plenty of chances to settle everything at once. The group got off at Hang City Station. Zheng Shirkan first called his parents, who then shared the news they had heard with Gu Wanwan. They learned that the couple with the surname Liao, who had adopted Gu Yuyu, was a teacher at Hang City High School. Usually the couple didn't stay in the dorms but lived in a standalone small house near the school. Thinking that class was over, Gu Wanwan and her group went to visit with gifts in hand. The small house was 2 stories tall, with a small pond in the yard surrounded by flowers and plants. There was also a swing hanging from a tree. Overall, the couple seemed to enjoy life. Gu Wanwan waited at the door before school ended. Soon, she saw a middle-aged man in his 30s, wearing glasses, arrive on a bicycle and stop at the door. Excuse me, are you? Gu Wanwan straightforwardly explained her purpose. We are here to find my sister. I heard you adopted a girl named Yuyu, who is about 2.5 years old. Perhaps because of the twin connection, Anbao was very anxious. My sister. I want my sister. The man with glasses paused, observing the siblings who looked alike. His expression was very complicated. Come inside. He opened the door, brought his bicycle into the yard, and then led everyone into the living room. Gu Wanwan looked around. The decor inside was simple and modest, but had a subtle sense of elegance. A whole wall of books showed that this was a family of scholars. The man's wife was in the kitchen. When she saw Gu Wanwan and her siblings, her eyes flashed with surprise, but her good manners kept her calm. Are these guests? Please sit down. I will make tea for you. Although she found it hard to accept, she understood the purpose of their visit. The thing she feared most had finally happened. She knew her daughter had family, but she never thought they would come so soon. Gu Wanwan quickly saw through her thoughts. She wasn't worried. Yu, like Anbao, was not an ordinary child. As long as she wanted to leave, the Liao couple wouldn't be able to keep her. The man with glasses invited the 4 people and 1 child to sit down. My surname is Liao. My name is Liao Erkshuan. This is my wife, Liang Huihui. I'm very curious. How did you find out about my family? Zheng Shirkan told the truth. My parents. They saw you on the train. Yu even recognized my mom and called her Annie because Yuyu's mom and my mom are sworn sisters and she is Yuyu's godmother. Gu Wanwan took a sip of tea.
My name is Gu Wanwan.
This is my younger brother, Gu Jinan. My sister, Gu Yuyu, is a twin. Our family is in Beijing. I have 2 older brothers and 1 older sister. We also have grandparents and parents. Due to certain events, we were separated from each other. Fu Jingchen followed her words and said, I am Wanwan's boyfriend, Fu Jingchen. Today, I came to visit the Liao family to find my sister. I hope you, as a couple, can help us reunite our family. Liao Erkshuan remained silent, lost in a complicated thought. Yuyu is their precious little girl. She brought them joy as new parents. Because of Yuyu, the usually cold Liao family became lively and colorful. Now, he was asked to give up his hard-earned, precious daughter. He didn't want to, but what could he do? Yuyu has her own family now. Before her husband spoke, Liang Huihui spoke first.
I'm sorry.
I also hope you can reunite your family, but we don't have Yuyu here. If you don't believe me, you can look for her. Zheng Shirkan frowned, noticing Liang Huihui didn't want to give up the child. You're hiding her? Can I predict the future? I really don't have her, Liang Huihui said confidently. Luckily, she sent the child to her parents' house yesterday. She was worried that Yuyu was unhappy and had no playmates. Her parents have a 6-year-old nephew who could keep Yuyu company. Is that so? Then we'll leave for now. I'll come again, Gu Wanwan said without forcing her. She used her spiritual sense to check, and indeed found no trace of Yuyu. Liang Huihui turned her head away and hardened her heart. No matter how many times you come, I tell you, Yuyu isn't here. She's been taken away. I think something has happened to your family. You're a young girl taking care of your brother. It's too hard for you to take care of another sister. Finding her a good family might be a good idea. At least she'll have food and clothing, and won't be involved in trouble. No matter what, I am grateful that you took Yuyu in, Gu Wanwan said. Then, she changed the subject. My brother and I are children of martyrs. I was sent to the countryside as a youth. I am also a special government personnel, translator at a state-run bookstore, buyer and seller at a department store. I do many jobs, earning at least a few thousand a month, enough to support my brother and sister. And Bao proudly patted his chest. I can earn money by drawing pictures. I make 100 yuan in a few days. Fu Jingchen immediately clarified his identity. I am a regimental commander in the army. To make my girlfriend's life better, you don't need to worry about Yuyu suffering. The Liao couple didn't expect Yuyu's relatives to be so powerful. They have the means and ability to support 10 Yuyus. But they just couldn't bear to part with their daughter. Gu Wanwan said nothing more and led her people to leave the Liao family. Zheng Shirkan angrily said, It's funny, they're teachers, but they clearly don't want us to take Yuyu back. I think we should just report to the police and have her taken away. I'm worried that Yuyu, being so young, will become dependent on the Liao couple and forget her real parents. Yuyu isn't with the Liao family for now. Liang Huihui loves her so much that she wouldn't bring Yuyu home before we leave Shanghai, Gu Wanwan casually calculated. Don't worry, the stars show that Liang Huihui has arranged for Yuyu to stay with relatives. This time, they can't keep Yuyu. Let's go find her. And Bao saw the cats, dogs, and birds and waved at them, using a special ability to help. Help us find my sister. My sister and I are looking for Yuyu. After seeing Gu Wanwan and her group leave through the window, Liang Huihui covered her face and cried. My husband and I worked so hard to have a daughter. Why did heaven take her away from us? How can we live without Yu? She's my daughter. I won't give her up to anyone, not even in death. Liao Erkshuan's eyes turned red as he choked out, "Wife, I know you're hurting."
I feel the same.
But Yu's older sister and brother-in-law are not simple people. If they insist on taking Yu back, we have no reason to stop them. If Yu were an orphan, it would be different, but she still has her parents and siblings. No matter how well we treat her, she still misses her family. To her, you're just her aunt. She's never called you mom. That's her choice. Liang Huihui was overwhelmed and lost her mind. I don't care. I only want Yu. One day, Yu will call me mom. We lost one child already. We can't lose Yu too. I believe Yu's sister will understand our hardship. Brother Xian, let's move somewhere they can't find us. After a while, they'll give up. Liao Erkshuan stopped trying to persuade and just held his wife silently, tears flowing. In Liang Huihui's family courtyard, little Gu Yu sat alone under a tree. Since her aunt brought her to her maternal home, her stomach had never been full. Before her aunt arrived, her family was warm and caring, but as soon as her aunt left, their attitude changed faster than flipping a page. Big sister, big brother, I miss you so much. Some bad people are bullying my baby. Gu Yu clutched her chubby hands and stared at the door. The little one was always trying to escape. In the middle of the night, haunting images of being sold and losing limbs in a remote valley kept bothering the girl. She didn't understand what was happening, but she knew it wasn't good. The day she was forced to part from her brother, she pretended to be cute and obedient to confuse the traffickers, then quietly slipped away when they weren't paying attention. She was lucky. On her way to find her sister and brother, she was found by a couple with the surname Liao. Auntie and uncle treated her very well, as if she were their own daughter. She didn't dislike them, but she already had parents. She missed her real family. If she accepted Annie and uncle, her parents and siblings would be sad. At that moment, a bird flew down beside her, flapping its wings and chirping as if to say, "Your sister and brother came looking for you at your home. They are here to take you back." Gu Yu blinked and asked, "Really?" The bird nodded kindly, really.
I'm going home now.
Gu Yu was so happy that she suddenly pulled out a small cake from her pocket and fed a little to the bird. Since being knocked out by Gao Lifeng, she had discovered she had a secret hiding place for her treasures. Her precious items, even her uncle and auntie didn't know about. She secretly stored her daily meals, small snacks, and pocket money there, planning to give them to her sister and brother later. Like Anbao, she was afraid of hunger and wanted to stockpile food whenever she saw it. The bird ate the cake and continued talking to Gu Yu. "Your auntie and uncle don't want to part with you. They didn't tell your sister because they worry about you being away from the Liao family. They love you, but their own family isn't great, being hypocritical, favoring boys, and trusting their relatives too much. They think your family is safe, but actually, it's a dangerous place. You should take this chance to escape." Liang's parents had one son and one daughter. Big brother Liang married big sister Liang, and they had 3 sons. Thanks to their chubby, strong son, big sister Liang became a great contributor to the Liang family. But she was also sharp-tongued, difficult, and often meddled in her husband's family affairs, even taking things from her in-laws to her own family. In the past, Liang's parents didn't favor boys over girls. They had both, and the girls were just as many. But after big sister Liang had her children, she constantly brainwashed her parents-in-law and even used her 2 sons to control them. Over time, the grandparents gave in, thinking their daughter-in-law was reasonable. Later, big sister Liang wanted to get closer to the factory director and arranged for her younger brother to get a job. She even suggested that her sister-in-law Liang Huihui marry into their family and convince Liang's parents to agree. Not wanting to face strong opposition from Liang Huihui and to prevent her sister-in-law from controlling her marriage, Liang Huihui chose to run away from home. Later, she met Liao Erkshuan, and after they married, Liang's sister-in-law could only temporarily set aside her plans, not for any other reason, but because Liao Erkshuan's family was well off. From then on, her natal family, and Liang Hui reconciled. Do you think this was the end? No, her family's current goal is the entire Liang family. Grandma, Mom, the spoiled brat stole and ate the egg cake. The child reporting the incident was Liang's beloved youngest son, 6 years old, spoiled by his parents and grandparents. Since Gu Yu came to Liang's house, he often enjoyed bullying her. Liang's sister-in-law, hearing this, stormed out angrily and grabbed Gu Yu's face hard, almost drawing blood. Spoiled brat, not working. What are you eating? The Liang family doesn't support freeloaders, especially you, a child of unknown origin. Don't think that because your sister and brother-in-law took you in, you're my niece. I spit on that, daring to steal egg cake. So young, so dirty-handed. You should be thrown away. Gu Yu was stunned by the slap, reacted a moment late, and when she saw blood on her face, she burst into tears. Bad girl, sister, save me. Although she had a secret hideout, it was useless. It could only store things, not hide people. A 2.5-year-old child, without special training or transformation by Gu Wan Fan, couldn't compare to an adult. Liang's sister-in-law patted her head. You still have the nerve to cry? You orphan girl, if I don't beat you to death today, I'll change my surname to yours. Gu Yu cried loudly, wiping tears with her chubby hands. I have parents, older sister, older brother, grandma, grandpa, uncle. I'm not an orphan. If you bully me, you're doomed. Liang's sister-in-law spat and didn't take her words seriously. You have a family? You still wander around? Trick your sister and brother-in-law into taking you in? I warn you, everything in the Liao family belongs to my son. You, a foster daughter, have no right. My son is the heir. Dare to compete with my son? Believe it or not, I'll throw you out. Just go back to where you came from. Try telling your adoptive mother. Too bad you won't get the chance. Gu Yu sniffed, small but brave. My sister will come to save me. If you dare hit me, hit me. This is my egg cake, I'm not a thief. Liang's sister-in-law, used to being dominant in Liang's house, rolled up her sleeves, ready to strike again. You think I don't dare? You dare challenge me, you little brat. Fortunately, Mother Liang stopped her in time. It wasn't because she cared about Gu Yu, but because it would be hard to explain if her daughter arrived. We didn't buy egg cakes at home. Where did the egg cake in her hand come from? If you want to hit her, do it somewhere she can't see. If Hui gets angry and cuts ties, it won't be worth it. Or you could send the money-losing girl away first. Then I can persuade your sister to adopt Sanbao. Sanbao Liang proudly crossed his arms. Did you hear that, money-losing girl? Liao family belongs to me, and you are my servant. If you work hard for my family, I might consider letting you become a child bride. Sister-in-law Liang showed a sneaky smile. Just use a needle to her. Small holes are hard to find. I want her to see the price of fighting with my son. A little bird flapped its wings and flew onto a tree. Kid, run. They want to hurt you. Seeing the front door half open, Gu Yu tried to run away. Mother Liang seemed to see through her plan and quickly grabbed her. Blame it on my daughter for adopting you and taking my grandson's property. The little bird chirped a few times and then threw a big clump of mud at Mother Liang's face. Mother Liang screamed and let go of Gu Yu. While sister-in-law Liang was busy with the needle, Gu Yu hurriedly ran out of the yard. Seeing this, Sanbao Liang panted and chased after her. By the time Mother Liang wiped off the mud, the two children had already disappeared. The children are gone. Find them quickly. Hearing this, sister-in-law Liang panicked. The two women went out to look, but found nothing. My Sanbao, where did you go? At that moment, Gu Wanwan arrived at the Liang family's door with a group of people. This is the place, Liang Hui's hometown. I can still feel Yu's presence. Seeing the visitors, sister-in-law Liang asked fiercely, Who are you? You don't look like neighbors.
Did you kidnap my Sanbao?
Sister-in-law Liang stared hard at Anbao's face and suddenly realized. Mother, it's that money-losing girl. Don't think I won't recognize you just because you're dressed like a boy. Hand over my son. Anbao was not Yu. The chubby little girl jumped up and punched sister-in-law Liang in the stomach. You're the real money-losing one. Your whole family is a bunch of losers. I'm Gu Jinan, Yu's older brother. Sister-in-law Liang sneered contemptuously. She didn't take the child seriously. Little did she know, her underestimate caused her to get a heavy punch from Onbao, making her roll on the ground in pain. Zheng shook and was already ready to fight. Where did you hide, Yu? If you don't return my sister, I will call the police and say you're human traffickers. Mother Liang was furious from the heart and couldn't listen to anything or think clearly. All she knew was that her precious grandson was missing. Liang's eldest sister-in-law stood up painfully, worried about her son's whereabouts and overwhelmed by anger. The bad guys are the ones who reported us first. Clearly, they kidnapped my son. I want to report this to the police. Yes, you are trying to help Gu Yu get revenge by deliberately taking my son, causing our family to be torn apart. Give my child back to me. Gu Wanwan probed with her mind. You're too late. Yu is no longer at the Liang family. At that moment, a small bird circled above their heads. He was taken by human traffickers. Ignoring the arguing mother-in-law and wife, Gu Wanwan decisively led her people away. As they left, the Liao couple arrived at the Liang house. Liang Huihui saw the mother-in-law and wife sitting at the door crying, her heart filling with unease. Mom, sister-in-law, what's wrong? Where is Yu? The crying stopped, and Mother Liang grabbed Liang Huihui. Daughter, Sanbao is gone. He was kidnapped by a group of bad people. Quickly report to the police and get them caught. My poor grandson. Liang Huihui frowned and asked, Tell me, where is Yu? Mother Liang's eyes flickered with guilt as she stammered, I don't know where she went. She took Sanbao away. Liang Huihui's vision darkened, almost fainting. I left Yu at her maternal home. Is this how you take care of my daughter? That Yu is a troublemaker. She caused Sanbao to be lost. It was those people who took him. That little boy named Gu Jinan hit my mother. I will never forgive them. The eldest sister-in-law, holding back her anger, helped her mother-in-law and headed straight for the police station. They are human traffickers. I want them behind bars. It's not that our family didn't take good care of Yu. She's just too wild and untrained, stealing things all the time. I really don't understand why my sister and brother-in-law adopted such a troublesome kid. Once the police received the kidnapping report, they immediately dispatched officers to catch the criminals. Based on the descriptions from Mother Liang and her daughter-in-law, they quickly identified the suspects. Gu Wanwan and her brother Shen were unaware they were wanted, and even if they knew, they didn't care. Yu was very calm, while Sanbao was panicked. After they ran out of the alley, they were taken away by the trafficker couple. Sanbao, despite being slow and naive, knew he had encountered the notorious traffickers. But he was spoiled and always threw tantrums when upset. Let me go. If my mom finds out, you'll be done for. You won't get away with this. The traffickers couple ignored his tantrums and slapped him a few times. Behave yourself. Believe it or not, I'll kill you and feed you to the dogs. Liang Sanbao was so scared he cried and struggled harder, shouting, Help! Help! The bad people are hurting someone. Thinking that his crying might attract the crowd's attention, he was instead beaten by the traffickers. You little brat, if I don't hit you for 3 days, you'll think you're the boss. I've raised you all this way, and now you're stealing and sneaking around. Because of you, I almost lost my pants. Can't you be like your sister and just be a good kid? People only glanced at him and then looked away. Bad kids should be punished. If not, they will get worse. Stop crying, you're annoying, Gu Yu said as she reached out and slapped him. Liang Sanbao stopped crying. Aren't you afraid? This wasn't the first time he had been kidnapped, but Gu Yu remained calm because she knew her sister would come to rescue her. Staying calm in trouble is the real skill. The more you cry, the more trouble you cause, and the harsher the punishment. This was 5 years of experience she had accumulated. The traffickers were surprised. The little girl was very obedient. Seeing she wasn't crying or making a fuss, they relaxed their guard a little. Liang Sanbao yelled unwillingly, Why are you so nice to her? You're just a useless person fighting with me over everything. My mom said useless people are worthless. Living is just wasting food. Only sons can carry on the family. Why are you hitting me but not her? As expected, the traffickers beat him even more fiercely this time. Throughout the journey, Gu Yuyu stayed quietly beside the traffickers. When they weren't paying attention, she secretly communicated with nearby animals. While waiting for the bus, she overheard her sister's message and pretended she needed to go to the bathroom. The trafficker woman took her to the public restroom, kept an eye on her as she finished, and after leaving, Gu Yuyu pointed to a big tree. Money. Where? The trafficker woman was distracted, but still held her hand tightly. Over there. Gu Yuyu pulled her toward the tree and pointed to a hole at the base. She then secretly pulled out a banknote from her shoe. The trafficker woman looked closely and saw it was indeed money. She quickly let go of Gu Yuyu to pick up the cash. There's more inside. Gu Yuyu reached into the hole and dug around, pulling out another banknote. Auntie, look. The trafficker woman's eyes lit up with excitement, her face showing obvious happiness. She kept digging and found another note. There must be more inside. While she was busy digging for money, Gu Yuyu slipped away like a ball, running out of the trafficker's sight. She finally escaped freedom at last. It seems like they're very close, sensing each other's thoughts. The little legs run very fast. Liang Sanbao was held tightly by the man trafficker, looking sluggish. When he saw Gu Yuyu's figure rush into the crowd, a sense of malice arose. Why could Gu Yuyu escape, while he was only sold by the traffickers? Gu Yuyu ran away. Hurry and chase her. I knew she was pretending. You all were fooled by her. Catch her and give her a good slap. The trafficker, noticing the situation, cursed silently and quickly ran toward Gu Yuyu, clutching Liang Sanbao under his arm. Big sister, big brother, the bad guy is here.
Help me.
Gu Yuyu's short legs couldn't keep up with adults, and she was about to be caught. Liang Sanbao coughed a few times, then vomited. You worthless brat, don't think you can run away alone. I'll pull you down with me. You can't escape, just accept it. When the trafficker approached with Liang Sanbao maliciously pushed Yuyu away. Yuyu, small and fragile, fell backward. Behind her, a bus was approaching rapidly and seemed about to lose control. Suddenly, a swift figure flashed past like a gust of wind. Yuyu covered her eyes with her tiny hands, thinking if she couldn't see, she would be safe. Gu Wanwan carefully picked up her sister and softly comforted her. Yuyu, don't be afraid. Big sister is here. Yuyu's small body trembled, sensing the familiar presence, and she suddenly looked up. Big sister. Tears fell like pearls from her face. The little girl hugged her sister's neck and cried uncontrollably. Big sister, why did you come so late? I missed you so much. Gu Wanwan gently wiped her sister's tears and said softly, It's my fault. I didn't protect you and Anbao before. Now I've become stronger. Our family will never be separated again. Anyone who dares to bully Yuyu, tell big sister. I will help you fight them. Anbao stood beside her sister, looking serious.
And me.
Brother will protect you. Fu Jingchun went over and hugged the two sisters, his voice gentle. Brother won't let anyone bully Yuyu. Zheng Shirkan was so excited he ran eagerly to Gu Wanwan. Yuyu, I'm your older sister's daughter. You can't call her aunt anymore. From now on, you should call her godmother, okay? Baby, you're so chubby and cute. It seems the Liao couple didn't treat you badly. Let your older sister hold you. Yo-Yo pouted her little mouth, tears filling her eyes with emotion. She finally found her sister, who was now someone who cared for her. She was no longer alone. Then Little Meat fingered in the direction of the human trafficker, saying, Bad guy, catch him, stop him. Seeing that the trafficker was not easy to deal with, he turned to run. But just as he took a step, Fu Jingchen kicked him from behind, causing him to fall. The child in his arms, Liang Sanbao, also tumbled to the ground, knocking out 2 of his front teeth. Wah! Bad guys. Help! They are all human traffickers. Serves you right for bullying my little sister, and Bao said, clenching her small fist and hitting the trafficker on the ground. The trafficker had never seen such strength from a child before and couldn't escape. He could only call for help from the bystanders. Oh no! It hurts so much. They're killing people. At this moment, The police officers, who had been alerted by the wanted notice for Gu Wanwan and others, rushed over and aimed their guns at them. "Put your hands up, don't move." Raising their hands was impossible, as they hadn't done anything wrong. Seeing the police arrive, Liang Sanbao, who was scared, calmed down. "Uncle Police, catch the bad guys and put them in jail. They bully children and deserve to be punished, especially that money-grubbing Guyuyu. She caused me to be kidnapped." "Shut your foul mouth," and Bao slapped him across the face. "I'm only 2.5 years old. I haven't done anything wrong, so what are you arresting me for?" Ignoring the police, the chubby 6-year-old Liang Sanbao started yelling at him. He was beaten and cried loudly, then got up and fought back. "Haha, if you dare run, I'm a 6-year-old and I can still fight your 2-year-old brat. Wah, I really can't beat this little monster. Mom, Grandma, please help me get revenge." The childish quarrel confused the police officers, but since they had a case to investigate, they had to find out the truth. "Someone reported you for kidnapping children." Gu Wanwan pointed her chin at the man lying on the ground. "They are the traffickers. They kidnapped my sister. No need to say more. We need to clarify some things face to face and ask for your police to witness." Fu Jingchun quickly added, "We will fully cooperate with the police." The officers looked at each other, noticing they seemed cooperative and not part of a crime gang. It seemed necessary to investigate further. Yo-Yo sniffed and said, "There's also a woman over there who is digging for money in the bathroom." Following Yo-Yo's instructions, the police successfully arrested the woman trafficker who was digging for money. The woman trafficker still couldn't understand why she was caught while digging for money. A group of people arrived at the police station, while Mr. and Mrs. Liao and the Liang family, upon hearing the news, anxiously waited inside. Liao Erkshuan tightly held his wife's hand and said, "Yo-Yo will be fine." Liang Huihui had a bad feeling, as if a precious treasure was about to be lost. She said, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have taken Yo-Yo to her mother's house." Big sister-in-law Liang was angry upon hearing this. "If it weren't for that money-minded girl bringing bad luck, how could my son get lost?" "Little sister, I don't mean to criticize, but you adopted a child from your husband's family. It's better than casually picking up a child with no background. Isn't having blood relations better? You're giving the Liang family to outsiders for nothing. The adopted daughter isn't as good as my nephew. What if she's ungrateful? An adopted daughter can't replace your own children, and in the future, I might need my son to help." Liao Erkshuan frowned and expressed his dissatisfaction. "Big sister-in-law, this isn't feudal times. Favoring boys over girls is wrong. Even if she's a girl, my wife and I are happy to love her." Big sister-in-law Liang wanted to argue further, but was stopped by her mother, Liang's mother. "Daughter, your sister-in-law means no harm, but she has a point. I hope you and your husband will consider this. The group that came today was really arrogant. Once the police catch them, they will be thoroughly investigated. If not, my grandson's suffering will be in vain." "Exactly. Whether they go to jail or pay compensation, the decision is ours." Big sister-in-law Liang suddenly thought that her son being kidnapped might not be such a bad thing. In fact, it might be a blessing in disguise. Those people didn't look poor. They wore expensive watches like Rolex. People really make good money from human trafficking these days. The Liang family became wealthy thanks to these traffickers. Heaven seems to be blessing the Liang family with wealth that cannot be stopped. Along the way, Yo-Yo was carried by her sister and brother-in-law repeatedly, which wiped away her recent worries and sadness, making her giggle happily. Anbao and Yo-Yo held hands and walked to the center, with Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchun beside them. From afar, they looked like a happy family. During this time, Fu Jingchun sent Fu Zai to notify the special department at the Hangzhou headquarters. The warm scene caught the police's attention, making it clear at a glance that these were not traffickers. Compared to the Liao couple, the little girl clearly looked more like the girl named Gu Wanwan. Soon, the police returned with people. The Liang family thought they would see the traffickers caught, but instead, they only saw a couple wearing silver bracelets and Liang Sanbao crying loudly. When Liang Sanbao saw her family, she couldn't hold back her tears. "Mom, Grandma, my front tooth was knocked out by bad people. It was them." You have to help me get revenge. And that brat hurt my face. Seeing Yu safe and sound, Liang Huihui reached out to her with both love and concern. Yu, come here so mom can hug you.
I was so worried about you.
Yu turned around and hugged her sister's leg, lifting her small face to ask for permission. She could be hugged by Auntie, but she couldn't go home with her. Gu Wanwan gently touched Yu's head. Go ahead. They did save you after all. Yu walked over with her short legs and said softly, I'm fine. Auntie and Uncle don't need to worry. Liang Huihui opened her arms to hug Yu, as if to merge her into her own blood. My Yu, my little treasure. Mom can't bear to lose you. Liao Erkshuan's eyes reddened as he hugged his wife and Yu close. It's good to be back. Welcome home. Yu didn't cry or struggle but spoke softly. No, I'm here to say goodbye. Thank you, Auntie and Uncle, for taking care of me. My parents, brothers, and sisters can't lose Yu either. They would be very sad. Although they knew it was wrong, the couple still wanted to hold on to this last precious treasure. Liang's mother saw her daughter's family reunited and quickly shifted the blame onto Gu Wanwan. These people kidnapped my grandson and also took my granddaughter. The evidence is clear. What more do you want to argue about? Of course, we can forgive you if you apologize. Gu Wanwan looked at her calmly. You just want to extort money. Liang's mother choked, not expecting such bluntness. You deny being a human trafficker? You came to people and the neighbors saw it. They can testify against you. Liang's eldest sister-in-law was furious. Your brother hit my son, that's a fact. What's wrong with asking for compensation? If not, we'll arrest your brother. Arrest me? I'm not afraid, and Bao said confidently, patting her chest and asking the police in a cute voice, do little kids go to jail for fighting? The police were charmed by the adorable child. No, they don't. And Bao straightened her back and imitated her sister. I don't need to go to jail. Come and arrest me. You're the ones who should be in jail for bullying my sister. Liang's mother was so angry she almost burst. She was caught in a dilemma, nearly suffocating herself. Jail? What's wrong with disciplining my granddaughter? I even want to sue you for kidnapping her. Gu Wanwan didn't play along. She simply spoke directly. Your granddaughter? Look carefully. We are 3 siblings. Yo-Yo and Unan are twins. If you can honestly say we don't look alike, then try. This statement was a big surprise. The people in the office looked at the siblings and then at Gu Yo-Yo. They didn't just look similar, they looked like copies. No one believed they weren't related by blood. Mother Liang was speechless. If they didn't look so much alike, it wouldn't be so hard to explain. But they looked like they were made from the same mold. What should she do now? Sister-in-law Liang couldn't lie anymore. She changed the subject and said, their identities must be suspicious. It's true that my son was kidnapped and beaten. Yo-Yo broke free from her parents. Encouraged by her sister, she bravely said, it was the bad uncle and auntie. After we left Annie's house, they took us. Liang Sanbao kept crying and getting hit. He deserved it. He often bullies us. Auntie and my mom are mean. They don't let us eat, make us wash clothes and do chores, and threaten us not to tell anyone. Auntie and my mom also pinch me and hurt me, making my face bleed. Auntie and my mom are also bad. They try to hurt me secretly with needles. I was scared, so I ran away. Liang Sanbao chased after me, and that's how I was caught by the bad people. What the child said was honest. Officer Chung and Gu Wanwan's group only saw that they cared for the girl and didn't teach her to lie. The bruises on her face were proof enough. Liang Huihui didn't expect that leaving Yo-Yo at her mother's house would put her in such danger. Her mother promised to take good care of her, but as soon as she left, she mistreated Yo-Yo. Mom, if you don't like Yo-Yo, just say so. Why pretend in front of others and then hurt my baby behind my back? I trusted you and gave you money to take care of her. How dare you hit her and refuse to feed her? Liao Erkshuan was very angry. Luckily, Yo-Yo escaped, or she might have been harmed by the Liang family forever. If Yo-Yo hadn't run away, she wouldn't have been kidnapped and wouldn't have met her sister's family. It seemed Yo-Yo was destined to leave her parents. This child, the Liao family couldn't keep her. Liang Sanbao was spoiled since he was young. If he was unhappy, he would lash out. My grandma and mom are right. A spoiled kid deserves to be beaten. They said that all the Liang family's inheritance will go to me. My aunt will adopt me as her son. Why should some outsider, like you, fight with me? Anyone who tries to take my place should die. So, what if my grandma and mom hit you? In the future, you'll be my servant girl. If you refuse, I'll sell you to the mountains. They were completely unaware that their foolish actions had pushed the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law into the spotlight. Madame Liang didn't even have time to cover her son's mouth. He's talking nonsense. Don't believe what children say. Liao Erxuan and Liang Huihui's faces changed dramatically. They hadn't expected the Liang family to be so interested in the Liao family's inheritance. Gu Wenwen looked at Liao Erxuan's face and said, "You have other brothers in the Liao family, and you have a nephew, right?" Liao Erxuan nodded. Fu Jingchen pointed out sharply, "Since the Liao family has heirs, when will an outsider from another family inherit? They won't adopt a nephew from the Liao family just because they share the same surname." Gu Wenwen raised an eyebrow and smiled. "You're scheming and trying hard, but in the end, it's all for nothing. The Liang family won't inherit the Liao family. They are not fools. Even if Liao Erxuan is willing, what about his parents and brothers? Do you think the Liang family can just take what they want?" The mother and daughter-in-law were stunned, as if struck by lightning. They seemed to forget that the Liao family had a nephew. A nephew is more closely related than a cousin, and even if they took the troublemaker away, the Liao family wouldn't adopt Liang Sanbao. Now that things are falling apart, their daughter knows the true nature of the Liang family and will definitely stop supporting her maternal family in the future. If the Liao family knew the real reason they couldn't have children, the consequences would be unimaginable. Liang Sanbao was a typical naughty child, crying and throwing a tantrum in public. "Why am I not adopted? I'm my aunt's nephew. If you dislike me so much, don't expect me to help you when my aunt and uncle die." Liao Erxuan, despite his good manners, couldn't hold back. "You don't need to. Keep your tantrums for your parents. Even if I die, the family fortune will be donated to the country. I won't leave a penny to the Liang family." Liang's mother was furious and angry. "I'm your mother-in-law. How dare you do this? Do you believe I will make my daughter divorce you?" Gu Wenwen coldly said, "I don't care about the grudges between the Liao and Liang families. We absolutely won't accept reconciliation over bullying Yu. Madame Liang's eyes turned sharply, her evil intent surfacing. "What kind of person are you? I seriously suspect that human traffickers are their subordinates. Otherwise, it's too much of a coincidence to meet them and just happen to find my sister." The human traffickers nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes. We're not the masterminds. They are. Boss, just admit your guilt." To clear their names, the traffickers kept talking until their lips almost smoked, especially the man. He was looking for an opportunity to take revenge, thinking about shifting the blame onto Gu Wenwen and Fu Jingchen. He hoped to become a witness and possibly reduce his sentence, avoiding prison. Liang's wife was surprised by this unexpected turn of events and was very pleased that the human traffickers showed some sense. "Comrade police officer," the couple personally testified, "it's absolutely true. You must bring the traffickers to justice. Also, there are many people who look alike in this world. Who can prove that Gu Yuyu is her real sister?" The police naturally wouldn't believe just a few words from the Liang family. In their eyes, Fu Jingchen and Gu Wenwen are upright and honest, while the couple looks sneaky and guilty. "Comrades, do you have any proof?" Gu Wenwen remained calm and composed, calmly countered, "What crime is there in Liang's family abusing the child of a martyr? What crime is it to falsely accuse a martyr's child and a military officer?" The Liang mother and daughter-in-law didn't believe it and thought it was a joke. "Nonsense. Do you think we have no backing? My relatives are officials in the Pigeon-Tail Association. If you want to scare us, forget it." Zheng Shirkan sneered disdainfully, "Just an official. My father is the director of the Shanghai Pigeon-Tail Association. Am I proud of that? If you don't believe it, I can use the phone at the station to prove my innocence. Accusing us without evidence, you're asking for punishment."
Wow.
The trafficker couple clearly panicked, their unease growing stronger. Who exactly did they frame and kidnap? When the police heard child of a martyr, they felt the situation had escalated. Falsely accusing and slandering the families of martyrs and military officers is a serious crime. Do you have any proof, comrades? Gu Wanwan took out various certificates from her bag. My parents sacrificed their lives for the country. I have helped the police catch enemies and dismantle trafficker dens multiple times. These are the banners and certificates from the Fushur police station. Oh, and I have an older brother who is the director of the police bureau. You can call and verify. At this moment, several soldiers dressed in special military uniforms arrived at the police station. They walked straight to Fu Jingchen, and Gu Wanwan saluted and greeted, "Hello, Commander. Me and my sister are also commanders," and Bao puffed out his chest and showed the special ID card his brother-in-law had made for him. "This is my sister Gu Yuyu." The soldiers responded politely, "Hello, young commanders."
An Bao wave a guti. Hello.
Yuyu blinked her eyes and waved her hand along with her brother. Zheng Shirkan was a bit confused. How come even in Bao is a commander now? These soldiers don't seem like ordinary soldiers. Hu Jiming thought for a moment and suddenly understood. Special department. Zheng Shirkan finally understood and decided she also wanted to join this department. It wasn't a problem if she didn't have special skills. She could be Wanwan's secretary or a nanny for Bao and Yuyu. When the police heard this name, they were stunned for a few seconds before regaining their composure. Were they arresting someone from a special department or a top-level expert? This was a serious matter. You all are suspected of defamation, extorting high-ranking officers, abusing and kidnapping the children of martyrs. Come with us for questioning. Mrs. Liang and her daughter-in-law felt like the sky was falling. They had no idea that Gu Wanwan and her group had such a deep background. Even a 2.5-year-old child was called a little commander. If they knew Gu Yuyu's identity, the Liang family would have already supported her. Now, they only regret it. This wasn't just a money loser, she was clearly a treasure. If the Liang family was smart, they might even get some benefits from Gu Yuyu and maybe secure a small official position. Liang Huihui, it's all your fault. You picked the wrong person, especially such a powerful one. You should have told us her identity earlier. Now we've mistreated Gu Yuyu. You are a good child. My daughter saved you. You are part of our family. You're so sensible and kind. You won't repay kindness with evil, right? Grandma and Auntie are sorry. Just pretend we didn't say anything. If you want to hit or scold us, go ahead. Please don't lock Grandma and Auntie up. We swear we will treat you even better in the future. Yuyu pouted her adorable face. She was no longer a 3-year-old child. She was a 5-year-old with life experience. I don't want to. You are liars. I won't fall for it. Mrs. Liang and her daughter-in-law's faces darkened. These days, 2-year-olds were hard to fool. Third brother Liang was jealous and unhappy with his grandmother and mother's flattery. Mom, I am your precious child. Why should I apologize to a money loser? You call her an unknown wild child, just like Auntie, a money loser. It's Auntie's fault. If Auntie hadn't let the money loser fight me for the family inheritance, would I have been kidnapped by human traffickers? Grandma and Mom even said that if Auntie and Uncle didn't give me the inheritance, they would divorce and then sell Auntie to an old man to save up bride price. Do you understand? Aunt Liang, angry, slapped her son. Shut up, kid. Kids talk nonsense. My sister is from the Liang family. We would never be so heartless. Grandma Liang truly regretted spoiling her grandson. Things had started small but got worse because of his mouth. Hui, I am your mother. I will never harm you. You should quickly explain to Yuyu and her family. Everyone makes mistakes. Please forgive the Liang family this time. Don't report us. We will turn over a new leaf and be better, okay? Your brother and nephew can't be without a mother. Can you bear to see the Liang family incomplete? I am your real mother. I raised you from a baby. The kindness I gave you is greater than heaven. Liang Huihui tightly held Yo-Yo, unable to let go. She realized that in her parents' eyes, she was just someone they used to get benefits from, a burden they paid for. Once, The Liang family was a family of scholars. Originally, sister-in-law Liang had no chance to marry in. After that event, the Liang family dared not complain anymore, since nowadays, marrying a poor farmer's wife was safer. Moreover, sister-in-law Liang was good at flirting with men, creating chances to meet brother Liang. Over time, they became a couple. Under sister-in-law Liang's long-term brainwashing, her parents became more feudal and more biased against girls. If they upset sister-in-law Liang, she would threaten her parents and husband with her son. Between her grandson and daughter, Liang's parents chose the grandson decisively. Seeing they wouldn't change their minds, sister-in-law Liang gritted her teeth and made a condition. Little sister-in-law, as long as you persuade them to let us go, I will cut ties with you and your parents. Since she was her biological mother, Liang Huihui felt some guilt, but she knew that pleading with Gu Wanwan meant she couldn't save Yo-Yo. Not saving her own mother was not an option, so she was caught in confusion and dilemma. Sister-in-law Liang had no choice but to shift the blame again. How about this? Let's say my mother-in-law goes to jail. She's the mastermind and the one who abused Gu Yo-Yo. It has nothing to do with me. If you want revenge, come after me. I am innocent. Liang's mother stared at her daughter-in-law in disbelief. I am the grandmother. I am old. How can I take the blame for you? Liang Sanbao didn't understand, but he knew how to choose. Grandma, stop talking. I want my mother. You go to jail. Liang's mother felt cold inside. Was this what she had pampered all these years? Sister-in-law Liang was unafraid of others' mockery. She both persuaded and threatened her mother-in-law. I have given Liang family 3 children. If I go to jail, your grandson will have a stain on his record. As a loving grandmother, you should cut ties with us and take responsibility. If you refuse, I will have my son change his surname, leaving Liang family without heirs. You will become a sinner of the Liang family, with no face to face our ancestors. Liao Erkshuan angrily said, no matter what, my wife will cut ties with Liang family. Liang's mother's eyes reddened. She resolutely chose to bear everything herself. It's all my fault. Arrest me. At this point, Liang Huihui no longer softened her heart. She begged Gu Wanwan to let Liang's mother go. Her daughter was abandoned by her mother once again. Gu Wanwan looked at the faces of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, clicking her tongue. Fools. Even if you take the blame, your wife can't escape. Do you think protecting her will make her grateful to you? She not only wouldn't be grateful but also scolded you, calling the Liang family foolish and saying you raised 3 children for others. Sister-in-law Liang's eyes flickered. What do you mean? Fu Jingchen tilted his head and sneered. Say you were unfaithful, gave the Liang family a green hat, married into the family pregnant, had the eldest son, then kept in touch with your ex, had the second and third sons, and used the Liang family to raise illegitimate children, playing tricks on them and draining their money to support your lovers. Gu Wanwan clapped her hands without hesitation and continued to reveal secrets. What a crazy soap opera. The father of your 3 children is actually your maternal brother. You often used excuses to visit your family, but were secretly meeting your lover. The Liang family can't satisfy your greed, so you turned your attention to Liang Huihui. Liang Huihui can't have children because sister-in-law Liang encouraged mother Liang to give her poison, which hurt her. Liang Huihui bled heavily, thinking it was her period, but it was actually a drug to prevent grandchildren. The unborn baby was tragically lost. Look at your good mother. To ensure her grandson inherits the Liao family, she ignored her own daughter and caused the Liao couple to be childless, bringing them great pain. Liao Erkshuan's pupils trembled with pain. It wasn't that he and his wife couldn't have children, but that their child had been harmed and died. Liang Huihui's mind exploded with shock, anger, and hatred, like a revolving lantern. You knew how much we wanted children, but you still cut off my hopes. You're not human. You killed my child, and I want you to pay the price. She regretted deeply. Knowing the Liang family didn't value her, she still foolishly hoped for family love, only to be betrayed by her own mother, resulting in her and her child's separation. She almost brought disaster to the Liao family and felt guilty toward her family and husband. It was her fault that her husband had no biological children and could never enjoy the happiness of grandchildren. I was wrong. I shouldn't have gone back to my family. Gu Wanwan didn't plan to let Liang's mother go. She continued to poke at her heart. Gender equality means women can also pass on the family line. This isn't feudal times. You personally cut off the Liang family's future. Due to karma, you don't realize that your precious son cannot have children. This means he is destined to end the family line, and when you die, no one will care for you. It's a pity, because there was also a daughter, TSK. Mother Liang's eyes were empty, her face pale as if her soul had been drained. She clearly couldn't accept the truth. How could this be? The 3 grandsons are not from the Liang family. I harmed my own daughter because of a mistress, ruining the Liang family. You worthless woman. Why did you lie to me? What has the Liang family ever done to wrong you? Sister-in-law Liang showed no remorse and instead became aggressive. Your son can't have children and you blame me? Who would want to marry a woman with a? I bore 3 sons to give you some joy, and you should be happy about that. Don't expect your childless children to rely on you. Parental love is not as important as the love of raising them. Since you love them so much, just admit your mistake, and I will keep calling you Grandma. Otherwise, Mother Liang couldn't hold back her hatred and despair. She lunged at her sister-in-law and started hitting her. You ruined my children. I will fight you. They fought fiercely. You're the real culprit. You agreed to harm your own daughter. Your daughter hates you so much she doesn't want you anymore. This is the punishment for the Liang family. Mother Liang regretted her actions deeply. She knelt in front of her daughter and apologized. Hui, it's my fault. I shouldn't have believed those wicked lies.
I'm sorry.
Hui felt cold, colder than ever. Your apology won't bring back my child. I will never forgive you. I want the Liang family to live in pain and suffering forever. The police didn't doubt Guo Wuan and Fu Jingchen's words. If they wanted to find out the truth, no special department investigation could hide it. Everything was revealed. Arrest them all. A soldier from the special unit reported timely. Report to the chief. The hideout of these human traffickers has been destroyed. Fu Jingchen nodded. Good work. Sister-in-law Liang, the mastermind and the one having an affair, couldn't escape punishment. She was arrested by the police. Mother Liang was also supposed to be detained, but considering her age and health issues and that she wasn't the main culprit, she was lectured and then released. She dragged her wild son Liang Sanbao home and began cleaning out the Liang family. From then on, the family's reputation was ruined and chaos ensued. Hui clung tightly to Yo-Yo, afraid someone might try to take her child. This is my child. No one can take her away. My child is not dead. Liao Erxuan took Gu Wanwan and her group back to the Liao family and arranged rooms for them. Comrade Gu, I have an unkind request. I know I can't keep Yu here, but I hope she can stay with my wife a little longer. Once she's better and has thought things through. He knew this request was unreasonable, but right now, his wife couldn't be without Yu. Without Yu, she would surely break down. Zheng Shirkan, always straightforward, openly expressed his dissatisfaction. What if your wife never gets better? We didn't cause her injury. Why are you trying to take my sister? Are we in debt to you? Hu Ziming tugged at his fiancée's sleeve to stop her from upsetting Liang Hui. If it weren't for them adopting Yu, she wouldn't be safe. Yu was taken by human traffickers to some remote corner, hungry and cold. Seeing her eat well and gain weight, you can tell the Liao family took good care of her. These days, repaying kindness is the hardest. Zheng Shirkan looked distressed, knowing Yu's benefactors couldn't be forcibly separated. Are we just going to leave Yu at the Liao family? Can't we all be together? Wanwan, what should we do? Gu Wanwan looked into the hopeful, pleading eyes of the couple and was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Would you mind if I check her pulse? I have some medical knowledge. Fu Jingchen, proud, said, my partner can fulfill your wishes. Do you want a biological child? The child you lost before? Zheng Shirkan, a loyal fan of Sister Wanwan, immediately saw hope in her words. Meeting Wanwan is lucky for your Liao family. She's skilled in medicine. Even illnesses that doctors gave up on, she can treat. Think about the leg that was broken and delayed treatment for years. She's already cured it, and he's back in the army. Hu Jiming nodded. With Sister Wanwan here, infertility was just a small problem. Liao Erxuan was stunned, seemingly in disbelief, but recalling Gu Wanwan's abilities, a new glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. Perhaps there was a way out. Liang Huihui, emerging from despair and pain, gradually returned to reality.
Are you saying
I can still have children? Gu Wanwan signaled her to extend her hand. How will you know if you don't try? Liang Huihui hesitated but reached out her hand, waiting for Gu Wanwan's final judgment. Over the years, she had seen many doctors. For her children, they even traveled to Beijing to see specialists, only to be disappointed. Yu was found on the way back from seeing a famous doctor. Gu Wanwan checked her pulse and activated her wood element special ability to examine her body. She did not frown or speak. This was the most anxious moment for the Liao family, who constantly prayed for a miracle. Your older sister-in-law from your mother's side gave too much medicine, plus the miscarriage hurt the roots, Gu Wanwan said. Liang Huihui's eyes gradually lost their light, as if she was about to fall into a world of pain. Unexpectedly, Gu Wanwan's words were like a bright light, pulling her out of darkness. Your child wants to come back and find you. He wants to be your baby again. He hopes you will be happy. Baby is with us. He said he doesn't blame Auntie. He still wants to be Uncle and Auntie's child, and Bao, with chubby fingers, pointed to the space between the couple from the Liao family. Regarding those mystical things, the Liao couple had heard that children can see things adults cannot. Could it be that the baby has never left them? Zheng shirked and wasn't sure if it was true, but she liked to imagine. If you listen to the baby, he might think you only want Yo-Yo and don't want him anymore. You are his parents, and you wouldn't want him to be sad. The baby hopes you will return Yo-Yo to us. He wants the family to be together. Fu Jingchen still looked proud, showing off wherever they were. My wife claims she's second best at medicine. No one dares to say she's first. I am also infertile, but my wife cured me. Congratulations on your upcoming blessed child and family reunion. This is a rare fate. Cherish it. Gu Wanwan's face was calm and steady. She was not modest because her partner was speaking the truth. Give me one night. I will prescribe the right medicine to improve your health and prepare you to welcome your baby. Liao Erxuan wiped his tears and took them to a guest room. Stay here first. If you need any herbs, I will get them for you right away. Liang Huihui instinctively looked at the space beside her, reached out to touch the air, and suddenly felt as if a small hand was holding her fingers. Tears suddenly fell down her face. Was this her lost child? She decided to cheer up and not let the baby worry. I'm going out to buy some vegetables. Please let the Liao family treat you well. I apologize for my rudeness earlier. After speaking, Liang Huihui bowed deeply to Gu Wanwan and returned Yo-Yo to her. Gu Wanwan waved her hand. It's okay. You care so much about your child. Zheng Shirkan and Hu Jiming went out with the Liao couple to buy things. Only the four of them remained in the Liao house. Gu Wanwan habitually asked Yo-Yo, how old are you? Gu Yu counted her fingers and then held up 5, saying, I'm 5 years old. Gu Wuan and Fu Jingchen exchanged a look, their expressions complex. And Bao corrected her sister, not 5, only 2.5. 2.5. Yu didn't understand, but she listened and hugged in Bao, jumping around. Then she kicked off her little shoes, lifted her right foot, and said, Elder sister and brother-in-law, this is my secret base and treasure. I haven't told anyone. Am I chubby? Yes, very chubby, Gu Wanwan said, holding her little foot. She looked closer at the dragon and phoenix jade pendant, which showed a deep water pond and waterfall in the treasure land. Like in Bao, her foot had a storage space, only for storing things, not for keeping fresh or for people to enter, so it was a bit useless. She released her spiritual sense to check inside and found it was empty, except for some broken copper and rusted eggs and cakes. Then she used a space talisman to bind a space to Yu, making it larger so she could live inside. With this space, even if Yu got lost, she could sense it immediately and find her quickly. Since her space was connected to Fu Jingchen's, he could also freely enter and leave the twins' space. He was more careful with Yu and Fu Jingchen, clearing out the trash inside and building a small villa for Yu. He decorated a cute children's room with dolls, Barbie dolls, and a variety of hair accessories and jewelry, giving her a taste of the joy of having a daughter early. Gu Wanwan took Yu to the shopping street, confidently waving her hand, letting her sister take whatever she wanted. And Bao and Yu rushed into a large supermarket, heading straight for the snack section. Wow, so many delicious snacks. Yu, like a little country girl who hadn't seen much, was overwhelmed by all the unfamiliar treats and started shopping wildly with her brother. The two little ones stored everything they liked into their space. Gu Wanwan smirked slightly. Her little ones were really letting loose. What could she do? She loved her children and spoiled them herself. She even made a small food shop for Yu, with a mini kitchen stocked with cooked food and milk powder, so she could eat whenever she was hungry. Water and electricity came from Gu Wanwan's side, and she prepared a large jar of spiritual spring water. To make it easier for the two kids to play, she connected their spaces with a door. Yu was fascinated by the new space. Under her sister and brother-in-law's guidance, she quickly learned how to use it. That evening, the Liao couple personally came to host guests, bringing their best dishes with sincerity. After a meal, everyone was happy. Gu Wanwan went to the deep mountains to pick some medicinal herbs, including a 50-year-old ginseng. She prepared a fertility pill using spiritual spring water. The Liao family finished their affairs and needed to rush to Shanghai to handle their divorce. As the weather cooled, Lin Mickey's family was about to fall apart. The next morning, Gu Wanwan gave the prepared pills to Liang Huihui and also handed her a ginseng root. Take this fertility pill, and it will work quickly. If all goes well, you should get good news in a month. I wish you happiness and children. This ginseng is special. It will help you recover and have healthy children in the future. The surprise came suddenly. Liao Erxuan was almost overwhelmed with joy. Are you serious? Will I have a son and a daughter in the future? Liang Huihui didn't hesitate and swallowed the fertility pill with hot water. As soon as the pill went down, it dissolved, and a warm flow spread through her abdomen. My stomach feels so warm. The medicine is working. I think I will have a baby. Thank you all. Words couldn't fully express how grateful the couple felt. They never doubted Gu Wanwan's ability. As a special national officer and department leader, she was definitely not an ordinary person. Gu Wanwan smiled gently. Good things come to those who do good. This is your reward for saving Yu. Liang Huihui cried and laughed happily, feeling more relieved than she had in a long time. You are our great benefactors. You made my dream of becoming a mother come true. We only had one child, and you gave us another. We will always remember this kindness. Even though Liao Erxuan was an outsider, he could tell that the ginseng was top quality. You also gave us ginseng to help us recover. We only took in Yu for a while. These gifts are too precious. The couple discussed, and then Liao Erxuan went to the bedroom. When he came out, he held a delicate sandalwood box and handed it to Gu Wanwan. Although what's inside isn't worth much now, it's our heartfelt gift. Consider it part of Yu's future dowry. Gu Wanwan opened the box and saw fine jade, emerald jewelry, hairpins, and other accessories. There was also a passbook and a seal, with 5,000 yuan inside. In this era, that was a large sum of money. The Liao couple truly loved Yu as their own daughter. All right, I'll accept this for Yu, Gu Wanwan said happily. She looked at their faces and added, make the most of the moment. Tonight, you can be together.
But
Are there any dangers to my wife or son? Is there anything I should watch out for? Liao Erxuan was extremely anxious, trembling as he held his wife's hand. Maybe we should invite a nanny to take care of you. You don't have to do anything anymore. I can handle everything. He couldn't bring himself to tell his wife not to have the baby. He cared more about her safety than about the child. Liang Huihui knew she was older and that having a baby was risky, but she had waited so long for this child. She refused to give up, even if it meant lying in bed for 10 months. You misunderstood. The medicine and ginseng I took make the baby strong. You can run and jump as much as you want. If you have a miscarriage, it's my fault. Moving around during pregnancy is good for both you and the baby, Gu Wanwan confidently told the Liang couple. Zheng Shirkan was even more confident, praising Wanwan extravagantly. My Wanwan is a miracle doctor. Even if she took the abortion pills, she wouldn't lose the baby. Their words seemed to reassure the couple. As long as the baby was safe, everything was fine. Fu Jingchen narrowed his eyes and reminded them, what my wife means is about your family. You're the only one in the Liang family who can carry on the family line. If you have a son, what will your parents do? And what about the Liang family's treasures? You understand what I mean. At this point, Liang Huihui was determined to cut ties with her family. She was no longer involved, and if her family dared to take the baby, she wouldn't hesitate to send them to the police. I want to live well, live happily, and give birth to a child of the Liang family. I want the Liang family to regret everything they've done. The Liang family scandals were known to everyone nearby. It was said that Liang's father was so angry he fell ill. Liang's older brother beat up the 3 children, and Liang's mother threw the 3 illegitimate children back to Liang's sister's family, demanding compensation for years of suffering. If not, she threatened to report them to the police. Liang's sister's family refused and didn't want to take in the 3 grandchildren for free. The children, like snowballs, were kicked around. Liang Debao and Liang Erbao, who were in middle school, were forced to drop out. With no parents, the 3 brothers became true orphans. Liang Debao harbored deep resentment toward the Liang family and Gu Yuyu, especially Gu Yuyu. If it weren't for her causing trouble, everything in the Liang family would have belonged to him by now. The brothers couldn't stay at Liang's house and had to seek refuge with Liang Huihui. Unbeknownst to them, Liang Huihui had already announced her disownment in the newspaper. Liang Debao didn't think his parents were at fault. He believed that since they had raised him for so long, they should take responsibility. Does it matter if they are biological parents or not? In just 2 days, the 3 brothers from the Liang family had become destitute beggars. Auntie, Grandpa, and Grandma don't want us anymore.
Please take us in.
Raising children is to prepare for old age. We will be your children and be good to you. If we don't, we are useless and cost money. When we get married, we will have to spend money too. Liang Debao's attitude was not a plea but a command, like a gift to the Liao family. If they didn't adopt him, it would be a loss for the Liao family. He had already planned that temporarily the Liao family would adopt them. Once he gained the whole Liao family, he would kick them out and spend money to rescue his biological parents. His beautiful fantasy was harsh reality. Liang Huihui couldn't help but secretly praise Gu Wuan. Her medical skills were excellent, and she was so accurate at fortune-telling that it seemed the 2 families' 3 treasures already knew their true identities. They used to be the children of their older brother and loved them dearly. In the end, they were all fed to the dogs. I'm not your auntie. Don't pretend to be relatives. Liang Erbao had a reason. Like Liang Debao, he was malicious. The Liao family was the last chance for the 3 brothers. They wouldn't give up easily. If you don't acknowledge us and can't have children, who will take care of you in old age? Liang Huihui touched her belly.
I'm pregnant.
I have my own biological son. Our Liao family has a legitimate son. Why should we raise a child born out of wedlock? A treacherous, ungrateful wolf. Liang Debao's proud expression shattered. You can't have children? How can you have a biological child? What should we do? We already have a useless one fighting with us, and now there's another illegitimate child. No, abort him. Auntie only needs us. If you abandon us, we'll report to the police for neglect. Meanwhile, Liang's mother specially invited her family to mediate and resolve the mother-daughter conflict. But when she arrived at the Liang household and saw the tangled 3 treasures and heard about her daughter's pregnancy, she didn't have time to investigate the 3 treasures. She hurried to her daughter. Huihui, you really have a child? Is our Liang family going to be childless? Liang Debao couldn't accept this. His face twisted with anger as he lunged at Liang Huihui. No, abort that. Be careful, wife. Liao Erxuan quickly stepped in front of his wife. Neither of the couple expected Liang Debao to suddenly attack. Don't bully Auntie. Yo-Yo Dada ran out of the yard. Yesterday, she ate her sister's special power pill, and now she was full of energy. With a jump, she swung her little fists at Liang Debao's stomach. Liang Debao cried out in pain and was knocked down by Yo-Yo's punch. I'm so fat. Zunzun is fat. My first real fight was a success. Yo-Yo jumped up with excitement. My sister said, if you don't accept, come and fight me. I will beat you until you submit. If you keep causing trouble, I will catch all of you and lock you up. Are you all afraid or not? She looked back at her family nearby, cheering her on. With her sister and brother-in-law there, little Yo-Yo perfectly showed what it means to rely on others for strength. Even though she was only 2 years old, she already understood how to protect others. She was much better at it than her own parents. Liang Erbao and Liang Sanbao stood still, too scared to move. Even their older brother had lost, so they felt hopeless. Liang Debao finally realized their plan had failed. The Liao family had their own children, so they wouldn't allow outsiders to compete for the family inheritance. You're a monster. I will report you. You're practicing superstitions. Who will help report you to the police? Liao Erxuan was kind but wouldn't forgive Liang Sanbao and his brothers just because they were children. Nearby neighbors, who had been watching, ran to call the police. Kids like these in their teens should be reformed. They don't even spare pregnant women. In the future, they will cause big problems. Liang's 3 brothers got really worried. They tried to run away but were surrounded and beaten by Liang's family. You 3 wicked kids, how dare you hurt my granddaughter? I will beat you to death. Liang Sanbao was scratched all over and cried loudly to Liang's mother. Grandma, I am your favorite grandson. Please don't hit me. I will be good and obey you. Just don't abandon me. I will listen to everything you say. He used to be arrogant because he was spoiled, but now he was very humble. Liang's mother, who raised him since he was a child, felt she had no feelings for him. But when she thought about her brothers trying to harm her daughter and cause her to have a miscarriage, she hardened her heart to help her daughter vent her anger. Don't call me grandma. I am not your grandma. You are a worthless brat. Enough. Stop pretending, Liang Huihui said coldly to her relatives. No matter what you do, I will never forgive you. If it weren't for Yo-Yo's sister, I wouldn't have a child in my life. Liang's relatives questioned her. Are you sure you didn't fall for a scam? How could you get pregnant so quickly? Be careful not to lose all your money. Not being able to have children isn't your fault. You're just relatives. No one will mock you. I think you should adopt your cousin's son. Relatives should help each other. My grandson is obedient and caring. Hui, you and your husband will be lucky in the future. Her relatives kept pushing their own children and grandchildren, pretending to be kind but actually just wanting the Liao family's wealth. Mother Liang regretted her actions. She had asked her family to help resolve the mother-daughter conflict, but she did not expect them to have selfish intentions. Now, things had backfired, and her daughter hated her even more.
Get out.
All of you get out. The Liao family is my grandson's family. Anyone who tries to take him away is going against me. Father Liang was filled with regret. He walked over and apologized to his daughter, lowering his head. Hui, this is our fault. We didn't recognize the true nature of people and were fooled by a troublemaker for over 10 years. I beg you, can you consider adopting your nephew to your older brother in the future? Please, don't let the Liang family be cut off because of us. Ever since Brother Liang was taken to the hospital for an examination and learned he couldn't have children, he felt like the sky was falling. Not being able to have children felt like He worried about his future without a son to carry on his legacy, and what would happen when he died? Who would take care of his affairs? Little sister, even if you don't have a son, a daughter is fine. I will treat her like my own daughter and love her dearly. People who couldn't have children didn't have the choice of choosing their children. Having a daughter was a blessing. Hui Liang finally felt her suppressed feelings release. You can adopt. You have so many nephews and nieces. Father and Mother Liang frowned. Especially Mother Liang, who knew her own family well. She understood that adopting nephews or nieces would only drain her family financially. No, we won't do that. Mother Liang's family refused decisively. Their reputation was already ruined. They had no money, and adopting children would only bring hardship. They weren't fools. We disagree. Hui Liang saw through her family's true nature. No matter how much they begged, she mocked them. You tried everything to get me to adopt a nephew for my family, which caused me to have a miscarriage and lose the ability to have children. Now, why is it that when it comes to the Liang family, you won't adopt? It's clear you're treating me unfairly. You're just taking advantage of my kindness. Go back. I have already announced that I cut ties with you. From now on, we only care about our small family. There is no such thing as a maternal family. By the way, I am carrying twins, Dragon and Phoenix twins, and I won't give either of them to you. The Liang family harms others and ends up harming itself. Serves you right for ending the family line. Hearing this, the Liang family members felt that all hope was lost. They were powerless to change the situation and broke down in tears. Later, they heard that the police had taken brother Liang de Bao for ideological reform. Liang Air Bao and Liang San Bao were brought back to the Liang family, but not to enjoy life. Instead, they were made to work like beasts as a way for the Liang family to take revenge on Liang de Sa, who had caused trouble. After discussing with Sister Wan and Brother Chen, Zheng Shirkan and Hu Ziming left first and planned to meet in Shanghai later. Before leaving, Fu Jingchen issued special certificates for the two of them, officially making the engaged couple part of the team and temporarily responsible for logistics. In the space, Fu Jingchen took his wife and younger siblings to a seaside vacation. The two little ones wore swimsuits and floated into the water with their float rings to play. They saw beautiful starfish, shells, corals, and sea snails, and threw them into their space. Gu Wanwan lazily lay on a lounge chair, enjoying a relaxing sunbath. Fu Jingchen gently looked at his beloved partner beside him. She was dressed lightly, with a perfect figure. Every part of her was ideal. He could see that her future life would be happy. His breath grew heavier. With such a beautiful woman nearby, he couldn't help but feel impulsive. Gradually, he gave in to his feelings, no longer holding back, and hugged his partner to share a passionate, romantic kiss. After a while, he released her happily. What would you like to eat later? Gu Wanwan thought for a moment and said, seafood feast. Catch more seafood to give to my godmother and godfather. Looking at the time, Shirkan and the others should have arrived. We should start shipping the goods. She paused and did a quick fortune-telling. As expected of the mayor of Shanghai, Lin Miji has been released. She's waiting for us to fall into her trap. Jiming and the others are having some issues. Going to Shanghai is a must, and they're not afraid of any traps or schemes. Actually, in the space, whether living or inanimate objects can be easily obtained through thought. To experience fishing, Fu Jingchen took the two little ones underwater. Yao Yao had already taught the twins to swim earlier, and dog paddle was their best. Under Fu Jingchen's control, they could breathe normally in the sea and dive deep into the ocean. Even large fish wouldn't attack them. The space's ocean wasn't fully unlocked, so they couldn't see the edges or the depths, which were mysterious and unfathomable. The various fish in the sea were very gentle, and the little ones caught them easily. Soon they had a good haul. One big and two small children surfaced from the sea. Yo-Yo held a large abalone bigger than her face and ran over happily to show her sister. The tiny, trembling little one was adorable. Gu Wanwan looked at Yo-Yo, who was eager for praise, and her heart softened completely. Good job, baby. Sister is so lucky. Someone who can't cook isn't a good partner. Fu Jingchen took on the role of chef, while Gu Wanwan and her siblings helped out, preparing a full seafood feast.
Cheers.
And Bao and Yo-Yo raised their bottles and clinked glasses with their sister and brother-in-law. The space-time speed was altered by Gu Wanwan. One day in space was only a few hours outside. After teaching the children how to swim, Fu Jingchen took them to the space forest for outdoor survival training. 2 days later, Gu Wanwan packed her bags and said goodbye to the Liao family. The next time we meet, it will be when your fruits are ripe. This time, your wishes will come true. Liang Huihui touched her belly, feeling both reluctant and grateful. She urged her husband to bring out the prepared gifts. The couple personally saw them off. Safe travels. Your family will reunite soon. After the Liao family left, Gu Wanwan set out on her journey again. First, she would go to Shanghai to handle some trouble, then to Beijing to deal with her scheming aunt and the second wife, clearing them out. She guessed that the scheming aunt had already torn down the house, digging everywhere but finding no treasure. The house was gone, causing trouble and expenses for her family, and in the end, she gained nothing. She could almost imagine Gu Qiulin's furious reaction. Now, the reborn heroine Gu Yaru and Gao Kilian had gone to Xiangyang village to fall in love. She needed to cut off the backup plans for the reborn girl. Through Gao Kilian's eyes, she learned that the new educated youth sent to the countryside included not only the main characters He Wenyuan and Gu Yaru but also Gu Qiulin's daughter Su Luoxue, He Wenyuan's younger sister He Shuyan, and the female educated youth Jian Yuji. None of them were good people. Where there is a mother, there is a daughter. Su Luoxue, who had beaten and bullied the original heroine's siblings, was a true disciple of Gu Qiulin. More importantly, Su Luoxue was also a follower of the reborn girl, with the reborn girl leading the group. He Wenyuan's sister was also part of the main team. She was proud and conflicted, brainwashed by Gu Yaru, and believed she had bullied the poor Gu Yaru. She disliked that the original heroine was clingy to He Wenyuan but liked Gu Yaru, often trying to matchmake He Wenyuan and Gu Yaru, damaging the relationship between the original heroine and the He family. Despite the original heroine saving her once, she never mentioned this favor and instead worshipped Gu Yaru even more. As for He Shuyan's conflict, it was with her own brother, Gu Sijin. She had long harbored feelings for Gu Sijin, but because he had a sister as clumsy as the original heroine and was ordered by her family not to contact the Gu family's main branch, she kept her feelings hidden. Through the original heroine's memories, Gu Wanwan understood the He family's parents' intentions well. They probably instructed He Shuyan to match her brother with Gu Yaru, not for any other reason, but because the Gu family was now controlled by Gu Qiulin's second wife and her family. Unfortunately, the He family parents still didn't know that the Gu family's second wife was not actually a blood relative, but an adopted child. Regarding Jian Yuji, the original owner had met her a few times before the family fell out and became enemies. She is the cousin of big brother Gu Sijin's former fiancé Zhao Jingrui, the granddaughter of the Zhao family from the 5th generation, and it's obvious even to her toes that she is one of the new spies. Sunshine Village is becoming more lively. From Gao Kliang's cautious perspective, when she saw Gu Yaru for the first time, she immediately became alert and guarded her hard-earned space. Gu Yaru is different from Gan Qiliang Xian. She shows a friendly side right away, with a charming aura that makes the villagers and young workers like her. She is much more impressive than Gan Qi. She has become the most popular female young worker in Sunshine Village after Gu Wuan and Zheng Shirkan. Even Qian Mei and Aunt Lu have a good impression of her, fooled by her fake personality. Of course, in their hearts, Sister Wuan's status is unmatched. For a time, everyone in the village talked about the new young worker. No one mentioned Gu Wuan going out for errands. He Wenyan became a popular candidate for son-in-law, but because he was always with Gu Yaru, villagers naturally thought they were a couple. The main characters don't cause trouble, but Su Luoxue and He Shuyan love to stir things up. When they first arrived, they showed obvious disdain, arguing with Liang Xian on the first day. Liang Xian is no pushover, and the three of them fought fiercely until the new and old young workers helped to break up the fight. Su Luoxue was furious and shouted, "Where's Gu Wuan? Tell her to come out." The older workers listened but didn't respond. The tone of the new young workers made it seem like they had a big grudge against Gu Jiqing. He Shuyan imagined that Gu Wuan was being bullied by the young workers, thinking they probably don't get along, and sent her somewhere to do hard labor. "Brother, Yaru, what do you think?" He Wenyan looked surprised but quickly regained his cold expression. "I don't want to know. It has nothing to do with me." Both in front of and behind people, Gu Yaru maintained her kind and understanding image.
Don't say that.
Maybe she has her reasons. We should understand her and give her a chance to turn over a new leaf. Liang Xin understood now. These new young workers are Gu Wuan's enemies. As her spy, she must keep a close eye on them, aiming for them to leave Sunshine Village early and reunite with their families.
She's not here.
Meanwhile, she secretly spread rumors about the new young workers' scandals, specifically pointing out that they hated Gu Wuan. Considering their own livelihood, villagers who were asked about Gu Wuan simply said they didn't know. Just kidding, Gu Jiqing is the village's lucky charm. According to the team leader secretly, she went out to do business and brought back some defective shoes. Of course, there are also people like Gan Qi, who dislike Gu Wanwan's presence. They secretly smear her, portraying her as a bad person who does everything wrong. But when asked about Gu Wanwan's whereabouts, Gan Qi and others don't know. Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen didn't take the train to Hushur City. Late at night, they directly used a space teleportation to arrive in a sports car, racing straight to their destination. The space also has better transportation tools, like a new type of flying vehicle available in the marketplace, but it's very expensive. When Gu Wanwan arrived at the Zheng family, Lin Miki received the news immediately. Wanwan, my savior, has finally arrived. Things are a bit bad. Brother Jiming has had an accident. Zheng Shirkan told Gu Wanwan that since Hu Jiming went home, they haven't seen each other for 2 days. During this time, she tried to visit him multiple times but was turned away by Hu's family. Could Jiming be in danger? It's so nerve-wracking. Even my parents can't help, and they say they won't accept this marriage and want Jiming to marry someone else. Gu Wanwan patted her shoulder. Jiming should be safe. Let's wait and see what happens. With Sister Wanwan's words, Zheng Shirkan felt relieved. As soon as they entered, Zheng's mother, Xia Tingyue, and Zheng's father, Zheng Zixian, just came back from grocery shopping. Godmother, Gu Wanwan called out, glancing at her basket, which held only some vegetables and a few eggs. Godmother, the 2 little ones called softly. Xia Tingyue froze for a moment, dropping the groceries and rushing over to hug the twins. Oh, my dear babies, I missed you so much. It's so good to finally find you. If your parents knew, they'd be so happy. Her eyes reddened as she juggled Yuan. Dunyuan, do you remember your godmother? The Liao couple has been very good to you, and they've made you chubby. Yuan giggled happily. I remember. Your pretty godmother. Xia Tingyue hugged and kissed the children, smiling happily. If her strength allowed, she would hold both of them in her arms. Come on. Godmother's cooking skills have improved a lot lately. I'll show you. Fu Jingchen carried in 2 big bags of seafood. Godmother, Wanwan knows you love seafood. We went to the seaside and caught a lot. The abalone, clams, and octopus were all picked by the kids. The children puffed out their chests proudly, happily receiving praise from Zheng Shirtsan's family. Zheng Ziqian found a large bucket and helped pour the mixed seafood into it. When 1 bucket was not enough, he grabbed 2 more. Wow, all live seafood. They're so lively. Can fish even survive outside water these days? I've never seen abalone as big as a face. 1 is enough for a dish. If sold in Shanghai, high officials would definitely fight to buy them. Zheng Shirkan wiped his mouth. I don't know if they're alive or not, but I know they'll taste great. Gu Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Are they really so lively? They just came out of the space. With so much seafood, we couldn't finish it in dozens of meals. Might as well raise them and eat fresh later. Zheng Shirkan quickly thought of another problem. There's no seawater in the family compound. Never mind, it's all water. Just add some salt. If it's a bit salty, that's like seawater. Zheng Ziqian watched his daughter's clever move and sighed inwardly. What kind of kid did he raise? She's quite resourceful. Gu Wanwan quietly dropped 3 drops of spiritual spring water into the 3 buckets. With the spring water, the seafood wouldn't die no matter what. Plus, these seafood came from the space, carefully selected without much spiritual energy, but they tasted better and stayed lively longer than ordinary seafood. Seeing her daughter's successful trick, Zheng Ziqian was impressed. Really works, huh? As the seafood swam more happily, Zheng Shirkan was amazed. She's quite smart after all. Gu Wanwan asked her partner to go out and then brought back 4 burlap bags, one with rice and grains, one with spicy seasonings, one with fresh meat, and one with fruits and vegetables. She also gave her grandparents a ginseng and 2 bottles of medicinal wine, including a monkey wine. Zheng's parents were shocked. Who could buy so much supplies? Even in black markets, it's hard to find such high-quality goods. That ginseng looked like a tiny baby. All these were normal supplies for them. Zheng Shurkan was used to it. Mom and Dad, you've never seen the world. Didn't you visit Xiangyang village last time? I'm tired of eating meat every meal. Wanwan and Brother Chin just casually go out and bring back wild boar, wild chicken, wild duck, or rabbits. We're so worried. The cured meats I brought back are just the tip of the iceberg. I have more at home hanging in a whole room. When I go back to Xiangyang village, I'll send you more. Seeing her boastful daughter, Zheng's parents couldn't help but smile. While others' children go to the countryside to suffer, their daughter goes to enjoy life. Others haven't seen meat in half a year, but their daughter has so much she can't finish eating, and she's not worried about being reported. In the city, it's different. Even eating good food can attract neighbors' attention. Their private house is a bit better, but still. Zheng Ziqian was very excited about the 3 bottles of wine. He poured a small sip into his cup and tasted it. Good wine, but it's hard to enjoy because I don't want to drink it all. Drink it freely, and then send some to Dad, Gu Wanwan said generously with a wave of her hand. The monkey wine was made from fruit they found deep in the forest, so they moved the monkey's nest and the wine-making equipment to their space in the woods. They chose a peaceful spot with some spiritual energy. When the monkeys entered the space, they lost their wildness and started gathering fruits to pile in their nest, creating a small mountain of produce. Thanks to the space, the monkey wine they made was fragrant and smooth, with benefits like strengthening the body, whitening the skin, and improving appearance. That's great, Zheng Ziqian said happily, holding the wine and walking into his study. He poured 3 small jars of wine and took them out. I'll give some to old Yang next door to satisfy his craving. Send some meat and vegetables too. We can't finish all this, and he's the mayor. Don't be too stingy, Xia Tinghua said, filling a basket with ingredients. Zheng Ziqian quickly ran next door to show off his gifts. When Zheng Shurkan saw his father leave and his mother go to the kitchen, he quietly told Gu Wanwan, "My dad and mom are resting at home for a week. I heard they were maliciously suspended from their jobs, but they didn't tell me. They just don't want me to worry. Honestly, staying away from office politics might be better. We're not short of money, and my parents are worried that the local officials might find out about our family. If they discover my mom and your mom are secretly in contact, it might affect your parents too." He didn't say more, but Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen guessed the reason. It was probably Lin Miki's doing. She was just a county mayor, but she had a lot of influence and managed to get Zheng's parents suspended. It seemed some trash needed to be cleaned up. Old Yang saw Zheng Ziqian coming with some things and frowned slightly. "If you're just coming over, why bring gifts? Our relationship is close enough. No need for favors." "Oh, there's wine too? Pour me a glass to try." Old Yang's wife slapped his hand away from the wine. "You're still sick, why drink? Zheng, you're too polite." Unable to refuse Zheng Ziqian, she accepted the basket. When she opened the cloth bag on top, she was surprised to see it filled with rare goods. "Zheng, where did you get so much seafood and meat? Did you buy it from the black market? Tell me, I need to buy some for old Yang to help him recover. Since he had that serious illness, his health hasn't been the same. He saw many doctors, but nothing improved. He's been very tired and had to take a month off work. If it gets worse, it'll be really worrying. These are gifts from my adopted daughter to show her respect for me. She has connections to get things like medicinal wine and monkey wine. My daughter brewed these herself, and they are good for health. She is young, but very capable, especially in medicine. Not just bragging, I truly admire her skills. Maybe I should ask her to show you?" Gu Wanwan doesn't know that her adoptive father's trip has brought her a new business opportunity. Old Yang and his wife aren't worried about Gu Wanwan's medical skills. Many doctors couldn't help her, and she's only a teenager. How does she have connections? Old Yang's wife's eyes light up. Even though they come from a noble family, they don't go to shady places. In fact, she often shops at the black market because city food and meat are limited, even for the mayor's family. Old Yang is weak and often needs nourishing food. Without meat, he can't get better. My daughter is very capable. She holds many jobs. She's a secret agent helper, often assisting the police with cases. Her family has many banners of praise. She's also a special national worker, earning money by translating. Plus, she has many supplies because she's in charge of purchasing and selling at the department store, with connections all over the country. My son Kansan is following her, enjoying good food and meat, so much that they can't finish it. Just as Zheng Shirkan was bragging earlier, Zheng Zixian was also showing off to Old Yang and his wife. Hearing this, Old Yang becomes curious about the legendary girl his friends talk about. Truly a hero among youths. Look at you. You're not as impressive as this young girl. How did you and your wife get suspended from work? He wants to help his brother solve problems, but his health isn't good. He feels weak and tired, and even sitting in an office makes his head hurt when he deals with work files. Please get well soon and help me out, Zheng Zixian says before leaving. Old Yang's wife goes inside to get her wallet. I'm going to visit Old Zheng's house. Old Yang stretches his neck, watching his wife leave. Quietly, he pours a small cup of monkey wine and tastes it carefully. As he drinks, a warm feeling spreads through his body, and his previously pale face takes on a faint red glow. What is this? Yang Yunshu comes downstairs, ready to leave for work. He sees his father staring at the cup in a daze and exclaims, Dad, what are you drinking today? You look so healthy and full of color. Old Yang pauses, realizing something. This wine. It's got something special. Zheng Zixian led Old Yang's wife into the house. She looked around and focused on Gu Wanwan's stunning beauty. She said, Young girl, you're really pretty. I've never seen such a beautiful child in my life. Lao Zheng, you really know how to recognize a daughter. Xia Tingwe waved her hand and said, Oh, it's nothing. Wanwan and I are close friends. Her daughter is like my own. My goddaughter is very talented, much better than our Sansong. Shin Sansong had already accepted that she was no longer favored. She rubbed her hands and said, Aunt Yang, welcome. You came to order things for Wanwan, right? Come in quickly. She pointed toward Gu Wanwan and her brother. Her name is Gu Wanwan. Next to her is her boyfriend, Fu Jingchen. The two babies are spiritual infants, called Anbao and Yuyu. Aunt Yang, kind and gentle, said, Just call me Aunt Yang. Gu Wanwan smiled slightly, as if a business opportunity had arrived. Aunt Yang, if you need anything, just tell me. I can get it for you. Aunt Yang liked smart people and didn't hold back. Wanwan, I need some fine grains, meat, milk powder, and some brown sugar. She listed her needs one after another, then seemed to realize she was asking for too much. Sorry, I might be asking for a lot. If it's too much. Gu Wanwan smiled warmly and said, No problem. I can get it all. Hearing this, Aunt Yang's impression of the girl improved even more. Wanwan, can you get ginseng? Any price is fine. Old Yang is weak, and I want to help him improve.
Perfect timing, Aunt Yang.
We just harvested a few to give away, Gu Wanwan said, glancing at her partner. Fu Jingchen understood and took out a large paper bag from his luggage. He opened it to reveal several large ginseng roots, almost as thick as radishes, each shaped like a baby. Is it fresh enough? Aunt Yang was surprised and opened her mouth wide. It was obvious that the ginseng was top quality. Few could afford it without spending thousands or even tens of thousands. Very fresh. How much does it cost? Gu Wanwan smiled without hesitation. Uncle Yang and my godfather are good friends. I'll give you one for free. I'm not short of money. Aunt Yang was instantly touched. She thought to herself that the girl must be a compassionate person, like a bodhisattva. Such expensive ginseng was given freely, not treating the Yang family as outsiders. They were willing to give without expecting anything in return, such kindness. She couldn't bear to take advantage and let Wanwan suffer a loss. After finalizing the deal, Xia Tinghua saw Aunt Yang out. Gu Wanwan smiled faintly. Your family has a good relationship with Mayor Yang. Zheng Shirkin briefly mentioned to her. He and my dad have been brothers and friends since childhood. Their brotherly bond is so close they wear the same shorts. If it weren't for me and Yang's family not hitting it off, our two families would have been married already. Oh, by the way, Yang Yunshu, the daughter of the Yang family, likes my second brother. She always follows him around. I actually hope they get together, but unfortunately, my second brother is blind. He's fallen for Yushimi, the White Lotus girl. What a nice girl. My second brother, that fool, for a White Lotus girl, broke off with Sister Yuechu and even argued with my parents. He hasn't come home for days. Zheng Shirkan really didn't want to criticize her second brother. As Wan Jie said, he's just a lovesick fool, so easily fooled he'd even help sell himself. That White Lotus girl is a disaster. She just came back to see my second brother, and my parents lost their jobs. My second brother even gave her the bank book to keep. It's so frustrating. Sister Yunshu is obviously trying to help her second brother. She saw the White Lotus girl's ugly side, saying she faked illness to get sympathy and wanted to scam my second brother out of money. My second brother is so naive. He'd rather believe the White Lotus girl than trust his childhood friend, Yunshu, accusing her of being jealous. That White Lotus girl is so smug, always scheming to get my second brother to feed her and give her things for free. She's always taking the good stuff from our house to her family. Ever since our parents came back from Xiangyang village, we hardly get to eat meat. All the preserved meats we brought back for her, she just takes them all. So cheap and shameless. Gu Wanwan predicted, sister, your family might be ruined. Unlucky family. Zheng Shirkin exclaimed, covering her face. Am I going to be poor? No, I can't just sit and wait. I have to earn money. Fu Jingchun gave a firm answer. Special departments will pay you a salary. Zheng Shirkin patted her chest. That's fine. As long as my parents and I don't starve, I don't care. Let my second brother go too. Xia Tinghua insisted on cooking, while Zheng Zikong helped out. The couple worked together to prepare a full feast of Chinese delicacies. Dinner is ready. There were chicken, duck, fish, crab, abalone, an abundance of delicacies, enough to satisfy everyone. Mom, Dad, I brought Shimmy back. It smells so good. Zheng Shirtsan's hair stood on end. He's here, bringing the White Lotus girl to mooch off us again. Oh no, if Yushimi sees 3 buckets of seafood in the kitchen. Zheng Shuyang acted as if he didn't see Gu Wanwan and the others. He supported the fragile Yushimi to sit in an empty seat, then went to the kitchen to get 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Mom and Dad, why are there so many seafood in the kitchen? We can't finish it all. I'll pack some to bring home for Shimmy, so Uncle and Annie can try it too. Xia Tingyue and Zheng Zixian looked disappointed. They didn't bother to respond to their cheap son. Since they entered, only the White Lotus girl had been present, even ignoring their own parents. Hello, Uncle and Auntie Sister Shirkan, nice to meet you. We'll be family from now on, so I won't hold back. Yushimi's words were clearly meant to annoy people. She was sure Zheng's family couldn't do anything about her. Oh, guests are here. Why don't you introduce yourself? Gu Wanwan crossed her arms. She saw jealousy and malice in the other person's eyes, but no surprise or shock, which meant she knew about their existence. Beautiful looks are given by our parents. Jealousy won't help you. Yushimi quickly looked at Fu Jingchun beside her. Just one glance, and she was deeply attracted by his handsome face. Although Zheng Shuyang looked good, in front of this top-notch man, he was nothing. Without comparison, it was fine, but once compared, he instantly became trash. How could such a handsome and excellent man not be hers? No wonder that wealthy daughter was interested in his looks. Unfortunately, no matter how beautiful Gu Wanwan was, she lacked power. She couldn't compete with that wealthy daughter. Just the trap set by the daughter's people made it impossible for them to get in or out. No, I just envy Gu Jiqing and your relationship. Gu Wanwan chuckled. Wow, this is the first time I come to Zheng's house, and you already know me. Fu Jingchun glanced sideways, as if trying to see through her plan. Who sent you here? After hearing this, Zheng Shirkan thought carefully and finally identified the suspect. Was it Lin Miki? She's causing trouble for the Hu family and still wants to ice sister Wanwan and brother Chen's. Seeing the two people with a half smile and a strange look, Yushimi's expression suddenly froze. She tried to stay calm. You've misunderstood me. Shuyang mentioned that Zheng's family adopted a goddaughter. If you don't welcome me, I'll leave. Xia Tingyue and Zheng Zixian frowned and thought deeply. They realized something was wrong. They had mentioned it before, but the second son wasn't interested in listening, and he didn't even know the name of the adopted daughter. Zheng Shuyang took the bowls and chopsticks and walked out of the kitchen. You can't bully Shimmy. Shimmy, don't worry, later I'll take all the seafood from the kitchen home as an apology for my family. Are you hungry? Go ahead and eat. Shimmy wiped away fake tears and secretly thought that with the foolish Zheng Shuyang around, even if Zheng's family doubted her, it didn't matter. After all, she had a strong backing behind her. Once she disrupted Zheng's family, she promised to marry into a wealthy official family. As for Zheng Shuyang, he's just a small-time son of the director of the Pigeon Club. Her parents tolerated him, but Zheng Shirkan didn't spoil him. Thinking of eating for free? Bringing people over to freeload? If you dare to covet my sister Wan and brother Chen's things, I won't tolerate your shamelessness. If you have the guts, go get them yourself and use family stuff to support your little mistress. Have you ever thought about the family? Is Zheng family indebted to you? It's you who is dating someone, not us. Why are you clinging to us and our blood? Shimmy gently corrected. We're not even a couple. Shuyang is just pursuing me. It's okay, I will make you accept me sooner or later. In Zheng Shuyang's eyes, his sister once worked hard to be a proper lady for Zheng Jiliang. She should be gentle, obedient, sensible, and well-behaved, not fierce and aggressive like now. You have no right to criticize me. Didn't Zheng Jiliang come to freeload many times? You can support Zheng Jiliang, but I can't support someone I like? Parents are too biased. You helped Zheng Jiliang's whole family move to the city and gave them decent jobs. I hope this time you can be fair, at least give Shimmy's parents a job. Zheng Shirkan, who had been in Yangyang village for a long time, had many dramatic experiences. He believed he understood the harshness of society better than his second brother, who was new to the world. Bai Lianhua herself said, she's not your girlfriend. They haven't even married, so why would they give her a job? Be careful. Once she gets the job, she might leave you. Women like you, who are fickle and climb up the social ladder by flattering the powerful, I've seen too many. Only my second brother is foolish enough to be fooled by you. I've seen through you long ago. Zheng Shirkan, don't think that just because you're my sister, I won't dare to hit you. You have no experience. In the end, you'll still be played around by Zheng Jiliang. No wonder he only loves Ganqi and doesn't want you. Look at yourself, completely unladylike. You must have been corrupted by the countryside. After speaking, Zheng Shuyang also subtly looked at Gu Wanwan, almost as if her name was written on her face. You should learn more from Shimmy in the future and stop copying her habit of yelling and insulting others. I am your brother, and I will protect you. When you make friends, I will check them first. You are too naive and innocent, which makes it easy for others to deceive you, like Zheng Jiliang, who tricked you financially into marriage and into work. In the end, he abandoned you. When that happens, you can cry for help. After scolding Zheng Shirkan, Zheng Shuyang was still unhappy and complained to his parents, Mom and Dad, don't associate with those random people. They pollute our home. Shimmy was very pleased with her work, having brainwashed Zheng Shuyang into ignoring his relatives. Uncle and Auntie, Shuyang is just worried you might be tricked. These days, scams are everywhere. Be careful not to let wolves into our home. I heard that Gu Jiqing was introduced to you by Shirkan. Could she have bad intentions? Knowing your important status, she might want to get close to the Zheng family. The more Zheng Shuyang thought about it, the more he agreed with Yushimi. Gu Wanyuan was just fooling Zheng Shirkan, and tricking him wouldn't be so easy. Get out of here. As long as I am here, I won't let our family be deceived. Zheng Shirkan really wanted to slap his brother awake. It's you who should leave. So, what if I was tricked by Zheng Jiliang? At least I knew when to stop losing. If Wan Yuan hadn't helped me see the truth about that scumbag, I'd still be foolish, Xing Shirkan. Without Wan Yuan, do you think I could go back home freely after moving to the countryside? It was Wan Yuan who helped me recover the money Zheng Jiliang owed me. She warned our parents about Zheng's schemes and helped Zheng family avoid disaster. Without her, our family would have been finished. Wan Yuan helped us recover losses and found the real savior, Hu Jiming, so we could be together. I got everything I was cheated out of back. And you? You handed over your savings and salary to Yushimi, and your parents got nothing. Don't tell me you won't support them in old age? Gu Wan Yuan simply said, Zheng Lao Air, you've already been fooled. Zheng Shuyang was both angry and surprised. He scolded impatiently, none of your business. How dare you deceive us? Zheng Shuyang frowned and reminded his parents, Mom and Dad, I don't mean to criticize, but good-looking men and women are usually the most unreliable. They probably want to use you to get a job back in the city. I've seen many people like that who do anything for money. Gu Wanyuan introduced herself. I am Gu Wanyuan, a translator at the state-owned bookstore and a buyer at the department store. Fu Jingchen lazily added, Wanyuan's fiancé, Fu Jingchen, is a military company commander and a translator at the bookstore. As their voices fell, Zheng Shuyang was truly stunned, realizing he had made a big mistake. They both had serious jobs and held multiple positions. Seeing how inexperienced the second brother and the White Lotus girl looked, Zheng Shirkan was very happy. If you want to slander Sister Wan and Brother Chen, you're too naive. Sister Wan easily earns 200 yuan translating a book, and she translates several each month, earning over 1,000 yuan. She makes more than our parents' salaries by many times. Do you think she cares about our family's small money? Brother Chen's salary is stable, and their family of 4 are military dependents with high ideals. If you're trying to smear them, at least do some research first. It's really foolish. Yu Shimei, hearing about their salaries and positions, felt a surge of jealousy and resentment. Beautiful and talented, they had respectable jobs and even held multiple roles, not afraid of hard work. Unlike her, living in an ordinary family, she had struggled to gain a city dweller status and had to fight for everything. Your conditions are really good. I don't even have a job. Zheng Shuyang felt so pained he could hardly breathe. For a moment, he even wanted to give her his job, but he thought it might not be right. He still needed to save money for Yu Shimei's bride price. Zheng Shirkan, having seen many scenes with Sister Wan, could see through the White Lotus girl's intentions. Oh, you're jealous of Sister Wan's job. Don't even think about it. Her position is in Fushur, and your schemes won't work. Zheng Shuyang couldn't bear to see his beloved being scolded. Even a single tear made him feel heartbroken. Zheng Shirkan, what kind of upbringing do you have? How can you talk about your future sister-in-law like that? I'm not like you. I was played around by Zheng Jiliang. I trust my judgment. Yu Shimei is the best woman I've ever met. Zheng Shirkan really thought his second brother was hopeless. He spat at them. What about Sister Yun Chu? After more than 10 years of feelings, you never liked her? Zheng Shuyang was momentarily stunned and quickly distanced himself. I only see her as my sister. Now and in the future, she can only be my sister. My heart belongs to Yu Shimei. If you oppose her, it's like you don't acknowledge me as your second brother. Our parents favor you, and the whole family spoils you. But what about Yu Shimei? Her parents treat her badly. She only has me now. Gu Wanwan boldly questioned Zheng's family on their behalf. Is Yu Shimei's poor life caused by Zheng family? Zheng Shuyang was speechless and could only blush and retort, that's our family's business. It has nothing to do with you, an outsider. If there's nothing else, please leave. Zheng family doesn't welcome you. It's Zheng family that doesn't welcome you, and the White Lotus girl. Zheng Shirkan angrily slammed the table, showing a strong fighting spirit. Mom and Dad, I seriously suspect Zheng Shuyang has been swapped or isn't really our child. I've only encountered such switchings twice before. Our family doesn't have such a foolish son. If it really comes to it, we might as well cut ties. We don't want a son who always goes against us. Xia Tingyue and Zheng Ziqian exchanged a look. their faces full of complex emotions and frustration, but mostly disappointment. Zheng Shuyang rolled his eyes, not believing his parents would abandon their own son just for outsiders. You really are unreasonable. Dad and I look alike. How could I be swapped? Without hesitation, Zheng Shirkan cursed. You don't look anything like my mom. Maybe you're someone else's child. Zheng Ziqian's face darkened. His daughter's words were becoming more and more absurd. I don't have another family but Shuyang. Shuyang interrupted him. Zheng Shirkan, did you hear that? It's all your imagination. Zheng family is my family. You have no right to chase me away for the parents. Yu Shimi watched their argument unfold, adding fuel to the fire with her own comments, thinking she was being discreet. Unbeknownst to her, some of her small actions were noticed by Wang Jie and Xinge. Oh, Shuyang, I feel a bit unwell in my stomach. It must be because you're hungry. Eat something. Shuyang ignored Zheng Shirtsan's anger and hurriedly scooped food into Yushimi's bowl. Yushimi was already craving the seafood. The Zheng family's meals were even better than those of the county chief's family. They had all kinds of seafood she'd never tasted before. Earlier, Zheng Shuyang said there was plenty in the kitchen and planned to bring some home later. Since Zheng Shuyang was around, the Zheng family wouldn't dare refuse, unless they didn't want their own son. If your stomach isn't good, you should eat meat. Aren't you afraid of bleeding in your stomach? Zheng Shirtsan's eyes twinkled mischievously. Wang Jie is a skilled doctor. You said you're seriously ill, right? Let her take a look. Yu Shimi put down the seafood she was about to eat, pretending to rub her temples. No need, it's just old problems. Zheng Shirkan, what are you planning? No matter how good Wang Jie is, she can't be better than an experienced doctor, Shuyang secretly thought, not giving Wang Jie and Zheng Shirkan a chance to smear her. Shimi, ignore them. Eat as much as you want. I'll cover everything. Yu Shimi pretended to be modest, but her hands moved quickly. Uncle and Auntie, just eat a little. You probably wouldn't mind, right? It's all because of my bad health. Zheng Shirkan slapped away her chopsticks.
Noiting.
All of this is Wang Jie's. You didn't pay a penny, so you have no right to eat. I tell you, Zheng Shuyang, if you had any backbone, you'd eat your own food. Don't expect your parents to raise you forever, unless you're willing to be a freeloader. Zheng Shuyang felt very embarrassed. He had given all his money to Shimi and had no extra funds to invite her to eat at a state-owned restaurant. Yu Shimi looked confused. Why can't the Zheng family's own son eat the things they have? It seems uncle and aunt don't like me. When I first came here, your meals weren't this lavish. I guess I'm not as close as a real daughter. Mom, Dad, I don't expect you to treat us equally. Just let Shimi have a bite. Am I not worth it? Zheng Shuyang felt unfair. Why did his parents dislike Shimi so much? There's so much food on this big table. You probably can't finish it all. I'll pack some to give to Shimi's parents. Mom, Dad, you're the head of the Pigeon Tail Club. You shouldn't waste food. What if someone reports us? Leaving these seafoods at home is a trouble. I'll move to Shimi's house. She's not feeling well and needs good food. Please, I'm just asking you, don't fight with me. Try it if you dare. Zheng Shirkan stepped in front of him. Gu Wanwan didn't stop him. She wasn't ignoring him but wanted to see how confused Zheng Shuyang could get, hoping to save him if possible.
But
Zheng Shuyang suddenly pushed away Zheng Shirkan. At first, he felt a bit guilty, but when he saw Yu Shimi crying, his soft heart hardened. Zheng Shirkan, can't you be a bit more sensible? There's plenty of food and meat at home. Why can't you share some with Shimi's family? It's all bought by Mom and Dad. Why do you think you can decide for them? Gu Wanwan quickly stepped back and caught Zheng Shirkan as he fell. The poison is too deep. It's too late to regret. Zheng Shirkan was no longer the naive girl who would cry easily. She wiped her tears and glared angrily at Zheng Shuyang. Zheng Jiliang is a scumbag. Aren't you one too? You forget that she abandoned you first. Sister Yun Chu was with you through your heartbreak. You flirt with Yun Chu and hide your relationship, then rekindle your old feelings with the White Lotus. For her sake, you even hit my sister. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Come and fight me if you dare. If you're too cowardly, don't expect to live off others. I warn you, Mom and Dad don't owe you anything. If you keep being stubborn, you'll end up with nothing. The adopted daughter's hidden meaning was understood by Zheng's couple. Yu Shimi's eyes sparkled with a determined light. With so many tempting goods, everyone was eager to get some. Not taking advantage of a good deal would be foolish. It's because I don't deserve to have it. Don't blame Xu Yang. He's doing it for the Zheng family. Now that my uncle and aunt have been suspended, what if they get reported again? Where are these seafood and delicacies hidden? Zheng Shuyang thought Yu Shimi's words made sense and kindly advised his parents, Mom and Dad, please be a little more understanding of Shimi. We shouldn't break the law. We should set a good example. They are suspended now, but what about next time? Are outsiders encouraging you? Some people should mind their own business and not covet what isn't theirs. Zheng Shirken closed his eyes, feeling completely disappointed in his second brother. Yuri Shimi is the real troublemaker. Ever since she came, Mom and Dad have been suspended. It must be her doing. Why don't you suspect her? You're biased, and listen to her. She's an outsider, yet you don't trust your own family? Seeing his parents remain silent and his sister's stubbornness, Zheng Shuyang could only try to scare them. I'll say it again. Shimi will never lie to me. The things you imagine won't happen. I'm not as foolish as you, being duped all the time. My Shimi is the best woman in the world. I'm lucky to have met her, and I will cherish and love her in the future. Mom and Dad, please don't force me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind exposing your faults and reporting you. I will take the grains, meat, and vegetables today. Of course, he was just trying to scare his parents and sister. He wouldn't go so far as to lose his mind. Hopefully, his parents could understand his good intentions and keep a distance from Gu Wanwan, the meddlesome daughter-in-law who is stirring trouble. It would be best if they didn't interact anymore. Because of Gu Wanwan, his parents and sister had all been led astray. Zheng Shirken felt exhausted and stopped trying to persuade them. Seeing the Zheng family settle down, Yu Shimi immediately encouraged Zheng Shuyang. Why not ask Dad and the brothers to come pick up the stuff? Don't waste the food on the table. Pack it in boxes. My family doesn't mind. Just as they reached out with their hands to take what they wanted, Gu Wanwan's cool voice interrupted. Do you have my permission to take my things and give them to your boyfriend? Fu Jingchen sneered. How poor do we have to be so greedy for our own things? Zheng Shuyang paused, confused. What do you mean? What's your stuff? Gu Wanwan pointed her chin at the supplies. All these seafood, meat, and vegetables are mine. I heard you even took the preserved mountain delicacies I gave to my godparents to give to your boyfriend? Is that true? Zheng Shuyang looked embarrassed. Are you talking about your stuff? I don't believe it. Zheng Ziqian slapped his second son on the spot. Do we have connections to get so much seafood and meat? Think carefully with your pig brain. Xia Tinghua shook her head and sighed, not giving her second son any face. Wanwan, I haven't taught you well. The godmother I gave you is reluctant to eat, and the unfilial son wasted everything. That's not the worst. If there's any rice or flour at home, he empties it all. He doesn't care about his parents' lives at all, only cares about the Yu Shimi family. What's the point of raising such a son? He's so obsessed with Yu Shimi that he might as well become a son-in-law for someone else. Zheng Shuyang felt guilty and weakly said, We're not poor. We have money to buy grain. Shimi's family is poor. Without my support, they can't survive. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Zheng Ziqian, angry, thought his second son was spoiled. He wished he hadn't taken him in the first place. Your so-called support is based on your parents' sacrifices. In today's society, can you buy grain with money? Everyone's monthly supply of grain and meat is fixed. If you want to support, use your share. Why should your parents starve? Gu Wanwan tried to mediate, saying, Dad, Mom, relying on the second son to support us is hopeless. He gave his entire estate to Yu Shimi. Later, he'll have to rely on you to support him. Just kick him out and raise this rat that bites cloth bags. The Zheng family will be ruined sooner or later. Zheng Shuyang didn't believe his parents would abandon him. He was furious. I refuse to take your stuff. I'm worried I'll get a stomach ache. If it weren't for the fact that you're a woman, I'd have hit you long ago. Zheng Shirkin punched him without warning. Can you beat me? Stop humiliating yourself. You can't even beat your own mother. Yu Shimi stared at the 3 full buckets of seafood and the hanging meats in the kitchen. It was painful to only look but not touch. Gu Jiqing isn't afraid of being reported? I heard that scams are serious these days. Maybe we'll just get a small fine. Gu Wanwan was as fearless as ever. What's there to be afraid of? I've been reported so many times by jealous ghosts. Not once has it succeeded. If you don't believe it, go ahead and report. I'll just sit here and refuse to leave. Fu Jingchen, eager to stir trouble, said, Wanwan, we still have some goods. Let's set up a stall at the door later and sell to the neighbors. Gu Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Fine, do as you say. You go bring the other seafood and meats over, and we'll set up a stall to make money. They acted quickly. Fu Jingchen really went out to prepare. Soon, a truck arrived at the residential area, and the family hurried to unload supplies from the vehicle. There are meats, vegetables, coarse grains, fine grains, and some brown sugar and milk powder. 2 people set up a few tables at Zheng's gate, displaying all the popular goods. This action attracted neighbors from the nearby residential area, who looked eager but dared not approach, fearing they might be accused of illegal trading. The person's bold move left Zheng Shuyang and Bai Lianhua stunned. Wait, are they really setting up a stall? Are they really not afraid of getting caught? Yu Shimi decided to teach Gu Wan a lesson and planned to report to the police after giving Zheng Shuyang a stern talk. Why not report to the red team? Because the red team is under Zheng's father and might have protection. And Bao and Yu stood in front of the stall, shouting to passing neighbors, come take a look. If you buy, you'll earn. No tickets needed, just money. No tickets? Neighbors couldn't help but feel tempted. Once one person made a move, others dared to follow. Aunt Yang, who knew the inside story, was the first to approach the stall. She had already ordered from Gu Wuan earlier, but seeing the table full of tempting goods, she couldn't resist buying some, especially the hard-to-get items like milk powder and brown sugar. Her niece-in-law was about to have a baby. They bought 4 chickens and ducks, 10 pounds of pork and seafood. If they couldn't finish, they could salt it for preservation. Nothing would go to waste. They spent over 100 yuan on 7 or 8 items, but Aunt Yang didn't stop. I need to call and ask my family and in-laws to come by too. We can't miss this chance. Once Wanjia leaves, there might be no more places to buy these. Hey neighbors, aren't you buying? It's really cheap and no tickets needed. They're legit, not illegal trading. Just as she finished speaking, Zheng Shuyang and Yu Shimi arrived with police officers. They're the ones. It has nothing to do with our parents. Yu Shimi felt proud inside, but pretended to be worried. Gu Jiqing, selling goods so boldly, is risking everything. It's also putting Zheng's family in trouble. Shuyang is doing this for Zheng's safety. I advise you to give up now, turn over a new leaf, and stop making mistakes. The evidence against them was clear, and they couldn't deny it. The police had to handle it officially. Gu Wan? Fu Jingchen? Please come with us for questioning. Gu Wan and Fu Jingchen didn't bother explaining. They showed their IDs saying these are our work IDs. What we're selling is legal and legitimate. The police carefully examined the work ID. At first, they didn't pay much attention, but when they looked closer, they were stunned to see it was from a special department. They thought that the items sold must be official government goods. Realizing this, they prepared to salute. Gu Wanwan shot them a glance. We are staff at the department store. Is there a problem? Not at all. The police understood immediately. It's important to keep their special status secret. Gu Wanwan then took on the role of a salesperson. If you need anything, take a look. These popular items don't even require a ticket. They are just a little more expensive than at the supply and marketing cooperative. To be honest, the police officers who came to work all wanted to buy some. Since these goods aren't usually available at the cooperative, and since they're official government supplies, no one wanted to miss out. So they bought a lot, each person leaving with their hands full. Before leaving, they specifically told Zheng Shuyang and Bai Lianhua not to make a fuss or falsely accuse good people. Zheng Shuyang and Bai Lianhua were stunned, almost like they'd been struck by lightning. They started doubting everything. Who exactly was Gu Wanwan? Even the police bought items, so the neighbors nearby rushed to grab supplies.
It was almost like a fight to the death.
It's much cheaper than that place. I want to buy more. Madam Zheng, your adopted daughter is really capable. She's a buyer at the department store. You're lucky. You won't lack food or drinks. But your son is a bit clueless. No way she reported her sister. You should be careful. I'm worried you're being fooled by a fox spirit. Maybe your son reported her and got her suspended? What a disaster. I know that fox spirit. You Shimmy, my relative's neighbor. Her reputation isn't good. Just a few days ago, she was seen with the county chief's grandson. Zheng Shuyang frowned, unhappy. He knew Shimmy was excellent and had many suitors, but she was definitely not a fox spirit. To prevent Zheng Shuyang from noticing anything suspicious, Yu Shimmy had to hurriedly run away with him. Since Gu Wanwan planned to stay in Shanghai for a few more days and occasionally deliver goods, the neighbors happily returned home loaded with supplies. Xia Tingyue and Zheng Zixian almost cried from frustration. If it weren't for their capable adopted daughter, they would have already been accused of illegal dealings. They simply couldn't understand what kind of spell the fox spirit had cast on her son. Zheng Shuyang is becoming more and more unreasonable. Our family will be ruined soon. Zheng Shurkin worried desperately, but he couldn't ask his parents to give up on their second son. That by Lianhua is such a good actress.
She's not sick.
She had an abortion, but she's about to catch a serious disease. Gu Wanwan knew at a glance whether someone was ill or not. Zheng Shurkan then told her about the complicated history and grudges between Zheng Shuyang and Yu Shimmy. It turns out that Yu Shimmy was Zheng Shuyang's classmate and first love. She was a popular figure at school. Zheng Shuyang remembered her as having a difficult family, but being gentle, kind, and strong. Over time, he became interested in her and wanted to protect her. They were almost inseparable, becoming good friends who were more than friends, but not quite lovers. Yu Shimmy understood that what you can't have is the most precious. She kept teasing Zheng Shuyang to gain benefits. Zheng Shuyang foolishly paid for her love. One day, she agreed to date him, but it didn't last long. She left school early without saying goodbye, leaving Zheng Shuyang heartbroken and depressed for a long time. His childhood friend, Yang Yunchu, stayed with him and helped him recover from his heartbreak. They naturally became a couple, but their relationship was kept secret. Yang Yunchu loved Zheng Shuyang deeply and was willing to do anything for him. Neither family knew about their relationship. Zheng Shuyang didn't care and didn't know what Yang Yunchu's father did, only that he was a good friend of her parents and held a normal job. Yang Yunchu's father was a modest man who didn't like to show off. If everyone knew he was a mayor, they would all flatter him. So, they only said he was a minor official. When they were about to reveal their relationship publicly, Yu Shimmy suddenly returned and found Zheng Shuyang. She told him she left without telling him because she was seriously ill and didn't want to burden him. She chose to leave alone. Zheng Shuyang chose his first love over his current partner. Yu Shimmy felt threatened and tried to harm Yang Yunchu multiple times. Zheng Shuyang believed her and punished Yang Yunchu for her sake. Yang Yunchu endured silently because she liked Zheng Shuyang. One day, she overheard Yu Shimmy and her family planning something and warned Zheng Shuyang not to be fooled. Zheng Shuyang accused her of jealousy and malice. As long as Zheng Shuyang was around, Yang Yunchu could only suffer her bullying. Yu Shimmy wasn't afraid of being caught because she would cry and make Zheng Shuyang stand up for her unconditionally. In fact, Zheng Shuyang and Yang Yunchu's secret relationship was something Yu Shimmy deliberately spread, falsely accusing Yang Yunchu of things she didn't do. Fu Jingchen sighed. What a dramatic story. According to the plot of a novel, Zheng Shuyang will probably end up regretting chasing after his wife. Gu Wanwan smirked mysteriously. Chasing after his wife won't work anymore. Zheng Shuyang, who had no money, couldn't take Yu Shimmy to a state-owned restaurant for a meal. Yu Shimmy watched longingly as many attractive items flew away, feeling heartbroken. She sighed, I'm so jealous of Yang Yunchu's job. If only I had a job, I could save money to see a doctor. Shuyang, don't misunderstand. I don't deserve to think about Yunchu's work. In the end, Zheng Shuyang really took her to find Yang Yunchu for a job. Yu Shimi almost laughed at Zheng Xiang's foolishness. She casually mentioned something, and he believed it completely. It's hard to believe such a foolish man exists. He's willing to abandon his parents and sister over a broken, worthless girl. Last time Zheng's parents were suspended from their jobs, they probably didn't realize it was Zheng Xiang's fault. With such a traitor in the Zheng family, the family's downfall is inevitable. Suspension was just the beginning. Being demoted is the final outcome. This was destined to happen. She had already decided. Once she completely destroys the Zheng family and takes everything from them, she would decisively abandon Zheng Xiang. He promised her that once the Zheng family fell, the director of the pigeon coop would be her father. This sudden wealth finally belonged to the Yu family. As for Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen, she didn't care about them at all. The leader of the group was just a small fry. They couldn't compare to the local power. Once they entered the Lin family's territory, they could only be at their mercy. Unless they could persuade the mayor, but unfortunately, the mayor was seriously ill. His work was handed over to his secretary and deputy mayor. If Gu Wanwan reported to them, it would be useless, and she might even face worse punishment. It was clear that the Zheng family had no way to ask for help anymore. Defeat was only a matter of time. For now, she would let Gu Wanwan and Zheng Shirkan have their fun, because they would pay dearly later. Zheng Shuyang was completely focused on getting a job from Yu Shimi, not caring about Yang Yinchu's feelings or whether she would give up her job. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the canned food factory. Zheng Shuyang often came to see Yang Yinchu. He was familiar with the security guard, who immediately informed Yang Yinchu when he saw Zheng Shuyang. Yang Yinchu was pleasantly surprised to see Zheng Shuyang. But when she saw Yu Shimi beside him, her joy faded instantly. She asked, "Brother Shuyang, what are you here for?" Yu Shimi gave a provocative look at Yang Yinchu, without hiding her intentions, and said teasingly, "Yinchu, do you dislike me coming to see you? It was Shuyang who insisted I come here. Am I bothering you all with your love talk? It's my fault. Maybe I should leave.
Please don't argue, because of me.
I don't deserve it." As expected, Zheng Shuyang felt very sorry for her. There's no need to apologize to her.
She's not my girlfriend.
We are just childhood friends. In my heart, she's like a little sister. How can you be mad at you? Yang Yinchu, have I spoiled you too much? You should quickly apologize to Shimi. Yang Yinchu was so angry she started to cry. Whenever Yu Shimi shed a few tears, Zheng Shuyang would scold her without listening to her explanations, calling her jealous and mean. Are you deaf?
I didn't say anything.
Why should I apologize to her? Zheng Shuyang, I am clearly your girlfriend, but you keep trampling on my feelings because of your first love. Do you even care about me? Am I really just your little sister? Don't you remember the good times we had? They once had a sweet relationship, even though it was secret and unofficial. Those days were the happiest she ever dreamed of. She thought they would stay happy forever until Yu Shimi came back. In high school, she knew about Yu Shimi. Zheng Shuyang shared all his worries with her. She knew how much her childhood friend liked Yu Shimi and that they secretly dated. If Yu Shimi had been faithful, she would have supported her. But she often saw Yu Shimi with other rich boys. She warned Zheng Shuyang to be careful of Yu Shimi, but Yu Shimi always had reasons to keep him waiting and obedient. Later, Yu Shimi suddenly disappeared. She quietly supported her childhood friend through heartbreak and became his girlfriend. But their happiness was short-lived. Just as they were about to introduce their relationship to their families and plan a wedding, Zheng Shuyang chose Yu Shimi without hesitation, leaving her behind. He didn't explain or comfort her, as if nothing had ever happened between them. She had investigated and found out about some of Yu Shimi's scandals more than once. Does Zheng Shuyang believe her? No, he doesn't. He just thinks she's jealous, falsely accusing Yu Shimi of being innocent. Yu Shimi's existence made her realize clearly that childhood friends can't compete with first love. Zheng Shuyang felt a moment of guilt and regret in his eyes, but it quickly passed. You're a good person, but we're not right for each other. I'm grateful for the time you spent with me, but that wasn't love. I know the difference clearly. I came to see you not to argue. Let's say May have your job, and I won't pursue the matter of you slandering her. If you still see me as a brother, you should listen to me. Otherwise, I will never forgive you in this life. Demanding your work as if it's only fair, Yang Yunchu was amused and angry. You're not my brother, so why should I give my job to a liar who tells lies all the time? Is she qualified? If you like you shimmy, that's your business. If you want her to have a good life, do it yourself. Why are you taking my job? Have you thought about what will happen if I lose my job? This job was earned by her own efforts, not with her parents' help. She worked hard step by step to become the head of the publicity team. Zheng Shuyong spoke confidently. Your family is rich, so you can buy a job. If not, you could go to the countryside. Shimmy has nothing. She just wants to get better. Yang Yunchu couldn't believe it. She held back tears and said, She's not really sick. You're just foolishly fooled by her. Do you think a job is something you can buy easily? I earned mine through hard work. If Shimmy is so capable, let her try to get a job herself. If she wants my position, see if other colleagues accept her. You Shimmy, I advise you not to dream too big. One day, you might get what you want. You Shimmy didn't expect Yang Yunchu to be so ungrateful. She pretended to feel dizzy, weakly leaning on Zheng Shuyong. Shuyong, it's all my fault. Please don't blame Yunchu. She likes you so much that she's jealous of me. Yunchu, actually Shuyong and I are innocent. He just pities me. Shuyong, you and Yunchu should make up. I wish I hadn't come back. I don't want to see you two fighting like this. Yang Yunchu, can't you be a little more sensible? Zheng Shuyong was so angry, he pushed Yang Yunchu. He directly grabbed some money and ID cards from her pocket, not realizing how shameful his actions were, no different from stealing. Or maybe he wasn't worried that Yang Yunchu would cause trouble because Qingmei liked him so much she wouldn't marry anyone else. Consider this money as compensation for Shimmy. If you have a conscience, you should give her your job as a form of apology. You Shimmy stepped back a little, wanting to say something to Yang Yunchu. Zheng Shuyong stood 10 meters away, watching nervously. Zheng Shuyong was clueless, but Yang Yunchu saw through everything clearly. What exactly do you want? Are you trying to set me up again? You Shimmy, aren't you afraid that someday your secret will be exposed and Shuyong will find out you're using him? You Shimmy laughed openly. What do I have to be afraid of? You should worry about yourself. Do you think living in the family compound means your parents are leaders? If it weren't for Zheng Shuyong, your family wouldn't be where it is today. What does my family have to do with Zheng Shuyong? Yang Yunchu didn't say out loud that her father was still the mayor of Shanghai. Was she proud to show off her status? Even Zheng Shuyong doesn't know her father's identity. He probably thinks her father is just an ordinary worker. Yu Shimi also believes that her current status is thanks to the Zheng family. Your family is only a little higher than mine. Don't be so proud. Without the Zheng family, you wouldn't be where you are. I heard your father has been very ill and hasn't worked in a long time. I advise you to step down from your job. People like you should go back to where they belong. If you give up your job, I will return Zheng Shuyong's useless person to you. This deal is quite good, right? And don't talk nonsense in front of Zheng Shuyong. He won't believe you anyway. Yang Yunchu clenched her fists, trembling with anger. Tears started to fall uncontrollably when Yu Shimi arrogantly left with Zheng Shuyong. How could she give up this relationship so easily? Was she willing? She had liked Zheng Shuyong since she was a child, almost losing herself for him. Even when he slandered her and Yu Shimi bullied her, she never told her family or complained to Zheng's family. Gu Wanwan and Zheng Shirkan arrived at the scene and just witnessed the scene.
Yung Puye.
Yang Yunchu quickly wiped her tears so they wouldn't see her vulnerability. Shirkan, why are you here? And who is this? Zheng Shirkan proudly introduced. This is my good sister, my mom's adopted daughter Gu Wanwan. She's like a goddess. Yesterday, she gave your dad a top-quality ginseng. Your dad's illness will recover soon. Hearing this, Yang Yunchu suppressed her pain and forced a smile. Wanwan, hello. You can call me Yunchu Jia. Nice to meet you. I invite you to dinner as a thank you. She touched her pocket, remembering the money Zheng Shuyong took from her, feeling upset again. Zheng Shirkan noticed Yang Yunchu's discomfort and linked her arm. No need, no need. Wanwan cooked a big box of delicious food today. You're in for a treat. Let's find a nice place to have a picnic. The three of them found a quiet, beautiful place in the countryside, surrounded by blooming flowers, singing birds, and fragrant blossoms. Nearby, a clear stream flowed gently, its water so transparent you could see the bottom. In such a lovely environment, everyone felt very relaxed. Gu Wanwan spread a picnic cloth on the grass and took out some simple, hearty foods from a small basket: meat sandwiches, fried snacks, and fruits. Gu Wanwan handed Yang Yunshu a meat sandwich. Tasty food can make you feel happier. Yang Yunshu took the fragrant sandwich, couldn't help but feel hungry, and took a big bite, as if to turn sadness into strength. It's so delicious, even better than steamed buns. After finishing the first one, she grabbed a second, eating more and more, becoming more addicted. Then she added some fried snacks and drank the specially made fruit juice Gu Wanwan prepared, almost lost in the aroma. Zheng Shirkan poured her another glass of juice. Yunshu, we saw what happened just now. My second brother isn't acting right. He made you suffer and even dared to take your money. I feel embarrassed for him. Ever since Yushimi returned, the Zheng family has been unlucky. That White Lotus is being manipulated by someone behind the scenes, trying to pull us down, but my second brother is too foolish. My parents are very disappointed in him. Zheng Shuyang even hit me and falsely accused Wanwan of having impure intentions, trying to take the money Wanwan bought for our parents to support Yushimi. We refused, and my second brother accused Wanwan of causing trouble and ruining the Zheng family. Yushimi encouraged him to report her. Such a brother isn't worth keeping. You should give up on him. Yang Yunshu knew Zheng Shuyang was confused, but didn't expect him to be this muddled. Is Wanwan okay? I apologize to you on Zheng Shuyang's behalf.
Of course she's fine.
I follow the law and have official backing. Gu Wanwan smiled mysteriously. You don't need to apologize for him. You two are destined to have no fate together. He's not your true match. Men who steal from you and take your money aren't worth it. There are plenty of good people out there. Why chase after bad seed? Most men never forget their first love. Zheng Shuyang cares about you, but he keeps helping his first love bully you. That's his mistake. He can't control himself. Why should you apologize for him? You don't owe him anything. Once, Gu Wanwan also loved her fiancé, almost to the point of crossing boundaries. You should know how obsessed she was in the past. Unfortunately, this angered her fiancé and caused distance between them, plus her family's exclusion and slander. Her future in-laws preferred her cousin, hoping she would marry into their family. Her cousin's father was adopted, and he reported her grandfather, her adoptive father, which led to her grandparents being sent away. When her future in-laws learned her family was falling apart, they immediately called off the engagement and distanced themselves. Heartbroken, she left, but then she met love unexpectedly. It turned out a man had loved her for many years. They went through ups and downs and finally became a couple. This story shows that the next man will be better. Maybe there's someone quietly watching over you somewhere, but you just haven't noticed. Why die for a man who doesn't truly care about you? You're the daughter of the mayor, so there's no need to lower yourself to please a man. You deserve someone better. Yang Yunshu suddenly realized that Gu Wanwan's situation was much worse than hers. But she didn't complain or feel sorry for herself. She lived freely and happily, moving on without pain. You know I'm the mayor's daughter, but Shuyang doesn't. Basically, he doesn't care or want to understand me. If he had asked Uncle Zheng seriously or even asked me, I would have told him everything. Zheng Shirkan advised her earnestly. Zheng Shuyang is a. Yunshu, look at Wanwan. She found true love. And look at me, or Jian Jiliang, that scoundrel who only cared about what he could get and was kicked out. Wanwan's words were never wrong. The next one will be even better. Remember, it's not that we don't want Zheng Shuyang, but that Zheng Shuyang doesn't want us. He's now giving all his assets to the White Lotus girl. He's broke and will probably come to ask you for money again. He's not the Zheng Shuyang he used to be. I've given up on him. I advise you not to look back, and better hide your money somewhere safe to avoid losing everything. Gu Wanwan turned to look at Zheng Shirkan. Shirkan, is Dad and Mom's money hidden well? No way does he really dare to do that? Zheng Shirkan, knowing Wanwan's abilities, nodded in understanding. Wanwan's predictions always came true. Yinshu, you need to guard your money carefully. Don't tell him Uncle Yang's identity. There's one more thing. Gu Wanwan suddenly smiled mysteriously. Shirkan, call your older brother back. Zheng Shirkan paused, then gave a thumbs up to Wanwan.
He understood now.
As Sister Wan said, Zheng Shuyang couldn't find a job or get money. Yu Shimi then started pretending to be sick and setting traps. Shuyang, I've been a burden to you. My illness costs too much money, and I can't keep bothering you. Maybe you should stop worrying about me. Yu's mother pretended to cry and said, My poor daughter, we really can't afford any more money. Zheng Shuyang, feeling anxious, promised her, I've missed my chance once. I can't let it happen again. Don't worry. I will do my best to save her. I'm going to borrow money right now. Yu's father hinted, the guy next door, Brother Qian, lends money, but he charges interest. Fortunately, Zheng Shuyang still had some sense and didn't rush to borrow money. The interest is high, and if she can't pay back, the debt will grow. If her rivals find out about the borrowing, it could also cause trouble for her parents. Right now, Zheng's family is going through a tough time and should avoid making trouble. Uncle and auntie, let me think about it. If I really can't find another way, I'll take some money from my bank account to pay for Shimi's treatment. Her health can't wait. I'll figure out the rest later. Yu's mother frowned, unwilling to give up the money. She had already secretly taken the money from the account and hidden it at home, planning to use it to marry her son to a wealthy girl. No, that's not right. Cough cough, I mean the money has already been used for medical expenses. Seeing that she wasn't falling into a trap, Yu Shimi had to continue pretending to be weak. It's my bad luck. Shuyang, your parents don't like me. They won't even let me eat a bite of your family's food. It seems we are destined to be apart. Let's just part ways. Yu's father was furious.
What?
Zheng family is so stingy. Yu Shimi sniffled and tried to stir trouble between Zheng and her family. 3 large buckets of seafood, a kitchen full of rice, meat, fruits, and vegetables. Shuyang wanted to take it home to thank his parents, but his family and sister refused. I don't understand. Knowing we're starving, Zheng family has so much grain but prefers to waste it rather than share. Is it because I and Shuyang are close? Do they really treat Shuyang like their own son? Hearing this, Yu's father and mother looked greedily, almost unable to hide it. Why look down on our Yu family? Do they see us as relatives? Shuyang, uncle is straightforward. I'll ask you directly, do you want to marry my daughter? Zheng Shuyang naturally agreed. Not marrying his first love was a regret he carried for many years. Although Yang Yinshu was very good, he always felt something was missing, passion and excitement. So, when Yu Shimi returned, he didn't hesitate to leave his current partner and choose to rekindle his relationship with Yu Shimi. Yu's mother immediately took the lead and said straightforwardly, Shuyang, I know you're a good person, but not having money is a problem. How about this? Convince your sister to marry into our Yu family. It would be a great match. Your families Shirkan and Zheng Jiliang have already broken off their engagement. Hu Jiming's family is complicated. His biological father doesn't want him. He has no father, only a humble mother. What right does he have to be your sister's husband? Our Yu family isn't extremely wealthy, but we are honest city folks. I am kind and will treat your sister well. If she marries my son and becomes my daughter-in-law, and my daughter becomes her sister-in-law, our 2 families would become close and old grudges could be resolved. Wouldn't that be better? This idea wasn't new. She had long disliked the arrogance of the Zheng family and fantasized about putting them in their place. Moreover, the Zheng family was indeed wealthy. If her son married Zheng Shirkan, wouldn't the family's assets become part of the Yu family? Zheng Shuyang thought for a moment and found Yu's mother's proposal very appealing. Hu Ziming was a good person, but unfortunately, he couldn't support Shirkan financially or match the Zheng family status. Recently, Hu's father was arranging a new partner for him and didn't acknowledge any connection to the Zheng family, showing he was aware of his limitations. As for Yu Shimi's brother, he was definitely a good match. Zheng didn't know much about his future brother-in-law, but if his sister married him, her brother would follow. Not having a job wasn't a problem. As long as his sister married him, their parents would help him find work, just like they did for Zheng Jiliang back then. The immediate priority was to settle Yushimi's medical expenses. If that was impossible, he could only sneak back home for a visit. Yu's father openly declared, "If you can come up with 50,000, I'll agree to your marriage with my daughter. Otherwise, no. We'll take our daughter away and never let you find her, so your parents won't bully Shimi anymore." Zheng Shuyang had no choice but to promise him, "Uncle, give me some time. My family has money. I'll find a way to get it for you." Xia Tingyue and Zheng Zikin knew their second son was reckless, but still held on to hope for him. Little did they realize their softness might have almost ruined the entire Zheng family. Meanwhile, Zheng Shirtsan's eldest brother, Zheng Nanqi, received a call from home. Learning about his younger brother's foolish actions, he took leave from his superior and returned home. This trip wasn't just to solve Zheng's family problems, but also to bring his future wife to join the military. Zheng Shirkan was busy brainwashing Yang Yunqiu, unaware that his second brother had sold him out and hastily arranged his marriage. After the picnic, Yang Yunqiu, full of worries, went back to work. Wanwan said Zheng Shuyang was lovesick, but she admitted she was also lovesick. Even though Zheng Shuyang and Yushimi bullied and misunderstood her, she still foolishly hoped he would change his mind. "Wanwan, do you think Sister Yunqiu will understand? My older brother is already on his way back. I wonder how Brother Jiming is doing now." Gu Wanwan knew the situation well, showing a calm expression as if she had everything under control. "Not so soon. Instead of worrying about others, you should worry about yourself. Your brother has caused you to fall for a bad romantic trap." When they returned to Zheng's house, Zheng Shirkan quickly reminded his parents to hide their bankbook and valuables to prevent theft. Hearing Gu Wanwan's warning, the Zheng couple decisively hid the bankbook and other valuables in the basement of the storage room. They even took away watches and radios, locking the bicycles with chains on the iron fence. Unless dismantled, they couldn't be ridden away. As for the kitchen, they locked the door entirely, with the key hanging around Zheng Shirtsan's neck. That night, when it was quiet, Zheng Shuyang sneaked back home. He searched around the living room, feeling something was missing. Then he went to open the kitchen door, but found it was locked. He had to tiptoe upstairs to find the key. First, he went to his parents' room, feeling in the dark for something, opening drawers but finding no money or valuables. He observed his parents' situation while opening the wardrobe and searching inside, but still found nothing. How could there be nothing? Where did Dad and Mom's watches go? Did Zheng Shirkan take them? As he quietly left the room, Zheng family parents simultaneously opened their eyes, filled with anger and disappointment. If Wanwan hadn't reminded him, the Zheng family could have become poor overnight. The several thousand yuan in the bankbook were all taken by the Yu family. Given the second brother's obsession with Yushimi, he probably wouldn't leave a single cent for Zheng's family. It was truly heartbreaking. Zheng Shuyang turned and went to Zheng Shirtsan's room. Zheng Shirkan, always cautious thanks to Wanwan's reminder, was now so excited he was pretending to sleep when he heard noises outside the door. Under the faint moonlight outside the window, Zheng Shuyang noticed there was even less in Zheng Shirtsan's room than in his parents'. He carefully searched back and forth, but couldn't find any money or valuables until he saw the key hanging around Zheng Shirtsan's neck. Finally, it's here. Mom, Dad, sister, don't blame me. It's for my and Shimi's happiness. Wanwan said that villains usually die because they talk too much. Zheng Shirkan suddenly opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and punched Zheng Shuyang. He then struck him in the stomach. A loud cry of pain echoed out, accompanied by the man's agonized scream. "How dare you steal my stuff, you brat!" Gu Wanwan watched all this with her spiritual awareness. It was worth her effort to train Zheng Shirkan. Seeing him act bravely to defend the family and beat Zheng Urge into a mess made her feel very happy. Zheng Shuyang sadly realized he couldn't beat his sister. He remembered that his older brother had taught him some fighting skills before, but they were useless against his sister now. "Enough, enough. I'm your second brother." Zheng Shirkan was so into the fight that he kept hitting. "Thief, I don't have an older brother. I'll call the police on you. I've beaten all the bad women in Xiangyang village. Even the top women have to admit defeat when they see me. You're doomed when you face me. Zheng Shuyang tried to hide and run away. His gentle, cute little sister was gone. He quickly ran back to his room, only to find Fu Jingchen lying on his bed. This is my room. Who let you sleep here?
Get out now.
You're the one who should leave, thief. Fu Jingchen was straightforward and rough. He easily subdued Zheng Shuyang, grabbed his collar, and threw him out the door. Rat in a bag. Zheng family has no place for you anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the lights around brightened, and everyone from the Zheng family appeared. Zheng Shuyang felt nervous. Why you all? Xia Tinghua slapped second brother across the face. The Zheng family has truly wasted you. For the Yu family, you drained our family. Have you ever thought about what will happen to us? My dad, my sister, and I will have nothing to live on. Zheng Shuyang refused to admit he was wrong. He only blamed fate and his parents' favoritism. Our family is so rich. What's wrong with helping the Yu family? She's the woman I like. I want to marry her. Why don't you support me, Dad and Mom? Why do you have biases against Shimmy? If it weren't for you pushing people into a corner, would I have stolen from home? If you dare, call the police to arrest me. He was confident that his parents wouldn't imprison him unless they no longer wanted their son. Zheng Ziqian looked at him with disappointment. My wife and I were suspended because of the Yu family. You're so blinded by Shimmy that you can't see right from wrong. What have I done to deserve this? Raising such a useless, unfilial son. Our Zheng family owes you nothing. If you want to help Shimmy, do it with your own ability. Don't rely on your parents. Mom and Dad, call the police and arrest him. We must bring him to justice. If this keeps up, he'll ruin our Zheng family someday. Wanwan says he's hopeless, too soft-hearted, and that's a disaster. It wasn't that Zheng Shirkan didn't care about his siblings, but his second brother's behavior was becoming more and more outrageous. Xia Tinghua finally couldn't bear it anymore and sighed. Let him go out and reflect. Zheng Xiang's proud eyes fell on Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen. Gu Wanwan, a goddaughter can never compare to a biological daughter. Your attempts to sow discord are useless. No matter what mistakes I make, our parents won't blame me. Gu Wanwan smiled calmly. Really? Let's wait and see. I hope you can still smile in the future. Zheng Ziquan was furious. You wicked son. Before his father could get angry, Zheng Shuyang slipped away quickly. Zheng Shirkan looked a bit confused. Such a good family, ruined by my second brother. Wanwan, do you think he can really change if we give him a chance? Gu Wanwan simply replied, he will only become worse. Soon, her adoptive parents would realize this. Fu Jingchen gave his partner a knowing look. Wanwan, let's go out for a bit. Gu Wanwan was already thinking the same. Under the cover of darkness, late at night, the Yu family was about to go bankrupt. Let the storm come even stronger. The two left the house, instantly teleporting out of the family compound and heading straight to the Yu family. As soon as they entered the Yu house, they overheard the parents and son plotting schemes. Gu Wanwan quietly created an illusion. Mom and Dad, are you really going to let Jing Shirkan marry me? That would be great. I've always liked her beauty. I was too late because Zheng Jiliang stole her. Maybe we should go there tomorrow to propose. But Zheng Shirkan doesn't like me and won't agree. What should I do? Don't worry. Mom and Dad have talked to Zheng Shuyang. He said he would help match us. As long as he wants to marry Shimmy, he will agree. Besides, Shimmy just needs to say the word, and Zheng Shuyang will even abandon his parents. He's eager to marry her. He also promised to give her 50,000 in bride price. Of course, Zheng Shirtsan's dowry can't be less than that. That much money? Then our Yu family will be rich. But what if the Zheng family refuses this marriage? Foolish son, the Zheng family is falling apart. In the future, your dad will be the director of the Pigeon Tail Association. If it weren't for their wealth, I wouldn't agree to Zheng Shirkan marrying in. If you marry her now, wealth and status will come naturally. Later, Zheng Shuyang will create opportunities for you. If you take her, she's yours. If you don't marry her, It'll ruin her reputation. No one will marry a woman with a bad reputation. When Zheng Shirkan moves in, you must take good care of her. If you don't treat her well, she'll be upset. Then, relying on Zheng Shirkan, you can threaten the Zheng family for money. With wealth and power, you can do whatever women you want. Mom and Dad are so clever. Your happiness in life depends on you. But, Mom and Dad, I'm worried that my sister will really marry that useless Zheng Shuyang. That useless person can still be exploited for money. Once he hands over his work to you, kick him out directly. Your sister deserves a better man. The Yu family members are dreaming happily, unaware that Gu Wanwan recorded this conversation. Unfortunately, Yu Shimi wasn't present. She was probably out causing trouble and didn't get to see her true face. Gu Wanwan used her special abilities to make her unconscious, then worked with Fu Jingchen to carefully search the Yu family's belongings. There were quite a few things in Yu Shimi's room, mostly contributed by Zheng Shuyang, the big troublemaker. There were 2 luxury watches, high-end perfumes and cosmetics from the Friendship Store, and the latest fashionable dresses from Shanghai. In a locked drawer, she also found 1,000 yuan and some receipts, which she took with her using her mental powers. Fu Jingchen also found many valuables. No hiding place was safe from his sharp eyes. There were money bills in pillowcases, gold bars hidden in floor cracks, the private savings of Yu Shimi's parents, and Zheng Shuyang's bankbook. The bankbook had 6,000 yuan taken out, as the Yu family didn't keep money in the bank, saving them a trip. Besides that, the husband found preserved meats and rice in the storage room, which Zheng Shuyang had stolen from Zheng family. The Yu family often complained about not having enough food or meat, so now they got nothing at all. They managed to gather a total of 10,000 yuan, a huge profit for one day. It was another day of making a lot of money. Zheng Shuyang didn't leave the family compound directly. Instead, he wandered near the Yang family's place, planning his next move. If Zheng family failed, he had the backup plan of the Yang family. At worst, he would climb over the wall to find Yang Yunchu. Given Yang Yunchu's feelings for him, she wouldn't dare to make a scene. Over the years, Yang Yunchu had saved up her dowry to marry him, plus her parents' gifts, so her bankbook held a considerable amount of money. He planned to use this money to help Shimi get treatment, believing Yunchu wouldn't mind. The bankbook was in Yang Yunchu's wardrobe drawer, and she had told him about it herself, even giving him a key. He acted immediately. Since Yang's parents had gone to the hospital, only Yang Yunchu was at home. He followed the pipe leading upstairs. The pipe led directly to the bathroom. He climbed over the window, exited the bathroom quietly, then sneaked into Yang Yunchu's room. He opened the drawer with the key, but found nothing. Where's the bankbook? Yunchu clearly said it was here. Could it be in Aunt Yang's room? Yang Yunchu stayed awake all night. When Zheng Shuyang sneaked into the bathroom, she had already noticed. Considering Zheng Shirkan said Gu Wuan's fortune-telling was very accurate, and since Gu Wuan personally reminded her, she hesitantly transferred her bankbook to another place. Yu Shimi is Zheng Shuyang's true love, and Zheng Shuyang is also her first love. She still holds a romantic view of her first love, believing Zheng Shuyang would never do such sneaky and shameful things for a manipulative person. But reality hit her hard, and the romantic illusion in her mind started to. Zheng Shuyang, why are you coming to my house so late at night? Zheng Shuyang was startled and looked annoyed as he said, Yang Yunchu, scaring people like that can really scare someone to death. Is this how you talk to your partner? If I have nothing to hide, what am I afraid of? Yang Yunchu sniffed and corrected him irritably, we're not partners. You said yourself, Yu Shimi is the person you like, and I'm just your childhood friend. Hearing her try to distance herself, Zheng Shuyang felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't understand why he felt this way, but he forced himself to suppress his unease. Give me the bank book. I have an urgent matter.
No.
Yang Yunchu refused decisively. It was obvious she was being influenced by Yu Shimi. Giving away this money would be pointless. Zheng Shuyang initially felt guilty, but soon anger replaced that feeling. This is a matter of life and death. Do you have no conscience? I really regret knowing you. What did Yu Shimi do to provoke you? Yang Yunchu's eyes reddened with grievance. You shimmy. It's always you shimmy. That's my hard-earned money, not something stolen by the wind. Why should I give it to you, shimmy?
Who is she to me?
Do I even know her well? Zheng Shuyang couldn't explain it clearly. If it weren't for himself, Yang Yunchu wouldn't even know who Yushimi was. But he was confident and self-assured, believing that as long as Yang Yunchu liked him, she would eventually give in. You only lose money, but Yushimi risks her life. How can you be so heartless and refuse to help? If you hadn't upset her, would her condition have worsened? Yang Yunchu was filled with grief and anger, almost furious at Zheng Shuyang's stubbornness. You idiot! You deserve to be tricked into being poor. You keep saying she's gravely ill. I want to know what illness she has. She faints and has seizures all the time. Yesterday, I saw her at the state-run restaurant joking and laughing with another man. The day before, I saw her and her mother shopping at Friendship Store. She really is sick. She has money to buy luxury goods, but no money to treat her illness. Zheng Shuyang thought Yang Yunchu was just jealous and didn't take her words seriously. If you won't give it, I'll find another way myself. Yang Yunchu frowned and warned, breaking into someone's home to steal is a crime. I could report you to the police. Zheng Shuyang, do you realize your actions could harm the Zheng family? You're embarrassing your parents. Do you want to cause them to be expelled? Do you know how many people are watching the Zheng family for mistakes? You want to lose me? Just report it. Zheng Shuyang knew how to handle Yang Yunchu, but he had searched her room thoroughly and still couldn't find the passbook. Where did you hide it? I won't argue with you anymore.
Consider it a loan from me.
Yang Yunchu sneered. Do you still have money? That was my wedding savings. Can I think about my future? Zheng Shuyang was silent for a moment, looking very conflicted. As long as you give me the money, I'll agree to marry you. As long as Seimei's illness is cured, I'll come back to you. In the future, we will get married. What's yours is mine. I'm just using this money early. Yang Yunchu smiled sadly, choking on her words. Can I still trust you? Are you sure we will get married? Zheng Shuyang seemed to make a firm decision. He stepped forward and took her hand. This is my promise to you. If I don't marry you in the future, Yang Yunchu quickly covered his mouth.
Don't say it.
I believe you one last time. If you lie to me again, I will never forgive you in this life. In the end, she was soft-hearted. Even though he cared more about Seimei than herself, she still couldn't bear to give him up. Giving him a chance was also giving herself a chance to end her youthful heart with a perfect note. At least she had tried. Maybe one day Zheng Shuyang would be moved by her and change his mind. Of course, the main reason was that she didn't want Zheng Shuyang to commit a theft that could ruin the Zheng family. In the end, Zheng Shuyang successfully got Yang Yunchu's passbook and seal and happily left the residential compound. With this money, Seimei's illness could be treated. After Zheng Shuyang left the Zheng family, Zheng Shirkan waited nearby. When he saw Zheng Shuyang confidently come out of Yang's house, he knew his foolish second brother had succeeded. Thinking about all that money being spent on Seimei made him feel uncomfortable. We already warned Yunchu Jia. Why is she still so foolish to give away the money? It's destined to be gone, he muttered. As expected, Gu Wanwan wasn't too surprised. She went out briefly, then used her mind to steal Zheng Shuyang's passbook, seal, and money, and returned to Zheng Shirtsan's side, showing him the passbook and seal in her hand. Zheng Shirkan gave a thumbs up. Sister One is truly capable. Nothing can defeat her. Gu Wanwan smiled slightly. They returned victorious, but Zheng Shuyang and Yu family suffered heavy losses. There will be trouble tomorrow. Shirkan, if one day your second brother sells you out, will you forgive him? Zheng Shirkan shook his head firmly.
No.
Gu Wanwan turned back to Zheng's house. Go home and sleep. We have a battle tomorrow. Meanwhile, Yushimi visited Lin's mansion and stayed overnight with young Master Lin. In the morning, as she was leaving, Lin Mickey stopped her. How did it go? Yushimi confidently patted her chest. Rest assured, Sister Lin, I've already stirred up chaos in Zheng's family. When I lure Zheng Shuyang into making a mistake with loans, I will ruin Zheng's family. Then you can control Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen. Lin Mickey was very pleased with her plan. With her cousin Hu Jiming's support, no more trouble would arise. She wanted them to see how terrible the consequences are for offending her. Is Gu Wanwan really loyal and caring? How will she choose between her sisters and her partner? If she chooses her sisters, Fu Jingchun will be hers. If she chooses her partner, her best friends will be left with no way out. Furthermore, news from Jing City said they plan to eliminate Fu Jingchun and Gu Wanwan. Fu Jingchun would only survive by asking her for help. Otherwise, he wouldn't leave the Shanghai area. The mayor was seriously ill and too busy to handle affairs, leaving everything to his secretary. Because of the backing of the Lin family and the mayor's secretary being one of their people, it was no exaggeration to say that Shanghai was mostly controlled by the Lin family. Even if the sky fell, the Jing family from the capital would support them. She didn't know why Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchun offended the fifth-generation family, but it didn't matter. She planned to break them apart and take control of Fu Jingchun. County Chief Lin was very fond of his granddaughter. Whatever she wanted, he would do his best to help her get it, using threats or bribes if necessary. With Fu Jingchun's position as a squad leader, he was a good match for his granddaughter. When she complained that Zheng Shirkan and Hu Jiming bullied her, he immediately took action to suppress them, which led to Zheng's parents being suspended and Hu Jiming being betrayed and confined by his father. Lin Mickey hated public displays of affection the most. She was annoyed, so Zheng Shirkan and Hu Jiming were forced apart and made to marry people they didn't love and who were of low status. Zheng Shirkan and Hu Jiming probably never imagined that the real culprit behind their separation was Lin Mickey herself. They were heading toward a tragic ending as she planned, and next would be Fu Jingchun and Gu Wanwan. If Fu Jingchun had ambitions, he would have abandoned Gu Wanwan and chosen to marry her. She is the noble granddaughter of the county magistrate, which would help Fu Jingchun's future promotions. After Lin Mai promised to help, Yushimi left the Lin family happily. When she returned home, she saw chaos everywhere. Her parents and brother were sitting on the ground, crying loudly. It's all gone, everything's gone. The thief stole everything from our house. My money, my food. Shimmy, you're just in time. Hurry and report to the police to get the money back. Shimmy rushed into the house, opening drawers and wardrobes. Her money, tickets, and valuables were all gone. Who did this? My brand name watch. After the theft, everything she had built up over the years was gone. Zheng Shuyong arrived at the Yu family at this moment. Seeing the mess, he was surprised. Shimmy, what happened to your family? Who did you offend? Nearby neighbors, who disliked the Yu family's attitude, gathered outside, pointing and whispering. Serves them right. How many people has the Yu family offended? Yu Shijun caused trouble outside. He's been involved in scams and seductions, hurting many innocent girls. But because someone is backing him, nothing has come out. That's true. He also has many shady friends. Shimmy isn't innocent either. She often stays out late. We don't know where she goes. Don't even think about it. She's probably sleeping with someone. Since high school, she's had many boyfriends. That one man is the stupidest. He keeps giving money to the Yu family, a real fool. Zheng Shuyong frowned, feeling suspicious. Someone said it might be jealousy, but with so many complaints, it couldn't all be slander. Afraid Zheng Shuyong might hear something, he quickly closed the door. Shuyong, I don't know why the neighbors hate me so much. I stayed at the hospital last night, and they even tarnished my reputation. Our house was robbed. How will we live in the future? It's okay. I have money now. I got the bank book from Yang Yunshu. Hoping the family would feel better, Zheng Shuyong reached into his pocket, but only found some crumpled paper. Where's the bank book? Where did it go? It was definitely there last night. To avoid more trouble, he stayed at his dorm last night and came early this morning to bring money to the Yu family. No way. Could the bank book have been swapped? Shimmy's hope was suddenly dashed. Maybe Yang Yunshu didn't give it to you? Last night's events are still vivid in Zheng Shuyong's mind. I did it myself, and I finally convinced Yang Yunshu. It's my fault, I was cheated. He feels so unlucky. He even lost his savings book. He can't go back to find Yang Yunshu again, right? Yushimi tries to shift blame onto Gu Wanwan, suggesting, maybe it was your younger sister and her friends? Only they and I have grudges. Zheng Shuyang is swayed by her and suspects Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen. I'll take you to ask her clearly. Yu's mother is more practical and considers another idea. Yang Yinshu has no money, but her parents do, right? Your parents do, too, right? Take this chance to settle your brother's marriage with your sister and use her dowry to help the in-laws. It's reasonable, isn't it? Zheng Shuyang is speechless, feeling something is off. But he doesn't think much about it. Marrying into the family is inevitable. Better to do it sooner rather than later. He borrows money from a colleague and tells his parents and Yu Shijun to go have breakfast first. He takes Yu Shimi shopping for some gifts to visit her family, no point going empty-handed. He buys only a few modest snacks and candies as a gift. After Yu Shijun's family finishes eating and leaves, they turn a corner and see Zheng Shirkan and her group shopping. Hi, wife. What a coincidence. Shopping? Do you want me to come with you? Yu's father smiles warmly and steps closer. Oh, isn't this our good daughter-in-law? Yu's mother is even more affectionate, loudly introducing Zheng Shirkan to acquaintances. This is my future eldest daughter-in-law. Her name is Zheng Shirkan. My in-law is the director of the Pigeon Tail Society. Zheng Shirkan feels disgusted. She turns to see Wan Jie raising an eyebrow, instantly understanding why Wan Jie said she was sold out. They think spreading rumors and solidifying relationships will make others easy to manipulate. But they're wrong. The first rule of dealing with Wan Jie is to not fear reputation and to refuse moral blackmail. Old busybody, who are you? Just grabbing anyone and calling them relatives? I already have a fiancé. His name is Hu Jiming. Yu Shijun has never seen such a bold Zheng Shirkan.
He's a bit stunned.
You're our daughter-in-law. Your second brother already agreed. Zheng Shirkan, mimicking Wan Jie, plays by her own rules. Thinking of farting? With your pathetic look, I would never like you. And as for my second brother, he's not my dad. Why should I marry a stranger without my consent? Our shameless second brother. I declare I cut ties with him. Yu's mother is so angry she turns red in the face and shouts, You call me old busybody? How can you be a good wife? I said you are the daughter-in-law, which makes you the daughter-in-law. Since I am your mother-in-law, I have the right to teach you. Gu Wanwan lazily replied, The great leader said we should promote free marriage and oppose arranged marriages. Don't you think your ideas are a bit outdated, questioning the leader's words? Stop accusing me. Zheng Shirkan and I love each other. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Yu Shijun glared fiercely at Gu Wanwan. The next moment, his eyes nearly popped out of his head, and he swallowed hard. Such a beautiful woman. Zheng Shirkan doesn't want to marry me, but you can marry me. You're way prettier than Zheng Shirkan. In this face-focused era, with the stunning Gu Wanwan around, Zheng Shirkan doesn't seem so attractive anymore. Yu Shijun's eyes seemed only to see Gu Wanwan. His voice softened unconsciously. Shirkan, I heard from Shimi that your parents adopted a daughter named Gu Wanwan. She's a translator and works at the department store. She's beautiful and earns money. I guess the girl next to you is Wanwan, right? Hello, I am Yu Shimi's older brother, Yu Shijun. Nice to meet you. I'm smitten at first sight. Please take care of me for the rest of my life. Yu Shimi had mentioned Gu Wanwan before. At that time, his parents dismissed her as useless. But today, after seeing her, they realized Yu Shimi was being too modest. Yu's father and mother thought Gu Wanwan was more suitable for their son. Young, pretty, delicate-looking, and an only daughter. Easier to handle. Yu Shijun was captivated by her looks. Marrying her would be like bringing a golden hen into the house. Impressive and respectable. With such a woman who can earn money, he could naturally enjoy a life of ease. As for Zheng Shirkan, she was spoiled, temperamental, and violent, a typical spoiled girl. He didn't want to marry such a girl into his family. Onlookers. Are they changing their minds so quickly? Zheng Shirkan clenched her fists. What do you mean? Yu Shijun quickly shifted his focus and didn't bother to hide his disdain for Zheng Shirkan. What do I mean? Wanwan is a beautiful flower, and you're just a pile of trash that highlights her. Gu Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle softly and secretly press the record button on her recorder. My boyfriend is very jealous and fierce. You better be careful. Yu Shijun was stunned for a moment after hearing that, but that didn't mean he would give up. It was strange for such a stunning woman to be single. However, he had a habit. He loved to steal other people's women and wouldn't give up until he succeeded. Break up with him and be with me. There's no woman Yu Shijun can't win over. Gu Wanwan deliberately asked, do my adoptive parents know you're so flirtatious? Aren't you interested in Zheng Shirkan becoming your wife? You and your parents have been loudly claiming that Shirkan is part of your family, that you love each other, and now suddenly you're changing your mind and trying to flirt with me. Aren't you afraid that my godparents will find out? I don't care what they think. I haven't mistreated her badly, so she should be happy about it, Yu Shijun said confidently, not taking the Zheng family seriously. Anyway, the Zheng family is almost finished. You should cut ties quickly to avoid trouble. As long as you marry me, the Yu family will protect you for life. By the way, I should tell you, someone is backing the Yu family. Gu Wanwan smiled faintly. Is your Yu family really that powerful? My godparents were suspended from their jobs. Did your family do that? Yu Shijun was flattered by her compliment and spoke without thinking, of course. My parents are planning to replace your godparents as the new leaders of the Pigeon Association. Yu's mother thought Gu Wanwan had agreed and took the opportunity to make her own request. Gu Wanwan, it's your honor that my son likes you. Otherwise, as an orphan girl with 2 kids, I originally didn't want you to join the Yu family, but since my son likes you. Yu's father eagerly added, we won't ask for a bride price. We need to support 3 of you, yourself and your siblings. You should prepare your dowry, and your salary must be handed over to us. Your mother-in-law will keep it safe. I heard you work at the department store and gave up your job for my son. If you agree, we can get the marriage license right away. Gu Wanwan glanced coldly and simply said, deal. Zheng Shirkan had been waiting for Wanwan's words. He clenched his fist and punched Yu's father, knocking him out. How dare you think about my Wanwan? Harassing her in public, insulting my mother as trash. Who gave you the courage? I've tolerated you for a long time. Today, I want to remove the troublemakers from society, Zheng Shirkan said fiercely. Yu Shijun rushed forward to stop him but was kicked aside by Gu Wanwan. You shameless people. The daughter-in-law is hitting her mother-in-law? My life is hard. Yu's mother screeched and lunged at her, only to be slapped away. Yu Shijun was stunned. How could these 2 girls, who looked so fragile, fight so fiercely? Zheng Shuyang and Yu Shimi came out of the supply and marketing cooperative and saw the bloody scene at the Yu family. Mom, Dad, brother, what happened? Yu Shimi hurried over, helping Yu's mother up. Gu Jiqing, Shirkan, what did my parents do to you? Why are you so harsh? Yu's mother, filled with hatred, saw Zheng Shuyang nearby and subtly tried to stir trouble. That girl, Gu Wanwan, is trying to my son and ruin his relationship with Zheng Shirkan. The onlookers listened as Yu's mother lied openly, and they couldn't help but roll their eyes. Everyone nearby knew about Yu's mother's bad reputation. Many neighbors had suffered losses because of her. Poor girls, Yu family just won't let go of them. Gu Wanwan slapped her again. Old woman, stop talking nonsense. I'll sew your mouth shut. Zheng Shuyang already disliked Wanwan, and now her opinion dropped even further. Without listening to any explanation, she accused Gu Wanwan. I knew you were trouble. You have a partner but still want to pursue Shijun. You even tried to steal your sister's fiancé. I must make my parents see your true nature. She didn't think about how unreasonable her words were. With the handsome and talented Fu Jingchen around, who would bother with a greedy, greasy man with a big head? Shirkan, Yu family's parents are your future in-laws. If you won't help them, fine. But why are you helping Gu Wanwan humiliate them? How can you be a good daughter-in-law? Gu Wanwan curled her lips into a cold smile, mocking his arrogance. Who is Yu family's daughter-in-law? Did Shirkan agree? Did my godparents agree? Zheng Shuyang, you decided this yourself. Don't think too highly of yourself. Keep your hands to yourself. Shirkan makes his own decisions in life. After saying this, she and Zheng Shirkan confidently left together. Fearing the marriage might fall through, Yu family's parents pretended to be distressed. It hurts so much. Am I going to die? Our home was robbed. The daughter-in-law doesn't acknowledge us. We can't go on. Zheng Shuyang worried they might do something foolish, so she assured them, Uncle, Aunt, don't worry. I will help you get justice. I believe I can persuade my parents to let Shirkan marry into the Yu family. Also, Gu Wanwan should pay for the medical expenses. As Shimi said, Yu family and Gu Wanwan have a grudge. Maybe the theft was her doing. If we find out it was her, I will make her pay back the money. Yu family's parents exchanged glances, secretly pleased. Yes, it must be her. Make her pay. If she can't, then her parents. If they refuse, we'll report to the police. In my opinion, we shouldn't make things worse and damage the harmony between our families. I believe Shirkan will agree to marry into the Yu family. To Yu Shimi, Zheng family, and Gu Wanwan were bound to face a showdown. Whether it's money or Zheng Shirkan, they had no right to refuse. When Gu Wanwan and Zheng Shirkan returned to Zheng's home, they immediately told Zheng's parents what had happened. Zheng Shirkan was very angry. Mom and Dad, just give up on Zheng Shuyang. Don't have any more expectations. He acts on his own, favors some people, listens to others, and is completely useless now. Last night, he even sneaked into the Yang family to steal money and tricked Yin Chu's passbook away. While we were shopping earlier, I heard that the Yu family was robbed. I'm sure the White Lotus girl will blame us and try to make us pay for the damages. Zhang Ziqian frowned, thinking there might be a misunderstanding. The second son wouldn't be so foolish as to joke about his sister's future marriage. Did you hear wrong? The second son wouldn't harm his sister. Gu Wannan sipped her tea calmly. Godfather, it's true. Zheng Shuyang promised that Shirkan would marry Yu Shijun, making it a perfect match. His idea is big. Just now, he took Yu Shimi to the supply store to buy candies and cookies, and soon, the Yu family came to propose marriage. The Yu family won't give bride price. They want Shirkan to bring dowry when she marries in. Zheng Shuyang also agreed. The Zheng couple might not believe their daughter's words, but they had to believe Gu Wannan's, because everything was happening as she said. Gu Wannan's spiritual sense swept out. They've arrived. The next second, Zheng Shuyang entered first, carrying some things, followed by the 4 members of the Yu family. Dad and Mom, Uncle and Aunt. Yu Shimi obediently called out. The Yu parents glared fiercely at Gu Wannan and forced a nasty smile at the Zheng couple. Hello, dear in-laws. Yu Shijun, holding on to his bad habit of ruining what he can't get, decided to give Gu Wannan and Zheng Shirkan a hard time. Hello, father-in-law and mother-in-law. Hearing this, Xia Tinghua felt cold inside. Her goddaughter's words proved true. Who are you calling in-laws? Stop pretending to be close. Zhang Ziqian frowned, unhappy. If it's about the marriage between the second son and Yu Shimi, I don't agree. Yu's mother sat down without being invited, trying to flatter them. In-laws, it's about my son Yu Shijun and your daughter Zheng Shirkan. Our 2 families are becoming closer. Don't worry, I will treat Shirkan as my own daughter. Gu Wannan shot a sidelong look. How much bride price do you plan to give? Yu's mother waved her hand. Since we're now in-laws, there's no need for bride price. Shirkan just needs to bring dowry when she marries. Xia Tinghua was so angry, she clenched her teeth. So, your Yu family wants to marry a daughter-in-law without giving anything? And you expect her to support your family? Zheng Shuyang felt guilty, but tried to hide it, and he advised his parents, Mom, don't be so harsh. The Yu family isn't that well off, but our family has money to help out. It's mutual support, nothing wrong with that. Zhang Ziqian angrily questioned, if you have money, then use it yourself. I never thought you'd be so clueless. Do you mean to say that marrying your sister into the Yu family was your idea? Zheng Shuyang looked at Yu Shimi's pleading eyes and reluctantly nodded, yes. Shirkan has already canceled her engagement, so I think Shijun is the best choice. I know his character, and I can vouch for him. Trust me, Mom and Dad, I won't harm my sister. Gu Wannan sneered. You went ahead without Shirtsan's approval. That's hurting her. She already has a fiancé, and he's not your marriage match. You bypassed your parents' decision and took matters into your own hands. Your actions are like throwing Shirkan into a fire. Is she your sister or your enemy? Why are you so determined to ruin her future happiness? Do you even realize how many women Yu Shijun has hurt? How many families he has broken apart? Do you know he has strange habits? He prefers widows, steals their husbands, and seeks excitement. Have you interacted with Yu Shijun? Do you know him well? Or did Yu Shimi tell you that her brother is a gentleman, respectful to women, filial to his parents, and a good man who cares for his wife? That's all lies, just falsehoods. Zheng Shuyang was furious and embarrassed. Shut up. How dare you smear Shijun? Mom and Dad, don't listen to Gu Wanan's lies. Shijun is a good person. Shimi wouldn't deceive me. I only want a happy future for Kankan. But Gu Wanan has bad intentions. She knows Shijun wants to marry Shirkan and is deliberately trying to interfere, trying to steal Kankan's fiancé. I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, ask others. There are many witnesses. Gu Wanan failed in her schemes and even incited Kankan to attack the Yu family members. Shimi is kind-hearted and didn't call the police. That's her last bit of dignity. Mom and Dad, we can't protect the real culprit. Also, last night, the Yu family's house was robbed. It was Gu Wanan and her group. If she doesn't compensate, I will report it to the police. Yu Shijun gave up and dragged Gu Wanan into the mess. Yes, she's the one who seduced me. I told her I only have Zheng Shirkan in my heart. But she kept pestering me. I've never seen such a troublemaker and liar. If Zheng Shuyang hadn't seen it, I'd be speechless. Mrs. Yu was even more unreasonable, saying, I don't care. I'm staying at your Zheng family. Either you pay back the money, or Zheng Shirkan takes 10,000 in dowry to marry into the Yu family. If not, this won't end. I'll report to the police that Gu Wan is behaving improperly and forcibly break up my son and daughter-in-law. Mr. Yu deliberately looked at Gu Wan with disgust, thinking that the Zheng family had thrown out the orphan girl. If Gu Wan didn't want to lose this relative, she would have to compromise and ask for the Yu family's forgiveness. Dear in-laws, the more beautiful a woman is, the more unreasonable she seems. We don't want this kind of flirtatious stepdaughter. She only wants to marry my son because he looks good. Our Yu family will never allow such a woman to come into our home. Suddenly, Fu Jingchen's voice sounded before he appeared, saying, so lively. I heard from the Yu family that my wife is obsessed with your fat pig. As her real partner, I came to see how handsome and charming your eldest son is. When the Yu family looked over, Fu Jingchen was already standing beside Gu Wan like a protector. The Yu parents saw this and realized how ridiculous their lie was. Their overweight son stood next to her clearly, so why would Gu Wan be attracted to his weight? Gu Wan squinted and questioned sharply, you say I stole money from the Yu family? Do you have any proof? Just because Yu Shimi said so, you think I have a grudge against her, so I stole from the Yu family? What did I steal? This is my first time in Hushur City. How would I know where the Yu family lives? How could I sneak in and steal without anyone noticing? Fu Jingchen mocked Zheng Shuyang and the Yu family along with his wife. Wife, we are so capable. We even managed to fool the security guard at the gate, sneaking into the Yu family late at night. Unfortunately, we have the security guard as a witness. You say we stole from a Yu family? We didn't know. We only know that Zheng Shuyang tried to steal from Zheng's house at midnight but failed, then went to the Yang family to steal Yang Yunchu's bankbook. Moreover, I have proof. Gu Wan took out a voice recorder. Gu Wan narrowed her eyes, a sharp glint flashing in them. Zheng Shuyang, I ask you again, do you really understand the Yu family? Am I shameless for secretly associating with Yu Shijun? Are you sure the Yu family is a good place for you? Won't it harm your sister? Faced with Gu Wan's aggressive attitude, Yu Shimi felt a bad premonition. She had a feeling that the recorder was not simple. Shuyang, since the Zheng family doesn't welcome the Yu family, let's leave. Forget about this marriage. Our Yu family can't afford to climb so high. Zheng Shuyang did not understand Yu Shimi's meaning and bravely faced the challenge. I still say this. I trust Shimi. I can vouch for Yu family's character. Yu Shijun is a loyal and sincere man. With Zheng Shuyang as a backing, Yu family's parents suddenly felt confident. They naively thought Zheng's family wouldn't give up their own son just for a daughter-in-law. Gu Wanfan and Zheng Shirkan hit us. We must be compensated for medical expenses. Either pay up, marry off your daughter, or let us live in your house. Otherwise, I will report you to the police and arrest you all. I'll lay out my conditions. If I were you, I would let Zheng Shirkan marry her. Enemies become relatives. Now everyone in the neighborhood knows about my son's and your daughter's marriage. If your daughter doesn't marry him, who will dare to marry her in the future? Suddenly, Hu Jiming's voice came from outside the door.
Canon.
Seeing who was coming, Zheng Shirkan happily ran over and hugged him. Are you okay? I was so worried. If you came any later, the Yu family would forcefully marry your fiancé. Hu Ziming ignored everyone's gaze and tightly embraced his passionate fiancé. My fiancé, no one else gets you. I love you, Canon.
You are the only one in my life.
Zheng Shirkan blushed and confidently responded, I love you too. In this life, besides you, I won't marry anyone else. The two openly showed their love, dispelling the unpleasantness caused by the Yu family. Gu Wanfan and Fu Jingchen clapped their hands. A match made in heaven. And Bao and Yu cheered happily. Get married right here. Anyone with eyes could see they were deeply in love. Yang Yinshu arrived at Zheng's door without knowing when. She looked at the happy couple with envy. If Shuyang could love her like that, how wonderful it would be. She knew clearly that as long as Shimiyu was around, this wish would be hard to realize. Should she give up? Zheng Shuyang was very unhappy that her marriage plans were disrupted. I don't agree. Hu Jiming is about to get married. Why is he still bothering my sister? Who's getting married? I've never backed out of my marriage with Canon. If you don't agree, that's your business. I only need my parents' approval. Hu Jiming pulled Zheng Shirkan behind him. Canon isn't a gift for your first love. She didn't ask for this, and she made her own decision. Have you considered her happiness? Zheng Shirkan leaned on her fiancé, enjoying his tenderness and protection. I don't like the Yu family. I hate Zheng Shuyang who meddles in others' relationships. She sacrifices my happiness for her own selfish desires. Zheng Shuyang's lips trembled slightly, feeling a pang of guilt and unease. Yu Shijun was furious. He couldn't win over Gu Wanwan, so he decided to try for Zheng Shirkan instead. How dare you try to steal my wife? Zheng Shirkan is someone our Yu family has chosen. Publicly taking someone like this is just lawless.
Exactly.
Shuyang, at least show some support. You personally promised to marry your sister to our Yu family. If you back out, I won't let Shimi associate with you anymore. I won't recognize you as our son-in-law. Yu's mother said this shamelessly. Yu's father nodded in agreement. Our Yu family isn't easy. Before marriage, you already caused trouble with others. In the past, you'd be punished severely for that. Zheng Shuyang frowned, torn between his family and sister and his first love. Yang Yunshu saw his hesitation and felt sad for Zheng Shirkan. Zheng Shuyang, you're not fit to be a brother. The Yu family has a bad reputation, everyone in the neighborhood knows. You didn't even investigate before selling out your sister. You have no conscience. Zheng Shuyang, angry and frustrated, turned and lashed out at Qingmei. Shut up. This is my family's matter. You, an outsider, have no right to interfere. Gu Wanwan suddenly tore away his last cover of shame. You stole someone's bankbook to help the Yu family, forced Sister Yinshu to give her job to Yushimi. The one who has no right to criticize her is you, a two-timing, untrustworthy man. Zheng Shuyang was so embarrassed he dared not meet his parents' disappointed gazes. Yang Yinshu, was it you who told them? You don't keep your promises. I'm so disappointed in you. Yang Yinshu, tired of explaining, didn't bother. He knew they wouldn't listen anyway. While the Yu family was causing trouble, Fu Jingchen pressed a button on his voice recorder, capturing everything that happened on the street. He recorded Yu Shijun trying to flirt, being rejected, complaining that Zheng Shirkan was not as good as Gu Wanwan, then getting angry, threatening and intimidating Gu Wanwan and Zheng Shirkan. He also recorded how Yu's parents were sharp-tongued, dreaming of Gu Wanwan marrying into the Yu family, handing over her salary and work, and after being rejected again, turning their attention back to Zheng Shirkan, tormenting him as soon as he entered the house. Gu Wanwan remained innocent throughout, as if she were an innocent victim. I can have any woman I want. There are plenty I've mistreated. Have I married any of them? If you weren't the most beautiful, you wouldn't have married into the Yu family. Our Yu family has powerful backing. They want to destroy your Zheng family. Your family is about to fall. My father will replace your father as the new leader of the Pigeon Association. If you follow me, I promise you won't be affected. Their true nature was exposed by the recording. After listening, everyone's only thought was, they went too easy on them. Yu Shimi was deeply shocked, never expecting Gu Wuan to have a voice recorder, let alone record her parents' and brother's crimes. The situation was spiraling out of her control. You. An overwhelming panic spread through Yu Shijun's heart. This is fake, yes, not real. You're deliberately framing me. Gu Wuan looked at him with a faint smile and said calmly, "Oh, I'm framing you for being unfaithful, fickle, and for harming a decent woman. Do you really think your bad deeds are flawless? Just because you have backing, you think you can ignore the law? If I give the recordings to the police, will you eat peanuts? Being a hooligan isn't light. Can your powerful backers save you? No wonder your godparents are suspended. It turns out it's you guys trying to take their place. How shameless, wanting the Zheng family's position and money, planning everything clearly." Zheng's parents were furious. "You Shimi, what more to your family, and you have to say in your defense? Can't take it anymore? Do you want to die right here?" After speaking, Fu Jingchen played another recording. This recording captured the scheme plotted by Yu's parents and Yu Shijun. Zheng Shuyang is a fool. Shimi tricked him easily. He wouldn't dare refuse. If it weren't for Zheng family's wealth, I wouldn't let Zheng Shirkan marry in. Anyway, you marry her, and the wealth and glory of the Yu family come with it. The bride price should be at least 50,000. With Zheng family's love for their daughter, Zheng Shirkan marrying you means we get the entire Zheng family's estate. Won't our Yu family prosper then? If Zheng family refuses the marriage, we'll just make it happen. Let the foolish Zheng Shuyang trick Zheng Shirkan out. Son, you take her. If she refuses to marry, spread the word everywhere. No one will marry a woman of loose morals. Once Zheng Shirkan is married in, we'll discipline her well. It'll both vent our anger and serve as a threat to Zheng family for money. When we're rich, we can find a wife from a noble family again. Parents are so clever. Zheng Shuyang, that idiot, has sacrificed his family, his parents, and sister. If he marries Shimi, will he corrupt our intelligence? That fool still has some use. Trick him into transferring his job to you, then let Shimi kick him out. Your sister deserves a wealthier, more powerful man. Zheng Shuyang would betray Zheng family, and later, he'll betray the Yu family too. We're not that stupid." Zheng Haoyang was struck like lightning, his face turning deathly pale, his so-called persistence shattered into pieces. How could this be? His own parents saw him this way? Because of Shimi, he loved her deeply and was overly indulgent to the Yu family. He thought he was getting closer to them, but in the end, Yu's parents looked down on him. They only wanted to use him to control his sister and gain the Zheng family's wealth. What hurt him most was that Yu's parents secretly planned to replace his real parents and had their own supporters who took away his parents' positions. He was too naive, foolishly guaranteeing Yu Shijun without realizing he was a rotten man at heart. He almost caused his sister to be harmed by the Yu family. Mom, Dad, Can. At this moment, he felt so ashamed he couldn't lift his head. Fu Jingchen's words struck Zheng Shuyang deeply. It turns out you are just a foolish in the eyes of a Yu family, used up and discarded, sold off, and exploited for money. Gu Wanwan's face showed a mocking expression. This is your so-called good-in-law family. You and Shirkan must have a deep grudge. She is so unlucky to have a foolish brother who almost ruined her happiness. The Yu family members broke out in cold sweat. The truth came so suddenly that they couldn't defend themselves. These words were indeed spoken by them. When, where, and how they said them, they couldn't remember no matter how hard they tried. Yushimi knew her parents and brother were usually outspoken and often said careless things outside. They weren't afraid of being overheard. These words might have been spoken at a state-owned restaurant and were recorded by Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen. Their carefully laid plan was falling apart, and they might face jail. The only thing to be thankful for was that she hadn't been involved the whole time. Otherwise, how could she continue to deceive Zheng Shuyang in the future? Mom, Dad, brother, how could you betray my and Shuyang's trust? Sorry, Shuyang, I didn't know that Mom and Dad. The urgent thing was to clear their names first. Gu Wanwan saw through the White Lotus's mind and refused to let her shift blame. You arranged your brother with Shirkan. Don't tell me you don't know your brother's character. That's a weak excuse. Yushimi knew that talking more would only make things worse. She stopped arguing and started crying softly, acting like she was wronged and hurt. Zheng Shuyang looked at Yushimi with complicated feelings. Luckily, his shimmy wasn't involved, or his last hope would have collapsed. He then glared angrily at the Yu family. You are so cruel. I trusted you so much, disregarding my parents' and sister's opposition, helping you, and now you use me as a tool to harm my sister. And you swore to treat her as your own daughter. I was so foolish to believe your lies. If his sister fell into a wolf's den, he would never forgive himself in this life. Mother, you argued forcefully. We didn't ask you to confront your parents or abandon your younger sister. It was your own decision, your selfish thoughts. You wanted to use your sister to gain favor with our Yu family, so we would agree for Shimi to marry you. Everything was blamed on Zheng Shuyang. Facing his parents and sister, he knew he was in the wrong. Mom, Dad, sister, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted impulsively. Xia Tinghua looked angry and sternly said, the one who should apologize most is Wuan. If it weren't for him, Kansan would have been ruined by you and the Yu family. None of this would have happened if Gu Wuan hadn't come to Zheng's house. Zheng Shuyang wanted Gu Wuan to admit his mistake, but his pride wouldn't let him lower himself so much. In his view, Gu Wuan was the main culprit. Gu Wuan was indifferent and didn't expect him to apologize. Is it my fault that I look good? Because I didn't go to Zheng's house, my foster parents were suddenly dismissed? It's my fault that I breathe fresh air? Fu Jingchen chimed in, cooperating with his wife. No matter what wrongdoings the Yu family and Yushimi did, they are not at fault.
People are so double-standard.
Love makes people stupid and useless. Zheng Ziqian felt cold inside. The evidence was clear, and the second son even falsely accused Wuan. He could no longer tolerate it. Zheng Shuyang, from the moment you decided to sell Kansan, our Zheng family has no son like you who can't tell right from wrong. If you like the Yu family so much, go live with them. You even stole your childhood friend's money. You're not a real man. Despite his reluctance, Xia Tinghua made a tough decision to cut ties. Once there is one, there might be a second. Who can guarantee Zheng Shuyang will change and not be brainwashed again by Yushimi? Cut off the family ties immediately to prevent him from harming Zheng family, Wuan, and Kansan. Zheng Shuyang knew his parents were disappointed, but he never thought things would get so serious that they would sever family ties. Did his parents really want to abandon him? Is Gu Wuan spreading rumors to Mom and Dad? She can't stand seeing me do well. Zheng Ziqian decided to cut ties, without joking. The Zheng family can't tolerate a son who harms his siblings. Since the truth was exposed, the Yu family no longer bothered to hide. A recording device? If you dare, arrest us. We have powerful backing. You can't do anything to us. Yu Shijun thought of his backing and immediately became arrogant again. Come and fight me. Arrest me and put me in jail. Who do you think you are? I've committed so many crimes. Have I ever been caught? Gu Wuan, Zheng Shirkan, you'd better pray I get locked up. If I don't, you're doomed. If I don't take revenge on you, I wouldn't be Yu Shijun. A girl from the Zheng family about to fall, an orphan with no parents, bringing along a pair of troublemakers. I wonder how powerful you all really are. Gu Wanwan quickly shut him down with one sentence. I'm not powerful, but I am the child of a martyr. The police arrived at this moment. Long before the Yu family caused trouble at the door, Fu Jingchen had already sent people over in advance. Fu Jingchen gave them a subtle signal. Comrades in the police, stick to official procedures. The police had already arrested Yu Shijun earlier. Unfortunately, he had backing and knew the deputy director, so he kept escaping several times. Now, he finally got caught. Even if the deputy director wanted to let him go, he couldn't, unless he wanted to be investigated by special departments. Gu Wanwan played the recording as evidence. Feel free to arrest him. Someone will cover for you. The police understood her meaning. If the special department was taking over this case, that was the best news. Yu Shijun, you and your 3 companions come with me. Spreading rumors, blackening someone's reputation, extortion, and acting inappropriately toward a martyr's child. You really are bold. Zheng Shuyong frowned deeply. Because he didn't care, he didn't realize that Gu Wanwan was the child of a martyr. Yu Shimi felt very troubled. If Gu Wanwan were an ordinary orphan girl, they could handle her easily. But she was a relative of a martyr, which they couldn't afford to offend. Even the top-notch parents of the Yu family knew they had gotten into big trouble. It's all a misunderstanding, just a joke. Yu Shijun was momentarily panicked, but thinking his backing would rescue him, he suddenly became confident again. So, what if she was related to a martyr? They still couldn't handle him. For now, he would let them have their fun. When he was out, he'd be a hero again. I know your director well. If you arrest me, be careful you don't get into trouble. Is it really necessary? In the end, you'll have to let me go. I warn you, don't offend me. In the future, Shanghai will be under my family's control. His sister, Shimi, was supposed to marry the grandson of the county chief, who was about to replace the mayor. As the county chief's son-in-law, he would have influence over Shanghai. Gu Wanwan sneered, Zheng Shuyong, your taste is really reckless. Only someone blind would fall for this ugly toad. Zheng Shuyong felt humiliated. He was bad at reading people, but Gu Wanwan was mainly to blame. If she hadn't brought her family to seek refuge with the Zheng family, things wouldn't have gotten so out of hand. Yu Shijun, you can leave now. The police put silver bracelets on the 3 family members. Yu Shijun was stunned. Impatiently, he said, Comrade, why all this fuss? Won't you just let us go in the end? His parents had never experienced this kind of treatment and were extremely nervous. Mom and Dad, let's go to the police station for a visit and have some tea. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yu Shijun shot a provocative look at Gu Wanwan and Fu Jingchen. You reported us to the police. I remember that. You think you're so great. When I get out, it's your turn to face trouble. Ordinary people would probably be scared by his threat, but Wanwan and Jingchen are not afraid of anything. They clapped their hands and said, TSK. If we let you come out and cause trouble again, then we lose. The police quickly took Yu's family away, and the Big Zheng family was quiet again. Yu Shimi felt uneasy inside. She felt that her family might be in trouble this time. Gu Wanwan, Shirkan, uncle, and aunt, this is all my family's fault. Please forgive us. I beg you to be kind, and let them go. I don't want to be an orphan. Zheng Ziquan looked serious and said calmly, Zheng Shuyong, we are not joking about cutting ties. Be careful. Shirkan quickly went upstairs and came back with a suitcase. He threw it in front of Zheng Shuyong. Get lost, you shameless man who only cares about fame. Zheng Shuyong couldn't understand. He just made a small mistake. Why did his parents and sister overreact as if he was a terrible criminal? Mom and Dad, my sister wasn't hurt. We should give the Yu family a chance to change. If they go to jail and have a stain on their record, how will others see Shimi in the future? Our children will be affected too. Can you bear to see that? Gu Wanwan rolled her eyes. She hadn't even finished her first sentence and was already thinking ahead. Unfortunately, there was no future now. Zheng Shuyong was destined to chase after his wife and get abandoned by his first love, ending up with nothing. Yang Yinshu looked at her childhood friend with disbelief. Her view of Zheng Shuyong was slightly damaged. Zheng Shuyong, are you only going to regret when Shirkan gets hurt? You're already hopelessly in love with Shimi. Zheng Shuyong stared at her with a fierce look. You say you like me and want to keep my secret, but in the end, you told my parents. Yang Yinshu, are you sincere or not? Are you betraying me? Xia Tingwe was full of anger. The one who should apologize is Wanwan. We won't bend the rules just because you're our son. Zheng Shuyang was stubborn. When asked to apologize to Gu Wanwan, he refused to be so humble. He grabbed his suitcase with his left hand and pulled Yu Shimi with his right. He left Zheng's house angrily. Shimi, let's go. We don't need them. Let's visit your parents and find a way to free them. Perhaps, in his view, breaking off family ties was just a scare tactic. In a few days, once his parents cooled down and he admitted his mistake, he would be their good son again. He didn't believe his parents would truly abandon him. Unbeknownst to him, the Zheng couple was serious this time. Zheng Shuyang had no idea that because of a Yu family member, his loved ones were being destroyed. Yu Shimi tearfully explained, Shuyang, my parents didn't mean to do this. Someone must have tricked them and set them up. Also, my brother has many women who like him. It's not that he's unfaithful. They just bother him so much that he pretended to be a. Zheng Shuyang was overwhelmed by her tears, feeling anxious. I believe you. It must be Gu Wanwan and Can behind this. We need to find a way to delete the recording device. Gu Wanwan always spoke directly, without beating around the bush. Dad and Mom. To be honest, Zheng Shuyang is like an ungrateful wolf who can't be tamed. His kindness is his downfall, risking the whole family. Fu Jingchen analyzed the situation for them. Yu Shimi's goal is to cause chaos in the Zheng family and drag them down. She will target the simple-minded Zheng Shuyang. When Zheng Shuyang runs out of money, Yu Shimi will use his illness to manipulate him. Where will Zheng Shuyang get money then? Borrowing? The interest will keep piling up, and if he can't pay back, who will he turn to? Zheng Shurkin focused on a key point. Mom and Dad, Wanwan and Brother Chen mean that Zheng Shuyang isn't really part of our family. The Zheng parents felt a wave of fear. With Zheng Shuang's foolishness, he would sooner or later fall into Yu Shimi's trap, which would drag the entire family down. Zheng Zikan sighed and shook his head. I'll publish a notice to cut ties and transfer his household registration. Xia Tingwe didn't oppose. It was as if all the years of mother-son love had been thrown away. Between an unfilial son and a loving daughter, she chose her daughter without hesitation. She wasn't so naive as to be unaware of the relationship. Yu Shijun was a regular visitor at the police station, confident that once he entered, he would be released soon. Call your deputy director out. Let them make tea for us. Arrest a few of your officers. You're all about to be fired.